The heavenly demon double slash has a very strange shape. Although both are wide in the middle and sharp at both ends, the shapes of the two are not exactly the same. One of them is round like a sun wheel, and the other is curved like a crescent moon. The thickness is also different. The weight is naturally slightly different. The one that is as round as the sun is like a disc that has been hollowed out in the middle, leaving only a gap of less than 10 centimeters on the outside, just enough to allow the wrist to reach in and grab the handle. The one that is bent like a crescent moon has an arc. The shape is shorter, but it still exceeds a semicircle, and the double-cut curve is extremely smooth and beautiful. When Xingchen held them with his hands and used them as cold weapons, the sun slash was the main defense, and the moon slash was the main attack. After Ling Yun took over the heavenly demon slash, he obviously felt his arms sink. Of course, with Ling Yun's current state, he can carry a weight of tens of thousands of caddies just by relying on his divine sense. To him, the feeling of heaviness is just a purely sensory judgment. For a cultivator, the stronger the divine mind, the clearer the perception, and the more accurate the judgment of the size, length, weight and other measurements of things. It is by no means that because you can easily pick up things that weigh 10,000 caddies, you can't feel the weight of an embroidery needle. Hearing that this heavenly demon double slash was a weapon used by his mother, Ling Yun couldn't help but take a closer look at it. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that the raw material of this heavenly demon double slash was very extraordinary, and he was suddenly surprised. This material is the essence of meteoric iron? When Ling Yun first met Xingchen, the two had fought to the death. At that time, with his domineering strength and the sharpness of the dark blood demon knife, he was unable to slash the heavenly demon double slash. Last night, Xingchen also used the heavenly demon double slash to forcibly beat Kunlun disciple Luo Yongqi's natal flying sword and Di Heming's heavenly sword. Damage. You must know that Luo Yongqi and Di Heming both have the cultivation base of the middle stage of foundation establishment, and the raw materials of the two people's natal flying swords are already far superior to ordinary magic weapons. It can be seen from this that the raw materials used to cast the heavenly demon double slash are heaven-defying materials. See it? After Xingchen handed Ling Yun the heavenly demon double slash, he looked at the changes in his expression with great interest, and couldn't help showing admiration at this moment. The master said that the heavenly demon double slash was not a weapon cast in modern times, but was cast in the spring and autumn period. Talking about his pair of weapons, Xingchen was eloquent. In the spring and autumn period, two meteors fell into the world at the same time. When they passed through the atmosphere, they turned into two huge fireballs, burned violently, and finally landed on the top of the mountain. Someone found them and presented them to the king of Chu. The king of Chu was overjoyed and immediately decided to use them to refine magical weapons. Having said that, Xingchen turned around, her eyes were moving, her spirits were high, and she said excitedly, "General Mo, have you heard of it?" Ling Yun nodded. Of course, General Mo, one male and one female, are peerless swords. Xingchen said with a smile. Master said, the raw materials for the Qiankuan Sun Moon slash come from the same place as Ganjiang Mo's materials, and they all come from the two pieces of meteoric iron essence. Ling Yun was moved immediately. Is it true or not? It couldn't have been fabricated on purpose by your demon sect in order to bluff people. Your words, I will report to the master, intact. Xingchen admitted frankly that he would make a small report, and then said seriously, in the entire holy sect, every elder and guardian can cultivate one or two heavenly saints, but since ancient times, each generation has only had one heavenly saint. Do you know why? Ling Yun guessed and said, could it be because of this world cut? That's right. Xingchen smiled and said, only the heavenly saintesses are qualified to use the heavenly demon double slash. On the contrary, only women who possess the heavenly demon double slashes will be recognized by the demon sect as heavenly saintesses. It's a pity that such a good weapon is not a magic weapon. Looking at Yi Xingchen's complacent expression, Ling Yun couldn't help but speak, and gave her a slap in the face. Yi Xingchen stared at her beautiful eyes. Okay, fortunately they have met me now. I believe that after my refinement, the origin and significance of their awesomeness will not be insulted. Ling Yun put the heavenly demon double cut into his Taishu ring, and said domineeringly at the same time. Just now, when he said that he wanted to refine the heavenly demon double slash into a top-grade spiritual weapon, he actually kept it on purpose. After listening to Yi Xingchen's narration, Ling Yun has absolute confidence that at least he will refine them into a treasure-level weapon. Baby will do. Ling Yun, thank you. Yi Xingchen suddenly bit her delicate lower lip, blinked her beautiful eyes, and said this to Ling Yun without thinking. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Oh? Why do you thank me?" Yi Xingchen turned around and continued to walk forward, when a voice came faintly, "Just a month ago, I never imagined that I would have such a powerful force, let alone that I could fly, and I could easily travel thousands of miles a day." De Yan gathering stars treasure, void leading stars Ju, phantom fish dragon step, Taishu ring, God refining Taishu stone. With you, I am very happy. When he said the last sentence, Yi Xingchen's voice was too low to be heard, but Ling Yun could still hear it clearly. Brush. With a flash of Ling Yun's figure, he stood in front of Yi Xingchen. He opened his arms and said with a smile, "What's the use of talking, you have to show it. In your dreams." Yi Xingchen flashed, bypassed Ling Yun, and continued to walk forward. "If you are not in a hurry to go back, you can walk around with me and enjoy the scenery of Tianshan Mountain from a high altitude. It is good." Ling Yun didn't have any urgent matters right now. He couldn't ask for more, so he readily obeyed. The two walked side by side again. They were indeed walking in the night sky. They were neither fast nor slow, but they walked higher and higher. Looking from behind, it was as if they were walking on an invisible ladder. They both began to practice the great Yanju Xingju, and the moonlight poured on them like horseshoes, and the blazing light completely enveloped their bodies, like a couple of gods and immortals. While walking, Yi Xingchen took out the Taishu stone of refining God, and Ling Yun took out the Gangfeng banner, and continued to play with it, unable to put it down. Yi Xingchen, what kind of treasure is this little flag in your hand? Ling Yun, it's a very rare magic weapon of the wind system. Judging from its power, it's at least at the level of a treasure. It will be of great use to me in the future, but only if I break the restriction of Kunlun before I can use it. Yi Xingchen, is it troublesome? Ling Yun curled his lips and said calmly, "It's a trivial matter. Kunlun will go crazy if he finds out, right?" "I feel like they've gone crazy." Yi Xingchen smiled slightly. "Then what are you going to do in the next few days?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "What else can I do? Retreat for a few days, specialize in refining weapons, and make high-level magic weapons." "Why do you have so many?" "I am a genius." "I know you are a genius, but it's impossible to learn without a teacher, right?" "Ahem, Xingchen, besides the heavenly demon double slash, what other magic weapon do you like?" "The answer is irrelevant, just like you, Feijian." Just like that, Ling Yun accompanied Yi Xingchen to tour the Tianshan Mountains, and the two of them spent more than 3 hours on this tour. Naturally, there is no need to say much about the beautiful scenery of Tianshan Mountain. During this period, Ling Yun also discovered many excellent training places with strange terrain and rich spiritual energy. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun returned to Ling Yun Sword Sect alone. Yi Xingchen didn't come back with him, but went to find a mountaintop to practice with all his heart. The reason she gave was very strong, saying that she wanted to catch up with Ning Lingyu's cultivation realm as soon as possible, which made Ling Yun very confused. Xianer. Brother Ling Yun. After returning to Ling Yun Sword Sect, Ling Yun didn't bother anyone, he directly found Xianer, and then took Xianer away from the Sword Sect quietly. "Xianer, tell me the truth. Do you think Sister Lingyu has changed?" Ling Yan found a peak to land at random, and then asked directly. He didn't need to be as troublesome as he was with Yi Xingchen to communicate with Bai Xianer. He didn't need to foreshadow or cover up, and he could go straight to the point. Because Bai Xianer regards him as his master, this is enough. Changed. Bai Xianer said without thinking. Ling Yan asked again, then, has it become more powerful? Bai Xianer was taken aback for a moment, and then said, of course she's amazing, I can't even beat her. Ling Yan raised his hand to rest his forehead, and could only change the way of asking, I'm asking if you think she has changed a lot. This time Bai Xianer understood, and said directly, the changes have been great. Xianer, where did you see it? Well, that's right, it's just different from before, especially in the evening. Sure enough, Bai Xianer recounted what Yi Xingchen had said to Ling Yan in detail, which was exactly the same as what Yi Xingchen dictated. Ling Yan's face was solemn, and he asked directly, Xianer, if you think about it carefully, that kind of coercion is not the same as the coercion of heaven you suffered when you crossed the tribulation? Bai Xianer shook her head, it's not the same, it seems to be stronger than the coercion of heaven. Okay, brother knows. Ling Yan nodded, he didn't ask any more questions, then stroked Bai Xianer's head, and smiled brightly, Xianer, you are not allowed to tell anyone about this matter in the future, do you understand? Bai Xianer nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, well, Xianer knows, and Sister Xingchen told me so too. Xianer, Sister Lingyu or Sister Xingchen, which one do you like better? Bai Xianer blinked her beautiful eyes, I like brother Ling Yan the most. Ling Yan was speechless, he stared and said, we must choose one of them. Bai Xianer thought about it seriously, and then said, it used to be Sister Lingyu, but now it's Sister Xingchen. Nothing wrong. Well, Ling Yunxin said, there is really nothing wrong with this answer. After pondering for a while. Xianer, from tomorrow onwards, will you accompany me to refine the weapon? I need your flame to help. Okay, now Xianer's health flame is amazing. Bai Xianer cheered happily. Second update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Xianer, while there is still time, I will take you to a place. At around 2:20 in the morning, Ling Yan took out his Tianzu communicator, turned on the positioning system, quickly selected a location for positioning, and then turned on the navigation. The next moment, Ling Yan took Bai Xianer's jade hand and flew straight into the sky, and soon reached the height of 10,000 meters, then deployed the xuanhuan qi shield, exceeding 4 times the speed of sound, and flew towards the northeast. Wow, brother Ling Yan took me to fly, so happy. The place to go is far away, and Ling Yan surpassed 4 times the speed of sound as soon as he came up, approaching 1,500 meters per second, the speed is really too fast. Bai Xianer watched the peaks of the Tianshan mountain whizzing past her feet, and couldn't help cheering excitedly. Brother Ling Yan, where are we going? Ling Yan smiled, you will know soon. In just 10 minutes, Ling Yan and Bai Xianer rushed over 800 kilometers, then he began to slow down and land, and finally stopped in the air at a height of only 1,000 meters from the ground. Looking around, there is a reddish-brown mountain below, the mountains are endless, the ravines between the mountains are vertical and horizontal, the twists and turns are majestic, the mountains are barren, bare, and the colors are extremely gorgeous. That's right, it's here. With a sweep of Ling Yan's consciousness, he felt the rich and blazing fire aura below him, knowing that he came to the right place, he nodded proudly. Wow, it's so hot here, it's so comfortable here. It is indeed very hot here. Although it is already autumn, and it is around 2:30 in the morning, which is the coldest time of the day, the surface temperature here is still above 25 degrees. Of course, this is the hottest place in China, Turpan, and the mountain range below is called the Flame Mountain. Ling Yan explained with a smile. To the southeast of Urumqi, 200 kilometers away in a straight line, Turpan, Flame Mountain. Huiyan Mountain is known as Huizhou, but it is a veritable hot pole in China. Unexpectedly, Ling Yan brought by Xian'er here. Xian'er, you have to remember this place. You can come here to practice when your realm is high and there are no important things. This place is very good for your cultivation. Especially in summer. By Xian'er is a fire fox, and here is the flame mountain, where the fire aura is the most radiant, which matches her cultivation attributes, so it is of great benefit to her cultivation. Well, I remember it, Torpon, Huanshan, I will come here from now on. Bai Xian'er cheered unceasingly, she couldn't bear to start practicing. Come on, let's go down first, see if we can find a place with an open fire, and practice hard. While speaking, Ling Yan brought Bai Xian'er down from the sky to a place close to the top of the mountain, flew quickly, let go of his consciousness, and began to search. I'm afraid of cultivating the truth and being educated. Ling Yan knew that spontaneous combustion of coal seams is not uncommon in Xinjiang province. The Tianshan Mountains is an area with relatively intense geological activities. The horizontal coal seams buried in the stratum will mostly become inclined coal seams after many geological movements. After the coal seams outcrop and the air contact, the accumulated heat after oxidation will increase the temperature, which can trigger spontaneous combustion, and can burn all year round without extinguishing. What he is looking for now is this kind of place. In the hottest place in China, look for the place where the fire aura is the most abundant, and then find a place where there is an open fire burning. The nearby place must be the most suitable place for two people to practice. Ling Yan led Bai Xian'er to fly quickly between the cracked mountains, and soon he found a place where there was thick smoke, and the temperature in front of him also increased significantly. Found it, there it is. Ling Yan's eyes lit up, and he said in his heart that heaven pays off. He accelerated instantly and flew over directly. This is a mountain with an altitude of more than 400 meters. It is reddish-brown in color. The southern slope of the mountain is extremely steep, and thick smoke billows in the middle of the mountain. However, the wind is too strong at night. Blown away, so it can't be seen at a distance. Brush. Ling Yan and Bai Xian'er approached quickly, and stopped about 50 meters away from the mountain. Sure enough, I saw the place where the thick smoke came out, and there were open flames burning around. The flames were raging, and the flames touched the sky. Naturally, the fire aura here was so strong that Ling Yan and Bai Xian'er bathed in it, and the feeling couldn't be better. No wonder it's called Huiyan Mountain, it's really a worthwhile trip. Ling Yan sighed. Feeling the scorching heat ahead, he nodded and said, Xian'er, how does it feel here? Brush. Bai Xian'er twisted her delicate body, and instantly rushed over a distance of tens of meters, and landed directly on the rock next to the flame. She was not afraid of the thousands of degrees of heat around her, and smiled brightly at Ling Yan. I really like this place so much, thank you brother Ling Yan. Call. While Bai Xian'er was speaking, she waved her hands and unleashed the flames of hell. The flames from her palms were even more violent than the flames from the rocket launcher. In an instant, all the places where the flames were sprayed were ignited, and the flames burst into flames immediately. Huge flames shot up to a height of more than 10 meters. Brush. Seeing Bai Xian'er's interest in playing, Ling Yan immediately flew over, also not afraid of the high temperature, and stood directly inside the flames. If you are afraid of fire, you will not come. Ling Yan's 4 or 9 small heavenly tribulations are 5-element thunder tribulations. The fire-attributed tribulation thunders are much more terrifying than the flames here now. He can handle them. The flames in front of him are not worth it at all in his eyes. Mention. At this time, Ling Yan was already doing his best to practice one of the 5-element slaughtering techniques, the Red Emperor Hoofing transformation. Ah, brother Ling Yan is so amazing. Seeing Ling Yan standing in the middle of the flames, Bai Xian'er suddenly became childlike. She waved her palms towards where Ling Yan was standing, spewing out flames, fueling the flames, and had a great time playing. Xian'er, don't just play around. Ling Yan's eyes were full of doting, and he stepped forward, came to Bai Xianer, smiled and said to her, "The main reason for bringing you here is to teach you a set of exercises. Remember it." Immediately afterwards, Ling Yan taught Bai Xianer the cultivation technique of the Scarlet Emperor Huifeng transformation with his spiritual thoughts, and after the other party remembered everything in his heart, he said, "Xianer, in fact, the Tianyuan 9-star demon you cultivated book, the fire attribute exercises in it are considered top-notch fire attribute cultivation methods. As for the Red Emperor Fire Phoenix transformation, I will teach it to you now. You can use this technique and your own technique to verify each other and see if it can increase your entry speed." Although the Chidi Hufengbian has a word for phoenix, it is a purely human cultivation method. Ling Yun was afraid that Bai Xianer's forced cultivation would cause discomfort, so he specially instructed it. Bai Xianer smiled coquettishly and said, "Brother Ling Yun, don't worry, I understand. A little gift for you." While speaking, Ling Yun's divine sense moved, and instantly took out a large pile of crimson crystals, which were even more dazzling under the light of the fire. There were a total of 500 crystals. The best fire spirit stone. These are the flint stones that Ling Yun scavenged from the Dragon Palace in Longtan, Poyang Lake. He got tens of thousands of them, and now he took out 500 of them and gave them directly to Bai Xianer to help her practice in the future. For Bai Xianer, Ling Yun is not stingy and is doing his best to train her. Wow! So beautiful! Bai Xianer's long and narrow eyes were immediately filled with sparkling flint stones. "Thank you, brother Ling Yun. Put it away quickly." Ling Yun smiled, and patted Bai Xianer on the shoulder. "When you are practicing, don't be reluctant to use it. If you run out, I still have it here." Bai Xianer quickly collected all the flint stones into her space ring. Ling Yun glanced left and right, and quickly selected a place. With a move of his divine sense, he took out dozens of fire crystals again, and set up a gathering spirit array. "Xianer, go in, you can concentrate on training here tonight." Bai Xianer nodded, flew into the spirit gathering array, sat cross-legged, and began to concentrate on cultivation. After Bai Xianer entered the state of cultivation, Ling Yunfei stood up, wandered around the hillside, then chose a place to sit down at random, and began to concentrate on cultivation. The first update. Starting point big push, this is the second seal, thank you starting point. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ling Yun didn't need to set up a spirit gathering array for himself. The function of the spirit gathering array was to speed up the gathering of various auras around him. Due to his heaven-defying physique, after reaching the peak of the 5th level of Qi training, he does not need to practice deliberately at all. Only by relying on his own body, he can continuously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, and the absorption speed is very fast, which is far faster than the absorption speed of practitioners in the same realm deliberately practiced. What's more, he is currently concentrating on cultivation, and the cultivation method is the most heaven-defying yin-yang art. Ling Yun sat cross-legged, with 5 hearts facing the sky, and instantly entered a state of forgetting both things and me. Run the exercises. Boom. Ling Yan's miraculous dantian spun violently at an unprecedented terrifying speed, and the vortex of yin-yang gang qi rushed out of the body and expanded rapidly. The radius of the vortex reached 9 meters, and then it stopped growing and spun around Ling Yun rapidly. Hoo-hoo. The vortex of yin-yang gang qi rotates violently, forming a gray tornado, with Ling Yun as the center, flying sand and rocks within the vortex area. All the rocks protruding from the ground are all turned into fine powder, and then directly thrown out of the vortex area. The dense fire aura around is automatically attracted by the vortex of the yin-yang qi, coming from all directions, frantically pouring into the vortex, directly assimilated by the yin-yang qi, and continuously absorbed into the body by Ling Yun. Wow! Brother Ling Yun is so scary when he cultivates. Bai Xianer, who had just entered the cultivation state, was startled by this terrifying vision. She couldn't help opening her eyes, and immediately saw the huge gray vortex, and she was stunned. Sinner, don't make a fuss, concentrate on cultivation. A divine thought came into Sinner's mind. She was blamed, she couldn't help sticking out her tongue, made a grimace, and then closed her eyes to practice again. Ling Yan looked inside himself. In the rapidly rotating magical dantian, in the two fish eyes of the yin-yang fish, the two chi-chi-chi kais of yin and yang erupted violently, turning into two real black and white pillars of energy, which were violently injected into the magical dantian, split by minute. Every second is strengthening the yin and yang. This is not the yin and yang tu chi obtained by absorbing or transforming, but the yin and yang tu chi that Ling Yan's magical dantian is created out of nothing, relying on one yin and yang formula to operate, and produced by himself. This is really against the sky. Based on this alone, Ling Yan's cultivation speed can far surpass that of practitioners of the same realm, and he can strengthen himself every minute and every second. You know, no matter how bad Ning Lingyu's fairy body is, he can only strengthen himself by absorbing a steady stream of spiritual energy from the outside world, but Ling Yan's body can generate yin and yang energy by itself. This is one of Ling Yan's greatest secrets. You must know that creating something out of nothing is something that only the creator can do. Similarly, in Ling Yan's sea of consciousness between the eyebrows, the turbulent yin and yang energy arrived here, and was instantly condensed into a divine essence. The divine essence was like rain, and the storm poured down in the sea of consciousness, between the eyebrows. Now, Ling Yan's divine energy condenses at a speed of more than 100 drops per second, which has already exceeded 6,000 drops an hour. Almost. Ling Yan muttered to himself, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a slight smile. Last night, when Ling Yan arrived at Tianjianzong, he still had about 500,000 drops of xuanhuan in his body. Although a battle cost him 50,000 drops of xuanhuan, he was at the top of the mountain before he snatched the control of the mountain guard formation. With the sword energy absorbed, it has already been fully replenished. Today during the day, Ling Yan practiced on the top of Tumor Peak from morning to evening for a whole day, all of which was used to absorb and transform the pure heavenly sword qi, at least 100,000 drops of divine energy. From evening to now, another 9 hours have passed. Ling Yan has already transformed all the pure sword energy in his body, and obtained more than 60,000 drops of divine energy. That is to say, at this moment, Ling Yan's sea of consciousness between eyebrows already has nearly 700,000 drops of divine energy, which is more than half of the capacity of his sea of consciousness between eyebrows. At the peak of the 5th level of qi training, with so many gods, Ling Yan can easily open up the sea of knowledge and hit the 6th level of qi training. But Ling Yan is not in a hurry at the moment. He strives for perfection, envelopes himself with yin-yang and 5-element flames, tempers the yin and yang energy in his body, and is still cultivating crazily. An hour passed. 3 hours passed. Another hour passed quickly, and at around 6:30 in the morning, the sky was twilight. Brush. Ling Yan suddenly absorbed the vortex of yin-yang gang qi released outside into his dantian. He opened his eyes, one was pitch black, the other was silvery white. Yin-yang divine eyes. 700,000 drops of divine energy, you can break through. At the beginning, Ling Yan broke through 6 realms in the yin-yang locking dragon formation. In the end, he had to stop, because the yin-yang qi there was completely absorbed. Now, with the help of the absorbed pure sword qi, it is enough. Boom. The next moment, Ling Yan began to burn his divine essence to the limit, and he burned 6,000 drops in an instant, all of which were transformed into mana, violently opening up the sea of consciousness between eyebrows. Boom. Under the ferocious magic power, the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows was successfully opened up again, and it grew a lot in an instant. The spherical sea of consciousness between the eyebrows suddenly became 20% larger, and the internal and external barriers were twice as tough as before. Without taking any elixir, everything was a matter of course. Ling Yun easily broke through and stepped into the 6th level of Qi training. Brush. With the unspeakable refreshing feeling brought about by a breakthrough, Ling Yun directly enlarged the scope of his spiritual consciousness to the limit. Where the spiritual consciousness is shrouded, within a radius of 9 kilometers, everything is clearly visible, and the observation is clear. Cut. Ling Yun sacrificed the green shadow flying sword, which turned into a blue rainbow, which disappeared in a flash, and easily cut off a huge rock 6 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Very good, very powerful. Ling Yun nodded. He sensed himself and found that he could condense 7,200 drops of divine energy in an hour, and the range of spiritual consciousness was 9 kilometers. The effective attack distance of controlling the green shadow flying sword reached 6 kilometers. This is just the Qingying Feijian. If it is the Yinyang Gongqi sword, its power will naturally be stronger. There is no need to compare with others. Ling Yun is very clear that his current strength has already surpassed himself at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training in the great world of cultivation. If you encounter the later stage of foundation establishment, you can kill it with only a flying sword. Feeling his unparalleled divine sense, Ling Yun smiled confidently, because now the power of his divine sense is roughly equal to his physical strength. What kind of concept is this? Spiritual mind controls the sword, within the effective attack range, with a flying speed several times the speed of sound. It is like swinging a knife with an arm. After the breakthrough, Ling Yun practiced for an entire hour to stabilize his realm and lay a solid foundation. Ling Yun's state is stable at the early stage of the 6th level of Qi training. The purpose of his breakthrough this time is only for the next refining tool, so he is not greedy for merit, and insists on steady progress. Brush. At around 7:30 in the morning, the sky was already bright. Ling Yun put away his exercises, and he stood up long. Brother Ling Yun, have you made a breakthrough? At this time, Bai Xianer had already stopped cultivating, and when she saw Ling Yun finally get up, she immediately flew out of the spirit-gathering formation. Kindness. Ling Yun smiled and nodded, looked at Xianer carefully, and couldn't help saying to Xianer with satisfaction, yes, it seems that these few hours of practice have made Xianer a lot of progress. Bai Xianer shyly shook her head, it's far behind brother Ling Yun. Ling Yun looked around. Xianer, although we have almost absorbed the fire aura here, compared with other places in the outside world, it is still relatively strong. If you practice a little more, I will come when I go. Before the words were finished, Ling Yun soared into the sky and reached the top of the mountain in an instant, and then flew rapidly, easily exceeding 5 times the speed of sound. Wherever it passed, there were huge air explosions, which continued to resound one after another. After reaching the 6th level of Qi training, Ling Yun's flying speed is naturally faster. With his full speed, he can already reach 6 times the speed of sound. During the flight, Ling Yun opened his arms and began to absorb the fire aura violently, but he no longer transformed them into yin and yang qi. As he absorbed more and more fire spirit energy, he fully operated the Red Emperor Fire Phoenix transformation technique. Soon, a huge phoenix manifested above his head. At first, its body was still transparent and illusory, but soon it disappeared. It became more and more solid, and turned into a whole body crimson, surrounded by flames, and finally blazing. Fire Spirit Phoenix. Go! When the huge phoenix was completely condensed into a solid body, Ling Yun's divine sense moved, and the fire spirit phoenix fluttered its wings as if it were alive. The speed was too fast, and it spewed out raging flames towards a huge rock. Call. The reddish-brown rock with a square of 2 meters was instantly wrapped in hot flames, and the inside and outside were burnt red, like coal in a furnace fire. Fire Spirit Phoenix, the Scarlet Emperor Fire Phoenix, has finally become a small one today. Ling Yun smiled, and said in his heart that with this Fire Spirit Phoenix and Xianer's hell flames, it is enough to refine the next weapon. Brush. Next, Ling Yun took the fire spirit phoenix around for a while, and at the same time continued to absorb the fire spirit energy, until he felt enough, and then flew back slowly. Wow! Brother Ling Yun, is this fire phoenix? It's so beautiful. From a distance, Bai Xian'er saw Ling Yun returning with a lifelike fire phoenix on his head, and she was immediately amazed. That's right, it's the fire phoenix. It is manifested by using the Red Emperor's fire phoenix transformation technique to condense the fire aura, so it's called the fire spirit phoenix. Ling Yun landed on the ground and explained with a smile at the same time. Then, is it alive? When Bai Xian'er saw that the 6-meter-long fire spirit phoenix was so alive and lifelike that it was flapping its wings, Bai Xian'er asked curiously. Under the control of my divine sense, it is alive. Ling Yun smiled, and began to use the Chidi Huafeng transformation technique, controlling the Huoling Feng to gradually shrink, and finally turned into a fire spirit bead the size of a ping-pong ball. He opened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach, into Dan Tian. Boom! As soon as the pocket version of the fire spirit phoenix entered the Dan Tian, it was immediately completely enveloped by Ling Yun's yin-yang 5 elements fire, and continued to be tempered. Then, Ling Yun let go of his consciousness and used his yin and yang eyes to observe the surrounding reddish-brown rocks, looking for the fire stone. Unfortunately, there is no fire spirit stone formed here. After searching for a while, Ling Yun didn't find anything, so he felt a little regretful. However, after breaking through the 6th level of Qi training and condensing the fire spirit phoenix, Ling Yun's purpose of coming here has been fully achieved, and he is still very satisfied. Xian'er, let's go back to refining the weapon. The first update, thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ling Yun raised his hand and slammed into the sky, collecting all the flint stones on the ground into the Taishu ring, and then took Bai Xian'er into the sky, up to a height of 10,000 meters. He flew directly at 6 times the speed of sound, reaching 2,000 meters per second, and returned to Ling Yun's sword sect in less than 8 minutes. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning, and the Ling Yun sword sect began to be lively. On the top of Renfeng Peak, many disciples had already started to practice. At the foot of the mountain, there is even more smoke, and some people are busy cooking. The entire Ling Yun sword sect was a scene of tranquility and leisure, and everything started to go on the right track. Ling Yun came directly to the cliff of Tianfeng and came to greet Qin Qiuyue, mother. Qin Qiuyue nodded at him. Yun'er is here. Qin Qiuyue was naturally guarding Ning Tianya's spirit, but she was an innate master after all. She couldn't just sit there, but meditated and practiced, which made her recover quickly, and her face was already rosy. Apart from her thin body and lack of energy and blood, Qin Qiuyue's current body has completely recovered. Brother, where did you go last night? Seeing Ling Yun approaching, Ning Lingyu immediately stood up and asked. Oh, I went out to find a place last night and practiced a lot. Ling Yun looked at Ning Lingyu carefully, and found that after breaking through to the 6th level of Qi training, he still couldn't see through the state of her body, so he shook his head secretly. Of course, he couldn't see through Ning Lingyu's internal condition, and Ning Lingyu also couldn't see through Ling Yun. The two of them were pretty much the same. Originally, Ling Yun wanted to ask Ning Lingyu about the conflict between her and Yi Xingchen yesterday evening, but after thinking about it for a while, he gave up, because Ling Yun knew that Lingyu would get the same answer as Yi Xingchen. And even simpler. After chatting for a while, Ling Yun told Qin Qiuyue his purpose. Mom, there is something I want to tell you. I want to take advantage of the few days I have nothing to do and plan to retreat for a few days. It is good. Qin Qiuyue naturally agreed. It's fine for me and Lingyu to guard here. These days, you can be busy with whatever you should be busy with. You don't have to come here every day. But, Yun'er, you should rest when you should, don't work so hard. Mom, I understand. Ling Yun knew that Qin Qiuyue cared about him, so he responded, and then bid farewell to the two of them and left the cliff of Tianfeng. Next, Ling Yan went to Qin Dongxue, Tai Xiaohu, and Wang Chongxiao one after another, and told them directly that he wanted to refine natal magic weapons for them, and asked them what weapons they wanted. As a result, Qin Dongxue naturally chose the flying sword, Tai Xiaohu chose a giant axe, and Wang Chongxiao directly took out his natal flying sword and handed it to Ling Yan, asking Ling Yan to help him re-sacrifice, then scratched his head, "Sorry to say I want a gun." This was because since Ling Yan participated in the Demon Subduing Conference, his golden dragon spear was too fierce, and its attack power was astonishing. Ling Yan responded with a smile, and then brought Bai Xianer to the top of Diffing. Of course, the Heavenly Sword sect has its own furnace for refining flying swords, which is on the mountainside of the mountain, but the current Ling Yun refiner no longer needs a furnace, so he didn't go there. Brush. Ling Yan came directly to the eye of the mountain protection formation, and with a movement of his divine sense, he took out the blue giant sword. He held a blue giant sword in his hand, stepped on the mysterious step, his figure flashed, and he quickly swam around the eyes of the mountain protection formation. Ling Yan is using his own mana to reactivate the power of the surrounding formations. He wants to restore the mountain protection formation. After all, the Heavenly Sword sect's mountain protection array can use the power of mountains and rivers to mobilize the sword energy of the three peaks. It is easy to destroy the eyes of the formation, just pull out the eyes of the formation, but to repair it, it needs to be removed first. The power of the formation can only be activated. After Ling Yun wandered around in a daze, the azure giant sword in his hand began to glow brightly. When it was almost done, Ling Yun suddenly let go. Boom! The azure giant sword rose into the sky first. Immediately afterwards, the tip of the sword faced downward, and flew straight into the original position of the eye of the array. In an instant, the three peaks shook at the same time, and the mountain guard formation was successfully repaired by Ling Yun. Moreover, this new mountain protection formation has been modified by Ling Yun during the restoration process. He does not need to hold the hilt of the blue giant sword in his hand, and can control this formation with only his divine sense. This is the real three-talent sword formation. Ling Yan restrained his figure and sensed the power of the formation with his divine sense. He nodded in satisfaction and said to Xianer, "We will be refining weapons here for the next 6 days." While speaking, Ling Yan's divine mind moved again, and took out 144 large iron balls, and set up a huge cloudy sky maze. All of a sudden, with Ling Yan as the center, within a radius of 100 meters, everything was shrouded in a vast white mist, cutting off all consciousness and vision. "Brother Ling Yun, shall we start now?" Since Bai Xianer helped Ling Yun refine the Qingying flying sword last time, she has never refined weapons with Ling Yun again, and now she can't wait. "No hurry, it's still early." Ling Yun shook his head with a smile, and said to her, "You can find a place to practice by yourself first, and when I need your help, I will call you." Oh. So Bai Xianer had no choice but to choose a place, and began to practice obediently. Ling Yun is really not in a hurry to refine the weapon, because he has more important things to do now. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Brush. Ling Yun first took out the Gangfeng flag. He held the palm-sized Gangfeng flag in his hand, let go of his consciousness, operated his yin-yang eyes, and carefully observed the runes and formations on the Gangfeng flag. This is the most powerful magic weapon brought by Kunlun disciple Zhao Mingtang. The wind magic weapon is rare. After Ling Yun took it, he couldn't put it down. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would take it out and study it. It's just that this magic weapon of the wind element is too high grade, and there are restraints laid down by Kunlun on it, and Zhao Mingtang's own blood essence. Ling Yun can't break it with the spiritual consciousness of the 5th level of Qi training, and even Zhao Mingtang can't break it. The blood essence cannot be erased, so of course it cannot be used. But now, Ling Yun has reached the 6th level of Qi training, and his divine sense is at least twice as strong as before, so it is naturally different. Even so, Ling Yan still observed this magic weapon for more than an hour, fearing that if he was careless, he would break the Gangfeng flag again. Ling Yan was so careful not because he couldn't understand the formation on the Gangfeng banner, but because his own realm was too low. Zhao Mingtong's peak state in the late stage of foundation building can only barely exert part of the power of the Gangfeng banner. Ling Yan has only cultivated the 6th-level initial stage of qi, and his blood essence must be wiped out, breaking the layers of restrictions placed on it by Kunlun. The difficulty can be imagined. But Ling Yan is the master of crafting. I see. An hour later, Ling Yan was finally confident, and he smiled with satisfaction. Boom! Ling Yan began to burn his divine essence to the limit, and with the help of his mighty mana, released the yin-yang 5 elements fire, completely wrapped the Gangfeng banner with 7 colored flames, and began to temper and calcine violently. Boom boom boom. Ling Yan burned his divine essence one after another, and it took an entire hour to completely refine Zhao Mingtong's blood essence. Laugh. After confirming that there was no trace of other people's blood essence in the Gangfeng banner, Ling Yan bit the tip of his tongue decisively, and sprayed a mouthful of his own blood essence on the Gangfeng banner. Winding and wrapping the Gangfeng banner, infiltrating into the interior, using powerful mana, breaking the Kunlun ban along the way. This is the most critical step, which is easier said than done. Kunlun is afraid that his own treasures will fall into the hands of the enemy, and the restrictions imposed are extremely complicated and cumbersome, that is, Ling Yan. Ling Yan was concentrating, his brow was sweating, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. It has to be said that the consumption of mana is really terrifying. In the last step, it took Ling Yan 3 hours to break all the layers of restrictions placed by Kunlun. It turned out to be a top-grade treasure, Mada, but I'm exhausted. After Ling Yan broke all the restrictions on the Gangfeng banner would naturally be under his control, and Ling Yan knew the grade of the Gangfeng banner immediately. Can't you be tired? It took 4 hours, and he has been burning the divine energy to the limit. After more than 8 hours, Ling Yan consumed a total of 50,000 drops of divine energy. You know, last night Ling Yan's battle only consumed 50,000 drops of divine energy, which is no less than a world-shattering battle. Exchanging 50,000 drops of xuanhuan for a top-grade treasure, or even a half-step weapon, is definitely worth it. After adjusting his breath a little, Ling Yan played with the gleaming Gangfeng flag, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Xuanhuan is available every day, but top-quality treasures are hard to find. What's more, Ling Yan can condense 7,200 drops of divine energy in an hour, and after 8 hours, he can also condense more than 56,000 drops of divine essence, which not only offsets the consumption, but also has a surplus. The most important thing is that this Gangfeng flag will be of great use in the future. Receive. It didn't take long to play with it. When Ling Yan moved his mind, the Gangfeng banner, which was as big as a palm, instantly turned into the size of a pinprick, and Ling Yan took it between his eyebrows and warmed it up. It took Ling Yan a whole day to restore the mountain protection array and successfully refine the Gangfeng banner. Everything is ready, and the next step is to start refining the weapon. He was not in a hurry, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breath for an entire hour before opening them. Brush. First, the Qingying Feijian flew out from between the eyebrows, and then, Ling Yan took out a Xiantian sword fetus from the Taishu ring, which was exactly the one he bought from the Yi family auction. The green shadow flying sword and the Xiantian sword fetus stand side by side in the air. Xianer, come and help. Bai Xianer couldn't wait a long time ago. When she heard Ling Yan finally calling her, she immediately flew over, eager to try. Ling Yan smiled. It's time to start. Hoo-hoo. The next moment, Bai Xianer waved her palms, and the flames of hell spewed out, and began to violently burn the Qingying Feijian and Xiantian sword fetus to remove impurities. However, with Bysyaner's realm, it is obvious that these two treasures cannot be completely melted, so Ling Yun also made a move. Boom! The fire spirit phoenix appeared, and instantly became 2 meters in size. It flapped its wings lightly, and spewed out fiery flames at the blue shadow flying sword and the Xiantian sword fetus. At this time, Ling Yun finally raised the Gangfeng banner, which was the size of a cattail fan. He held it in his hand and gently fanned it against the two flames. Call. The strong wind blew, and the fire took advantage of the wind to become more than 3 times more violent in an instant. The green shadow flying sword and the Xiantian sword embryo suddenly turned red and began to melt. At this time, Ling Yun took out the Shinnon cauldron, activated his divine sense again, and began to control the mountain protection formation, mobilizing the terrifying sword energy around the peak, and frantically gathered here. Combine. Under the urging of Ling Yun's spiritual thoughts, the melting blue shadow flying sword and the congenital sword embryo merged suddenly, and they merged into one in an instant, and began to absorb the sword energy in the Tianjian sword pill in the Shinnon cauldron, as well as the surrounding the peak sword energy. Time flies. The sword embryo took shape, and the sword energy condensed. It wasn't until the new Qingying Feijian could no longer hold a trace of sword energy that Ling Yun and Xianer stopped spraying flames. Brush. The Yinyang Gang Qi sword flew out, and Ling Yun began to use his divine sense to carve various formations on the sword. This time, he carved a total of 24 formations on it. In the end, the new Qingying Feijian was successfully refined. It's too bad. Swipe swipe. Ling Yun took back all the magic weapons outside, leaving only a brand new Qingying flying sword, 4 feet long and 3 fingers wide, with gleaming blue light, sharp sword energy, and a chilling chill. With the help of the innate sword fetus and the sword energy of the heavenly sword, he actually refined a flying sword of the high-grade treasure level. This is Ling Yun's limit. A high-grade treasure that can break the defense of a peak foundation cultivator. Ling Yun's eyes flickered, extremely satisfied. Second update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. The device is amazing. In the eyes of a master craftsman, everything in the world can be used as a weapon, ranging from the sun, moon and stars, to atoms and electrons, animals, and even humans. Some people may retort that Lao Tzu can eat, drink, talk, read, and even sing and dance. How can he become a weapon? For this kind of remarks, Ling Yun can only sneer. The whole body of a human being is composed of various organs. How can a human being not a weapon? To put it bluntly, a robot must be a device, right? Compared with robots, human beings have more spirituality, and can reproduce through the union of the sexes. To put it bluntly, a human being is an instrument with flesh and blood and the highest spirituality. Of course, this point of view is only from the broadest point of view. If it is only from the perspective of practitioners, only weapons that can help practitioners practice and fight are the treasures in their eyes. But even so, there are countless types of utensils, and the classification methods can be described as diverse and varied. However, in the eyes of the master craftsman, there are still 3 basic classification methods for all magic weapons. Grade, attribute, function. If it is divided in terms of grades, it is naturally divided into ordinary artifacts, magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, treasure artifacts, Taoist artifacts, immortal artifacts, and so on. If it is divided according to attributes, it will be divided into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and so on. In terms of functions, it is much more complicated, such as attack, defense, trap, change, transportation, puppet, and the most heaven-defying space and time, etc. But no matter how you divide it, as long as it is a weapon, it has its most basic measurement standard, that is, its various resistances. For example, the Qingying flying sword that Ling Yun had just refined, a top-grade treasure, metallic, and attack-type magic weapon. Since the Qingying Flying Sword is an attack magic weapon, its attack power is naturally the first. If the attack power is not enough, everything else is out of the question. But if the attack power is sufficient, other metrics become extremely important, such as its firmness, high temperature and low temperature resistance, flight speed, etc. No matter how strong the attack power of the Qingying Flying Sword is, it will be shattered by the opponent's magic weapon before it flies to the enemy, which is useless, or if the opponent sacrifices a fire attribute magic weapon and melts the flying sword directly, it is useless, flying too slowly, always unable to touch the enemy's body, let alone useless. In the battle last night, Ling Yan's original green shadow flying sword, even his Yin-Yang stellar chi sword, human king seal, and golden dragon spear were all counted. This is what happened when I was in the wing, and it was embarrassing. It shows that you can't even touch the enemy's body, and you can't get close at all. Of course, the most direct reason for this is that the realm gap between the two parties is too large. These two people have already formed a real suppression of Ling Yan in terms of divine sense and mana. Therefore, in the battle last night, when Ling Yan killed the enemy, as long as he surpassed the foundation establishment state, he would use the blood-transforming magic knife. He had to get close to the enemy's body, and then slashed the enemy. Because Ling Yan is not willing to use the Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue unless it is a last resort, and he is not willing to forcibly activate the Dragon Emperor sword, so all he has left is the blood-transforming sword with terrifying attack power. However, even so, Ling Yan was already proud enough, because his 4 magic weapons, under the control of his divine sense, successfully helped him block the powerful enemy's magic weapons, and after the first battle, they were all intact. Of course, Ling Yan's man, Wang Yin, is against the sky, and as his realm improves, his power also doubles. Ling Yan's golden dragon spear is actually not a real magic weapon, but formed by the condensed dragon spirit energy on his back and spine. The Yin-Yang stellar chi sword is condensed from the Yin-Yang stellar chi in his dantian. These two should be Ling Yan's to be exact, Gongfa supernatural powers. Only the Qingying Flying Sword was personally refined by Ling Yan using ordinary materials when he was practicing Qi at the first level, and it was just a low-grade spiritual weapon. But Ling Yan relies on it to be able to entangle Yuan Tong, Luo Yongqi, and Du Jia, the magic weapon of the 3 Kunlun disciples of the Foundation establishment period. You know, those magic weapons are all high-grade spiritual weapons, and there is even a top-grade spiritual weapon. The entanglement of the magic weapon is actually blocking, hitting, fighting, and bombarding. Although it is manipulated with spiritual thoughts, it is no different from holding it with hands. The low-grade spirit weapon refined by Ling Yan can keep up with the high-grade spirit weapon without breaking. It can be seen how strong it is. This has already proved how amazing Ling Yan's refining skills are. Of course, during the battle, Ling Yan knew himself and the enemy, and he kept keeping his Qingying Feijian away from Zhao Mingtang, otherwise, the Qingying Feijian would have been destroyed long ago. Since the low-grade spiritual weapons refined by Ling Yan can compete with the magical weapons of the mid-stage foundation-building monks, now, the new Qingying Flying Sword is infused with the innate sword fetus and the sword energy of the heavenly sword, and it is engraved by Ling Yan again. Twice as many formations as before have turned into a flying sword of the top-grade treasure level, which can naturally easily break through the defense of the peak foundation establishment. From a low-grade spiritual weapon to a high-grade treasure, Qingying Feijian has been upgraded by 6 grades. Going up to the next level, it is the ultimate treasure. You know, for a cultivator below the Jindan realm, owning a top-grade treasure is already something to be proud of. That's why Ling Yan will be so confident after successfully refining the new Qingying Flying Sword, because the power of the Qingying Feijian has far surpassed his golden dragon gun. At this moment, the whole body of the Qingying Feijian was bursting with cyan light, exuding a sinister aura, as if awe-inspiring and inviolable, but the sword body was trembling at an extremely fast frequency, emitting bursts of sword sounds. A spirit weapon has a spirit, and a high-grade spirit weapon can already fight according to the owner's will, but the Qingying Feijian is now a top-grade treasure. Of course there is a sword spirit. The original Qingying flying sword had Ling Yun's life essence and blood on it, and it now possessed the spiritual consciousness equivalent to a 3-year-old child. It couldn't speak, but it uttered a sword cry, eager to recognize its master. "Qingying, come on!" With a smile on his face, Ling Yun raised his hand, grabbed Qingying in his hand, bit the tip of his tongue again, and sprayed the blood of his life on the blade of the sword. Seeing that the life essence and blood seeped into the sword body and disappeared, Ling Yun stretched out 2 middle fingers, and raised his hand to wipe the sword body. "Qingying, thank you master." The natal flying sword has the same mind, and after the green shadow flying sword is fused with Ling Yun's blood essence, it actually conveys an immature thought. "Well, take it." With a movement of Ling Yun's divine mind, the blue shadow flying sword shrunk sharply, and finally turned into a ball of nothingness blue light, which quickly penetrated into the center of Ling Yun's eyebrows and was warmed up by him. As long as a top-grade treasure is warmed up for a period of time, it can possess the wisdom of a 7-year-old child. Wow, the flying sword made by Brother Ling Yun is so terrifying, I can't breathe because of its evil spirit. It wasn't until Ling Yun put away the blue shadow that Bai Xian'er flew over from a distance, and she said with widened eyes. Ling Yun knew that the 9-tailed sky fox had a keen sense of spirit, and she instinctively sensed the danger just now, so she smiled and comforted, "Xian'er, don't be afraid, it will be fine when you come out with 5 tails." Next, Ling Yun was not in a hurry to continue refining the weapon. He asked Bai Xian'er to rest, and he took out the Shenong cauldron again, and began to absorb the pure sword energy of the Tianjian Jianhuan in the Shenong cauldron. To temper his Yin-Yang Gang Qi sword. In order to improve his combat power, Ling Yun spent all his money and didn't care about resources at all. Anyway, he has a lot of resources for cultivation now. Time passed quickly. At midnight, in the Shenong cauldron, the shot-put-sized sword ball had shrunk by a third. Even with Ling Yun's realm, it could no longer allow the Yin-Yang Stellar Qi sword to absorb a trace of sword energy. The new Yin-Yang Gang Qi sword has finally been tempered successfully. Well, the Yin and Yang energy in my body is not weaker than that of the innate sword embryo. This flying sword is also equivalent to a high-grade treasure. Ling Yun looked inside, with a more satisfied expression on his face. Boom! Ling Yun didn't stop, and at the next moment, with a move of his divine sense, he took out all his blood that had been collected during the battle with Long Tian after the subduing demon conference. The golden blood was a big lump, weighing at least a pound. This was the blood of the immortal dragon body. Call. Ling Yun sprayed out the Yin-Yang 5-element fire, refined all the golden blood, and collected all the refined real dragon aura into his body. But this time, Ling Yun absorbed it with a purpose. He knew that his spine was miraculous, like a big golden dragon, so he poured all the real dragon's aura into the spine. I have to say, this is too extravagant. Boom! As soon as the real dragon's spiritual energy entered the spine, Ling Yun's back suddenly glowed with golden light, and even the cloudy sky maze couldn't block it. The dragon energy there was surging. Golden Emperor Crazy Dragon Slash. Brush. The 3-foot-long golden dragon gun was flying across the sky, and a big golden dragon wrapped its head and tail around it, as if it wanted to choose someone to devour. It was too ferocious. Well, that's right. When it comes to attack power, you are still number 1. After a bit of complacency, Ling Yun took the golden dragon spear back into his body. So far, the Qingying flying sword, the Yin-Yang Gangqi sword, the golden dragon spear, and the 3 magic weapons have all been completed. There is one last thing, the King's Seal. It's you, this big guy. Ling Yun held Wang Yin, who was 10 centimeters square, in his hands, and felt that it only weighed more than a dozen kilograms, so he couldn't see through it. If you can't see through it, of course you can't refine it. Fortunately, Renwangyin does not need Lingyun's sacrificial training, because as Lingyun's realm improves, his power also doubles, and there is no sign of stopping so far. There is no space inside, it can only change in size, and its weight increases with the increase in volume. It can only be used as a brick to hit people. Lingyun sensed it with his spiritual sense, sight in his heart, and put away the king's seal again, saying that when he saw old man Murong when he turned around, he had to ask carefully about the origin of this king's seal. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. It's your turn. In the second half of the night, Lingyun still didn't bother by Xian'er. He began to take out the trophies he got from the Taishu ring one by one, using his Yin-Yang 5 elements fire to erase the restrictions and blood essence placed by their original owners, refining them into nothingness. First update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. As long as it is a magic weapon, unless it is just refined and has not yet recognized its owner, or it has its own artifact spirit like the Emperor's Pen and Earth Emperor's Book, and it has gone through a long time without its owner, the magic weapon will remain on it. Has the original owner's blood, or mind, or only recognizes the original owner's spirit. Even if the original owner of this magic weapon is dead, it is the same. No matter who gets this kind of magic weapon, if he wants to turn it into his own, he must first erase the blood essence or thoughts left by the original owner, completely refine it, or be able to get the approval of the weapon spirit, otherwise no one else can use it. This is what Lingyun is doing now. His realm is not enough to refine on a large scale, so he can only do it one by one, slowly. This is hard work and takes a lot of time. Also, after coming out of the capital, through the 2 battles of the Fumo Conference and Tianshan Save Mother, he got too many trophies. There are many high-level magic weapons that he likes. Refining them is of course extremely time-consuming. The higher the level of magic weapon, the more difficult it is to refine, and the more time and energy it consumes, naturally. Fortunately, what Lingyun lacks most is patience. Not only is he patient, but he is also extremely focused in doing things. Soon another 2 days and 2 nights passed. The morning of the 4th day of Lingyun's closed-door refinement. Now, he is holding a crimson flying sword in his hand, which is exactly the one owned by Dihei, who is at the peak of Foundation establishment, and it is actually a low-grade treasure. Among all the trophies Lingyun obtained, apart from Kunlun's Gangfeng banner, the highest rank was Dihei's crimson flying sword, so Lingyun put it last. I beg the immortal elder to spare my life. In Lingyun's hand, the crimson flying sword was trembling violently, and a faint idea came out. It was the scarlet flying sword's weapon spirit, begging Lingyun. Although you have spiritual knowledge, it's a pity that it's too rough. I will erase your spiritual knowledge now, and refine it again. Your new master will definitely make you shine. Lingyun was not moved at all. After he sent out a thought, he immediately spewed Yin-Yang 5 element fire, wrapped the red flying sword body, and began to refine it. After 5 full hours, Lingyun finally refined the scarlet flying sword completely. Phew, finally you're done. Lingyun got up, and performed a set of Tiangang Fumo Fist, and a set of Sky Nirvana Palm, stretching his muscles and bones, and moving his whole body. Then he sat down cross-legged again, closed his eyes and rested his mind, and practiced the Yin-Yang art for 4 hours at a stretch. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Lingyun stopped practicing, and he slowly opened his eyes. Xian'er, we are about to start refining weapons again, come and help. In the past 3 days, Lingyun's refinement of those magic weapons was just the preparation work for the refiner, just to obtain the materials needed for the refiner. Now, everything was fully prepared, and he finally started large-scale refining. The first thing Lingyun refined was, of course, Yi Xingchen's Heavenly Demon Double Slash. Just like refining his own Qingying flying sword, Lingyun worked very hard. He did not hesitate to spend his divine energy, and he also let the Heavenly Demon Double Slash fuse an innate sword fetus, which also absorbed the sword energy of the heavenly sword, and finally refined it for Yi Xingchen. A pair of brand new heavenly demon xuanhuan came out. As expected of the same raw material as Moxie, it is another pair of high-grade treasures. Ling Yun is very satisfied with his masterpiece. Next, without stopping, Ling Yun began to refine magic weapons for Qin Dongxue, Tai Xiaohu, Wang Chongxiao, and the others one by one according to their expectations. Time passed, and after another day and night, one after another, magic weapons were refined by Ling Yun, not only those of the people in front of him, but also Ling Lai of the Ling family, Ling Xiao and the others, as well as Chao Shanshan, Xuan Meifeng and so on. Those who have practiced qi for more than 3 levels, there are not many of them, and everyone has a share. However, due to material limitations, these magic weapons are all top-grade or top-grade spirit weapons, and it is impossible to reach the level of treasure weapons. Finally, Ling Yun smiled and asked Xianer, what kind of magic weapon do you want? Bai Xianer shyly shook her head. Brother Ling Yun has been busy for 5 days. I'm already very tired. Xianer doesn't want it. I am not tired. Ling Yun shook his head and said with a smile, you have been busy with me for 5 days, and you must not be burdened in vain, so no matter what magic weapon, at least one must be given to you. Seeing Ling Yun's unquestionable expression, Bai Xianer had no choice but to think seriously. Then, I want to be like brother Ling Yun, Fei Jian. It is good. Ling Yun immediately agreed, and with a movement of his divine sense, he took out the ownerless crimson flying sword again. He had guessed what Bai Xianer was thinking a long time ago. This top-quality flying sword was specially reserved for her. In the end, the two of them worked together to refine this flying sword again, turning it into a brand new flying sword, and its grade was even upgraded 2 levels in a row, turning it into a top-grade treasure. Xianer, let's recognize the Lord directly with a drop of blood. Since Bai Xianer was right in front of him, Ling Yun didn't delay, so he directly let Bai Xianer recognize the master with a drop of blood. After Bai Xianer finished recognizing the master with a drop of blood, Ling Yun said with a smile, Xianer will meet masters below the middle stage of foundation establishment in the future, so you don't have to be afraid of them. As long as you sacrifice this flying sword, the opponent will be fine if you don't run away die. Thank you brother Ling Yun. Bai Xianer's pretty face was flushed with excitement, and she was controlling her flying sword to shuttle back and forth rapidly, playing non-stop. Ling Yun's retreat to refine weapons this time started on the morning of September 28th, and it took a total of 5 days and 5 nights, and it is already late at night on October 2nd. So far, Ling Yun artifact refining has been successfully completed. However, that night, Ling Yun didn't leave the test immediately, because his energy and spiritual energy were consumed too much in this crazy weapon refining, and he needed to adjust his breath to make up for it. As for Bai Xianer, although she was actually only busy for 2 days and 2 nights, her realm was lower than Ling Yun's, and she was constantly consuming mana, so she could no longer hold on. Therefore, after some activities, the two of them began to practice seriously, sitting cross-legged in meditation, with no other distractions, and regained their physical condition. Nothing to say all night. At 6 o'clock in the morning on October 3rd, Ling Yun woke up from the state of cultivation, opened his eyes, and the exhaustion of his body had been swept away. The next moment, he disappeared directly. Brush. Ling Yun rose directly from the cloudy sky maze to an altitude of 20,000 meters, and began to practice the Diyan Ju Xingju. 3 hours later, Ling Yun finished his cultivation and returned to the formation at the top of Diffing. No, we still have to remove this mountain guard formation. Ling Yun's eyes flickered, and after a little thought, he decided to take the initiative to destroy the mountain protection formation again. He repaired the mountain protection array to absorb the sword energy to refine the weapon. Now that he is about to leave the level, of course he doesn't need it. Boom! The 3 peaks of heaven, earth and man trembled again. Ling Yun pulled out the blue giant sword, and put it back into the taishu ring. Brush. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun closed the cloudy sky maze again, and the white mist that had covered the top of Diffing for 6 days and nights suddenly disappeared, and the place finally saw the light of day again. Xianer, go to your elder sister Xingchen and tell her carefully about our refining situation in the past few days. Bathed in the sunshine, Ling Yun exhorted Bai Xianer. It is good. Bai Xianer agreed and flew away. After Ling Yun sent Bai Xianer away, he pondered for a while, then flew straight to Tianfeng to meet Qin Qiuyue first. Brush. Ling Yun appeared on the Tianfeng cliff, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he found out all the situation here. It was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu are naturally here, but they are not in the morning hall, but in the stone house next to the morning hall. Apart from the two of them, Qin Dongxue, Qin Chunfeng from the Qin family, and Ning Boping from the Ning family were also inside. They gathered together and were discussing matters. Today happened to be Ning Tianya's first 7 days, and it was also the last day Qin Qiuyue would guard his spirit. These people gathered here were obviously discussing the issue of Ning Tianya's burial. In the morning hall, there is already an extra coffin, which is naturally Ning Tianya's body. Outside the morning hall, on the edge of the cliff, Di Xiaozhen has been tortured beyond human form. Her body is covered with mud, mixed with her own blood, which has been frozen into ice balls. Now she is dying, lingering on her last breath. You deserve it. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to pay attention to a dead person. He strode away and went straight to the stone house. Mom. Yuner, have you left the customs? Seeing Ling Yun coming, led by Qin Qiuyue, the others stood up from the house and came out to greet him. Ling Yun entered the room, after exchanging pleasantries. Yuner, we were discussing how to bury your Uncle Ning just now. Qin Chunfeng said, your mother means that the fallen leaves return to their roots. She plans to ask Senior Ning to bring your Uncle Ning's body back to the Ning family for burial, so that other members of the Ning family can take a last look at him. Uncle Qin, Uncle Ning's funeral, it's all up to my mother to decide. Ling Yun knew that what Qin Chunfeng said was just to tell him the result of a negotiation, and he didn't need to make up his mind about these things. He turned to look at Qin Qiuyue. Mom, are you still going? This is what Ling Yun really cares about. If Qin Qiuyue also goes to Ning's house in Kunlun Mountain, he is worried and has to go there. I won't go. Qin Qiuyue shook her head and said, it's not appropriate. She glanced at Ning Lingyu beside her, and continued, but Tianya is Lingyu's father, and if he wants to be buried, Lingyu has to go there. Oh. Ling Yun responded, and was hesitating in his heart whether to accompany Ning Lingyu, but Qin Qiuyue said again, Yuner, you don't have to go, Lingyu is going back to Ning's house, there are all relatives there, you don't have to. Fearing for her safety. Also. Ling Yun knew that in the past few days, Qin Qiuyue had thought everything through, so he didn't say much. This morning, everyone started to get busy, especially the people from the Ning family, who packed up everything and waited to leave in the afternoon. After lunch, at 2:30 in the afternoon, 4 members of the Ning family carried Ning Tianya's coffin out of the morning hall. Wake up! Someone from the Ning family shouted mournfully. Di Xiaozhen, send you on your way. Pay homage to my father's spirit in heaven. Ning Lingyu stood in front of the coffin, she put 2 fingers together, pinched the sword formula, let out a groan, and slashed suddenly. Di Sharon's head fell to the ground. She was tortured and tortured in the world, and after suffering for 7 days, she was finally beheaded by Ning Lingyu herself. The Ning family and the Qin family have their revenge. Before leaving, Ning Boping specially came to Ling Yun and gave him a deep salute. Ling Yun, my Ning family has received your great kindness, and I can't repay you. If there is a mission in the future, the Ning family will go through fire and water, and I will not hesitate. Ling Yun hurriedly returned the salute. Grandpa Ning, this is all a junior's job, and as a matter of kindness, don't mention it again in the future. Second update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. At 3:30 in the afternoon, after Ling Yun, Qin Qiuyue, Qin Dongxue, Qin Chunfeng and others sent Ning Lingyu and the Ning family members out of Lingyun sword sect, they did not return to Tianfeng, but came to the foot of Renfeng mountain. This is the first time Qin Qiuyue has left Tianfeng since Lingyun came here. She has already stated that she will never go to Tianfeng again. Lingyun knows that Qin Qiuyue is different from Qin Dongxue. She is the kind of person who rarely speaks, but has great ideas in her heart. Before she decides to do something, she doesn't need anyone to guide her. Afterwards, even if it is a mountain of swords and seas of fire, you will definitely do it, and you will not be able to pull back 9 cows. Qin Qiuyue said that she would keep the spirit of Ning Tianya for 7 days, and she never left the Tianfeng cliff again, and she would not even leave the morning hall except for eating and other necessary things. After guarding for 7 days, she personally escorted Ning Tianya's coffin out of the valley. Once she got down from Tianfeng, she would never go up again, and she would never go there again in this life. This is a very rare, strong and bright person in the world. Yuner, I'm ashamed, uncle, I want to borrow a few heads from you. After everyone stopped, Qin Chunfeng spoke first, and he got straight to the point. Of course Ling Yun knew what Qin Chunfeng meant, so he agreed without hesitation. Uncle Qin, those heads on Tianfeng, no matter who you want, just go and get them, and I will arrange for others to clean up the other ones that are not needed. Okay, then I will bring the heads of the most important members of the D family back to the Qin family, and commemorate the spirits of those who died 18 years ago in my Qin family. Qin Chunfeng stated one of the biggest purposes of his trip in front of everyone, and then said to Ling Yun, Yuner, since you saw your mother, you haven't had time to talk to her these days. I know you must have a lot to say, but fortunately, we have avenged our vengeance now, and we will have a long time to come, so I think it is better to let your mother rest for a while. So how about we talk freely after we return to Qin's house? Regarding this point, there was no need for Qin Chunfeng to remind him. Ling Yun also understood, and immediately nodded, just to let him feel at ease through the sound transmission. So Qin Chunfeng talked to Qin Qiuyue and Qin Dongxue, took the children of the Qin family with him, and rushed back to Tianfeng. Mom, you've been exhausted these days. Uncle Qin is right, why don't you stay in the guest room first, recuperate for 2 days, and then... No need. Qin Qiuyue's tone was gentle, and she suddenly interrupted Ling Yun's words. Yuner, I've been here long enough, now that this matter is over, I don't want to stay any longer. Ling Yun didn't expect that Qin Qiuyue had already made up his mind to leave. He thought for a while, and immediately asked, what does mother mean? Qin Dongxue suddenly said, Sister, what you mean is that I will accompany her back to Qin's house tonight, and after you finish your business here, you can go to Qin's house to meet us. Ling Yun suddenly realized that Qin Qiuyue had already discussed this matter with Qin Dongxue, so he said without hesitation, Is there anything else to be busy here? I'll just go with you. Cloud. Qin Qiuyue suddenly took a step forward, took Ling Yun's hand, and said to him, You don't have to go with us. She stared deeply at Ling Yun. In the past few days, I have heard Dong Shui and Ling Yu say a lot about you, and I know that you are very busy now. If you come to Tianshan to save me this time, you can do this. One step has far exceeded my expectations, so it is not too late to leave after you have done everything you should do. Ling Yun scratched his head and said, But... Qin Qiuyue interrupted again, Why, now, are you still worried about my safety? Immediately afterwards, she suddenly smiled indifferently. Now that my Yuner has such cultivation and strength, who else in this world would dare to set my mind? What you said is too domineering. Even Ling Yun was stunned, because this was the first time a smile appeared on Qin Qiuyue's face after Ning Tianya's death. A gratified smile. So Ling Yun also smiled, Except for those who don't have eyes, there shouldn't be any. That is. Qin Qiuyue patted Ling Yan's shoulder lightly. I have a lot to say to you, but none of them are so important, so don't be in a hurry. All right. Since Qin Qiuyue decided to leave, Ling Yan followed her will. Then I'll take you to the airport after it gets dark. Hearing that Qin Qiuyue decided to go back to Qin's house that night, Yi Xingchen, Bai Xianer, Tai Xiaohu and others naturally rushed to see her off. Even Li Piayang and Guoping, who originally belonged to the Tianjianzong, bit the bullet and ran over specially, but they were stopped by Tai Xiaohu before they saw Qin Qiuyue, and they were not allowed at all. Enter the door. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen and others personally escorted Qin Qiuyue and all the Qin family members to Aksu Airport. He watched the Qin family's special plane take off, and after leaving, he led everyone back to Lingyun Jianzong. Everyone returned to Lingyun Sword Sect, and after dinner, Ling Yun took Yi Xingchen and others quietly out of the valley, away from Lingyun Sword Sect, and arrived at the top of an unknown mountain with an altitude of more than 5,000 meters. Xingchen, this is yours, a high-grade treasure. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Ling Yun began to take out the magic weapons he refined during the past few days, and distributed them to everyone one by one. Yi Xingchen took her heavenly demon slash with his own hands, and immediately felt their terrifying power. His beautiful eyes sparkled, and he asked excitedly, "What is the concept of a high-grade treasure?" "Well, with your current realm strength, you can use them to kill the late Foundation establishment stage." Ling Yun made a precise assessment. Yi Xingchen frowned after hearing this. "The problem is that I don't know what the strength is in the later stage of Foundation establishment." Ling Yun smiled and said, "Let's put it this way, if you don't have them, you can easily beat you in the middle stage of Foundation establishment." Of course, there was one thing Ling Yun didn't say, and that was if Yi Xingchen didn't use her biggest hole card, that is, the 108 shining stars when she was duel with Ning Lingyu. Yi Xingchen nodded, "Then I know. Little tiger, this is yours." Ling Yun took out another giant axe from Taishu's ring. The blade of the axe was in the shape of a huge arc, more than 1 meter long, and it shone coldly. This is made from the giant axe magic weapon of Luo Yongqi, a disciple of Kunlun, as the raw material, and it is a top-grade spiritual weapon. "Hey, thank you Brother Yun." Tai Xiaohu's eyes were full of excitement. He directly grabbed the handle of the giant axe in his hand, and slashed at the air in front of him, causing the airflow to burst through the air with a whistling sound. "You take it easy, don't trigger an avalanche." Ling Yan reminded him with a smile, and then took out Wang Chongxiao's magic weapon, which was a 2-foot-long black spear. "Thank you, young master." Wang Chongxiao couldn't wait a long time ago, so he quickly took it. Ling Yan smiled and said, "Old Wang, the material used for this gun of yours is equivalent to 6 swords used by others, so it is only a high-grade spiritual weapon. We have limited resources now, so you can make do with it first." "Please, young master, don't say that. The natal flying sword is just a middle-grade magic weapon. You are not hesitating to spend so much material to refine a high-grade spiritual weapon for me." Wang Chongxiao is already grateful. "Endless kindness." Ling Yin nodded. "You are now at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. With this big spear, you can kill ordinary masters in the early stage of Foundation establishment." When Ling Yin gave the magic weapon to them, he did not forget to state their general combat power in the future, so as to save them from being confused at the time, and if they were killed and taken away, they would lose their wife and lose their troops. "Okay, it's all over, you all recognize the Lord with your own blood." So the 3 of them began to identify the master with blood, and then played with their own treasures for a while, and put them into their bodies. "Let's go back and make arrangements. We will leave Tianshan early tomorrow morning." First update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ling Yun. Seeing that Ling Yun was about to go back, Yi Xingchen suddenly stopped him by sound transmission. "You tell them to go back first, I have something to tell you." As soon as Ling Yun heard this, he immediately knew that Yi Xingchen must have something important to do, so he changed his mind and asked Tai Xiaohu and Wang Chongxiao to go back to Jianzhong first. What's the matter? It's mysterious. After the two left, Ling Yun turned around and asked Yi Xingchen with a smile. Kindness. Yi Xingchen suddenly looked away, and after hesitating for a while, he seemed to have made up his mind suddenly, and said quietly, Ling Yun, we may have to separate for a while. What? Ling Yun was a little dumbfounded. Separate? Why are you going? Yi Xingchen lowered his head, and seemed to sigh. During the few days when you retreated to refine the weapon, I had contact with Qing Feng and Aunt Qinghuan, and told them everything about this place. Isn't this normal? Ling Yun knew a long time ago that no matter what important matters Yi Xingchen had, he would report to Yin Qingxian through Qing Feng and Qinghuan, so he smiled. But the master heard that I practiced the exercises you taught me and reached the 5th level of Qi training, and said that I must hurry back as soon as possible. Where are you going? Anyang. Yi Xingchen blurted out without thinking, and she woke up suddenly before she finished speaking. She stomped her feet immediately, turned her head and said in an angry way, You dare to lie to me? Ling Yun laughed happily, with red mouth and white teeth, and said proudly, Don't make such a fuss. Anyang in southern Henan, where the Yin ruins are located, and the capital of the Shang dynasty, I guessed it a long time ago, I just wanted to confirm it. Ling Yun got full marks in history and geography in the college entrance examination. He didn't learn it in vain. When he knew that his mother was a descendant of the Yin Shang royal family, he immediately thought of this place. That's why he just heard Yi Xingchen say that his mother would ask her to go back. He didn't ask the reason, but directly asked where Yi Xingchen was going. Obviously, Yi Xingchen's mood is more complicated and depressed now, so he lost his vigilance towards Ling Yun, and he said it all at once. Now Ling Yun has confirmed that Anyang in southern Henan, where the Yin ruins are located, the capital city of the Shang dynasty 3,000 years ago, is where the main altar of the demon sect is located. Even if this is not the main altar of the Mazong, at least it is the place where the Mazong put his mother under house arrest. You really can't hide anything from you. Yi Xingchen was ashamed and annoyed, and couldn't help giving Ling Yun a blank look, but he didn't delve into it further, but explained, originally, when I left there, the master said that as long as my realm reached the peak of the 8th level of Xiantian, I would let you all go back to see her. Who knows, you have so many things, you can't finish it. Blame me? Ling Yun grinned, looked up at the sky with his hands behind his back, and sighed. Hey, some people, even though they are reluctant to part with it, still find reasons to blame innocent people. What they say is not what they mean, what they say is not what they mean. Furious at Yi Xingchen, he stomped his feet angrily and said, If you don't speak seriously again, I'll leave now. Okay, stop making trouble. Ling Yun hurriedly shut up, and said with a serious expression, Since it's my mother's intention, then you should go back as soon as you should. Anyway, I'm done with all the big things on my side. After a pause, Ling Yun suddenly frowned, and asked worriedly, However, if you suddenly return to the demon sect, you won't be throwing yourself into a trap, right? Don't worry. Yi Xingchen suddenly chuckled, and gave Ling Yun a charming look. Didn't you just say that I can kill the late-stage Foundation establishment now? Then there is nothing to worry about. Ling Yun nodded and said, Although that is the case, who knows if those elders of your demon sect will collectively go crazy and want to kill you. Don't worry, it won't happen. Yi Xingchen said seriously, If that's the case, no matter whether it's the master or your Ling family, they were wiped out as early as 18 years ago. It is impossible to wait until today. Actually, thinking about it now, apart from Sikong Tu's side, the entire demon sect, especially the great elders, still be merciful to the master. Ling Yun nodded. He also knew this in his heart. Regarding the case of the Ling family 18 years ago, the Mazong made a great compromise to Yin Qingxian. They neither disturbed the Ling family nor hurt Yin Qingxian, they just broke up. Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian were killed, and then she was brought back to the demon sect headquarters and placed under house arrest. This point, after Yin Qingxian returned to the demon sect, there are still people serving him, and he can also train disciples, and after Yi Xingchen has successfully cultivated, he can still leave the demon sect, come and go freely in China, and stir up the situation for half a year. Out. For the same reason, it is precisely because he knows these things that Ling Yun waited patiently until now, and has not targeted the Mazong. He said that he wanted to go to the Mazong main altar and rescue Yin Qingxian, and that was just to reunite his parents as soon as possible. Let them no longer endure the pain of lovesickness. Our demon sect was originally the holy sect. Even today, we still call ourselves the holy sect. The so-called demon sect is just a slanderous name given to us by the so-called martial arts. Our holy sect does have an ancient saying that there is only one heavenly saint in each generation, and she is absolutely not allowed to marry a mortal. This is an iron law, so back then, Master and Uncle Ling. Speaking of this, Yi Xingchen suddenly raised his head, took a deep look at Ling Yun, and said quietly, "Ling Yun, I definitely don't want to whitewash my sect by saying this, even if you meet Master and her old man in the future, she will definitely said so." "I see." Ling Yun nodded with a smile, then suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Yi Xingchen's catkins. "Xingchen, you all know that I only do what I should do, and only kill those who should be killed." The two looked at each other and smiled. "Stand still and don't move." Yi Xingchen suddenly withdrew his hands, his body floated back, and then he took out his mobile phone to take a picture of Ling Yun. There was a click. Oops. After the filming, Yi Xingchen was immediately dumbfounded, the screen was completely dark. "I'm talking about Grandma, it's late at night, and your mobile phone doesn't have your level." Ling Yun knew that she was going to take a photo of herself and show it to Yin Qingxian, so she couldn't help laughing and teasing. "Then what should we do?" Yi Xingchen directly deleted that photo. Ling Yun asked with a smile, "Do you want to be handsome or mediocre?" Yi Xingchen rolled his eyes at him and said, "Anyway, I'm taking it back to show the Master, you can figure it out yourself." Boom. Before he finished speaking, he saw blazing white rays of light blooming from Ling Yun's body. At the same time, a ball of light condensed into Ling Yun's hands and was thrown into the air by him. That ball of light was suspended 2 meters above Ling Yun's head, comparable to a huge light bulb of several hundred watts, illuminating this place as bright as day. Swipe swipe. The Qingying flying sword, the Yinyang stellar chi sword, the golden dragon spear, and the human king seal all flew out of Ling Yun's body and hovered around his body. Brush. At the same time, Ling Yun also took out the crimson blood transforming knife, held it in his hand, and put on a cool pose. "Now shoot." Click. 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 At this time, where did Ling Yun need to remind, Yi Xingchen didn't even use his mobile phone, and even took out a digital camera directly, shooting wildly for a while. "Change your posture, yes, that's it, just smile." "Okay." "Yes, yes, fly, and one more." Ling Yun was speechless. Seeing that Yi Xingchen had taken hundreds of photos, he simply took away the Shenwu Chunyang immortal art, and the surroundings were suddenly pitch black. Yi Xingchen complained, "It's not over yet." "How stingy." "Okay, these are enough for Mom to see." Ling Yun casually said something perfunctory, and then said seriously, "Xing Chen, you still have to be more careful when you go back. If you encounter something that you can't solve, please notify me immediately. No matter where I am, I will go there immediately." There was no need to ask, just looking at Yi Xingchen's posture, Ling Yun knew that she would leave in a while, and it was impossible to return to Ling Yun's sword sect with him, so he seriously warned her. "Kindness." Yi Xingchen carefully put away the digital camera, and then asked, "Are you going to the 100,000 mountains in Miaojiang next?" Since I promised to help Miracle Dr. Xue and Miao Fenghuan get back together, I will naturally do this, otherwise I will feel uneasy. Ling Yan smiled and said, but this is just a trivial matter, and it will probably take 3 to 5 days at most. Of course Yi Xingchen was relieved about this, she nodded, but said solemnly, in the land of Sanmiao, witchcraft is prevalent, so you must not be careless. Also, the master said that Sanmiao and our holy sect there are quite a lot of origins. If it is not necessary, you should try to be merciful to them as much as possible. Ling Yan suddenly laughed dumbly. You can rest assured about this. Aunt Qingniao wants to go back with me. Even if I want to make a killing, Aunt Qingniao has to agree. Well, there are more. Yi Xingchen suddenly stared at her beautiful eyes. You and that Miao Xiaomiao, walk farther away from me, if you dare. Ling Yan looked up at the sky. Well, the night is not bad tonight. Hey, why is there a sour smell in the air? Seeing Ling Yan pretending to be stupid, Yi Xingchen gritted his teeth angrily, and finally stomped his feet and said, I don't want to talk to you, let's go. Yi Xingchen made a gesture to leave. Xingchen, wait a minute. Ling Yan hurriedly stopped him, and with a move of his mind, he took out 4 flying swords at once. Xingchen, these 4 flying swords, these 2 are top-grade spiritual weapons, and the other 2 are high-grade spiritual weapons. You choose one yourself. The other 3 are as gifts from me to my mother and the 2 aunts Qingfeng and Qingluan. That's about the same. Yi Xingchen took away the 4 flying swords, and immediately turned his anger into joy. You tell them, let them make do with it first. It was really time to part. Ling Yan stopped playing around, and started to get serious. After you see my mother, tell her that I am now in the middle stage of the 6th level of Qi training, at least 1 month, at most 2 months, you will be able to enter the late stage of Qi training, and then I will go to the main altar of the demon sect and pick her up. At that time, no one in this world will dare to prevent our family reunion. Be proud of the world. How domineering. I know. Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes were shining brightly, and her heart was pounding. Suddenly, she twisted her delicate body, leaned in front of Ling Yan, and kissed Ling Yan on the mouth like lightning. Ling Yan's body froze all of a sudden. Before Ling Yan could react, Yi Xingchen blushed and fled away in the distance, disappearing in a flash. It smells so good. This kiss left Ling Yan with endless aftertaste. Second update. Today, Lao Bu is going to Changsha to attend the annual meeting of the China Literature Group. He will go there on the 18th and return on the 20th. The update may be unstable. Please bear with us. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. After Yi Xingchen left, Ling Yan did not return to the Sword Sect. He sent a message to Wan Chongxiao with a communicator, and then flew to a training place with excellent aura, and began to concentrate on training. The scope of Tianshan Mountain is really too big. The mountains are the dragon veins, and there are many places with strong aura. With Ling Yan's vision and speed, it is easy to find a place suitable for cultivation within the huge Tianshan mountain range. Today's Ling Yan, after 5 days and 5 nights of retreat, after some crazy weapon refining, his realm has steadily reached the middle stage of the 6th level of Qi training, and he is already at the peak state. For cultivators, refining tools is actually one of the best ways to practice, especially for those who are in the realm of Qi training. As far as which kind of cultivation speed is the fastest, any retreat and meditation is not as good as successfully refining a magic weapon or spirit weapon level. Magic weapons come faster. The reason is very simple. Forging will inevitably consume the true energy and spiritual thoughts in the body of the refining master. From the selection of materials to the beginning of refining, every step needs careful consideration and repeated consideration before refining. After starting to refine the weapon, it is even more necessary to grasp the temperature of each step, make full use of the properties of all materials, and wait for the embryo to be formed, and finally carve the formation until the device is completed. During this period, whether it is material selection, controlling the flame temperature at each step, calculating the ratio of various materials, or the original size of the embryo when it is formed, and finally carving various formations, etc. As long as there is a slight deviation, it will reduce the rank of the magic weapon after completion. Therefore, the success rate of crafting is extremely low. For ordinary craftsmen, every crafting is a big test, which far surpasses the tempering of a life and death struggle. Of course, alchemy is the same. If an excellent refiner knows the method of alchemy, the elixirs he refines will definitely not be bad. Ling Yun is a great master of refining weapons. As long as the raw materials are well prepared, he will be able to achieve perfection and ensure that each material can produce the best effect. Therefore, in his refining of magic weapons, he will not only be limited by the quality of raw materials, and everything else is perfect. As for the cultivators, starting from the mid-stage of Qi training, the most important thing to cultivate is the speed at which the divine energy can be converted into mana, and how to make the most effective use of their own mana. In this way, the process of refining weapons is naturally the best choice to increase the speed of cultivation. Because after every cultivator enters the middle stage of Qi training, he will inevitably need the magic weapon of life or other kinds of magic weapons to strengthen himself, so it is inevitable that they will start to study the knowledge of refining equipment, and they all want to rely on their own abilities. Refining the magic weapon that suits you best. The premise is that talent is enough. 1 in 10,000. An average of 10,000 cultivators who are interested in refining weapons will eventually grow into a real refining master, at most one. And a person like Ling Yun who possesses a talent for refining weapons like an evildoer, there will not be one in the entire world of comprehension in 100,000 years. In the past few days, he has frantically retreated to refining weapons, not purely to refine those dozens of magic weapons, but to improve his realm as soon as possible. Successfully refining an ordinary magic weapon is equivalent to other cultivators retreating for more than 10 days. He has concentrated on cultivating so much at once, and there are several high-grade treasures with a 100% success rate, which is very helpful for improving the realm. That night, Ling Yun was still concentrating on practicing I Qi Yin Yang Ju, until the morning, when the sun was about to rise. He came to the sky to practice his Diyan Gathering Star Ju. It wasn't until the sun was high that Ling Yun stopped practicing, flew directly into the sky, and returned to Ling Yun Sword Sect. This time, Ling Yun landed on Tianfeng. He came to Di Xiaoshan's heavenly palace alone. Then he let go of his divine sense and carried out a large-scale search. He only picked up those things that were useful to him, and collected them all virtual ring. After the search was over, Ling Yun came to Renfeng and summoned Li Piaoyang, Guoping, Jing Shui, and others to the training square of Renfeng. Meet the suzerain. Li Piaoyang took the lead and saluted Ling Yun. Regardless of his demeanor or actions, he was extremely respectful. Get up, I won't talk nonsense. Ling Yun waved his hand and asked Li Piaoyang and others to stand up. He said calmly, I will leave here soon. After I leave, everything about Ling Yun's sword sect will be temporarily handed over to Li Piaoyang, with Guoping and Jing Shui as assistants. Thank you suzerain for your trust, I will definitely do my best. Li Piaoyang was overjoyed when he heard that. The smile on his face almost overflowed, but in front of Ling Yun, he still had to tense up. Ling Yun looked a little funny, and he immediately said, Li Hufa, you don't have to be too happy. Before you leave, I have something to remind you. Li Piaoyang's expression froze, and he hurriedly said, please show me the suzerain. In the future, people from the Di family will naturally have nothing to fear, but 7 days ago, I beheaded 4 of Kunlun's disciples here. I think that although there is no news here, these disciples of Kunlun must have a way to connect with Kunlun. If they haven't sent a message to Kunlun for too long, so Kunlun will know that something happened to these 4 disciples sooner or later. So, it won't be long before Kunlun will send people here to inquire. Speaking of this, Ling Yun deliberately glanced at everyone, and sure enough, He saw that the expressions of Li Piayang and others began to become uneasy, and they couldn't hide the expressions of fear and embarrassment. Li Piayang couldn't even laugh anymore, he almost wanted to cry. However, you don't have to worry, because when the Kunlun people arrive, no matter what they ask you about what happened here, you just tell the truth. After listening to Li Piayang and the others, they felt relieved immediately, and the embarrassment on their faces disappeared. Thank you, the suzerain, for your compassion. But Ling Yin said again, you can only say what you have seen or heard, you don't need to lie, and you are not allowed to lie. Everything will be played according to circumstances, especially things that have nothing to do with Kunlun disciples, which is what I am here. How should I put it? You have to know yourselves. Boom. While speaking, Ling Yin released his aura, and the terrifying coercion instantly enveloped Li Piayang and the others, making them unable to stand still and breathless. I will understand, please rest assured, suzerain. Li Piayang and the others fell to their knees in shock and said in unison. Very good. Ling Yin regained his composure, and then said with a smile, people from Kunlun will definitely put pressure on you, but I think that as long as you don't tell lies, they won't be able to embarrass you. There is a saying that Ling Yin did not point out, that is, the people who came back from Kunlun. The gap in strength between them and these people in front of him is too great. As long as Li Piayang and others don't offend them, they don't have to fight against the ants, and they won't waste that time at all. It's the same reason as Ling Yin didn't kill them. Okay, that's all for now. Ling Yin waved his hands, get up, everyone. You can all be regarded as cultivators. I don't think I need to worry about how you will live in the future, right? After I leave, you can practice as you want, and everything will be as usual. In the end, Ling Yin looked at the longing eyes of everyone, and he smiled slightly. Next time I come, I will pass on the method and teach you some sword cultivation methods. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, everyone in front of them was overjoyed. Li Piayang was the first to kneel down on the ground, and shouted, thank you, suzerain. It's all gone. Ling Yin waved his hand and asked everyone to disperse, leaving only Li Piayang, Guoping, and Jing Shui in the end. He secretly sent a voice transmission and instructed them one by one before letting them go to work. When Li Piayang, Guoping, and Jing Shui left, their faces were solemn and their eyes were complicated. Their eyes were filled with various emotions such as shock, joy, expectation, and anxiety. At the same time, they occasionally looked into the eyes of the other two. It means more vigilance and supervision. Just now, Ling Yin first explained to his face the situation that these people will inevitably face in the future, and deterred them. Then he said that when the next time comes, he will definitely teach them the Dharma and give them expectations. Finally, he left behind the three most important people. In the presence of three people at the same time, he ordered them one by one, but he used the secret method of sound transmission to prevent the other two from knowing what he said. Among Ling Yin's instructions to each of these three people, without exception, there is such a sentence, secretly monitor the other two, and if something is wrong, call him as soon as possible. This is of course Ling Yin's conspiracy. People's hearts are selfish and complicated. In this way, unless Ling Yin left, the three of them were willing to open their hearts to the other two at the same time and decided to rebel against Ling Yin, otherwise no one would dare to act rashly. It's not that Ling Yin doesn't trust them, but that Ling Yin decided to rule Ling Yin sword sect by doing nothing. That's all he can do. For Ling Yin, the battle 7 days ago was indeed a battle to save his mother, but for Li Piayang and others, it was a battle to destroy the Heavenly Sword sect. They survived by luck only because Ling Yin didn't want to kill them, that's all. They surrendered after Ling Yin completely wiped out the Heavenly Sword sect. This is definitely not a traitor seeking glory, and Ling Yin did not get any benefits from them. Ling Yin is here. Of course it can be called Ling Yin Sword Sect, but Ling Yin is about to leave. Ling Yin Sword Sect is just a name for these people, to put it bluntly. Therefore, before leaving, Ling Yin had to use a little trick in order to keep this force. Of course Ling Yin has better means, but he is too lazy to use them on these people. Life and death are determined, wealth and honor are in the sky. What will happen to your future destiny depends on fate. Ling Yin's spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire range of human peak. He watched the three wandering away, then turned his head to look in the direction of Kunlun Mountain in the southwest, and suddenly said lightly, "It is inevitable for Kunlun to send people to inquire. This is the doom of the 147 people who survived here. If the one who comes here is a murderer who does not blink, Ling Yin has nothing to do. At that time, we can only see how people like Li Piayang adapt to the situation and how they can save their lives in the hands of Kunlun disciples without harming Ling Yin's interests." That's why Ling Yin said, "Each depends on fate." At that time, those who can survive successfully will have the opportunity to be taught by Ling Yin, otherwise, it would be meaningless for Ling Yin to teach them the method of sword cultivation now. So far, Ling Yin has finally arranged everything about Ling Yin's sword sect. Next, Ling Yin called by Xiener, Tai Xiaohu, Wang Chongxiao and the 5 blood clans over, and they all came to the top of Renfeng Peak. "Let's go back to Qin's house now. Let's go." After finishing speaking, Ling Yin held by Xiener's hand, and took the lead to soar into the sky, flying straight into the sky. Swipe swipe. Immediately afterwards, Tai Xiaohu, Wang Chongxiao, and the 5 blood clans all flew into the air. 9 people turned out. At this time, in the valley below, all the members of the Ling Yin sword sect had already come outside under the call of Li Piayang and others. They couldn't hide their shock and respect, and they knelt down on the ground one after another. "Congratulations to the suzerain." With one voice, it was like a mountain roaring and a tsunami, and the momentum shook the sky. On October 4th, Ling Yin led the crowd to leave Ling Yin's sword sect on the morning of the 8th day after the heavenly sword sect was destroyed. "Brother Ling Yin, where did Sister Xingqian go?" On the way to Oxu Airport, Bai Xiener finally couldn't help being curious and asked quietly. Ling Yin smiled and said, "Your sister Xingqian has some things to deal with, so I took a step last night, and may be separated from us for a while." "Oh." Bai Xiener was stunned, the eyes in her beautiful eyes were dim, and she couldn't hide her disappointment. Obviously, since Bai Xiener met Yi Xingqian, especially through the joint battle through the Fumo Conference, she has established a deep relationship with Yi Xingqian. Ling Yin quietly observed Bai Xiener's expression. Suddenly his heart moved, he thought for a while, and said with a smile, "Xiener. You have just graduated from 4 Tails, although you have the realm equivalent to the mid-stage qi training of a cultivator, but you are still just a beginner. You must not have time to comprehend many of the exercises in the Tianyuan 9-star demon book, right?" After hearing this, Bai Xiener felt a little shy, scratched her head in embarrassment, and said in a low voice, "Well, I learned 1 hellfire in time, and I haven't paid attention to the others." 9-tailed celestial fox, the inheritance is in her powerful blood, but the cultivation method is not imprinted into Bai Xiener's mind after opening her spiritual wisdom, it depends on her growth. A few tails. 1 end and 1 boundary. 1 tail is equivalent to breaking 1 realm, and 9 tails have a total of 9 realms until the demon pill is completed. The 4 tails are equivalent to the middle stage of qi training for human cultivators. The 5 tails are equivalent to the late stage of qi training. "Xiener, you just got 4 tails, it's not okay to follow me around all day, it will delay your cultivation and growth." Speaking of this, Ling Yin suddenly turned his head, and asked with a smile, "Xiener, do you want to find a place by yourself, do a good retreat, and concentrate on training for a while?" Bai Xiener's beautiful eyes flickered, obviously moved by Ling Yin's words. She thought of Huiyan Mountain, but she didn't think for long. She shook her head firmly and said, "Xiener is not in a hurry to cultivate, and I don't want to leave brother Ling Yin." "Silly girl." Ling Yin listened, rubbed Bai Xiener's head affectionately, and then said seriously, but brother Ling Yun is about to enter the late stage of Qi training. If you don't hurry up and practice, your realm will fall, and you won't be able to help me fight in the future woolen cloth." "What?" Bai Xian'er exclaimed suddenly. "Then, what should we do?" "Xian'er, in the next period of time, I have to deal with a few small things, and those things are not too important. As long as I go there by myself, you don't need to accompany me. Then during this period of time, you should retreat carefully and concentrate on cultivation. When I come back from work, I will bring you with me, as well as Sister Xingchen and the others. Let's kill the main altar of the demon sect and rescue my biological mother. You see how?" This time, Bai Xian'er was finally moved by Ling Yun's persuasion. She nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and agreed directly. "Little Tiger, Lao Wang, you guys go to Oxu Airport, and when you arrive, fly back to Xianying and wait for me." After explaining to Tai Xiaohu and the others, Ling Yun took Bai Xian'er to change direction in the sky and flew directly to the Huiyan mountain in Turpan. 10 minutes later, Ling Yun and Bai Xian'er came to a kilometer above the flame mountain again. Because it was daytime, the two had already disappeared. Brush. Immediately afterwards, they reappeared on the hillside with open flames where they practiced crazily last time. The next moment, Ling Yun was dumbfounded, and then there was a burst of ecstasy. "Good place, this flaming mountain is definitely a good place for cultivation. It's a natural aura." Originally, when Ling Yun brought Bai Xian'er here, he didn't think too much at all. It was purely because they were here last time and they were most familiar with this place. But after falling down, Ling Yun discovered that the fire aura that he had almost absorbed in the last time he practiced breakthrough here had become extremely rich again now. Moreover, it is daytime now, with the poisonous and hot sun shining overhead, the mountain is steaming hot, and the countless reddish-brown mountains around seem to be burned red, like dancing raging flames, and there is an open flame bursting out on the southern slope of the mountain, and the fire aura is overflowing, extremely blazing. Due to the existence of open flames, the temperature within a radius of 500 meters is much higher than other places, at least 50 degrees during the day. Spiritual energy is natural, really spiritual energy is natural. This flame mountain must have a great background, it is extraordinary. While Ling Yun was absorbing the fire aura violently, he couldn't help the lightning in his mind, and said to himself. But only 6 days. Ling Yun remembered very clearly that the last time he came here and absorbed all the fire aura in this place was the morning of the 28th of last month, and now it is the morning of October 4th, exactly 6 days have passed. He was shrouded in divine sense, and felt it carefully, and found that in 6 days, the intensity of the fire aura here was already very close to when he came last time, and it would take at most 1 more day to fully recover. That is to say, if Ling Yun absorbs all the fire aura here again now, if there is no accident, after 7 days, the newly formed fire aura will completely fill up this place, and then spread to the further periphery. After figuring this out, Ling Yun showed a smile, and he immediately put away the exercises, no longer in a hurry to absorb the fire aura. Since the fire aura is constantly flowing, why is he in a hurry? Brush. The next moment, with a thought, Ling Yun took out the Taishu stone of refining God, and used the Yinyang Gongqi sword to cut 2 stones, big and small, like a goose egg and small like a ping-pong ball. Xian'er will continue. Ling Yun threw the god of refining Taishu stone as big as a pebble to Bai Xian'er, and he swallowed the smaller one in 1 gulp. Swallow gold fossils. Call. Under the urging of Ling Yun's spiritual thoughts, a mass of yin-yang and 5 elements fire in his body instantly completely wrapped the ping-pong ball-sized god-refining Taishu stone, and began to refine it. He wants to refine a new space ring for Bai Xian'er. At the end of August, when the Ling Yun realm was still at the peak of the 2nd level of Qi training, and there were only more than 200 drops of xuanhuan, at that time, he had already refined 3 Taishu rings with the help of the Ling family weapon workshop, 1 for himself, the other 2 were given to Yi Xingchen and Ning Lingyu respectively. It has been almost 50 days now. The Lingyan state has reached the middle stage of the 6th level of Qi training. The divine essence in the sea of consciousness between eyebrows is close to 1,000,000, and he even has the yin-yang 5-element fire. At this time, if he wants to refine the Tai Shi ring, it is all ready. There is no need to rely on the high temperature of the weapon workshop's fire. Xianer, you practice here first, and I'll come after I make some arrangements. Lingyan explained, and then he came to the peak of the mountain with a flash of his figure, and then turned his yin and yang eyes, overlooking the surroundings, and looked carefully for a while. Swipe, swipe, swipe. With a thought. 360 flint stones rushed out of the Tai Shi ring, suspended in the air, and under the irritating sunlight, they emitted bright red rays of light, dazzling. Go. Lingyan's divine mind moved again, and saw 360 flint stones flying out in all directions at the same time. The flying distances were different, but they were all at the same level. From the bottom of the ground, it looked like hundreds of flint stones. The fiery red stars suddenly came to the top of the head, in a mysterious and complicated arrangement. Fall. As Lingyan drank lightly, those flint stones instantly moved together, like a red meteor shower. Lightning landed, and all of them were submerged into the rocks on the ground and disappeared. Formation. This is definitely an advanced and enhanced version of the spirit gathering formation. Since all the materials used in the formation are fire spars of the same grade, the formation is extremely powerful. This large formation can not only attract the fire aura outside the formation to rush in here, but also accelerate the formation of the underground fire aura, so that the fire aura inside the formation can't be exhausted, and of course it can't be exhausted. Will escape outwards. Hoo-hoo. I saw that after the formation was completed, the center of the formation seemed to become a huge wind eye. Under Lingyan's yin and yang eyes, it turned into a huge crimson vortex formed by fire aura, attracting fire from all directions of the flame mountain. The aura poured in wildly, especially the underground within the range of the formation, and the fire aura was also spouting out at an accelerated rate, turning this place into a huge furnace in an instant. Now, not to mention by Xianer, even Lingyan couldn't absorb all the fire aura here in a short time. Well, if that's the case, Xianer will be able to cultivate 5 tails in at most 3 months here. Brush. Lingyan himself also operated the Red Emperor Fire Phoenix transformation, releasing the Fire Spirit Phoenix, allowing it to fully absorb the rich Fire Spirit energy and strengthen itself. A few days ago, Lingyan retreated for 5 days and 5 nights to refine the weapon. In fact, he consumed more Fire Spirit energy than by Xianer. Fortunately, he absorbed enough last time, and he hadn't used the fire attribute Calamity in his Dantian Thunder pool. The value of thunder energy is too great, unless it is a last resort. Lingyan is really reluctant. However, the Fire Spirit Phoenix was formed by Lingyan using the Chitty Fire Phoenix transformation technique to condense fire aura. As long as there is enough fire aura, it will never disappear. When the Fire Spirit Phoenix was first released, its body was almost illusory and transparent, and it was only the size of a rooster. However, it absorbed the violent fire energy by itself, and soon its body became extremely solid, and it expanded rapidly. Lingyan looked up at the sky, and he looked directly at the sun in the sky, and he smiled. As long as the sun is there, the most indispensable thing in this world is actually fire aura, which is far more than the 4 5-element attributes of gold, wood, water, and earth. The only difference is how to use it effectively. As for the Chitty Huifeng transformation, Lingyan knew that it was one of the best cultivation techniques for using fire aura, but it was slightly inferior to the divine martial Chunyang immortal art. However, the advantage of this technique is that it can directly condense and use the fire of this world without converting it into pure yang energy, which is more convenient than Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue. Brush. The Fire Spirit Phoenix grew rapidly, and soon became more than 9 meters long. It fluttered its wings lightly, and flew directly into the eye of the large spirit-gathering formation, where it began to absorb the fire spirit energy, and its size quickly increased by 1/3 times. Xian'er. Ling Yun came to Bai Xian'er's side again, and he said, "Your Wu Dao brother is still unconscious, which has greatly exceeded my expectations, so I have to rush back to Qin's house tonight no matter what." What happened to him? At this time, Bai Xian'er had already been completely attracted by the power of Ling Yun's formation, so she didn't even care about training. After hearing this, she nodded her head again and again. The formation in front of me was laid by me with top-quality flint stones. According to the current speed, it is enough to last for 3 months. I think, in this time, you will definitely be able to grow 5 tails, or even 6 tails. But before I leave, I have to teach you a few formations for self-protection. Listen carefully. Next, Ling Yun spent an hour teaching Bai Xian'er the mystery of the Heavenly Misty Formation, the Qianji 9 Killing Formation, and the Great Spirit Gathering Formation. Bai Xian'er is a 9-tailed celestial fox. Her instinct is the art of illusion, and she knows how to use the illusion array to protect herself. Now she has learned the maze array, killing array, and spirit gathering array taught by Ling Yun. For cultivation, Ling Yun definitely doesn't need to worry anymore. What's more, Bai Xian'er still has a flying sword at the level of a high-grade treasure. Okay, you should have a good experience here first. I'm going to leave for a while, and I'll be back in about 2 hours. Brother Ling Yun, what are you doing? When Bai Xian'er saw that Ling Yun was about to leave, she panicked and asked, blinking her beautiful eyes. Ling Yun had no choice but to explain in a gentle voice, "Go and buy some necessary things for you to retreat. Be optimistic about Brother Ling Yun's phoenix." With a warning, Ling Yun smiled and disappeared into the sky. He turned on the navigation, thought for a while, and flew directly to Wushi, the capital of Xinjiang province. It was only 200 kilometers away, and it took less than 2 minutes for Ling Yun to arrive. Then he started a big raid, whether it was food, drink, or clothing. As long as Ling Yun felt that Bai Xian'er could use it, he would buy extravagant items, and he didn't care about money at all. After 2 full hours, Ling Yun's mopping up was considered over. Most of his time was mainly spent on buying this link. He had to pay the bill, and he had to find a hidden place to put the purchased items into the interspatial ring. In order to avoid shocking the world, Ling Yun had no choice but to do so. 2 hours later, Ling Yun returned to the Flame Mountain. At this moment, Bai Xian'er was already sitting cross-legged around the open fire on the southern slope of the mountain, and began to concentrate on cultivation. Ling Yun didn't bother her, but went straight to the eye of the formation, sat cross-legged under the huge fire spirit phoenix, and began to concentrate on cultivation, while nourishing the god of refining Taishu stone in his body. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Yun woke up Bai Xian'er, and the two started refining weapons again. This time, what Ling Yun refined was of course the Taishu ring. He spit out the warm and nourished Taishu stone of the god of refining, and then cut it into 3 parts with the Yinyang Gang Qi sword, using the hell flames of the fire spirit phoenix and Bai Xian'er, and with the help of the domineering Gangfeng banner, melted the Taishu stone of the god of refining, and then perform Yinyang alchemy. In the end, it took only 1 hour for 3 brand new Taishu rings to be successfully refined by Ling Yun. "Xian'er, this is for you. Let's recognize the Lord with a drop of blood." "Thank you, Brother Ling Yun." Bai Xian'er took the Taishu ring, and after she recognized the owner with a drop of blood, she was dumbfounded. Is there such a big space inside?" Seeing her stunned look, Ling Yun just smiled. "Let's go, let's change places. The temperature here is too high." The two soon came to the outskirts of the Flame Mountain. Ling Yun took out all the things he bought at noon and asked Bai Xian'er to put them away one by one. Finally, Ling Yun gave her tens of millions of cash and asked her to keep his Taishu ring among. Ling Yun seriously warned, "Xian'er, when I'm not around, no matter what you need in the future, you can go to the nearby city to buy it. It doesn't matter if you give me more money, and remember not to bully ordinary people. Kindness. Baixianer naturally obeyed Ling Yun's words. A minute later, the two returned to the formation. At this moment, looking at the fire spirit phoenix again, it has become a colossal monster, only its body is 50 meters long, its whole body is full of flaming flames, it is lifelike, and its wingspan is nearly 100 meters. Receive. Ling Yun was extremely satisfied, and took the fire spirit phoenix back into his body. Xianer, brother Ling Yun is gone, you are here to practice well, no matter what happens, remember to notify me as soon as possible. In the evening, under Baixianer's reluctant and tearful eyes, Ling Yun left the Huiyan mountain and flew to the Qin family in Qinling. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. The flaming mountain looks like a crawling fire dragon from a high altitude. After flying out of the range of the Huiyan mountain, Ling Yun was still pondering in his heart, his handsome eyes sparkled. It's just that this fire dragon vein is 100 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide, so it's too big. Ling Yun brought Baixianer here twice, and he has truly felt the magic of Huiyan mountain, but he was too short on time, and he came and went in a hurry every time, so he didn't have time to study it carefully, and he felt a little regretful. Fortunately, the Huiyan mountain is here, and it is impossible to run away or disappear. As long as Ling Yun has time in the future, he can come and explore at any time. However, there is at least one thing that he can be sure of now, that there must be a huge fire spirit vein deep in the ground of the Flame Mountain. Under the Flaming Mountain, there must be extremely rich fire stones. During the extremely fast flight, Ling Yun smiled, and his eyes couldn't hide his excitement. He thought, if it's really an ancient fire dragon lying dead, maybe we can find a fire spirit bead. Ling Yun already has the water spirit orb, if he gets another fire spirit orb. Hey. Ling Yun couldn't help laughing. It seems that during this period of time, I have to practice the xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kung Fu for a while. I just wait for the golden stone to turn into gas, and then I can enter the depths of the Flame Mountain and collect fire spirit stones. After going back this time, I have to study the Flaming Mountain carefully. Boom 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 boom. After making up his mind, Ling Yun took out the communicator, turned on the navigation, turned on the positioning, and galloped at full speed, maintaining his stealth state, leaving a series of blasting sounds behind him wherever he passed. 6 times the speed of sound, more than 2,000 meters per second, this consumes a lot of energy, but Ling Yun doesn't feel bad at all. The current Ling Yun is in the mid-level of the 6th level of Qi training. He can condense 7,500 drops of divine energy per hour, 180,000 drops of divine energy per day, and he has stored 1 million more drops of divine energy. This consumption is nothing to him at all. At such a frightening speed, with a distance of more than 2,000 kilometers, Ling Yun can reach Xi'an in at most 20 minutes. However, after flying over 900 kilometers in a straight line from the Flame Mountain, Ling Yun suddenly slowed down, and then stopped from a high altitude, suspended and frozen. For he saw a great flame. From the northeast direction, the ground suddenly exploded somewhere tens of kilometers away, and then soared into the sky. Fuck! The scene was so shocking that even Ling Yun couldn't help exclaiming. He looked at the huge fire, his eyes flickering. Although the distance is too far, but due to the fusion of the memories of the two worlds, Ling Yun can certainly judge what he saw. It's a rocket launch. So that's Jiuquan? Ling Yun immediately glanced at his communicator navigation system, and confirmed his judgment. It was indeed Jiuquan, one of the 4 major satellite launch bases in China. This rocket is so fast. Ling Yun stood at an altitude of 10,000 meters, staring closely at the flame. His eyes moved up accordingly, and found that within 2 seconds, the rocket had already surpassed his height and was still accelerating. About 8,000 meters per second, is 4 times as fast as I am now. This is at least the speed that can only be achieved by a cultivator at the golden core stage. Ling Yan clearly knew that the orbiting speed was 7.9 kilometers per second, and the rocket had to reach this speed to carry the satellite into the sky. He quickly made a comparison in his mind, and could not help but smile wryly. In the mid-6th level of Qi training, although I am already strong enough, compared with the scientific and technological achievements that human beings have achieved, I am still far behind. Technology, this is the power of high technology. No wonder Ling Yu chose geophysics as a major. Ling Yan suddenly thought of Ning Ling Yu, his face darkened, and he shook his head. 2 minutes later, the flame rose higher and higher, gradually turning into a small spot of light in Ling Yan's sight, and finally disappeared completely. Golden core stage, according to my current cultivation speed, it will take almost 2 years. You have to work harder to practice. In the end, Ling Yan withdrew his eyes, and his eyes became hot and firm. He started on the road again and continued to fly southeast. 10 minutes later, around 7 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yan came to the sky above the Qinling Mountains. He found an uninhabited mountain, landed first, then glanced at the direction, and rushed towards Guqin village. Ancient Qin village. In the distance, Ling Yan saw the ancient stone tablet at the entrance of the village again. His consciousness was suppressed, and he could no longer maintain his invisible state, so he showed his body. Since Ling Yan had raised a realm, when he returned to Guqin village this time, the range of his spiritual consciousness also doubled, reaching a distance of 600 meters. Brother Ling Yun is back. Seeing Ling Yan's appearance, Qin Wei, Qin Li, Qin Cheng and others who had been waiting at the entrance of the village for a long time all looked excited, shouted loudly, and rushed over. Qin Wei. Among the juniors of the Qin family, Qin Wei is the oldest, and at the same time, he is also the highest, possessing the 2nd level of innate cultivation. Therefore, among these people, he is naturally the leader. Ling Yun, you are back. We have been waiting for you all afternoon. Qin Wei was the fastest. He rushed to Ling Yun first, and said excitedly without concealing the admiration in his eyes. He is of the same generation as Ling Yun, and 2 years older than Ling Yun, so he can only be called by Ling Yun's first name. Ling Yun smiled and said, "What are you waiting for me? It's not like I haven't been here before, I know the family." "That can't be done." Qin Cheng also rushed over, and he said excitedly, "Grandpa said a long time ago that you are now a great hero and benefactor of the Qin family. If we can't get you, we won't be allowed to go home for dinner." Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun laughed out loud when he heard this, and he grabbed Qin Cheng's shoulders. "Let's go home and eat." Whoosh whoosh. Who knows, before the few people took 2 steps, they saw 6 or 7 figures appearing on the village road, men and women, all flying out of their homes and rushing towards the entrance of the village. Qin Chongqing, Qin Dongxue, Qin Chunfeng, Qin Xiaohua. They all came out when they heard the shouts of a few juniors. "Yuner, you're back, I'm anxious to wait." Qin Chongqing arrived in no time. He grabbed Ling Yan's hand, and laughed loudly, with tears in his eyes, and his voice was choked up. "Grandpa Qin, you don't have to do this, we are all one family." Of course Ling Yan knew why the Qin family received him so grandly. During this trip to the Tianshan Mountains, Ling Yan rescued Qin Qiuyue, destroyed the Heavenly Sword sect, captured Di Xiaozhen alive, beheaded Di Heming and Di Hei, and finally completely abolished the Di family. The bloody feud washed away the humiliation, and it also completely overturned a heavy mountain that was weighing on the Qin family's head. As for the so-called 18-year agreement, with the death of Di Xiaozhen and the collapse of the Heavenly Sword sect, it naturally became a joke. This is definitely a big favor. If Ling Yan did these things for the Ling family, the members of the Ling family would only be excited and happy, because his surname is Ling, but after all, he is only Qin Qiuyue's adopted son, not Qin. When he came to the Qin family this time, Ling Yan only said that he would be there today, but did not specify the specific time. He even did not notify the Qin family when he set off from Huiyan Mountain, just because he was afraid that Qin Chongqing would make it too grand and he would not be able to bear it. Yuner, the banquet has been set up for you a long time ago, come home with me. Qin Chongqing grabbed Ling Yan's hand and couldn't wait any longer. He didn't even give Ling Yan the chance to say hello to the elders of the Qin family. He just waved his hand and said to everyone, let Yuner get home and sit down first. Haha, look how excited my second uncle is. Qin Xiaohua originally wanted to say hello to Ling Yan, but was stopped. She was embarrassed, and said haha, casually. You shut up. Qin Chongqing glared at him, then took Ling Yan and took the lead towards the Qin family's ancestral house, striding forward. Grandpa Qin, how will my mother be when she comes back? Along the way, Ling Yan secretly sent a voice transmission, asking about Qin Qiuyue. Don't worry about eating, that's what he cares most about. Kindness. Qin Chongqing pondered for a while, and then replied, how should I put it, your mother is very calm when she came back this trip, she should eat and rest, and the rest of the time, she is practicing as usual. However, after this incident, even I, the father, can't see what she thinks in her heart now. Ling Yan was relieved a little, and he nodded slightly, that's good, Uncle Ning is dead. Although my mother will keep vigil for him for 7 days, she always needs a transition period for such a big matter. Qin Chongqing naturally agreed with Ling Yan's statement, it is true. Then, Grandpa Qin, my brother, how is Mo Wudao doing now? Anyway, now that Qin Qiuyue has been rescued, the Qin family has nothing more important to do in a short period of time, so Mo Wudao's matter naturally became Ling Yan's top priority. Yuner, I'm taking you to see him now. Of course Qin Chongqing knew what Ling Yan was most worried about at the moment. He frowned and said, how can I put it, it has been 8 days since the day you left, and Mo Wudao is still in a coma, showing no signs of waking up. This is too sad. Speaking of Mo Wudao, Qin Chongqing's face was obviously a little unbearable, and his words also contained guilt. After all, Mo Wudao became like this because of the Qin family's affairs. Ling Yan immediately asked, then how is his diet these days? Qin Chongqing hurriedly said, you don't need to worry about this. Everything is according to what you said. No one touched him for the first 3 days. From the 4th day onwards, there will be a special person in charge of guarding him and feeding him water. From the 5th day onwards, I will let people I helped him eat, using the means of a modern hospital. Ling Yan laughed secretly when he heard this, and knew that Qin Chongqing must have taken care of the vegetative, but in fact, Mo Wudao's current state was no different from that of a vegetative. By the way, your other brother hasn't gone anywhere since he arrived at Qin's house in the afternoon, and has been guarding Mo Wudao's bedside the whole time. After hearing this, Ling Yan could not help but smile in relief. First update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ling Yan was indeed very pleased. Don't look at Mo Wudao and Tai Xiaohu usually bickering, stabbing and scratching each other whenever they have a chance, and making endless noises, but now that something happened to Mo Wudao, Tai Xiaohu can take the initiative to give up his cultivation to protect him, and still inseparable, which shows that the two have established a deep friendship. True friendship is never on each other's lips, but in each other's hearts. This is a good brother. While speaking, everyone was about to reach the gate of the Qin family's ancestral house. Qin Li, Qin Chong, you guys, have you forgotten what I said? Be quiet. When Qin Chongqing heard that the juniors behind him were still yelling excitedly, his face darkened immediately, and he turned around and drank softly. Qin Li, Qin Chong and others quickly shut up, and the crowd became quiet all of a sudden. The so-called one leaf knows the autumn. From Qin Chongqing's casual words, Ling Yan knew that the Qin family must have taken care of Mo Wudao in the past 8 days. No problem. Ling Yan was satisfied, but he smiled and said, Grandpa Qin, our little movement will not affect that guy Mo Wudao at all. At this time, Ling Yan had already arrived at the main entrance of the Qin family's ancestral house. He let go of his spiritual sense and instantly found the room in the backyard where Mo Wudao was. Naturally, he also saw his current state. Mo Wudao still lay quietly on the bed, not much changed when he left with Ling Yun. He had the larger piece of Taishu stone of refining God placed on top of his head, and a smaller one in each of his hands. His face was ruddy. She is no longer pale, and looks a little fatter. Beside his bed, there are some modern medical equipment, which are obviously used to help him eat. In addition to these, at the door of Mo Wudao's room, there are two big men in black standing on the left and right. Both of them have bulging temples, sharp and vigilant eyes, and they both have the peak realm of the third level innate. Tai Xiaohu was sitting on the sofa in the guest room, very quiet, watching Mo Wudao silently, with two thick eyebrows tightly knit together, as if worried about him. Ling Yun only glanced at the overall situation of the room with his spiritual sense, and finally focused his spiritual sense on Mo Wudao, focusing on observing his eyes. A person lying there motionless is not much different from a vegetative person, and the only thing that can observe is the eyes. Well, the rolling of the eyeballs is not as intense as before. This shows that he has adapted to the situation over there, which is not bad. Ling Yun nodded secretly, feeling a little relieved. He turned his head and said to Qin Chongqing, "Grandpa Qin, I'll go and see him first." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun stepped into the Qin family's door step by step. Swipe. Ling Yun moved, and soon came to the backyard. The two Qin family dead men at the door of the guest room only felt a blur in front of them. When they looked back, they found that there was already an extra person in the room. Brother Yun. When Tai Xiaohu saw Ling Yun, he stood up and greeted Ling Yun. Kindness. Ling Yun responded, came to the bed, lowered his head and observed Mo Wudao carefully for a while, and then asked, "Xiaohu, how long does it take for Mo Wudao's eyeballs to roll violently? How long does it last each time?" Tai Xiaohu said, "Brother Yun, I arrived here around 1:30 this afternoon. Up to now, it seems that Mo Wudao appeared once in the state you mentioned, and it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. About 2 hours. Tai Xiaohu is now a cultivator in the middle stage of the 5th level of Qi training. Even though his realm is suppressed here, his 5 senses and 6 senses are so keen. He guards Mo Wudao, so he naturally observes very carefully." Kindness. Ling Yun nodded, his eyes flickered, and he said to himself, "Only once, from 4 to 6, for 2 hours. Listening to Ling Yun's babble, Tai Xiaohu couldn't bear it any longer. He walked up to Ling Yun and asked curiously, "Brother Yun, what do you think happened to Mo Wudao? When will he wake up? Will it become that vegetative person?" After hearing this, Ling Yun asked back with a smile, "Do you think he is different from a vegetable now?" "I'm afraid the only difference is that the pair of eyeballs can still roll under the eyelids, right?" Tai Xiaohu's face collapsed in an instant, his eye circles were red and he asked, "Then, what should we do?" Ling Yun smiled and patted Tai Xiaohu on the shoulder. "Why are you panicking? Don't worry, things are not what you think." Then he explained via sound transmission, "Have you heard of the soul leaving the body? Mo Wudao's current situation, to put it bluntly, is actually similar to that." Tai Xiaohu said in astonishment, "Yuanying?" Ling Yun was speechless. He raised his hand to caress his forehead. "The soul is out of the body, and there is still a difference of 108,000 miles from the nascent soul stage of a cultivator. To be specific, the out-of-body soul is at most equivalent to the heartbeat period of a cultivator, and it's only in the same form. The heartbeat period is when the cultivator has just cultivated the Yin God, but the Yin God is still very weak and cannot see the light. He can only leave the body of the cultivator at night, and wander around randomly within a certain distance from the body. As for the soul out of body, it means that a person's soul is passively separated from the body due to some huge unbearable change, and cannot return to the human body within a certain period of time. The difference between the two is huge, not to mention, let's talk about the real nascent soul. 8 days ago, Mo Wudao calculated the secrets of the heavens and was bombarded by the laws of the heavens. His soul was shaken out of his body and he couldn't return for a while. His situation belongs to the latter. People have 3 souls and 7 souls. Now Mo Wudao, at most, only 1 soul and 1 soul are still in his body. The other 2 souls and 6 souls have gone to nowhere. While Lingyan explained Mo Wudao's current state in detail, he also did not forget to tell Tai Xiaohu the realm that a cultivator must go through in the later stage. What? Tai Xiaohu was dumbfounded, and said in shock, "The 2 souls and 6 souls are not with me, so, where did they go?" Lingyan shook his head and said, "Who can say that clearly? If you say that the ordinary soul leaves the body, even if the soul temporarily leaves the human body, it will not run too far, and it will return to the body soon. But Mo Wudao, this guy, he was bombarded like this by the Tao of Heaven, and after his soul left his body, who knows where he was thrown by the laws of the Tao of Heaven?" Tai Xiaohu asked blankly, "No, not around here anymore?" "Nonsense." Lingyan smiled wryly, "If it was around here, I would have to wait until today?" He took it back then. He paused, glanced around, and then said to Tai Xiaohu via voice transmission, "Not even in our world." Tai Xiaohu's body shook wildly. Although Lingyan never explained it clearly, but Tai Xiaohu was not stupid, he understood. The message conveyed by Lingyan's words was that after Mo Wudao's soul came out of his body, he was no longer in this mortal world. "If it's not in Yangjian, where is it?" Lingyan signaled Tai Xiaohu to calm down with his eyes, and he said calmly, "Maybe it's the spirit world, maybe it's the underworld, maybe it's in the 6 realms of reincarnation." Immediately afterwards, Lingyan's eyes narrowed, and his eyes seemed to pass through the Qin family's ancestral house, looking towards the northwest direction of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Mo Wudao is a psychic body. The psychic body he psychic is completely different from Lingyan's spirit-gathering body, which can absorb any spiritual energy from the world. When Mo Wudao is healthy, both eyes can see those dirty things, let alone his soul is out of his body. Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, the Yin energy there is too heavy, and it is too close to the ancient Qin village. After Mo Wudao's soul came out of his body, his soul may have been attracted to the formation of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. But this is just Lingyan's guess, it is too scary to say it, so he has not pointed it out. "Brother Yun, then we have to find a way to save him." Tai Xiaohu was really impatient. He pointed to Mo Wudao on the bed, and said anxiously, "This person just lies down like this all day, so why should he be useless?" Unexpectedly, Lingyan shook his head, "It's not as serious as you think." He turned around, facing Tai Xiaohu, and suddenly smiled brightly, "Xiaohu, don't forget, Mo Wudao, where this guy came from and what he does." Tai Xiaohu was stunned. "Maoshan is a professional ghost hunter." Lingyan immediately gave him an appreciative look. "That's right, he is a Maoshan Taoist priest. The most important thing he lacks is the ability to catch ghosts, and he is also a psychic body, so we don't need to worry about his own affairs at all. That's just one of them. Secondly, do you still remember that when I was in Tianshan, my mother guarded the first 7 for Uncle Ning? According to folklore, guarding the first 7 is because after a person dies, there will be a night of returning to the soul, which happens to be the 7th night of death. God, that's why there is the theory of the first 7. Although Mo Wudao is not dead now, his soul is separated from his body, and he is no different from a living dead. But if his soul has not come back after 8 days, it means that it is not time to come back. If we use methods now, forcing him to return to his soul may not help him, but may make him miss a great opportunity. Speaking of this, Lingyan's eyes gradually showed unspeakable confidence, and he had already confirmed his judgment. No matter where Mo Wudao's soul went, and no matter what happened to him, judging by his current physical condition, his energy and blood are gradually filling up, his face is also very rosy, and his life is in a stable state. He doesn't seem to be suffering at all, let alone weak signs. Lingyan was well informed, so of course he was not in a hurry. Mo Wudao may be wandering somewhere, maybe fighting nonstop, or maybe looking for a way to return to the physical body, but at this time, it is best to rely on himself to solve it. Tai Xiaohu seemed to be listening to a scripture from heaven. He was about to ask more questions, but when Ling Yan raised his hand, he stopped him. Because at this time, Mo Wudao's eyeballs trembled slightly under the eyelids again, and then began to move slowly. Whoever realizes the big dream first, I know it all my life. Ling Yan suddenly spoke. The voice was not high, but it was extremely penetrating. Mo Wudao, I am Ling Yan, and I am by your side right now. I have means to help you wake up. As for whether you wake up or not, you can find a way to tell I. The voice did not fall. Tai Xiaohu was shocked to see that Mo Wudao's pair of eyeballs suddenly moved quickly left and right, and even his head began to shake slightly. Look. Ling Yan smiled and shrugged slightly. Mada, let me worry for nothing. Tai Xiaohu's heart instantly relaxed, and he couldn't help but curse. Go, leave him alone, let's go out. Ling Yan stopped looking at Mo Wudao. He put his arms around Tai Xiaohu's shoulders, and walked out the door. Brother Yun, how long will it take for this guy to wake up? The number of Dian is 7749 days. This chapter is really difficult to write. After thinking about it last night until now, I can only write it satisfactorily. Please forgive me. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. The number of Dian is 50, and its use is 9 out of 40. Tai Xiaohu is now practicing the Dian gathering stars treasure every day, and of course he is no stranger to the number of Dian, but he was a little confused when he heard that Mo Wudao was going to sleep for so long. He asked in amazement, Brother Yun, are you sure? Ling Yan smiled and shook his head, although I'm not 100% sure, even if I miss, it won't be too far away unless something else happens. This guy, Mo Wudao, became like this when he was bombarded by the laws of heaven. His soul was separated from his body. Now that he doesn't return for 7 days, it should be 49 days. This kind of thing seems mysterious, but to put it bluntly, it is actually a kind of punishment from heaven, so in terms of the time limit, it should meet the number of Dian. In order to reassure Tai Xiaohu completely, Ling Yan explained in great detail. Tai Xiaohu asked, Brother Yun, what shall we do? We won't just wait here for him for 49 days? Ling Yan suddenly stopped. He looked at Tai Xiaohu, pondered for a while, and then said, to be precise, there are still 41 days left, but the person waiting for him here is not me, but you. I? Tai Xiaohu was dumbfounded again. It turned out that Tai Xiaohu was worried that Mo Wudao would not be able to wake up, so he was worried, but now, Ling Yan explained everything to him clearly, and made it clear that Mo Wudao would not have any major problems, and let him how could he stand staying here with Mo Wudao for more than a month. Seeing Tai Xiaohu's appearance, Ling Yan couldn't help laughing and teasing, why, don't you want to? Tai Xiaohu was in a hurry, Brother Yun, it's not that I don't want to, but... I'm guarding his words here, not to mention delaying my cultivation, but who will accompany you during this time? Ling Yan laughed, first of all, I don't need you to accompany me for the next few days. Because we will enter a relatively quiet period, as long as we don't take the initiative to provoke others, no one will dare to trouble us. For me, the real next big thing is to go to the main altar of the demon sect and pick up my mother home. Before that, you just need to concentrate on your cultivation. Besides, asking you to guard Mo Wudao here doesn't mean that you will be bored in this room to guard him all day long. You can find a place to practice, as long as you come over to see his situation every once in a while, and then just report it to me. Ling Yan patted Tai Xiaohu on the shoulder. He first pointed to the south. The south is the Qinling Mountains, and the most indispensable thing in it is the dragon veins. Now that you have practiced the Golden Emperor's Quanlongzhan, you can easily find the place where the dragon's energy is blazing, and practice it for you. Great benefit. Then Ling Yan pointed to the north again. and from here to the north, in the middle of the Yellow River, is the hinterland of the Lust Plateau. You go there. That kind of place, the earth spirit is relatively stronger than other places, suitable for you to practice xuanhuan Earth Emperor Gong. Tai Xiaohu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and his heart was greatly moved. Ling Yin smiled and said, "Such a good training place. If you insist on running around with me, then I will follow you. As long as 2 blood races stay in Qin's house and guard Mo Wudao to wake up, it will be the same." Tai Xiaohu was afraid that Ling Yun would change his mind, so he hurriedly said, "Brother Yun, I'll listen to you. I'll stay here to protect Mo Wudao." Ling Yun asked with a smile, "Aren't you going?" Tai Xiaohu scratched his head, shaking his head like a rattle. He laughed and said, "I'm not leaving." Only then did Ling Yun suppress his smile, and said sternly, "You are here not only to protect Mo Wudao, but also to protect the Qin family for me. If there are enemies who don't know how to offend you, you know what to do." No one understands Tai Xiaohu's strength better than Ling Yun. Now that he has successfully crossed the catastrophe, he has also achieved great body refinement. His physical body is tyrannical and his blood is like a sea. His strength and defense are only lost to Ling Yun's. With bare hands, he can rival the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. Coupled with the Golden Emperor's Quanlong Zhan and Huangquan to Wanggong, as well as the giant axe of the top-grade spiritual weapon, it will definitely protect the Qin family from any worries. In half a year, before he knew it, Tai Xiaohu had really grown up, and he could take charge of Ling Yun on his own. "Brother Yun, don't worry." Tai Xiaohu's big copper bell eyes sparkled, and he said confidently, "It is good." Ling Yin smiled with satisfaction, "Don't worry, if there is a fight, I will definitely call you." Hey. Tai Xiaohu's way of expressing happiness is very simple, just laughing. With a movement of Ling Yan's mind, he took out a Tai Shi ring newly refined in Huiyan Mountain, and put it in Tai Xiaohu's hand. "This is for you. After recognizing the master with blood, pour out the contents of your original interspatial ring, put it in this new Tai Shi ring, and then give me the one that was eliminated." Tai Xiaohu is Ling Yan's right-hand man. In order to make it easier for him in the future, Ling Yan gave him a Tai Shi ring. After recognizing the master with a drop of blood, Tai Xiaohu put the Tai Shi ring on his hand. Under his perception, he was stunned for a while, and then ecstatically. He was so excited that he was speechless. This. "Stop stuttering, let's go to dinner with me." Ling Yin smiled indifferently, and walked towards the gate of the Qin family's ancestral house. "Brother Yun, I just ate. I am not hungry and want to practice." Tai Xiaohu knew that tonight, the Qin family was going to hold a big banquet in honor of Ling Yun. He really didn't like that kind of occasion, and would rather seize the time to practice. Ling Yun raised his hand and stroked his forehead. "Look at how promising you are, get lost." Tai Xiaohu ran away as if he had received an amnesty, heading straight for Qinling. In order to prevent the noise from affecting Mo Wudao, Qin Chongqing held the banquet that night not at the Qin family's ancestral house, but at the home of his eldest son, Qin Chunfeng. After Ling Yun entered the Qin family's ancestral house, he was overwhelmed by spiritual consciousness. He had already discovered that there was no banquet prepared in the ancestral house, and after he entered, Qin Chongqing and others did not follow him in, so after visiting Mo Wudao, Ling Yun immediately walked out. The ancient Qin village is divided into 2 halves, by the wide straight road running east-west at the entrance of the Qin family's ancestral house. The Qin family's ancestral house is naturally on the north side of the straight road, facing south. As Qin's eldest son, Qin Xuanfeng's house is on the south side of Jidao, at the southeast corner of Guqin village. The yard is huge, covering an area of at least 1 mu, surrounded by green trees and beautiful scenery. After leaving the Qin family's ancestral house, Ling Yun was brought here by Qin Chongqing. On the way, Qin Chongqing naturally asked Ling Yun about Mo Wudao's situation. Ling Yun didn't hide it deliberately, and roughly stated his own judgments, but only Mo Wudao's soul might be attracted to the grand formation of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum in this guess. Ling Yun did not mention it. That's just guesswork after all. Another reason is that the Qin family is the guardian of the tomb of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Ling Yun didn't want to violate some taboos of the Qin family just because of one of his conjectures. The two walked quickly, and when they arrived at the door of Qin Chuanfeng's house, Ling Yun found that the people who came out to greet him just now were already waiting for him here, and a sumptuous banquet had already been prepared in the main room. As soon as Ling Yun and Qin Chongqing arrived, all the men, women, and children of the Qin family came out to greet him. Their eyes were fiery, and they made no secret of the admiration and respect in their eyes, chattering freely and generously. What is the system? Seeing that Qin Chongqing was about to mess up, he hurriedly stopped the crowd, led Ling Yun into the gate, and came to the main room. The table is full of delicacies from mountains and seas, and the food is fragrant. Why are there only a few seats? Ling Yun noticed that there were only 5 seats around the huge dining table in the main room, so he couldn't help asking. Qin Chongqing smiled. Don't worry, Yuner, those people you brought live in the best hotel of our Qin family, and I have already made arrangements, and I will definitely be able to entertain them well. Tonight, here, this meal is specially arranged by Grandpa Qin for you, to celebrate your success and cleanse you up. The most important thing is to thank you for your kindness to my Qin family. Qin Chongqing's voice was bright and blunt, so, except for your 2 uncles and Dong Shui as company, I won't allow them to attend this dinner. After hearing this, Ling Yun felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Grandpa Qin, you made it too grand. There's no need for us as a family. Who said it? Qin Chongqing glared. Old man knows well, our Qin family can repay you for your great kindness to my Qin family. If I don't even give you this treatment, if your grandfather finds out about it in the future, you won't be able to return it. Blocking my door, pointing at my nose, and scolding me? When it came to the end, Qin Chongqing couldn't help laughing at first. There was no way. Tianjianzong was uprooted by Ling Yun. It can be said that the enemy was wiped out, and after that, he was basically safe and happy. While talking, Qin Chunfeng, Qin Xiaohua, and Qin Dongxue also came in and took their seats. At a table, Qin Chongqing is the host, and his seat is directly facing the door, and the opposite is Qin Chunfeng, the deputy with his back to the door. Qin Xiaohua and Qin Dongxue fight side by side. Ling Yun was sitting on Qin Chongqing's right hand, and Qin Dongxue was sitting on Qin Chuanfeng's left-hand side, so they happened to be next to each other. Qin Dongshua's eyebrows are picturesque, her lips are crimson, and her eyes are full of autumn water. On her extremely beautiful face, 2 red clouds appear slightly, obviously feeling a little uncomfortable. Feeling like she was sitting on pins and needles, she secretly sent a voice transmission to Ling Yun. Isn't it just a meal? If you let you eat, you can eat it. Where is there so much nonsense? Oh. Ling Yun suddenly became honest, and stopped talking about those polite nonsense. He also secretly asked, where is my mother? Why didn't you come? Qin Dongxue said, my sister lives in the west of the village, and she told me that after you finish eating, I will take you there to meet her. It is good. Ling Yun immediately agreed. He knew in his heart that this dinner was actually not important to him tonight. What really mattered was the long talk with Qin Qiuyue. The food and drink had already been prepared, and the banquet began immediately. As a result, the dinner, including eating and chatting, lasted for 3 hours before it was considered a successful conclusion. Since Qin Qiuyue, Qin Dongxue, Qin Chunfeng, and others came back a day early, Qin Chongqing and others had already understood the whole process of the trip to Lingyun Tianshan, and everyone had a good time talking. After the dinner, Ling Yun bid farewell, and led by Qin Dongxue, went to the west of the village to meet Qin Qiuyue. Transitional Chapter. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Qin Dongxue took Ling Yun along a secluded path in the south of the village. There were 2 rows of tall trees on both sides of the path. Each tree trunk was thick, and the tree crowns were tall and dense. They grew densely and intersected above their heads, completely covering the sky above the path. 30 meters further south from here is a river more than 10 meters wide, flowing from west to east. The river water is rare and clear. After coming out of Qin Chuanfeng's house, the 2 of them didn't speak at first. They just walked in silence until after walking a certain distance, Qin Dongxue suddenly spoke, breaking the silence of the night. She slowed down, looked around at the trees on the side of the road, and finally raised her head to look at the crown above her head. This kind of tree is called guahuai. It is the most common in central Shaanxi and southern Shaanxi. It is the city tree of Xi'an. But in terms of age, these 2 rows of trees are the oldest in Shaanxi. The youngest tree here is over 300 years old. After the original tree died, my ancestors of the Qin family refilled it. Planted. Consciously or unintentionally, Qin Dongxue actually told Ling Yun about the history of ancient Qin village. Ling Yun nodded. He was not surprised at all, because the ancient Qin village has a history of more than 2,000 years, and it has been guarding Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum here for generations. It is not surprising that the Qin family has such a historical background. Seeing that Ling Yun didn't reply, Qin Dongxue sighed in her heart, and she simply stopped in her tracks. Ling Yun, there is really a big difference between how you treat our Qin family and your Ling family. Ling Yun. What he said really made Ling Yun unable to answer. Ling Yun thought in his heart, could it be the same? Ling Yun's surname is Ling, and returning to Ling's house means returning to his own home. His grandfather and father are all blood relatives. Before he recognized his ancestors and returned to his clan, Ling Lai asked Mr. Cui to send him the inheritance of the Ling family. As soon as he recognized his ancestor and returned to his clan, Ling Lai gave him the position of patriarch of the Ling family. All the affairs of the entire Ling family were decided by Ling Yun alone. But the Qin family, no matter what, it is impossible to achieve this step. It's impossible. Ling Yun froze for half a minute before saying this. Yes, there is no way, so no matter how my family treats you, you always treat yourself as a guest. Qin Dongxue said quietly. Ling Yun smiled and said, it's not like what you said, I think, as long as the things that should be done can't be delayed. Qin Dongxue frowned and said, but I always feel very awkward when I see you at the wine table. Ha ha. Ling Yun smiled happily. Then what do you want me to do? Do you want me to be like I was in Qingshui City, or be like me in Ling's house in the capital? It's impossible at all. After a pause, Ling Yun straightened his expression. Dongxue, actually, things are not what you think. I think everything is quite normal. After all, I have just started contact with these people in your family. If you are not familiar, you are not familiar with them. Rituals cannot be discarded. When I come here a few more times in the future, everyone will be familiar with it, and it will be much better naturally. With a flash of Ling Yun's figure, he stood in front of Qin Dongxue in an instant, and looked directly at her. On the contrary, your current appearance reminds me of an idiom. What idiom? Ling Yun said cautiously, a thief. Guilty? Stinky boy, you fart. Qin Dongxue had a pretty face on Feixia. She turned her face on the spot and kicked Ling Yun. Hey. Ling Yun quickly avoided with a smile. Be honest, where did Xing Chen and Xianer go? Why didn't they come back with you? Qin Dongxue followed Ling Yun and asked. My mother called Xing Chen back to the main altar of the demon sect, and there may be something to explain to her. Xianer is currently practicing in closed-door training at the Huiyan Mountain. Ling Yun did not forget to tell Qin Dongxue what happened after she left through voice transmission. Flame Mountain? Which Flame Mountain? Qin Dongxue stopped suddenly and asked in surprise. Which Flame Mountain could it be? In Journey to the West, Tang monk and his disciples went to the west to learn scriptures, and the flame mountain passed by. Ling Yun also stopped in front of him. He took out the last Taishi ring and threw it into Qin Dongshua's hand. By the way, this is for you. Qin Dongshua took it in her hand, her pretty face flushed again. The Taishi ring is almost exactly the same as the one Ling Yun is wearing, but the style is obviously for women, and it is slightly narrower than Ling Yun's. This is the second ring Ling Yun gave her in just 1 month. Qin Dongshua was secretly delighted, and quickly asked, "Is this your new refining?" "Kindness." Ling Yun smiled and said, "This afternoon, in the Huiyan Mountain, a total of 3 were refined, including 1 for Xiener and 1 for Tai Xiaohu. This one is for you. There is a lot of space inside, enough for you to use for a long time, hurry up and put it on." Qin Dongshua glanced at Ling Yun. "You have a conscience." However, when she really confessed the Lord with a drop of blood and put on the Taishi ring, she really realized how strong Ling Yun's conscience really is. And this? After Qin Dongshua was pleasantly surprised, with a move of Ling Yun's mind, he took out another silver flying sword and handed it to Qin Dongshua. This flying sword is a top-grade spiritual weapon, made from the flying swords of Kunlun disciples as raw materials. You left too fast that day, so I didn't have time to give it to you. Qin Dongshua loves to use swords the most, and also likes white. Seeing this top-quality flying sword at the moment, she couldn't put it down immediately. Swipe swipe. Then she got started very quickly, using her divine sense to urge the flying sword to change in size, shuttle back and forth around her like lightning, and finally stepped on the flying sword, 3 feet off the ground, and flew with the sword. Brush. Finally, Qin Dongshua stopped in front of Ling Yun. She pulled out the dragon sword from her waist, looked it over carefully for a long time, then gritted her teeth and gave it to Ling Yun. "Back to you." This is of course the soft dragon sword that Ling Yun gave Qin Dongshua back then, but now he knows that this sword is actually Yin Jiuyo's white dragon sword. "I don't lack weapons, you can just use them, why give them back to me?" What Ling Yun doesn't lack most now is magic weapons. "You got this sword from the Tianqing. It was your chance." "How could I want it?" "I said it a long time ago, and I will definitely return it to you." Qin Dongshua said seriously, "Also, this sword is in my hand. Although I can use it and control it to fly, I can't always handle it well. It feels more like it is flying with me, rather than me controlling it." Fly. Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. What kind of person he is, you can understand it as soon as you hear it. There is only one reason why Qin Dongshua feels this way, and that is that the rank of Bailong Shenjian is too high to recognize her as the master. But Ling Yun remembered that when he was fishing for Dujia on Turtle Island, the white dragon Excalibur flew into the sky by itself and helped him fight against Jiucai Jieyun. Obviously, it is impossible for Qin Dongshua to communicate with Bailong Shenjian. Also, thinking of this, Ling Yun no longer refuses, and raises his hand to take the white dragon Excalibur, and puts it in the Taishi ring. "Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets." In fact, as soon as the white dragon Excalibur was in his hand, Ling Yun felt the joy coming from the sword. There is no doubt that it was the sword spirit of the white dragon Excalibur trying to communicate with him, but at this moment, it seemed that we've arrived at Qin Chuyua's residence, and Ling Yun doesn't have time to study these things. It's finally back to its original owner. When Ling Yun put away the white dragon Excalibur, Qin Dongshua felt relieved. She smiled sweetly and said, "In the Battle of Tianjianzong, when you killed those enemies in the foundation building stage, you used the dark blood demon knife, this sword, and that dark blood demon knife are all from you. It must be an amazing magic weapon." "Indeed." Ling Yun nodded with a smile, and then he said, "If you are not willing, it is too late to regret it now." Cut. Qin Dongshua gave Ling Yun a white look. "If I was really reluctant, I wouldn't have paid you back just now." To tell you the truth, I've used it for so long, and I haven't left it for almost a moment. If it was someone else, I wouldn't even give it a second look, but here it is for you. Qin Dongxue suddenly stopped talking. Ling Yin smiled and chased after him. How about it? Spit. Qin Dongxue spat lightly, turned her head and looked away. Only in your hands can it show its due power and radiate its true brilliance, so it will be returned to you. This topic shifted, completely caught off guard. Ling Yunle laughed straight, not because the white dragon Excalibur was back in his hands, but because of Qin Dongshue's beautiful demeanor at the moment. She stood with a sword in her hand, her white skirt fluttering, like a 9-day fairy who had fallen into the world. By the way, I just heard you say that Xianer is practicing in retreat at the Flaming Mountain. Is that the same as the Flaming Mountain in Torpon? That's right, it's there. Why did you take Xianer there? It should be far away from Lingyun Sword Sect, right? Can she go there by herself? Lingyun smiled and said, is it very far? It's only over 800 kilometers. Since now Lingyun flies in the sky no matter where he goes. So what he said was straight-line distance. Qin Dongxue was speechless. More than 800 kilometers, 1,600 miles, is really close to Lingyun now. Lingyun smiled again and began to explain his reasoning. Dongxue, you are now a cultivator at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, you can also fly with a sword, and you can break through to enter the middle stage of Qi training at any time. So, in the future, you must have a new understanding of time and distance in your heart. After a pause, Lingyun couldn't help emphasizing it again, it's not just a new understanding, but a complete change of concept. Let me tell you something. Through the communication with Qin Dongxue, Lingyun suddenly realized a serious problem, so he didn't leave at all, and patiently explained the way of cultivation to Qin Dongxue. Starting from the Qi refining stage, every time a practitioner breaks through a realm, it is a life leap, and the state of life will undergo a qualitative change. If you cannot quickly adapt to this change in mentality, you will soon have big problems. Including the extension of life, the skyrocketing strength, the leap in movement speed showing a geometric progression, etc. All kinds of changes that occur with the improvement of the realm must be fully adapted in the shortest time to achieve perfect control, otherwise it will be a moral failure coordinating, demons invade, and the future is ruined. For Ling Yun, all of this is just revisiting, so no matter how quickly his realm strength has improved, he can adapt immediately, as fast as he should, and as slow as he should, everything is just right. But for people like Bai Xianer, Tai Xiaohu, and Qin Dongxue, every time they break through, it seems to open a new door. Inside is a brand new world, which of course needs to be explored and adapted before they can move on. From the mid-stage of Qi training, one can fly in the air, use mana, and cast ever-changing spells. This is a huge watershed. From this realm, the cultivator came into contact with the heavenly realm from the human realm, that's why the 4 or 9 small heavenly tribulations descended. It was the first test of the heavenly realm, and it was also for the cultivators to feel awe. Finally, Ling Yin said, so, the ultimate goal of us cultivators is to seek the Tao of longevity, not to be brave and ruthless, to fight and kill people, that is all about karma. Qin Dongxue was fascinated by this, her beautiful eyes sparkled, she couldn't help asking, then you still kill so many people? Ling Yin smiled happily, have you ever seen me take the initiative to kill an innocent person? Qin Dongxue was taken aback for a moment, thought about it carefully, and then began to shake his head, this really doesn't exist. Then she immediately added, not even one. So. Ling Yin smiled, and then his eyes froze, although our purpose of cultivation is not to kill people, but when we meet someone who really deserves to die, we should kill them right away. Qin Dongshue's beautiful eyes blinked, who told you this? Of course it's my master. Ling Yin smiled secretly, without blinking his eyelids, he said leisurely, of course, a peerless genius like me mainly relies on his own comprehension, well, that's it, that's right. Qin Dongxue was amused by Ling Yan's appearance. She couldn't help curling her lips and said, "You gasped just after complimenting you. Can you be a little more normal?" "That's the truth." Ling Yan did his part, and said firmly, "Don't you admit it?" "Admit it, of course you admit it." Qin Dongxue turned her beautiful eyes, "Then where is your master now?" Ling Yan said indifferently, "Idle cloud and wild crane, roaming all over the world, who knows which secret realm he is hiding in now." Pfft. Seeing that what Ling Yan said was true, Qin Dongxue couldn't help but chuckle. "Forget it, I won't ask you these questions anymore." She smiled and said seriously, "Thank you for telling me so much, but I asked you this just now, mainly because I was afraid that my sister would ask you later." "I see." Of course Ling Yan knew Qin Dongshue's good intentions, but he ignored it indifferently, and said easily, "But you really don't have to think about these things for me. No matter what mother asks me later, I will tell the truth." Ling Yan really wasn't lying when he said that, because he knew very well that Qin Chuyue would definitely not ask him about this matter. "Having said that, I told you so much just now, mainly because of your cultivation." Ling Yan began to get serious. "It has been more than 10 days since you reached the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. As long as you understand and adapt for a while, I think at most a month, you will face a breakthrough and enter the middle stage of Qi training. And then immediately face the 4 or 9 little heavenly tribulations. As for crossing the catastrophe, you can ask Tai Xiaohu and Bai Xian or more, they both have experience, so don't worry at all." Ling Yan knew it well. Except for himself, Ning Lingyu, Yi Xingchen, and Bai Xianer, the heavenly tribulation of the others around him should be relatively normal. With the strength of Qin Dongshue's skills, he could fight against a 4-9 little heaven Jia, it must be easy. But when Qin Dongxue heard this, her face changed drastically. "Stinky boy, don't you plan to accompany me through the tribulation? I'm going to Miaojiang next, and then I'll go to the special zone. If I can come back in time, of course I will accompany you." Qin Dongxue already knew these two things. She frowned and asked, "Then can't we go together?" "I want it too." Ling Yan smiled helplessly, "But that will affect your cultivation. The biggest difference between me and you is that you don't need to deliberately retreat, but you are different. To understand a new realm and find the most suitable cultivation method for you, you need to immerse yourself in it and repeat it. You have to realize it, and running around with me all day will only harm you." This is absolutely true. No matter if it is Yi Xingchen, Bai Xianer, Tai Xiaohu or Qin Dongxue, at the current level, what they really need to do is to find a place to practice hard, specialize in retreat, immerse themselves in it thoroughly, and understand the skills they have cultivated, instead of being like Ling Yun now. Look. Ling Yun is where people live and where they practice. And this is just the beginning. When everyone's realm is higher in the future, it will take several months or even a year to retreat casually, which is really normal for a cultivator. Qin Dongshue's expression froze, and he murmured, "Then according to what you say, the realm is too high, so it doesn't make much sense, and it's too boring." "Shut up." When Ling Yan heard this, his face changed suddenly. He quickly stopped Qin Dongxue. "If you still want to continue to practice, never say such things in the future. Don't even think about it. When I think about it, all the ways disappear." The thoughts of a cultivator are really very important. After you really set foot on the Tao of cultivation, every thought is a demon, and every thought is a myriad of demons. This is something that everyone can't avoid. Qin Dongxue said right now that cultivation is meaningless. Once this kind of thought takes root in his heart, he will never want to build a foundation in this life. That's why Ling Yun reacted so violently. He is very fortunate now that he didn't mention just now that after entering the Golden Core realm, in order to further improve the realm, cultivators with less aptitude often retreat for several years or even decades, otherwise, Qin Dongxue might be completely useless. The whole journey of cultivation is to go against the sky. We are fighting against the sky. Ling Yan stopped Qin Dongshua's thoughts, and said solemnly, how could it be that simple? As for closed-door training, whether it is interesting or not, you will naturally understand after you reach the realm. He didn't dare to say too much, for fear of causing counterproductive effects, and that would be more harm than good. Seeing Ling Yan's nervous look, Qin Dongxue was deeply moved, but said, I just said it casually, it seems to scare you. You can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. I really don't want to scare you. Ling Yan glared at Qin Dongxue, and then said, now you have 2 powerful exercises in your body, and the Qinling dragon veins are countless, which are most suitable for practicing the Golden Emperor's Quanglong / you can go to the Huiyan Mountain to find Xianer, where I have set up a large spirit-gathering formation, which will allow you to practice with half the effort. And this, I'll give it to you too. While speaking, Ling Yan took out another 500 flint stones, gave them to Qin Dongxue, and told the purpose and method of use. Such a good fire spirit stone, why don't you keep it for your own cultivation? Ling Yan smiled and said, don't worry, I still have nearly 10,000 of this kind of fire spar here, and as long as Huanshan is here, we will not be short of fire stones, just open it and use it. Now, apart from Ling Yan himself, there are 3 people around him who practice fire attribute exercises, by Xianer, Qin Dongxue, and Chao Shanshan. Frankly speaking, if there is no flame mountain, these flint crystals are really not enough for them, but Ling Yan accidentally discovered the magic of the flame mountain, so naturally he no longer feels sorry for this little flint. Only then did Qin Dongxue agree to accept those fire crystals, and she only kept one in her hand, feeling the violent fire aura contained in it, and said faintly, so, what you mean is that in the next period of time, I will first cultivate Golden Emperor Quanglongzhan in Qinling, and when it's almost done, go to Huiyan Mountain to find Xianer and practice together? Ling Yan smiled and nodded. Exactly. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ah. You are a real person. Every time I talk to you, I forget the time for no reason. It's all your fault. Qin Dongxue suddenly remembered the business she peaked at the time and immediately exclaimed to blame. At this time it was already 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. To this, Ling Yan could only respond with a wry smile, and said in his heart that the topic was obviously brought up by you. Okay, why is it all on me? However, if you want to talk about these things with Qin Dongxue, you are just looking for trouble for nothing, and maybe you won't be able to reach Qin Qiuyue in another hour. Blame me, let's go, don't make mother wait too long. Let's go. Qin Dongxue simply flew directly with the sword, and Ling Yan naturally followed easily. In fact, the area of Guqin village is not too large. Counting the forests, fields, rivers, and ponds around the village, Guqin village is about 1,000 meters long from east to west, and about 800 meters wide from north to south. There are only dozens of independent houses in the village, and due to the accident 18 years ago, more than half of those houses are idle, and very few people live in them. Qin Qiuyue returned to the Qin family this time. Although it was true that she was going home, she had already been away from here for almost 19 years. No matter how good her memory was, she was already very unfamiliar with Guqin village. This point can be proved by one thing. She has never seen any children under the age of 19 in the Qin family, and she can't even name them. Even Qin Wei, the eldest son of the eldest brother Qin Chunfeng, was only 1.5 years old when she left the Qin family, but now she has grown up and become a 20-year-old youth. So Qin Qiuyue came home this time, and after seeing everyone in the family, she offered not to live in the Qin family's ancestral house, but chose to live in a quiet courtyard in the southwest corner of the village at the westernmost end. Now, Qin Chongqing graciously agreed to all of Qin Qiuyue's requests. She would do what she said, neither too high profile and far beyond Qin Qiuyue's standards, and it was impossible to discount it. She would only try her best to be perfect. Moisten things silently. Qin Chongqing did this for 3 reasons. First of all, it was because he felt that he owed Qin Chunyue too much, felt sorry for his eldest daughter, and was full of infinite guilt towards her. Secondly, Qin Chunyue's experience in the past 18 years. Especially what happened in the past 6 months or so this year was really too bumpy, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a series of bad luck and thrilling. Now she is finally out of the catastrophe, and her body and mind need to rest. Finally, and of course the most important one, Qin Chunyue alone raised a pair of peerless sons and daughters, Ling Yun and Ming Lingyu. These 2 people are too bad. Especially Ling Yun. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Qin family's proud and stable situation, like Mount Tai, was all created by Ling Yun alone. Mothers are more precious than their children, in any age and in any place, from the ancient royal family to the ordinary people's family, there is no exception. Brush. Qin Dongxue and Ling Yun soon arrived at the southwest end of the village, and stopped in front of a quiet courtyard. It's here. My sister said she wants to live alone here for a while, and she doesn't want to be disturbed. Qin Dongxue pointed to the gate of the courtyard, turned her head, and said to Ling Yun. Kindness. Ling Yun glanced around, and found that the small courtyard was surrounded by green trees, the lawn around the courtyard was neatly trimmed, and not far from the door was the clear river, which just turned a corner from the southwest corner of the village and flowed past. This courtyard is quite large, and it is a real ancient building. There are rockery, green trees and flowers, a small bamboo forest, and even a clear small lake. A small artificial bridge leads directly to the center of the lake. Small pavilion. The light was on there, the light was soft and not glaring, and the small lake reflected was sparkling. At this moment, Qin Chunyue is sitting on a bamboo chair in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, with a simple tea table on the table in front of her, and the fragrance of tea is wafting. Counting from the late night of September 26th, this is already the 8th day since Ling Yun rescued Qin Chunyue. Compared with when she was rescued, Qin Chunyue has obviously recovered a lot. Although her body is still thin, her figure has become rounder, her skin has become smooth and crystal clear again, her face is rosy, and she has a luster under the light. The long hair became black and smooth, and the eyes were calm and soft. The whole person gave off a feeling of indifference. She sat there quietly drinking tea, and she didn't know how long she stayed there, as if the whole person had merged into the scenery of this courtyard, no longer distinguishing each other. What a place! Ling Yun's divine sense was enveloped, and after seeing everything in the courtyard, he couldn't help but praise. At the same time, this sound was of course to inform Qin Chunyue that he had come. Yun'er is here? When Qin Chunyue heard Ling Yun's voice, she turned her head slightly and looked in the direction of the courtyard door. The door is open, come in. Hey! Ling Yun responded, pushed the door open and entered. Dongxue, tonight, I want to have a private conversation with Yun'er, you should go back, no eavesdropping is allowed. Qin Dongxue was about to follow Ling Yun into the door, but when she heard Qin Chunyue say something again, her face suddenly became depressed. She had known for a long time that Qin Chunyue didn't go to her eldest brother's house to have dinner with everyone at night. She must have something to say to Ling Yun alone. She thought that she would be able to listen in by sending Ling Yun over in person, but she was stopped by her sister before she entered the door. Oh! Qin Dongxue was very discouraged, but she could only agree, sister, then I'm leaving. Ling Yun deliberately stood at the door for a while longer, and when he realized that Qin Dongxue actually waved away at him, he was a little surprised, but he just smiled, then closed the courtyard door, turned around and walked towards the Huxing pavilion. Boom! As soon as he arrived at the lake, Ling Yun's spiritual thought moved, and he directly sacrificed the ghost willow, chose a place, and planted the ghost willow. In an instant, the wood aura in the courtyard was incomparably blazing, and a massive amount of life energy diffused from the willows of ghosts and gods, just covering the range of the Huxin pavilion, and stopped spreading. Now, this ghost god Willow has been able to fully connect with Ling Yun's mind. If Ling Yun doesn't want to, even if it is exposed to the outside, it will not emit a little bit of wood spirit. Ling Yun did this, of course, to help Qin Qiuyue recover faster. Brush. The next moment, Ling Yun appeared in front of Qin Qiuyue in a flash. Mom, I'm here. This time, Ling Yun knelt down on his knees and bowed to Qin Qiuyue. Although Ling Yun rescued Qin Qiuyue 8 days ago, that was doing something, and seeing each other and being alone at this moment is the real meeting. With a smile on her face, Qin Qiuyue accepted Ling Yun's obeisance peacefully, then Ying got up, stretched out her hands, and helped Ling Yun up. Yuner, get up. Under the light, Qin Qiuyue supported Ling Yun's shoulders with both hands. She carefully looked at Ling Yun's face with deep eyes, stared at him for a while, and then let go of her hands. Sit down. Tonight, we are the only ones here. Let's have a good talk and chat. Hey. According to Ling Yun's words, he first bowed down respectfully to Qin Qiuyue, gave a salute, and then sat opposite. Yuner drinks tea first. As soon as Ling Yun sat down, Qin Qiuyue poured a cup of tea and brought it over. She smiled and said, I must have drunk a lot tonight? My second brother, Qin Xiahua, can't stop trying to persuade him to drink. Yelling and waiting for you to come back, and wanting to get drunk with you. Well, I did drink a lot, but in the end it was the second uncle who got drunk, not me. Ling Yun drank the tea and said with a smile. Qin Qiuyue smiled sweetly. With his ability, it is impossible to get Yuner drunk now. I like quietness. I seldom participated in such lively occasions before, and I don't even want to participate now. So even though I knew you were coming, I didn't pick you up. Don't blame me. Ling Yun hurriedly said, Mom, I didn't come to see you immediately when I arrived at Guqin village. It was already my fault. How dare I blame you? Qin Qiuyue shook her head. It was I who said hello to your grandpa Qin and told you to come and see me after you had dinner. That's why they made such an arrangement. She took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, and then looked directly at Ling Yun. Yuner, the day I left Qingshui City to leave the book, it was actually the same day you went down to the Tianqing, and it should be a little later than you, probably later. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, in the middle of the night. Ling Yun was stunned. She didn't expect Qin Qiuyue to end the gossip so quickly and get straight to the point. Well, I fell into the Tianqing at midnight that day, around this time. From this point of view, my mother left Qingshui only 4 hours later than me. Good. Qin Qiuyue nodded. It's just that I didn't expect that it took half a year for our mother and child to be separated, and after half a year, Yuner has grown to such a state. Hearing this sentence, Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat, and his heart came. But Ling Yan's face remained motionless. He watched his nose with his eyes, his heart with his nose, and poured tea for Qin Qiuyue with a calm demeanor. Yuner, there is almost nothing to say about what happened after I left Qingshui City. You already know everything you should know. As for what happened to you in the past 6 months, although I have listened to a lot in the past 8 days, it is always scattered and I can't connect it. So, tonight, here, can you tell me carefully about the things you have experienced since you went down to the Tianqing? Qin Qiuyue picked up the teacup again, her arms trembling slightly. She looked at Ling Yun with anticipation. Of course there is no problem. This is something that should be done. How could Ling Yun refuse? He smiled, pondered for a while, and then began to talk. Mom, it's a long story. That afternoon, after I let Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi go to Villa number 9. Wait. Unexpectedly, Qin Qiuyue interrupted Ling Yun as soon as he started to narrate. She smiled lightly and said, Yuner, I am willing to listen to your narration this time, no matter how detailed it is, but there is one thing I have to say before ahead. Mother, please tell me. Speak what should be said, what should not be said, don't say a word. Don't lie to me what should be said, and don't lie to me what should not be said. Ling Yun. Just for this one sentence, Ling Yun already knew that Qin Qiuyue, who has experienced ups and downs in her life, is as wise as the sea, and can accommodate hundreds of rivers. Well, the atmosphere and taste of this mother-child dialogue are finally all right. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. So Ling Yun started to narrate. From the beginning of his descent into the Tianqing, he narrated everything he experienced in the past 6 months, from beginning to end, almost exactly the same. Ling Yun's memory and eloquence are already excellent, and what he talks about is his personal experience. Again, he even talked about how to get the Renhuang pen. Under the Tianqing, he got the Dark Blood Demon Sword, White Dragon Divine Sword, Dragon Saliva, Emperor's Book, he said it. After leaving the Tianqing, he was sent to Shenangjia by the Qiankuan teleportation array, where he obtained the Shenong Ding and countless thousand-year-old elixir in the mysterious Medicine Valley, he said. There are also those experiences of returning to Qingshui City, including taking by Xiener to go fishing on Turtle Island to cross the catastrophe, how to meet Yi Xingchen after returning, the grand opening of the ordinary clinic, until I took the college entrance examination. Making talismans, refining elixirs, rushing to the capital, collecting blood clans, saving Chao Shanshan, saving the Ling family, recognizing the ancestors and returning to the clan. Returning to Qingshui, the Battle of Longpanchen, a night of immortality shining on Qingshui, the opening of Lingyun Group, and returning to the capital to save his father Ling Xiao, destroying the Sun Chen alliance, Ning Lingyu crossing the catastrophe, and finally to the Fumo Conference, the Tianqing breaks through the border. East China Sea crossing tribulation. And his cultivation, adventures, realms, battles, etc. Ling Yun narrated everything and told Qin Qiuyue. It has to be said that this is indeed an extremely long story, even if Ling Yun passed through many unimportant things, it still took more than 3 hours. Ling Yun only concealed 2 secrets from Qin Qiuyue, one was his true origin, the other was Ning Lingyu's strange state. During the whole narration process, except for the one time when Qin Qiuyue interrupted him at the beginning, she then entered into a listening state, sometimes solemn and worried, sometimes smiling, sometimes nodding frequently, and giving Ling Yun admiring glances. At 2:30 in the morning, it was already late at night and the dew was heavy. Ling Yun took another sip of the tea he had just brewed. After successfully surviving the catastrophe in the East China Sea, I arranged everything in Qingshui City. I felt that my strength would definitely save my mother, so I immediately came to the Qin family, and then went to Tianshan. Ling Yun shut up and finally finished speaking. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, there was a sudden silence. Qin Qiuyue was speechless for a long time. She sat there, although her face was quite calm, but she couldn't hide the ups and downs of her heart. She thought about it for a long time and finally let out a long breath. With a smile on her face, she glanced at Ling Yun, and then spoke. Lin Menghan, Xue Mining, Shuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, Morong Feishue, Yao Rou, Long Wu, Miao Xiaomiao. Qin Qiuyue pointed out the names that Ling Yun had just mentioned one by one, and Yi Xingchen, by Xiener who went to save me with you. Yunner, there are quite a lot of girls around you. Ling Yun froze on the spot, he couldn't laugh or cry, he talked about so many mysterious and bizarre things in his eloquence, yet his mother didn't mention a word, and the first thing he said was the names of these women? He was dumbfounded, and couldn't help shouting in his heart, the point is me, it's me. But who knew, that sentence just now was not the point, it was Qin Qiuyue's next sentence that completely stunned Ling Yun. Yunner, these girls, although their qualifications vary from high to low, I can tell that they are all sincere to you. In the future, you must not let them down. Although Qin Qiuyue said this sentence with a smile, there was an obvious warning in his tone. Cough cough cough. Ling Yun's face was flushed, and he could only cover it up with a cough. Seeing this, Qin Shuyue cast a reproachful glance at Ling Yun, and said with a smile, "What's the big deal? Yuner is a dragon among men. It's their luck that they can meet you and become attached to you. It's normal for them to marry into the family." At this time, no matter how thick-skinned Ling Yun was, he couldn't bear it any longer. He quickly stood up and poured tea for Qin Shuyue. "Mom, can we stop talking about them?" Qin Shuyue smiled and said, "Just to mention something to you, why, since you have provoked them, can you leave them halfway and watch them marry someone else?" "That's definitely not possible." What Ling Yun said was categorical. "Now it's right." Qin Shuyue looked straight, and said proudly, "Yuner has the Emperor's pen, the Emperor's book, and the Shenong cauldron in his hand. He is the real man who is destined to be robbed. There is also the ancient treasure of the blood-turning sword, and the Dragon Emperor with chi added to the body. All the exercises you practice are against the sky, they can be said to be the best in the world, and any one of them can be used to practice alone, and it can be proud of the entire world. For a character like you, who would dare to make irresponsible remarks with a few more girls around you?" After saying these words, Qin Shuyue sat upright like a mountain, with a domineering expression between her eyebrows and eyes. Ling Yun's face was moved, but his heart was extremely moved. What he said was too much for his appetite. "As for your brother Mo Wudao, I have already visited him when I first got home." Qin Shuyue finally changed the subject. "That child saved you and helped you find your father's whereabouts. A few days ago, he became like this, because of my affairs. He treats you, the Ling family, and me. It's all a big favor. Yuner, now that your cultivation technique is supernatural, if you can wake him up one day earlier, you should do it as soon as possible, lest he suffer more suffering." "Oh, mother, please rest assured about this matter." Seeing that his mother did not forget Mo Wudao, Ling Yun smiled immediately, and told Qin Shuyue verbatim what he had said to Tai Xiaohu in the evening. Qin Shuyue nodded after hearing this, and said thoughtfully, "So that's the case. It seems that this child also has a great opportunity." Ling Yun also mentioned one thing, "Mom, when I was saving you, I really couldn't bear that Di Qingho, so I killed him with one knife. You don't blame me, do you? Di Qingho is the son of Di Xiaozhen, but also the son of Ning Tianya, and besides Ning Lingyu, he is the only blood left in the world. I knew you would bring this up to me sooner or later." Qin Shuyue smiled at Ling Yun, and said indifferently, "That Di Qingho is not even as good as a beast. He should be killed. He was influenced by Di Xiaozhen, and under the influence of his ears and eyes, he has been domineering since he was a child, doing evil, and doing all kinds of evil. This person is devoid of humanity, and he has no sense of ethics in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that there is no chance, you, Uncle Ning, would have killed him with your own hands long ago when he was alive." Qin Shuyue hesitated for a moment, and then said with a little embarrassment, "Let me tell you something, when I first arrived at Tianjianzong, he even wanted to fight my idea." Ling Yan's face changed, and he got up abruptly, angrily said, "Then killing him is really unfair, killing him with one knife will be cheap for him." Qin Shuyue also said in a cold voice, "So, if you kill him, don't say I won't blame you, even your Uncle Ning's spirit in the sky, I can only be gratified and grateful, and save him from this disaster." Ling Yun was completely stunned. When he killed Di Qingho suddenly, he was worried that his mother would complain and blame him for not being merciful to Ning Tianya's flesh and blood, but now he only hated himself for letting Di Qingho die too easily. Only to hear Qin Shuyue say again, "Yuner, I know that you are very measured in how you do things. No matter what you do in the future, just do it according to your heart, don't worry about other people's ideas, remember?" Ling Yun said with a smile, "I remember it, my child." Kindness. Qin Shuyue turned her eyes to the ghost willow by the lake. "That willow should be what you said, the family inheritance of your Ling family, ghost willow, right?" Ling Yun nodded, "Yes." Qin Shuyue immediately said, "Our Qin family also has inheritance, but the inheritance is not in the hands of the Qin family, but in the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. Ling Yun noticed that in this sentence, Qin Shi Yue used the technique of sound transmission into secrets. At this moment, the emotion in his heart can't be described in words. What a big secret the Qin family has passed on, yet Qin Shi Yue told him so casually without any defense. Even if it is his own son, it is nothing more than that. However, Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum is guarded by a terrifying array. For more than 2,000 years, no one has been able to enter it to explore. Moreover, even the tomb guards of our Qin family don't know how many secrets it contains. Qin Shi Yue looked at Ling Yun. Yuner, you have received the inheritance of the 3 ancient emperors, and you are a person who is destined to be robbed. Speaking of which, you are of course qualified to explore the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. In the future, if you feel that you have reached the realm, you can enter it and explore it. Of course, the premise is that you must first obtain the consent of your grandpa Qin. Ling Yan observed carefully, and found that when Qin Shi Yue told him about this, her expression was calm, as if she was telling him to go to Li Hongmei's next door to get a bottle of soy sauce. Ling Yan was moved. He stood up, and bowed deeply to Qin Shi Yue. Thank you, mother, my son understands. Regarding Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, Ling Yun had already made a decision. He would go in and explore sooner or later. Qin Shi Yue smiled sweetly. I can only say so much about this matter at the moment, as long as you know it in your heart. As for your grandpa Qin, I think he should have his own ideas, but now that the time is not up, he still has some ideas. No, that's why I didn't say a word to you. At this time, Ling Yin suddenly remembered that at the banquet, Qin Chongqing had been hesitant to speak for several times, and he suddenly understood it, and said to himself that it was so. Guarding Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum has been the responsibility of the Qin family for thousands of years, and it has been integrated into the blood of everyone in the Qin family. Therefore, as long as it is related to Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, Qin Chongqing, the head of the Qin family, must be cautious. Yuner, the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor really has too much to do with the fate of the country. You have to be patient. Qin Shi Yue solemnly nodded to Ling Yun again. Ling Yun immediately stated, Please rest assured, mother, I will definitely not act recklessly. Well, that's fine. Qin Shi Yue stood up. Yuner, it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and we've said enough about what we should say, but... As she spoke, Qin Shi Yue walked slowly to the edge of the pavilion, holding on to the railing, with her back to Ling Yun, and suddenly sighed deeply. There is one last thing about Ling Yu. Ling Yan's mind was shocked. The second one is delivered. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ling Yu? Didn't she go to Ning's house in Kunlun Mountain? What can happen? Ling Yun was pretending to be stupid, because Qin Shi Yue was still recuperating and didn't want to make her worry. Originally, when Ling Yunfei went to Tianjianzong to rescue Qin Shi Yue, he really had another idea. That is, after Qin Shi Yue was rescued, Ling Yun would use her to thoroughly understand what happened before and after Ning Lingyu was born, especially whether there were any abnormal phenomena. Of course, the person who has the most say on these issues is Qin Shi Yue. Ling Yun needs to understand these details to confirm whether there is any problem with Ning Lingyu. However, since Ning Lingyu rushed to Tianjianzong and Ling Yun saw her various performances with his own eyes, the hesitation and doubts in his heart have long since disappeared. Especially last night, when Yi Xingchen parted ways with him, he bluntly pointed out in person that Ning Lingyu had 100% problems. It's not that Ling Yun didn't expect it, he just didn't want to admit it, he didn't want to face this cruel fact. Now that it has been thoroughly confirmed, it doesn't make much sense for Ling Yun to come to Qin Shi Yue to ask about those past details. He just needs to do his best to solve the matter. For Ling Yun, this is a very important matter. He already has a comprehensive plan, and he doesn't want to deal with it in a big way, and make it all public. Especially, Qin Shi Yue. In this matter, Qin Qiuyue's identity is too sensitive. She is sandwiched between Lingyun and Ming Lingyu. Her palms and backs are full of flesh. Cloud. After Qin Qiuyue heard Lingyun's words, she still turned her back to Lingyun, sighed in her heart, and smiled inexplicably. Don't forget, you and Lingyu were brought up by me. The subtext of this sentence is that the knowing daughter is like a mother. Lingyun. As soon as he heard it, he knew he couldn't hide it. Qin Qiuyue turned around abruptly, looked straight at Lingyun with her beautiful eyes, and stared at him for a long time, until Lingyun felt a little weak when she saw it. Then she smiled and said, Yuner, just now, what Mom asked you to tell is all about you in the past 6 months. The things I experienced here, one after another, are really against the sky, what capable people can't do, and there are many things that can be called miracles. Only. Do you still remember the things that happened when you were a child? Originally, what Qin Qiuyue wanted to ask was about the things that Lingyun experienced before she was 18 years old, but she changed the words "when I was a child" instead. There was anticipation in Qin Qiuyue's eyes, as well as a trace of nervousness that could not be concealed. She couldn't help clenching her fists, and her palms were sweating. She was afraid of hearing the answer she didn't want to accept. Unexpectedly, Lingyun smiled, nodded, and confirmed, Mom, I remember, except for those things when I was very young, I remember everything else. Qin Qiuyue's tense body suddenly loosened, and she leaned against the railing behind her all at once, making a collision sound. Just remember. Qin Qiuyue smiled, past this question for a generation, and then said, Yuner, in fact, you were very smart when you were young, and even surpassed your sister Lingyu in many aspects. It's just that not long after you were born, the Yangqiao meridian was abolished by Seeking Tuesday. The technique was terrifying. In your situation, even a genius doctor can't save you. If you didn't have an adventure, you would definitely not live to be 20 years old. Of course, you already know about this matter, and your enemy, the culprit, Seeking too, has already been killed by you. But not long after you became sensible, you noticed the abnormality in your body and knew that you were different from other children. I have never told you about your physical problems before, because with my mother's ability, I can't save you at all. I only hope that you can live happily and carefree until you are 20 years old, or even longer. As Qin Qiuyue spoke, her eye circles began to turn red. However, your sensibility far exceeded my expectations. When you were 6 years old, no matter what delicious food I gave you, you kept it and put it quietly in Lingyu's pocket. When you were 7 years old, whether it was children on the street or students in school, when they bullied your sister, you were desperate and dared to fight them desperately, and you had to protect Lingyu. Since you were in primary school and started to learn how to read and write, you secretly read the medical books in my clinic, hoping to find solutions to your physical problems. Then junior high school. You finished reading the Western medicine in our clinic, and then secretly learned the art of Qi Huang in Chinese medicine, Compendium of Materia Medica, Treatise on Febrile Diseases, Book of Medicine, Shen Nong's Herbal Classic, Huang Di Neijing, on acupuncture and moxibustion, and so on. Hearing this, Lingyun's eye circles were already red, and he murmured, Mom, so you already know this. Qin Qiuyue floated forward, touched Lingyun's hair, and said distressedly, that child Lingyu has been strong since childhood, and after he turned 12, he looked down on you as a brother more and more, but I know that from then on, just relying on your medical attainments, you have already left her far behind, but you have not been able to find a way to save yourself in those medical books. Mom, at home, you secretly put the money under my pillow every time, right? Qin Qiuyue smiled without saying a word, eyes full of relief. Shen Nong tastes all kinds of herbs. Qin Qiuyue suddenly said again, you can get the Emperor's book, the Shen Nong Ding, and you can be transported to the mysterious medicine valley in Shenangjia for no reason. It seems that all of this has its own will in the dark. Those ancient powers chose to inherit the mantle. People are definitely not aimless. This also just confirms another common saying, which is called the road of heaven and earth. Ling Yun was shocked. Although the mother and son had some tacit understanding during this conversation, Ling Yun's judgment was basically correct, and his real background was no longer important to Qin Qiuyue. So Qin Qiuyue never asked, and at the beginning of the conversation, Qin Qiuyue told him to talk about what should be said and not to mention what should not be said. In the past 6 years, the two of you, brother and sister, have drifted apart. Mom knows that it's all Lingyu's fault, so every time, I only talk about her, not you. Speaking of this, the mother and son looked at each other and smiled knowingly, and then Qin Qiuyue said, until the weekend at the end of March this year, the two of you went home together. After seeing your unnatural performance, Mom didn't know what a joy. Mom, Speaking of this, Ling Yun truly felt the greatness of maternal love. Qin Qiuyue interrupted immediately. I said, don't tell me a word that shouldn't be said. She lowered her head and looked at Ling Yun lovingly, through Lingyu and Dong Shui, and what you said just now, I know that you have taken care of Lingyu in every possible way in the past 6 months. It can be said that as a person who has no blood relationship with her brother, you have achieved the ultimate. Half a year ago, your body was already very weak and fat, and even your mentality had a big problem, but even so, you still care about Lingyu and take care of you everywhere. In the past 6 months, you have risen against the sky and are dazzling, and I am not at home, but you still take good care of her. Mom knows, your pure heart has never changed, it has always been the same, it is Lingyu who has been changing. What you did, very good. Hearing this, Ling Yun was already dumbfounded. Tonight, Mom just wanted to hear about your experience in the past 6 months, but you revealed all your secrets and were honest with me. I'm really happy. But you want to hide the matter of Lingyu from me, but you can't hide it. Qin Qiuyue glanced at Ling Yun again, which made Ling Yun scratch his head in embarrassment, and then said, I know you so well, let alone Lingyu is a piece of meat that fell off my body. She suddenly raised her head and looked towards the northwest Tianshan Mountains. That girl Lingyu, after arriving at Tianjianzong, the first time I saw her, I knew something was wrong with her. Ling Yun was shocked. Mom, did you see that she was covering up? That's not a cover-up, and it's not a show. Qin Qiuyue shook her head resolutely. If that's the case, it would be easier for us. Then what do you think happened to Lingyu? Qin Qiuyue withdrew her gaze, and asked Ling Yun seriously, Yuner, let me ask you, if a cultivator reaches a certain level, will there be such a situation where his temperament will change drastically? Ling Yun shook his head and said, no, in cultivation, the more you practice, the more authentic you are. What you pursue is your own authenticity. As the realm gets higher, you will only return to your own nature more and more, and it is impossible for your temperament to change drastically. Jiangshan is easy to change and nature is hard to change. This is the truth, otherwise, everyone will become a character at the end of cultivation, so what's the point of becoming a god? Ling Yun pondered, unless. Unless what? Unless the practice is off the mark, like. Ling Yun suddenly stopped talking. Qin Qiuyue said calmly, like your Uncle Ning, you suddenly changed to magic skills, right? Ling Yun replied honestly, not bad. However, after I arrived at the Heavenly Sword sect, I didn't feel that Uncle Ning's temperament has changed a lot. That's because it didn't work out. Qin Qiuyue nodded. In this case, Lingyu has successfully cultivated to the 6th level of Qi training. Is there such a chance? Ling Yun smiled and said, Mom, I am also practicing Qi at the 6th level now. Qin Qiuyue spread her hands, that's it. The biggest problem with Lingyu now is that she is not hiding, nor is she performing. The she we saw in Tianjianzong is the real her, but the way she speaks and does things the means, as well as the attitude towards the two of us, including the attitude towards the enemy, the Qin family and the Ning family, are simply not what Lingyu used to be able to do. A flash of inspiration flashed in Ling Yun's heart, and she said that the mother is the mother, and she hit the nail on the head right away. In the past, Lingyu met someone who was so important to you, for the first time in Tianfeng's morning hall. Would you do it without saying anything? Lingyan smiled bitterly, absolutely not. It's good that you understand. Qin Chueyue nodded again. Yuner, Mom will tell you one more thing, it's very important. When your Uncle Ning was dying, there was a flashback. He was already dying, and he seemed to have hallucinations. He even said that he saw the spirit rain, and there was another very important thing to tell me, but before you can say it, just. Lingyan got up in shock. Mom, can you, completely, tell me what Uncle Ning told you? Naturally, Qin Chueyue would not refuse this request. She was so impressed by Ning Tianya's dying scene, so she demonstrated it as it was. After Lingyan finished reading, he fell into deep thought. Mom, you don't need to worry about Lingyu from now on. Leave it to me to handle it. We still have enough time. After a long time, Lingyan said, as for Lingyu, how you got along with her before is how you get along with her in the future. Don't have any grudges. Mom listens to you. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. After the conversation just now, Lingyan and Qin Chueyue had reached an agreement that there was indeed a big problem with Ning Lingyu. There is no doubt that these two people are Ning Lingyu's closest relatives. One is her biological mother, and the other is her childhood sweetheart, who grew up with her elder brother. However, these two people are not mortals, their minds are extremely strong, and they did not become panicked because of the confirmation of this matter. In their view, Ning Lingyu is just sick and needs their treatment and help. Sickness is too common. Everyone will get sick, not only physically, but also mentally and spiritually. In mental hospitals all over the world, there are too many mental patients locked up. There are countless. The difficulty is that Ning Lingyu's problem is really not physical, it just happens to be mental and spiritual. At present, at least one point, Lingyan and Qin Chueyue can confirm that Ning Lingyu's problem is only reflected in the alienation of family affection, the attitude towards people and things around him, and some changes in temperament, but it has not shown dangerous and aggressive. Of course, at this point, Yi Xingchen is an exception. Fortunately, everything has just begun, so Lingyan said that there is still enough time. As for the cause of Ning Lingyu's problems, Lingyan now has a very clear judgment, which is from Ning Lingyu's 49 small heavenly tribulation. Flowers are falling from the sky, golden lotuses are gushing from the ground, that gift from heaven. The gift is definitely not only those golden fairy aura and purple fairy aura. Lingyan walked to the railing of the Huxin pavilion, and stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes fixed on the direction of Kunlun Mountain in the west, with far-reaching eyes. Mom, on the day Uncle Ning woke up, you let Lingyu go to Ning's house in Kunlun Mountain alone, but you deliberately stopped me from going, just to tell me these things today? Now that the words had been spoken, and Qin Chueyue didn't appear to be unacceptable, Lingyan stopped hiding and just spoke out. Good. Qin Chueyue also came over and stood beside Lingyan. She nodded and said, actually, during those days when I was guarding the spirit on the cliff of Tianfeng, Lingyu and I got along day and night, so I naturally asked her about her experience in the past 6 months. He answered every question, and told me in detail, and after Dong Shui and you confirmed it, there was not a single lie. While speaking, a helpless wry smile appeared on Qin Chueyue's face, the 2 children. The son was picked up, and the daughter was her own, and she raised them all by herself. She watched them grow up day by day. In the past 18 years, although their lives were ordinary, they were very solid and at ease. Qin Chueyue lived in seclusion in Qingshui City. In the past 18 years, there were only 2 things that worried her most. One is that Lingyan is destined not to live to be 20 years old, the other is that Ning Lingyu has to face an 18-year contract. In other words, 2 children, one is destined to die and the other is destined to go. So she didn't pass on the martial arts of the two, and didn't talk about her own identity and background. She just wanted these two children to spend every day happily like the children of ordinary people until they accepted the arrangement of fate. Unexpectedly, not long after the spring festival this year, the situation at home changed suddenly. First was Ling Yun, whose abolished Yang Qiao meridian miraculously healed, and then his personality changed drastically, rising against the sky. Ling Yun's rise was so rapid that everyone around him who knew him and came into contact with him were shocked and amazed. But what kind of person is Qin Qiuyue? She is not only Ling Yun's mother, but also an innate master. Ever since Ling Yun and Ming Lingyu went home together, she has been secretly keeping a close eye on Ling Yun, of course to protect him and to fulfill the responsibility of a mother. During those few days, Qin Qiuyue had endless joy and unspeakable sadness. She once thought that the son she raised with her own hands was gone. Frankly speaking, in Qin Qiuyue's eyes at that time, Ling Yun and Ming Lingyu in her eyes have changed drastically. There is no difference. Of course, there is still an obvious difference. At that time, Ling Yun lost his past memories, and he used methods to cover up and perform as much as possible. Now Ning Lingyu has all the memories, and the whole person is so real, but he is completely different from before. People. But for a mother, the same experience happened twice to her son and daughter in just half a year. This is the biggest reason why she is calm enough now. Half a year ago, Qin Qiuyue didn't know what happened to Ling Yun, and she was even more powerless to change, so she could only accept her fate and accept the arrangement of fate. In any case, it was the greatest comfort for Qin Qiuyue to see that Ling Yun, who had healed the Yang Qiao meridian, became fierce, domineering and invincible, and the worries about not being able to live beyond the age of 20 were all gone. At least Ling Yun can survive well. In the past 6 months, whenever Qin Qiuyue thought of this matter, she would use these words to comfort herself. Half a year later, that is today, that is now. Ling Yun became more powerful, and even became a monstrous existence against the sky. He no longer hides, no longer performs, because all his memories before the age of 18 have come back. This shocked Qin Qiuyue even more, unbelievable and inexplicable. There is no doubt that this is the son raised by himself. However, the son came back, and his biological daughter began to become strange again. What kind of fate is this? Qin Qiuyue sighed in her heart. Even though she was obsessed with metaphysics since she was a child, she liked to study feng shui, kanyu, numerology, 5 elements and 8 diagrams, etc., but she couldn't figure out these bizarre things that happened to her anyway. Looking back on the past, her own fate has been rough enough, it can be called twists and turns, but her pair of children, one is picked up, the other is her own, and the 2 children are now standing at the top of the world, as outstanding as evildoers, but these 2 kids really don't let themselves worry. Mom, what are you thinking? Ling Yun was also contemplating, and suddenly realized that Qin Qiuyue hadn't spoken for a long time, so he turned his head and asked. Oh, nothing. Qin Qiuyue was vigilant. She shook her head slightly, tried to put aside all the complicated thoughts in her heart, and said calmly, with Lingyu's current strength, we don't need to worry about her being hurt by the enemy. After all, her surname is Ning, and she is already 18 years old. Let her go to the Ning family, not only to recognize her ancestors, but also to conclude the 18-year agreement between the Ning family and the Qin family. Ling Yan understood in an instant that Qin Qiuyue knew that she was powerless to solve Ning Lingyu's problem, but she was also working hard secretly, trying to use her blood and family relationship to influence Ning Lingyu now. This is the only thing she can do for Ning Lingyu. Ling Yan was very shocked. At this moment, he could even feel the radiance of maternal love emanating from Qin Qiuyue. The spring wind turns into rain, moistening things silently. Mom, there is something that I didn't intend to ask you, but now that I've said this, I still want to ask you clearly. Qin Qiuyue smiled slightly. Silly boy, what are you hiding from me? Just ask what you want to ask. Ling Yan scratched his head in embarrassment, gritted his teeth and said, when you were pregnant with Ling Yu until you gave birth to her, did anything special happen during that period? For example, for you, some incomprehensible visions, or something of? There really are. Qin Chuiyue said without thinking, but not many, there are only two things. The first one was when she was just pregnant with her. At that time, Di Xiaozhen rushed to Ning's house. When she saw me, she couldn't help but slap me. Ling Yan observed carefully and noticed that when Qin Chuiyue mentioned Di Xiaozhen, her expression was indifferent and calm, as if she was talking about someone who had nothing to do with her. Yuner, you don't have to look at me like that. After I gave you Uncle Ning's 7-day vigil, the things that happened in the past are already a thing of the past to me. This is Qin Chuiyue's state of mind now. Actually, that palm, under the anger of Di Xiaozhen, has already shot with all her strength. Her realm is too much beyond me, and it is impossible for me to survive. The result is that not only did I survive, but after the injury healed, even my dantian was not damaged, and it is still in good condition. Ling Yan's eyes flickered. What about the second thing? Another thing is that when I gave birth to her, there was a heavy rainstorm in Qingshui City that day, which lasted for a whole day. Ling Yan smiled and said, I know this is the origin of Ling Yu's name. Unexpectedly, Qin Chuiyue shook her head, it's not what you think. If it's just raining, then she should be called Ningyu. Why is she called Lingyu? Ling Yan was dumbfounded. You mean to say that the rain was? Qin Chuiyue smiled and said, it's spiritual rain. On that day, when that heavy rainstorm started to fall, the aura of heaven and earth filled Qingshui City, so thick that it couldn't be melted. As for me, I also encountered dystocia. After many trials and hardships, when I gave birth to the spiritual rain, the baby cried just as the rain stopped. Ling Yan was struck by lightning. The two things Qin Chuiyue said contained too much information. In short, the fetus protects the mother, born with the spiritual rain. Ling Yunqin said that he knew that there would be a vision, no wonder Ning Lingyu was born with a spirit body, and no wonder. In a small city of Qingshui, after 18 years, so many young geniuses suitable for cultivation will appear at the same time. Ling Yun immediately thought of his 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor sect. Those guys were either 18 years old or slightly older. Could it be that these people were baptized by that rainstorm when they were born, or when they were babies? Even thinking about it deeper, Ling Yun felt that his brain was not enough. The Renhuan pen was obtained by the tomb robbers from the ancestors of the Li family, but in the end it was transferred to Qingshui City, where it was obtained by him unintentionally. The Daiwangshu is clearly a product of the Shinnong family, but the Shinnong cauldron was buried in the Shenangjia Medicine Valley, but the Daiwangshu was inside the Yinyang Locking Dragon Formation in Qingshui City. If it is the arrangement of fate, this fate is too amazing. If it is the layout of the ancient power, this layout is too terrifying. Aside from being shocked, Ling Yun was also secretly thankful that he was able to ask this question and get such important information after talking to his mother tonight. Oh, by the way, there should be one more thing, I don't know if it counts. The first update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Qin Chuiyue remembered another thing. She thought about it and said, less than half a month after Ling Yu was born, she suddenly had a high fever and fell into a coma one night. I had to entrust my neighborly Hanmei to take care of it, and I went to Lingjue Temple to burn incense and worship Buddha in the middle of the night in the pouring rain. Having said that, Qin Chuiyue stopped and looked at Ling Yun lovingly. Of course Ling Yun already knew the story behind, he murmured, then mother picked me up on the mountain. Good. Qin Chuiyue nodded, I saw that you were the same size as Ling Yu, and I couldn't bear to be abandoned in the wild mountains, so I hugged you. When Qin Chuiyue talked about the past, her eyes were full of memories, and she was full of motherly tenderness, speaking of which, it is also the fate of our mother and son. Your Aunt Qingniao hid you very secretly, but it was not far from that mountain road. It was raining heavily at that time, and we and anxious, very fast. When I rushed over, I didn't notice you at all. It turned out that at that moment, you let out a cry. I heard it at the time, but it really shocked me. Now Ling Yun finally heard the situation where he was just picked up by Qin Qiuyue, and he listened with gusto. You child, don't cry early, don't cry late, you don't cry until I pass by you. Do you think this is fate? Then I followed the sound and found you. At that time, even though you were a little baby, you were so handsome that you couldn't help but hug it. It's strange to say that, as soon as I picked you up, you stopped crying. At that time, I was holding you, and I didn't know whether to continue up the mountain, or go down the mountain directly, or stay where I am and wait for your family to arrive. When I was hesitating, Master Xianming appeared. After he asked me about my background, he persuaded me to go down the mountain, but he still refused to reveal your background to me. He didn't mention anything about the demon sect. Thinking about it now, he probably was worried that I heard about it. After you are related to the Mazong, I don't want to take you home. It's strange to say that after I took you home, I found that Ling Yu's high fever had subsided, she was sober, and everything was normal. You don't know how much Mother thanked you at that time, so she decided to raise you no matter what. Grown up. When Qin Qiuyue said this, she stopped talking, and the needle drop could be heard in the pavilion in the center of the lake, and only the long breathing of the two remained. To Qin Qiuyue, this was her memory, but to Ling Yun, this was a huge turning point in his fate. Until this moment, everything in his past was finally connected completely. I see. After a long time, Ling Yun let out a long breath. In the past, from Master Xuanji, he only heard the process, but didn't know the details. Now he knows that under Qin Qiuyue's narration, the scene where the mother and child meet is so real and clear. Fate is entangled. It turned out that at that moment, or even earlier, her own fate was closely entangled with Ning Lingyu. If Ning Lingyu hadn't had a sudden high fever, Qin Qiuyue would not have gone up the mountain to Lingjue Temple in the rain that night, and of course it would have been impossible to meet him. But thinking about it the other way around, if Aunt Qingniao didn't get caught up by Sikong too after she arrived in Qingshui City, but took her away calmly, then, would Ning Lingyu still have a high fever? It seems that there is an invisible hand pushing the wheel of fate in the dark, accidentally and inevitably, but precisely just right. Thinking of this, Ling Yun couldn't help but look up at the sky. His eyes were extremely complicated. There is God's will in the dark? Made. Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu, Qin Qiuyue, such a fate and opportunity, if they can be calculated with Mo Wudao's little knowledge, then it will be hell. Before I knew it, another hour had passed, and it was already 3:30 in the morning. Mom, I've already figured out what's going on with Lingyu. I assure you, I will definitely have a solution to Lingyu's problem. It's just that it's late now, and you should also rest. Since 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, Ling Yun and Qin Qiuyue have communicated for 4.5 hours, and they have already talked about everything that should be communicated. Considering that Qin Qiuyue is still recovering, Ling Yun wants her to rest. Qin Qiuyue smiled and looked at the ghost willow by the lake. With it, the life energy here is so strong, I can enjoy the benefits it brings if I stay here a little longer, so I won't be tired anymore. Ling Yan also laughed. Hey, what Mother said is also true. Qin Qiuyue said, Mom is on your side for Lingyu's matter, you can let go to solve it. If you need me, don't hesitate or be shy, just tell me. This is a statement. When Ling Yan heard this, he was immediately encouraged, and said excitedly, well, thank you Mom. Qin Qiuyue suddenly smiled and said, Yuner, you drank a lot of wine last night, so you must have no time to eat, right? Do you want to eat my supper? Think about it, I've thought about it a long time ago. Naturally, Ling Yan couldn't ask for more. Mom has already prepared it, let's go and cook for you. Okay, then I'll help you. So, next, Lingyan followed Qin Chuyue to the kitchen, and started cooking while chatting. The kitchen was on fire, and the quiet courtyard immediately began to exude a strong breath of life. Qin Chuyue and Lingyan's subsequent chats were no longer deliberate, and they talked about whatever came to mind. What's Yun'er's plan next? I heard from Dongxue that you're going to Miaojiang to solve the matter of divine Dr. Shui. Well, this has been arranged long ago. When there is nothing wrong here, I will return to Qingshui immediately. Now you also know your life experience, your mother, when are you going to save her? When Qin Chuyue asked Lingyan's mother, it was naturally Yin Qingxian who asked. It's coming soon, I don't want to delay this matter until next year, I'm already in the middle stage of the 6th level of Qi training, as long as I go one step further, step into the 7th level of Qi training, which is the late stage of Qi training, then I will be able to fight the demon sect General Alter, let my parents reunite. Qin Chuyue smiled and nodded, Mom is waiting for that day, when you rescue my mother, I have to have a good chat with her. When Lingyan rescued Qin Chuyue, he had already demonstrated terrifying strength, so Qin Chuyue was not worried about rescuing Yin Qingxian. Mom, I see from your appearance that you will fully recover in a month or so. By then, have you ever thought about cultivation? Lingyan thought about it, but still brought this matter up to his face. He could see clearly that Qin Chuyue's state of mind is too strong now, and her aptitude is not inferior to that of Qin Dongshue's. If she embarks on the path of cultivation, her cultivation base will enter the realm extremely quickly. Well, actually, Mom doesn't have such a strong idea about cultivation. Qin Chuyue said with a smile, otherwise, during the 18 years in Qingshui City, it is impossible for my cultivation to stop there without making any progress. It's about metaphysics, such as Qi Duanjia, 5 elements and 8 diagrams, Feng Shui Kanyu, and Chinese medicine. I have been obsessed with it since I was a child. Lingyan tidied up a plate of vegetables, put them on the stove next to Qin Chuyue, and said with a smile, Hey, I've actually seen the formation you put up. In fact, what Qin Chuyue said is interlinked. To study Chinese medicine, you must be inseparable from yin-yang and 5 elements. As long as you are involved in yin-yang and 5 elements, it is a matter of course to study other things. Qin Chuyue smiled and said, I know those formations, but they are all rough and superficial. Compared with you, they are far behind. She said whatever she had, and she did not shy away from Lingyan's strength. Mom, since you're interested in these things, you'll be fully recovered when I'm done with the matter in front of me. We'll have plenty of time, so we'll just study together when the time comes. It is impossible to preach to Qin Chuyue even if Lingyan is killed. It is good. Qin Chuyue smiled and agreed, and she handed a dish she had just cooked to Lingyan's hand, put this on the table. Lingyan took the dish, feeling a little dazed. There have been too many things in front of him in the past few years, and he felt very cordial. Mom, when that guy Mo Wudao wakes up, you can have a chat with him. That guy has not been interested in cultivation since he was a child, and he specializes in studying things like fortune-telling. You will definitely be able to chat. Really? That's good. Qin Chuyue went on to stir up another dish. Yuner, you have been cultivating desperately for more than half a year. Mom knows that you know it well, but after you rescue your mother, you should rest as well as you should. Thank you, Mother, for your concern. I know this well. Lingyan felt warm in his heart. In this way, the mother and son were chatting about the household chores while cooking. Qin Chuyue's cooking skills were naturally outstanding, and Lingyan couldn't help it when all the food was on the table. Continue to eat and chat. After this supper, it was already past 5 o'clock in the morning. After the meal, Lingyan came to the courtyard, sacrificed the fire spirit phoenix in front of Qin Chuyue, refined a Taishu ring, and gave it to Qin Chuyue. This time, he intentionally showed off, and he successfully refined it in less than 10 minutes. The Space Ring, Ling Yun, Ning Ling Yu, Qin Dongxue, and others all wear it on their hands and have used it in front of her. Qin Qiuyue is naturally familiar with it. Apart from admiring her, she is not polite, just accepts it with a smile, and admits the owner with a drop of blood. Then Ling Yun took out a large bottle of dragon saliva, ginseng, fleeceflower root and other elixir, and gave them to his mother all at once, asking her to keep them for future recovery. Yuner, you have too many babies. Seeing that Ling Yun took out so many things at once, all of which were rare treasures, Qin Qiuyue couldn't help laughing. Hey, baby, we have a lot at home, but you don't need the rest right now. I'll give it to you when you need something. Ling Yun was very proud. Such a good mother, Ling Yun is willing to give her anything. At 5:30 in the morning, Ling Yun asked Qin Qiuyue to go back to her room to rest, while he drifted out and quietly left Guqin village. After completely leaving the range of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, Ling Yun found a random place, disappeared directly, then soared into the sky, and flew straight to the Qinling Mountains at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Practice die in gathering stars treasure, and Golden Emperor's crazy dragon slash. The second update. Let me tell you something, the body pictures of Baixianer, Xiaohe, and De Jin have been posted on the Laobu official account. If you are interested, you can add and follow Laobu, or directly search for Bu Zheng, you can see it. Although Ling Yun kept saying that he was guaranteed to solve Ning Lingyu's problem, and also acted very relaxed in front of Qin Qiuyue, he knew best in his heart that it would be too difficult to solve Ning Lingyu's problem. Because Ning Lingyu's problem stemmed from the 4 or 9 little heavenly tribulation a month ago. To solve it is tantamount to shaking the way of heaven. Ling Yun clearly remembered that when the human emperor's pen and the earth emperor's book helped him plunder the gifts of heaven and fight against those terrifying gods and thunders, the thunderous hand that finally condensed in the void. The impression was too deep to be forgotten. He vaguely felt that if he couldn't find the owner of that thunderous hand, if he couldn't completely suppress or kill him, he would never be able to solve Ning Lingyu's problems. However, to achieve this, what level of cultivation is required? Of course, before that, even though Ling Yun couldn't completely solve Ning Lingyu's problem, he still had a way to suppress it. The premise was that he had to start with Ning Lingyu first and find out what her problem was. This is also very difficult. At the very least, he must surpass Ning Lingyu's 3 major realms. Otherwise, let alone his realm is not enough to find out. Even if he really wants to investigate, he must get the consent of Ning Lingyu, she has to cooperate. That's right, now Ling Yun, Qin Qiuyue, and Yi Xingchen have all confirmed that Ning Lingyu has a problem, but she is a living person, behaving normally, alive and kicking there. If she denies it, no one can do anything about it. Now, both Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu are in the mid-6th level of Qi training, which can be said to be comparable. And Ling Yun is also absolutely sure that his true strength is far above Ning Lingyu. To put it bluntly, if the two had a life and death duel, he could even instantly kill Ning Lingyu. But the problem is, Ning Lingyu is not an enemy, and it is even more impossible for Ling Yun to kill her, but to save her and solve her problems. You can't say, you can't fight, and you can't kill. Then there is only one way left, to improve the realm, far surpass Ning Lingyu in the realm of cultivation, and achieve the crushing of the realm. Then Ling Yun can take it easy and observe her sea of consciousness without hurting Ning Lingyu, see what exactly is going wrong there. But Ning Lingyu is the body of a fairy, and has received a gift from heaven. Now her body is pure golden fairy aura and purple fairy aura. Before reaching the foundation establishment state, it can be said that there is no obstacle. Although Ling Yun is quite evil enough against the sky, but facing Ning Lingyu, whose physique is not inferior to hers, it is extremely difficult to far surpass her in realm. Fortunately, Ling Yun was reincarnated and recultivated, he is familiar with the way, and has a powerful soul that has passed through the tribulation period. In the competition of cultivation speed, this is his biggest advantage. Moreover, Ling Yun has already made a decision in his heart. Before Ning Lingyu's problem is completely solved, he will not pass on any exercises to Ning Lingyu. The only thing Ling Yun has to do right now is to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Competing with the body of the fairy to practice speed, the pressure is really not ordinary. The highest peak in the Qinling Mountains, the main peak of Taibai Mountain, above the 3,700-meter-high Baxiantai, Ling Yun stood facing the east, crazily practicing the Great Expansion Gathering Star's secret art, with a wry smile in his heart. He knew very well in his heart that it would be impossible for him to surpass Ning Lingyu's 3 major realms before the Foundation Establishment realm. First of all, he has to build the foundation first. After the foundation is established, there is the consecration period, the integration period, the heartbeat period, and then the golden core period. To solve Ning Lingyu's matter, there are 2 excellent realms, the consecration realm and the heartbeat realm. Ling Yun naturally knows better than anyone else what kind of bottleneck obstacles will be encountered in what realm, and what kind of supernatural powers will be possessed in what realm. When a cultivator reaches the state of consecration, he can open his eyes, possess the clairvoyance of the sky, and can see through falsehood. In the realm of heartbeat, the spirit of Yin has been cultivated. The practitioner's heart is shaking, and everything in the outside world is full of temptations, with demons and demons dancing around. A cultivator can only condense the golden elixir and set foot on the golden elixir road only if he has survived the heart-beating period. There is no doubt that in this realm, it is the best time for Ling Yun to solve Ning Lingyu's problem. Therefore, he must reach these 2 realms first, otherwise, when Ning Lingyu's golden core is completed, everything will be over. Before that, the only thing Ling Yun had to do was to ensure that his own realm would improve faster than Ning Lingyu. Can he stop cultivating desperately? However, cultivating desperately is cultivating desperately. Once Ling Yun enters the cultivation state, he is still calm and steady. This little external factor can't affect his Tao heart at all. If the soul of the transcending tribulation period is affected by such a little thing, it is better not to practice, because it has been killed countless times by its own demons. 2 hours later, at around 7:30 in the morning, when the sun had fully risen, Ling Yun stopped practicing the Diyan Gathering Star's treasure Ju. He came to the Baxian terrace, waved his hands, and began to absorb the dragon energy from all directions, concentrating on cultivating the Golden Emperor Crazy Dragon /. As for the Wan Qi Yang Ju, Ling Yun didn't need to deliberately practice it until the time of breaking through. His miraculous dantian was spinning rapidly, all of which were practicing this technique. Ling Yun sat cross-legged and sacrificed yin yang and 5 elements fire. The 7 colored flames completely enveloped his body, and every second was tempering his physical body, as well as the sea of consciousness between the brows and the dantian of the sea of qi. Swipe. Under the operation of the Golden Emperor's Quanlong slashing technique, countless dragon veins and dragon energy surged violently from the surrounding peaks, ridges, and valleys. Attracted by Ling Yun, they flew towards Baxiantai, which contained many powerful dragon energy. The shape of a dragon was vaguely transformed into the flow, just like the scene in the Forbidden City, continuously drilling into Ling Yun's body. Time passed, and before he knew it, Ling Yun had practiced for 4 hours. Near noon, Ling Yun felt that he had almost absorbed the dragon energy around the mountain, so he stopped practicing and stood up. Well, the main dragon vein in the Qinling Mountains has a steady stream of dragon energy. It's really a good place to practice the Golden Emperor's Crazy Dragon /. Ling Yun smiled, looked at the surrounding mountains, and said to himself, "Time to go." Ling Yun drifted away, and soon returned to Guqin village. This time, he didn't need anyone to lead the way, and he came directly to Qin Qiuyue's small courtyard. "Mom, I'm back." Following Ling Yun's shout, 3 people greeted him from the room. Qin Qiuyue, Qin Dongxue, and Aunt May whom I haven't seen for a long time. Why have you practiced for so long? Qin Chuyua's eyes were a little red, but she stepped forward with a smile, asked him a question, and then said, Yuner, come and meet your Aunt May, she is in the capital, and after I heard that I was rescued by you, she was there I couldn't stay here any longer, so I rushed back to take care of me. Hello, Aunt May. Ling Yun greeted Aunt May with a smile. Aunt May's eyes were red, and she was swollen from crying a long time ago. She nodded to Ling Yun, choked up and said, Ling Yun, I didn't expect you to actually rescue the eldest lady. Thank you, thank you. The words were so sincere that they were so grateful to Ling Yun. Ling Yun felt compassionate, knowing that Aunt May had watched her mother grow up, and they said they were masters and servants, but in fact they had long been in love with sisters. This was also the first time the two met since Qin Chuyue left the Qin family 18 years ago and ran away from Qing Shui. During Qin Chuyue's recovery period, she didn't want to see too many outsiders, but Aunt May was an exception. It was most appropriate to have her take care of Qin Chuyue's daily life, so Ling Yun was naturally relieved. Qin Dongxue came out of the capital with Ling Yun, but she had just separated from Aunt May, so she didn't feel much sadness. She asked ferociously, Where did you go to practice, brat? Ling Yun looked at Qin Dongshua's pretentious fierceness, and was amused in his heart, but said in his mouth, Tai Bai Mountain, Baxiantai. Ah, you have traveled so far, you. Qin Dongxue was stunned, halfway through speaking, but suddenly remembered the truth that Ling Yun told her last night, and suddenly thought about it. Okay, let's stop standing in the yard, let's go in and have dinner. It was already noon, and Qin Chuyue was afraid that Ling Yun would be hungry, so the meal was already ready. For cold and ate hot, 12 dishes, with meat and vegetables, all exquisite, full of color, fragrance, and taste. Due to Aunt May's return, the lunch took a little longer and ended at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After dinner, Ling Yun brought out 2 pairs of Zhuyan pills and beauty pills. 1 pair was given to Aunt May, and the other pair was given to her mother. This is. Aunt May looked at the pair of pills, then at Qin Dongxue, and guessed something in an instant. She was so shocked that she was speechless. Ling Yun smiled, That's right, these are Zhuyan pill and beauty pill, Aunt May, please accept them. Aunt May's chest heaved violently in excitement, her eyes were filled with tears, and her hands waved wildly in front of her body. This, such a precious thing, I am not qualified to use it, I don't need it. There is no reason to take back the things Ling Yun sent out. He put the pill bottle heavily in front of Aunt May, and said seriously, Aunt May first took care of my mother, then my aunt, and now Ling Yu. You are worthy of the pill. Aunt May was flustered when she heard this, she could only turn her head to look at Qin Chuyue. Miss, this. Qin Chuyue smiled and said, Yuner is right, you should take them soon. But. Aunt May looked at the pair of precious pills in front of her, and was still hesitating. No matter how good she was with Qin Chuyue, she was also a master and servant, and she would never forget her identity. How can there be anything? Aunt May, hurry up and eat it. Ling Yun has so much white jade honey, he doesn't lack this, and he will sell it away in the future. Qin Dongxue was the most straightforward, urging with a smile. Then I'll take it? That's a pity, for this pair of pills. In the end, under the strong consolation of Ling Yun, Qin Chuyue, and Qin Dongxue, Aunt May took the 2 pills one after another. 3 minutes later, Aunt May burst into tears with excitement. Although Qin Dongxue had already seen Qin Dongxue return to the age of 18, after Aunt May felt it for herself and Qin Chuyue saw the heaven-defying effects of the pair of pills with her own eyes, the two of them were still infinitely shocked. Only then did Ling Yun smile and say, Mom, I haven't taken out this elixir because your body hasn't fully recovered yet, and I don't want you to take it too early. You put it away first, and after a month, your body has fully recovered, and you can take them immediately. The first update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. It's the last 2 hours. Please check the ticket warehouse. The monthly pass will be invalid after it expires. That being said, it is true. Although Qin Chuyua's body has been recuperating for 8 days, she is still too thin now, weighing just over 70 caddies. If she takes Zhuyan pill and beauty pill now, the effect will be greatly reduced. But there are other reasons. In fact, it was Ling Yun who was timid. He still remembers that half a year ago, he borrowed the immortal aura from the Renhuang pen to wash Qin Chuyua's tendons and marrow, making her 10 years younger overnight. However, Qin Chuyua couldn't accept it for a while after waking up. The matter that he went home to settle accounts with him. At that time, Ling Yun was very guilty, because Qin Chuyua was not only 10 years younger, but she also saw the fairy aura rewinding, and the heaven-defying 9-dragon bodyguard appeared on Ling Yun's body. So he didn't dare to go home, and went directly into the sinkhole, but he didn't expect that it would take half a year. Qin Chuyua never touched the pair of pills in front of her. After hearing Ling Yun's explanation, she couldn't help smiling. Yuner, you forgot that you gave the Qin family 10 pairs of pills before you went to the Heavenly Sword sect to save me. Medicine, I just got home the night before yesterday, and your grandpa Qin wanted to give me a pair, but I refused. She looked at Ling Yun and shook her head. Mom doesn't need this now. Ling Yun was very helpless, knowing that Qin Chuyua still had concerns in her heart. If she took this pair of pills, she would look as big as him and Ning Lingyu, not a good one. Sister, I will keep this pill for you first, anyway, I won't take it now. Qin Dongxue beckoned, took the medicine bottle on the table in front of Qin Chuyue into his hand, and smiled, but secretly said to Ling Yun, you brat, don't worry, just leave this matter to me. Ling Yun nodded inadvertently. Then he said, Mom, you don't have to prepare dinner for me. I want to visit Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Just go and see. Ling Yun immediately added another sentence. Anyway, counting it, he has been to Guqin village twice, but he never went to the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. If he can't take a look, he will always feel unwilling. Just follow Baoshan and return empty-handed, there is no difference. Go. Qin Chuyua agreed very simply, and then urged, however. Before you go, it's better to go to the Qin family's ancestral house and say hello to your grandpa Qin. Ling Yun smiled and said, Mother, don't worry. At around 1:30 in the afternoon, Ling Yun came to the Qin family's ancestral house and met Qin Chongqing. He went straight to the point and explained why he came. After hearing this, Qin Chongqing couldn't help laughing. He looked at Ling Yun with great interest. Yuner, your mother asked you to come and say hello to me, right? Ling Yun quickly nodded in agreement. Cough. You mother, you really think of me as a stingy old man. Qin Chongqing smiled wryly, and then waved his hand immediately. Isn't it just to visit the imperial tomb, Yuner, you can just go, just stroll around. However, today is the 5th, and it is still during the National Day holiday. The mausoleum of the first Qin emperor is a national 5A level scenic spot, and there is an endless stream of people who come to visit. You should try to keep it as quiet as possible, and don't make any earth-shattering movements for me. It is good. Ling Yun knew that the old man was still a little worried, so he gave such instructions. He said with a smile, Grandpa Qin, judging by what you said, it seems that no matter where I go, I will definitely do something earth-shattering. Don't worry, I will just walk around the periphery of the imperial mausoleum, not even entering the door. This time it was Qin Chongqing's turn to be surprised. He said in amazement, you don't even enter the door, so what are you doing here to say hello to me? Why don't you go in? Ling Yunqin said that the guardian formation of Qin Huang Mausoleum is so terrifying, it's not that I don't want to enter, but I can't enter. But of course he wouldn't say that, so he smiled and said, just go and see. Qin Chongqing wondered what kind of medicine was sold in Ling Yun gourd. He asked, curiously, then do you want me to accompany you? Qin Chongqing, the guardian of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum and the head of the Qin family, offered to accompany Ling Yun to visit the imperial mausoleum. This is really too much face. You know, so far, those who have this qualification are only the first people in China in the past dynasties. Only when they come, Qin Chongqing will accompany them in person. However, Ling Yun undoubtedly has this qualification. No really, Grandpa Qin, I'm just going to take a look around, and I don't need anyone to accompany me. Ling Yun refused. It was impossible for Qin Chongqing to accompany him, otherwise, he would have done nothing. Okay, then you go, no matter what happens, contact me directly. Qin Chongqing had no choice but to agree, and personally sent Ling Yun out of the gate. He stood outside the gate, watched Ling Yun leave, his eyes flickered, he nodded thoughtfully. Ling Yun walked slowly, looking left and right along the way, constantly observing the surrounding terrain, without even releasing his divine thoughts. He was really wandering. However, after leaving the ancient Qin village for a certain distance, Ling Yun let go of his divine sense, and his pace began to quicken. He first went north, and after he entered the eastern periphery of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, he then started to go west, along the east-west road. On the avenue, go straight to the main entrance of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Along the way, Ling Yun has always put his divine sense to the limit, trying to detect the power of the mausoleum protection formation. The method is very simple, as long as he maintains the state, as he approaches Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum step by step, he can gradually feel the shortening of the distance of his spiritual consciousness. Guqin village is located in the southeast direction of the main gate of the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin. The straight line distance between the two is 2 kilometers away. Ling Yun is in the village, and the range of spiritual consciousness is suppressed by the mausoleum protection array to about 600 meters. The ancient Qin village is naturally also within the range of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, but Ling Yun knows that it is on the periphery of the main formation, and it can only be regarded as an auxiliary formation, and there is no point of exploration. When Ling Yun came to the avenue in the east-west direction, 1 kilometer away from the main entrance, his divine sense was instantly suppressed to 100 meters. Ling Yun was secretly startled and shocked. Because the first time he came to Guqin village, he came from this road. When his consciousness was suppressed to 100 meters, he once asked Qin Dongxue. Just 1 kilometer. You know, Ling Yun at that time was still at the peak of the 5th level of Qi training, and his spiritual consciousness could only cover a radius of 8 kilometers, but now he is in the middle of the 6th level of Qi training, and the range of his spiritual consciousness has reached 9 kilometers. Ling Yun's realm has been improved, and he is still the same distance from the main entrance of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, but the distance at which his divine sense is suppressed is the same. In this case, there is only one explanation. In the case of not reaching a certain level, such as building a foundation, the mausoleum protection formation suppresses the spiritual thoughts of monks, and there is no difference. That is to say, even if Ling Yun breaks through the 7th level of Qi training and enters the late stage of Qi training, after reaching the same position, the distance of his divine sense is still only 100 meters. This is just outside the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, 1 kilometer away from the main entrance. It really deserves to be the place where China's ancestor dragons are buried, and it really lives up to its reputation. Shocked in Ling Yun's heart, he slowed down and walked forward step by step, feeling that the range of divine thoughts was still shrinking sharply. 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Ling Yun walked less than 200 steps forward, and his spiritual consciousness was completely suppressed, and he could no longer release it. He stopped, looked back at the road, and found that he had just walked 100 meters away. There are still 900 meters away from the main entrance. This is too scary. Ling Yun shook his head, and simply stopped using his divine sense, but walked slowly forward like ordinary tourists. Divine sense can no longer be used. Ling Yun can only see with his eyes. He is admiring the scenery, enjoying the scenery of Lishan Mountain to his heart's content. Mount Li is one of the famous mountains in China. It belongs to the offshoot of the Qinling Mountains. The mountains are winding and the trees are verdant. From a distance, it looks like a blue horse. Lishan Mountain is also known as Sholing because of its green and beautiful scenery, and the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang is at the foot of Lishan Mountain. Ling Yun walked forward another 500 meters, and the number of tourists here began to increase, very dense and coming and going. It would be nice to be invisible, or if it rains heavily. Ling Yun thought to himself, it's a pity that he can't use his divine sense, so it's impossible to be invisible. Today's weather is also very clear and the sky is clear, neither of which is possible. He raised his head and looked ahead at the main entrance of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, which was the goal of his trip. Coming here, the surrounding dragon energy, emperor energy, and yin energy are already extremely heavy and extremely rich. Ling Yun has already secretly operated a yin-yang art, and began to frantically absorb all kinds of spiritual energy around him. Reverse yin and yang. Although Ling Yun's divine thoughts were suppressed, it didn't affect him in the slightest to operate his kung fu. At this moment, Ling Yun's miraculous dantian was spinning rapidly, and more than half of the massive amount of yin qi he had inhaled into his body was transformed into yang qi. It's exactly the same as the scene of rushing to practice under the Tianqing in Qingshui City. Ling Yun said that he came to see the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor, but in fact it was for cultivation. At the beginning, under the Tianqing in Qingshui City, Ling Yun broke through 6 realms in a row with the help of the massive yin and yang energy of the yin and yang lock dragon formation, and reached the middle stage of the 5th level of Qi training. It wasn't until he absorbed all the yin and yang energy there that he had no choice but to stop practicing and go to the East China Sea to cross the catastrophe. Now, he has come to the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor, the place where the ancestor dragon is buried. The yin qi has been accumulated for more than 2,000 years here. Some yin, or no problem. After walking forward for more than 200 meters, Ling Yun finally came to the main entrance of Qin Huang Mausoleum, which is the south gate of the inner city of the Imperial Mausoleum. It's here. Feeling the massive amount of yin qi surging out from the main entrance again, Ling Yun stopped moving forward, and took advantage of the tourists coming in and out, going east and west as a cover, walking aimlessly in place, swaying indiscriminately stand up. Ling Yun is siphoning the overflowing yin qi. Hey, it's so strange, why is it suddenly so cold here, and there's wind? Everyone who walked near Ling Yun felt cold, shivering all over, shrinking their necks in surprise, and then ran all the way away from him quickly. Ling Yun remained calm, but his heart was secretly refreshed. As he walked, the corners of his mouth would occasionally lift into a smug smile. Cultivating in this way is more troublesome than in the yin-yang locking dragon formation, but according to this absorption speed, I can advance to the peak of the 6th level of Qi training in at most 2 days. The second update. It's the beginning of the month, ask for a guaranteed monthly pass. 1 Qi yin-yang ju, this technique is really against the sky. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. The 2 here refers to yin and yang. Between heaven and earth, everything is nothing more than the word yin and yang. Coupled with Ling Yun's heaven-defying physique that can absorb any spiritual energy between heaven and earth, it is even more powerful. The combination of physique and kung fu is simply seamless. Therefore, although Ling Yun knows countless cultivation methods, as long as he raises his cultivation level, he only uses 1 Qi yin-yang art. One way at hand, nothing else. In the yin-yang locking dragon formation, Ling Yun is located in the middle of the eyes of the yin and yang formations, practicing in the place where yin and yang meet. He can always ensure the balance of yin and yang in his body, just let go of the absorption. But at the gate of the scenic area of Qin Huang's mausoleum, only purine energy overflowed from it. After he absorbed it into his body, he had to use a yin and yang formula to convert more than half of the yin energy into yang energy, so as to maintain the energy in his body. The balance of yin and yang, with this extra procedure, will naturally be a little more troublesome. Fortunately, now, Ling Yun's supernatural dantian has been completed, and during the rapid rotation, he can quickly transform the yin energy he has absorbed into the body into yang qi, and then go out of the dantian and swim around the whole body, constantly washing and nourishing his dantian, meridians, orifices, acupoint, as well as the sea of consciousness, between the eyebrows. Now, Ling Yun's sea of consciousness between eyebrows has truly turned into a sea of divine essence. At least 1.2 million drops of divine essence have been stored. At this moment, the divine essence in it forms like rain and falls into the ocean, at this speed. At most 3 more days, it will be able to completely fill the brow center consciousness sea. Boom! While cultivating, Ling Yun did not forget to activate the yin-yang and 5-element fires, turning them into human-shaped flames, further tempering his whole body, and obtaining further strengthening and upgrading. In the mid-stage of qi training, most of the cultivators only focus on cultivating their brows and sea of consciousness, and very few people can also improve their physical strength at the same time. It's not that they don't want to, but they have no time to distract, and they don't have the time and energy at all. Like Ling Yun, who can ensure that his physical body is always getting stronger without delaying the cultivation of spiritual consciousness, it is absolutely rare. There are only a handful of them. Because as long as the 4 or 9 minor catastrophes have passed, the physical body created through the catastrophe is already strong enough for a cultivator to use. As long as the realm is reached and there are spells at hand, who would delay the promotion of the realm in order to increase the strength of the physical body? But Ling Yun is different. He knows his own affairs, and he doesn't know which big realm he will cross. There will be an inexplicable catastrophe. It is absolutely impossible not to temper the body. So no matter how much he desires to improve his realm, he will never stop practicing the great expansion gathering stars treasure, and it will never be broken. Another one, Ling Yun now possesses yin-yang and 5 elements fire, so if you don't practice it, you don't practice it. Anyway, practice is not in vain. Hoo-hoo. The sinister wind howled, overflowed from the main entrance of Qin Huang's mausoleum, and was absorbed by Ling Yun's body crazily, non-stop. At this moment, in the eyes of other tourists, the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor is just a tourist attraction, but in the eyes of Ling Yun, it is an inexhaustible treasury of yin energy. The mausoleum of Qin Huang's scenic area is like the Three Gorges Reservoir in China. If Ling Yun does not come, the wind and waves here are calm. Within the scenic area, the massive amount of yin qi was like the water stored in the Three Gorges Reservoir. After the gate was opened, it roared and poured out, all pouring into Ling Yun's body. Of course, in addition to those massive yin qi, there are relatively few dragon qi and emperor qi mixed in it. Only one person in the imperial mausoleum owns these 2 types of qi. Although the ancestor dragon emperor is rare, it is extremely powerful. Naturally, Ling Yun would not refuse anyone who came, and accepted everything. Time passed, the sun was setting, and before he knew it, Ling Yun had been cultivating at the south gate of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum for 3 hours. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, tourists have gradually become scarce. However, the intensity of the yin qi gushing out from the door showed no sign of weakening at all. Ling Yun nodded secretly, very happy. After wandering outside the gate of the scenic spot for so long, he had already seen the panoramic tour map of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, and knew that there were several burial pits there. You can't stay in one place all the time, it's time to change places. Although Ling Yun didn't want to delay his cultivation, he didn't want to be regarded as a fool either. He wandered around the south gate of the scenic spot for too long, neither going in nor leaving, and he had already attracted the attention of the guards. He didn't need to ask, he knew that they were all members of the Qin family, and he would definitely not embarrass him, but Ling Yun didn't want to cause trouble. Ling Yun left and walked close to the fence of the scenic spot. After walking a few hundred meters, he turned a corner and came to the west gate of the scenic spot, continuing to absorb qi and cultivate. Another 2 hours later, around 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky darkened, and the staff of the scenic spot had already left work. Ling Yun left again, and went to the north gate of the scenic spot, looking around for no one. This time he was much calmer, and actually stood directly outside the gate, only 3 meters away from the gate. In this way, Ling Yun practiced until midnight, and he finally left the area of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. As he got farther and farther away from the mausoleum protection array, Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness gradually recovered. In the darkness, Ling Yun walked faster and faster, and when he was completely out of the range of the mausoleum protection formation, he disappeared directly, soared into the sky, and flew to Shouyang Mountain in the Qinling Mountains. Boom! An hour later, Ling Yun completely digested the absorbed yin qi, completely balancing the yin and yang qi in his body. Without any delay, he rushed directly to breakthrough. In the late stage of the 6th level of qi training. Hey, this feels really good. After stabilizing his realm, Ling Yun left Shouyang Mountain. He didn't go anywhere, but returned to the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor, and continued to absorb yin qi to practice at the west gate. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun left again, looking for a place to practice the Diyanju Xingju, and after 8 o'clock, he appeared again at the south gate of the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. Forget about eating and sleeping, tireless, crazy practice. On October 6th, Ling Yun practiced for a whole day and night. On October 7th, he practiced for another day. During this period, Qin Dongshui came to Ling Yun 3 times, thinking that he was going crazy, and asked Ling Yun every time, "What the hell are you doing, brat? Don't worry about me, just take a look." Qin Dongshui was so angry and funny when she heard this, she was speechless, and finally had no choice but to leave, but she knew that Ling Yun would never secretly plan on Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, so she had no choice but to let him go. At midnight on October 7th, Ling Yun left, flew to Qinling Mountains again, found an excellent dragon vein, set up a spirit gathering array, sat cross-legged in it, and began to practice with his eyes closed. After 2 days and 2 nights of frenzied cultivation, Ling Yunmei now has nearly 1,600,000 drops of divine essence in his heart consciousness sea, which is almost full, and can condense more than 8,000 drops of divine essence per hour. Boom! 2 hours later, Ling Yun broke through again and successfully reached the peak of the 6th level of qi training. Next, Ling Yun spent another 2 full hours to stabilize his realm until he was sure everything was safe, then he stopped practicing and slowly opened his eyes. Now, my sea of consciousness between eyebrows can hold 1.8 million drops of divine energy, and I can condense 9,000 drops of divine energy per hour. My spiritual consciousness has reached 10,000 meters. It's at its pinnacle. 10,000 meters of spiritual consciousness, that is, 10 kilometers, is the limit distance that ordinary cultivators can reach in the realm of qi training, but Ling Yun has already reached it at the peak of the 6th level of qi training. It only took him half a month from September 22nd, when Ling Yun broke through to the 4th level of qi training, to October 7th, when he reached the peak of the 6th level of qi training. Next, we need to settle down for a period of time, just wait until we are fully prepared, and then break through and enter the late stage of qi training. Ling Yun smiled in satisfaction. He floated up and flew in the sky above Qinling Mountains, while letting go of his consciousness, looking for Tai Xiaohu. Originally, Ling Yun wanted to go back to the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor to absorb the yin qi, intending to completely fill up the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, but it was impossible. Because tonight, when he was absorbing the yin energy from Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, he clearly felt that there was a wave of resentment and anger in that yin energy, and even a trace of terrifying murderous intent. Ling Yun was sure that there was an array of spirits guarding the mausoleum protection array. At 4:30 in the morning, in a valley full of dragon energy, Ling Yun found Tai Xiaohu, who was cultivating crazily. He did not disturb him, but secretly observed Tai Xiaohu's cultivation. This guy, the speed of cultivation is really amazing. Ling Yun appreciated it, because at this moment Tai Xiaohu had also reached the late stage of the 5th level of Qi training, and in just a few days, he could reach the peak of the 5th level of Qi training. Half an hour later, Tai Xiaohu stopped practicing Golden Emperor Quanlongzhan. He stood up, and prepared to fly into the air to practice the Great Expansion Gathering Star's secret art. Brush. Ling Yun appeared, in front of Tai Xiaohu. Tiger. Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu was dumbfounded. Why are you here? Ling Yun smiled and said, I'll come to see your entry, and at the same time tell you, I will return to Qingshui City tomorrow. At the end of the Yi family auction, Ling Yun had agreed with He Yuqian that he would take her to the special zone within a month at most to treat her grandfather. Now there are only 3 days left, before the deadline. Now that He Yuqian had been secretly taken to Qingshui City by Tang Meng, and was waiting for him there, Ling Yun didn't want to miss the appointment. Oh. Tai Xiaohu's eyes showed reluctance. He scratched his head and said, Brother Yun, you really don't need me to accompany you. Need not. Ling Yun waved his hand, then said with a smile, you just concentrate on cultivating here, and help me take care of the Qin family and Mo Wudao. It is good. Tai Xiaohu readily agreed. I'm here, and I'm going to teach you 2 formations, the Spirit Gathering Formation and the Cloudy Sky Maze. Next, you have to memorize it carefully. The Spirit Gathering Array can help Tai Xiaohu speed up his cultivation, but he is alone, and there is no one to guard him when he is practicing, so Ling Yun is worried, so he teaches him the confusing array to protect himself. However, the qualifications of people are really different. Tai Xiaohu is not by Xianer. When it comes to fighting, Tai Xiaohu is definitely a fierce man, but he needs to learn formations, that's purely to drive ducks to the shelves. Tai Xiaohu was sweating profusely, and said with a sad face, Brother Yun, this is too difficult. Can't you just wave your hands and form a formation? You just need to remember the orientation, distance, and order of placement. In the end, Ling Yun smiled wryly, and had to let Tai Xiaohu memorize it by rote, and then slowly figure it out by himself. At 8:30 in the morning, after Ling Yun had practiced the Diyan Ju Xingju, he left Qinling and rushed back to ancient Qin village. The first update. There are always people talking about Ling Yun's realm, but he has only practiced for half a year. Cultivation has no time. If I really want Ling Yun to improve his realm, the first chapter will let him go to the fairy world, do you believe it or not? However, the book really can't be written like that. No matter how cool the text is, it must maintain the rationality in the world, otherwise the book will collapse, and that will really be completely destroyed. Please rest assured, Ling Yun has fewer and fewer things at hand, and his enemies are getting stronger and stronger. Even if he wants to improve his realm, he can't do it. Some people don't need to calculate that for me. I know my book. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets, and continue to ask for guaranteed monthly tickets. Because he planned to leave, the first thing Ling Yun did when he returned to Guqin village was naturally to come to the Qin family's ancestral house, meet Qin Chongqing, and bid him farewell. Don't say anything, have breakfast first. As soon as Qin Chongqing saw Ling Yun, without further ado, he asked someone to bring food and let him eat. Ling Yun practiced crazily for 3 days, forgot to eat and sleep, and now he was really hungry, so he was not polite, came to a storm, and had a delicious meal. After dinner. Yunner, I know it might be inappropriate to ask you, but I still want to know, what have you been doing wandering around the entrance of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum in the past few days? Qin Chongqing kept his mouth shut, but in the end he couldn't help it and asked. Hey, Grandpa Qin, there's nothing wrong with that, I'm actually just practicing. Ling Yun didn't hide anything, and confessed frankly. Practice? Qin Chongqing was stunned, he was tongue-tied, and asked after a long while, you are just wandering around like that, and you are also practicing? How did you cultivate? Ling Yun explained with a smile, it's because of the exercises. For me, at the current state, sitting, lying, and walking are all cultivation. I am there, and I am actually cultivating with the help of the Yin energy from the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. Cultivate with the help of Yin Qi? Qin Chongqing was even more shocked. He asked in surprise, but isn't it necessary for some demonic figures and cultivators like ghost cultivators to have those evil spirits? Ling Yun smiled, and he knew that Qin Chongqing was definitely well versed in this matter. After all, he was the tomb guard of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. If he didn't understand these things, then don't guard the tomb. What's more, the Qin family is fighting against the 6 clans alone, and those 6 clans must be planning the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. Naturally, there are many ghost cultivators, spiritual cultivators, or demon figures who cultivated with the help of Yin energy. The two sides have been fighting for many years, so it is impossible not to understand. Grandpa Qin, there is actually a misunderstanding here. Ling Yun talked eloquently, Tao produces Yin and Yang, and everything in the world cannot be ruled out. Only the combination of Yin and Yang can produce all things. After all the breaths in the world are just various energies. Since Yang Qi is energy, so is Yin Qi. It just depends on how we practitioners can absorb and transform it, and use it perfectly. Otherwise, the theory of ghost cultivation is impossible to talk about. Qin Chongqing nodded again and again, his eyes flickered, and he said in amazement, if you can reverse Yin and Yang, Yuner, then the skill you cultivated is also a bit against the sky. Hey, thank you Grandpa Qin, for your praise, it's okay. Ling Yun was full of humility. Qin Chongqing didn't know what he thought of, he smiled without saying a word. Grandpa Qin, in fact, I'm here to say goodbye to you, and I plan to go back to Qingshui City today. What should be explained has already been explained, and Ling Yun directly explained the purpose of coming. Qin Chongqing was naturally full of reluctance. Yuner, you came to my Qin's house twice, although you stayed for a long time this time, but you were busy practicing, and we didn't have a few meals, and we talked very little. Can't you stay a few more days? Grandpa Qin, when I left Qingshui City, I promised others some things. Now that the deadline has come, I have to go back and help people solve it. Ling Yun said truthfully, besides, when I finish my work, if I want to come to this ancient Qin village, why don't I just come? All right. As soon as he heard what Ling Yun said, Qin Chongqing knew that he would not be able to keep Ling Yun, and he immediately agreed without any ink marks. Next, Ling Yun and Qin Chongqing chatted for a while, and told him the reason and purpose of letting Tai Xiaohu stay, and then said some plans for the future, and then proposed to take a look at Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao was still sleeping, but obviously, his condition was getting better and better. It seems that this guy is really going to sleep for 49 days, but I don't know how much chance he got. Ling Yun nodded secretly, and at the same time, he did not forget to tell Qin Chongqing some things that need attention. Yuner, don't worry, unless there is something wrong with this child in his deep sleep, my Qin family can keep him safe. Thank you, Grandpa Qin. After seeing Mo Wudao, Ling Yun left the Qin family's ancestral house, went to Qin Chuanfeng's house and Qin Xiaohua's house respectively, and bid farewell to them. Finally, Ling Yun came to the southwest corner of Guqin village, in Qin Chuyua's small courtyard, and bid farewell to his mother. With the help of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum's Yin Qi cultivation, since he did not hide from Qin Chongqing, of course Ling Yun would not hide from Qin Chuyue, he briefly informed, and then told his current state. The peak of the 6th level of Qi training. Of course, compared with Ling Yun, Qin Chuyue and Qin Dongshua's realms are too far apart. Naturally, they can't imagine what Ling Yun's current realm means. But even so, after they heard that Ling Yun's realm had improved, they were still very happy for him. "Mom, is there no news about Ling Yu?" Ling Yun cultivated so desperately, of course, to get rid of Ling Yu as soon as possible in terms of realm. Before he left, he was naturally concerned about this matter. Qin Qiuyue said, "There is news that Ling Yu is still in Kunlun Mountain. Isn't this the National Day holiday? Anyway, there are no classes at school, and the Ning family won't let her go." "Oh." Ling Yun was thoughtful. Then, did she say, when will she come back? After returning, should she return directly to the capital, or come here first? Qin Qiuyue said with a smile, "That's what I said. It should be 3 or 4 days later, and I will be back. I must come here first. If you go a few days later, you will definitely see her." Qin Qiuyue added. "That's too late." Ling Yun shook his head, and then asked Qin Dongxue, "Did Ling Yu go to Qin Shi mausoleum when Ling Yu came to the Qin family last time?" "Of course I did." Qin Dongxue knew that Ling Yun left the Qin family today, and she was in a bad mood. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said, "My elder brother and the others took her there, but before she got close to the imperial tomb, she said she was not feeling well, and then she came back. I haven't been in since then." Qin Qiuyue looked at Ling Yun. "Yuner, what's wrong?" Ling Yun hurriedly smiled and said, "Oh, it's nothing, I just asked, casually." When Ning Yu came last time, her realm was still in the early stage of qi training. Although the mausoleum guarding formation would suppress her divine sense, it would not pose any threat. But Ning Yu is in the body of a fairy, and her body will naturally absorb the yin energy in the mausoleum protection formation. She feels uncomfortable, and it is very likely that the formation spirit has been alarmed. Ling Yun couldn't enter Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, so Ning Yu must be the same now. Thinking of this, Ling Yun said to Qin Qiuyue via voice transmission, "Mom, when Ling Yu comes, you have to observe her condition carefully, and if you really find anything wrong, please notify me immediately, and I will come back quickly." Qin Qiuyue nodded imperceptibly to show that she knew. At this moment, there are still 2 hours before noon, and Ling Yun did not waste the next time. He began to explain the way of cultivation to Qin Qiuyue and Qin Dongxue in detail, from the surface to the inside, from the shallow to the deep, eloquently, without hesitation, not Su. This is preaching. Ling Yun knew that although his mother hadn't practiced yet, she would definitely embark on the road of cultivation sooner or later. He explained these things systematically in advance, so that the two of them had a complete and comprehensive understanding of cultivation, which was better than letting them just worry about it. Hard training is much more useful. In the past, everyone's realm was low, and Ling Yun's was also low. Everything was still in the realm of ancient martial arts, but now that he has reached the peak of the 6th level of qi training, he no longer has to worry about anything. To put it bluntly, even if someone really suddenly guessed and revealed Ling Yun's true origin, he doesn't care. So what? At noon that day, the Qin family held a large banquet to see Ling Yun off. This time, Qin Qiuyue naturally also participated. During the banquet, she didn't eat a few mouthfuls, but she kept picking up food for Ling Yun, and told him to be careful in everything. Even Qin Xiaohua's repeated persuasion to drink was hard. Blocked back. Qin Xiaohua was very helpless. In the Qin family, even his wife and sister-in-law, he dared to talk back and quarrel with them, but he really didn't dare to Qin Qiuyue. It's fun. At 2:30 in the afternoon, amidst laughter and laughter, the banquet ended. Qin Chongqing, Qin Chunfeng, Qin Xiaohua, and others personally sent Ling Yun to Xianying International Airport. After rushing to the airport, Ling Yun finally saw Wang Chongxiao and his 5 blood servants again. Edward, Jester, Paul and the others couldn't get close to the grand formation of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, so of course it was impossible for Ling Yun to keep them here, which was meaningless to the Qin family. Yuner, after you leave, I will arrange for you, Uncle Chunfeng, to go to the Ling family in the capital as soon as possible. Let them discuss the worldly matters and family affairs, so you don't need to worry about them. On the tarmac, before Ling Yun boarded the plane, Qin Chongqing smiled and said to Ling Yun, "Hey, Grandpa Qin is still thoughtful of me." Ling Yun smiled. With his current identity, he is the head of the Ling family after all, but he doesn't care about the affairs of the Ling family at all, and leaves them to Ling Yu to take care of them. Qin Chongqing knew this very well, so Ling Yun's visit to the Qin family meant that the Ling family and the Qin family would cooperate in various aspects in the future, but he didn't mention anything about it. Qin Chuanfeng's succession as the patriarch of the Qin family is already a certainty. It is naturally perfect for him to go to the Ling family to discuss future cooperation with the Ling family. Qin Chongqing didn't say anything about this matter until before Ling Yun left, which not only showed the attitude of the Qin family, but also wouldn't make Ling Yun worry. That's why Ling Yun said that Qin Chongqing was thoughtful. "You kid." Qin Chongqing patted Ling Yun's shoulder with a smile, and he suddenly sent a voice transmission, "Yuner, practice hard and improve your realm as soon as possible. When you come next time, Grandpa Qin still needs your help." Ling Yun was stunned. "Why, you don't want to?" "That's related to Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum." Qin Chongqing was afraid that Ling Yun would think too much, so he simply stated his words directly, with a mysterious smile on his face and meaningful eyes. Ling Yun's heart moved, and he immediately thought of 40 years ago. The Ling family entered Kunlun, the Qin family entered the imperial tomb, and the Long family went to Punlai. "Yes. Of course I would." Ling Yun hurriedly agreed, and he directly teleported his mind. "No matter where Grandpa Qin needs me, I will definitely be there whenever he is called." Knowing that Ling Yun understood what he meant, Qin Chongqing laughed loudly. "Let's go." At 3:30 p.m. on October 8, Ling Yun's special plane took off on time and rushed to Qingshui City. "The second one is delivered. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets." The plane took off with a whistling sound, and after a steep climb, it began to fly steadily. "How stingy, you didn't even come to the airport to see me off." On the plane, Ling Yun sat in a window seat, overlooking the rapidly shrinking land below, couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. He was talking about Qin Dongxue, of course. After Qin Dongxue knew that Ling Yun would not take her with her this trip, she was depressed all the time. Until today at lunch, she still stared at him through gritted teeth, which made Ling Yun feel guilty. However, Ling Yun also noticed that when leaving Qin's house for the airport, Qin Dongxue wanted to get in the car, but was dragged away by Qin Qiuyue. Did mother notice something? Ling Yun was muttering in his heart, but soon, he put all these complicated thoughts behind him. All will be good. Qinling, a main dragon vein in the hinterland of China, the dragon energy contained in it is blazing. It is really a mysterious place. At this moment, the plane has come to the sky above the Qinling Mountains and is flying over the Qinling Mountains. Ling Yun is looking at the Qinling Mountains below through the window. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a giant dragon. Although generally speaking, the spiritual energy on this earth is very exhausted, but in some special places, the spiritual energy can still support the cultivation of practitioners, but it is too slow. Ling Yun said to himself, and said decisively. The special places he mentioned, such as the Flaming Mountains, such as the places where dragon veins gather in the Qinling Mountains, also have a big premise. A cultivator's own attributes, as well as the cultivation method, should be just right. The lack of one of the two will be greatly reduced. For example, letting Miao Xiaomiao, who has a pure wood-type physique, go to the Flame Mountain to practice the Supreme Qingdi, that is pure nonsense, not to mention raising the realm. If it does not fall, it will be regarded as a high incense. Another point is that the fire aura or dragon aura contained in places like Huiyan Mountain and Qinling Mountains, although blazing, is only compared to other places on the earth. If they are placed in the big world of cultivation, it is equivalent to it's just a place where the spiritual energy in the world is exhausted. In other words, the place on the earth that contains the most spiritual energy is equivalent to a corner of the big world of comprehension, a barren place where cultivators will never stay. This gap is too big. But there are real dragons on earth. Ling Yan's eyes flickered, he was deep in thought. Undoubtedly, there are many types of dragons, and their ranks are even higher and lower, but adult true dragons are definitely capable of traveling in the void, and they have their own selection criteria for habitats. Good birds choose trees to live in. They will definitely not go to those planets with insufficient aura to live and reproduce. There are too many choices in the universe, and they must choose the planet with the most aura, because they grow faster that way. There are not only real dragons, but also ancestor dragons. Ling Yan thought of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum again, and now he has confirmed that Qin Shi Huang's ancestor Longji said that it was not simply because he was the first emperor, because he practiced at the gate of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum for 3 days, and the benefits he gained were not only to the small realm is so simple. Ling Yan absorbed a large amount of yin energy there, but he also absorbed dragon energy, and it was an extremely high-level dragon energy, very powerful and pure. The dragon energy, after being absorbed into his body, didn't go anywhere, and went straight to Ling Yan's dantian, and all of it was absorbed by the golden dragon-shaped curve in his miraculous dantian. In other words, it can no longer be called a dragon-shaped curve, because now it not only has 4 limbs, but also dragon claws have manifested on each leg. Although the dragon claw seems to be very small, thinner than a strand of hair, but with Ling Yan's consciousness now, he can see clearly that it is the dragon claw, and it has 5 claws. 5-clawed golden dragon. If you go further, you should be able to see the scales. Ling Yan could feel that the golden dragon was taking shape step by step. Although the dragon's body looked rough and immature, it was just a shape, but it was manifesting and growing. Dantian Yujinlong. It's a pity that although the dragon's body already exists, it is still just a curve, and the dragon's head has not shown any signs of manifestation. Perhaps, the murderous intent appeared in the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor's mausoleum, not because I absorbed the massive amount of yin energy, but because I absorbed the dragon energy. The corner of Ling Yan's mouth curled into a smug smile. The question is, why do these things exist on the earth, or in China, and the Chinese are still called the descendants of the dragon? Ling Yan raised his head and withdrew his gaze from looking down. He looked into the distance through the window, his eyes were deep and distant, as if he had penetrated thousands of years of time and space. He thought of the Yin and Shang dynasties, even the legendary Xia dynasty, even more ancient, the period of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. An era that only exists in Chinese myths and legends, an era that disappeared. To what extent was the earth full of aura at that time? At least it will be countless times richer than the great world of cultivation, right? Flaming Mountains, Qinling Mountains, Kunlun Mountains. These places are nothing but spiritual ruins. That's why, if you don't see gods, you don't see dragons. It is for this reason that today is called the Dharma Ending Age. Otherwise, the term End of Dharma Age would not have appeared at all, and it would not have come out of nowhere. Otherwise, today's Earth technology is the mainstay. Why is it not called the post-technology era, or something else? The end of the Dharma is the end of the Dharma. The premise is that there is a Dharma. The point is, the earth has become a spiritual ruin, so where are the gods flying in the sky and hiding from the earth in the eyes of ordinary people, those ancient powers, and those ancient monsters like dragons? They won't all be dead all at once, right? Renhuang Penqiling once told me that there are many people waiting for me, so where are they waiting for me? Ling Yan really wanted to ask Ren Huangbi directly, but he knew very well that Ren Huangbi didn't bother to talk to him because he didn't have enough realm. Even now, he doesn't even have the qualifications to use the Renhuang pen, he is still far from it. Ling Yan smiled wryly, and was instantly relieved. Isn't it just to practice and improve the realm? Who is afraid of whom? This plane flies really slowly. At this time, the plane had already crossed the Qinling Mountains and headed straight to the southeast. Ling Yun put away his thoughts, returned to reality, and couldn't help complaining. It takes more than 2 hours to reach Qingshui City by plane, but with such a short distance, if Ling Yun flies at full speed, it only takes 10 minutes. Dear boss, your red wine has already woken up, please taste it. Paul has been waiting by the side since he boarded the plane. He saw that Ling Yun was thinking about something, so he didn't bother him. Now that he was talking, he immediately served a glass of red wine. This is Ling Yun's special plane. There is everything on the plane, and everything is the best. Kindness. Ling Yun took the wine glass, took a sip, nodded, and praised, not bad. Thank you, boss. Paul bowed respectfully and was very polite. He smiled and said, when you go to America in the future, I have the best red wine in the world for you to taste. Ling Yun said with a smile, there will definitely be such a day. By the way, you don't have to just watch me drink, you all have to drink with me. Little Lord. Wang Chongxiao also spoke. He was obviously a little cautious. This trip, why? Ling Yun turned around from the seat, faced Wang Chongxiao, and said with a smile, you want to ask, why are we the only ones left this time? When we went to Qin's house, there were still Yi Xingchen, Bai Xianer, Qin Dongxue, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao on the plane, but now when we return, these 5 people are gone. Wang Chongxiao is of course puzzled. They are not like you. They have been cultivating for decades, and now they have reached the bottleneck period. They all need to adapt to their own realm, or they are facing a breakthrough. All these take time. How can I let them run around with me every day? Ling Yun explained in one sentence, and finally said, as for Mo Wudao, you already know his situation. Although that guy has the lowest level, he got a lot of luck this time, but it was his luck. It depends on how much benefit he can get. When Wang Chongxiao heard this, he was immediately envious, and at the same time, he sighed in his heart, comparing people to others, you must die, and comparing goods with goods, you must throw them away. It's really incomparable. He smiled wryly, young master, how strong is Tai Xiaohu now? It is impossible for Wang Chongxiao to compare with women, he can only take out Tai Xiaohu and compare with himself. He is currently in the late stage of the 5th level of Qi training, so it's just average, but... Ling Yun glanced at Wang Chongxiao, with a playful look in his eyes, and continued, if we fight with you, it won't be a problem for Tai Xiaohu to hit you 5 or 6 times, right? Wang Chongxiao almost staggered. I doubted my life on the spot. You know, Wang Chongxiao has been cultivating for decades since he was a child, and he reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training with the Tiangang Fumo fist taught to him by Ling Yun some time ago. But Tai Xiaohu, following Ling Yun, only practiced for half a year, and he has already reached the late stage of the 5th level of Qi training, and in terms of strength, he has completely crushed him. Old Wang, you don't have to be depressed. Don't forget, Tai Xiaohu was carefully cultivated by me. If he doesn't even have this level of strength in his current state, it's not him who is ashamed, but me. Ling Yun smiled calmly, he is lower than you, but he can crush you in terms of strength, not only because of his extraordinary talent, but also because of his skills. Golden Emperor's Crazy Dragon Slash, Huangquan to Huanggong, 1 attack and 1 defense. Especially Jindi Quanglong Zhan, but the attacking technique in the 5 elements slaughtering God art, killing people beyond the 3 great realms is like playing. Wang Chongxiao could only nod his head, he couldn't help but kneel down and worship Ling Yun as his teacher now. However, just don't worry, I am in the same state as you now, and I need to settle down for a while. It just so happens that there are no major events during this period. Next, I will pass on a set of cultivation methods to you according to your physical attributes. Yes, I guarantee you will not be disappointed. Thank you, Master. Oh, no, thank you, young master. Wang Chongxiao was so overjoyed that he blurted out what was on his mind. Ling Yin listened, just smiled lightly, non-committal. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Literature Network, to provide you with wonderful reading. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yin's special plane landed at Qingshui International Airport on time. Brother Yun. Tang Meng had already been waiting for him on the tarmac. When Ling Yin got off the plane, he immediately greeted him and gave him a firm bear hug. The two brothers haven't seen each other for more than 10 days. It seems that you are really free now, and you are free to pick me up at the airport. After letting go of his hand, Ling Yin couldn't help teasing Tang Meng's blushing face and relaxed look. Hey! Brother Yun, don't tell me, I finally know what it's like to be a big shopkeeper. After Tang Meng heard this, Li's eyes narrowed into two slits, and he said with a smile, if you can't handle things by yourself, just say something, go to the president to decide, and everything will be okay. Ling Yan's expression froze. So, is this the reason why Mei Feng can't come to pick me up today? Ahem. One sentence almost choked Tang Meng to death, and he hurriedly explained, how can it be? Brother Yun, it's really not what you think. Isn't today the first day after the National Day holiday? There are many things in the group. Sister Mei Feng was busy with the meeting, so she couldn't make it in time. That's a reasonable reason. Ling Yin smiled secretly, and waved his hand directly, go, get in the car. Tang Meng brought 3 cars, and the two got into the nearest black car. Ling Yin's divine sense transmitted voice called Jester to be the driver, and then left the airport first. There was no driver in the car, and Tang Meng came to pick up Ling Yin himself, so he didn't intend to let someone else drive him. As for Wang Chongxiao and the others, after Ling Yin came to Qingshui City, he didn't have to worry about it at all. He knew that Tang Meng had already made arrangements. Qingshui City is definitely Ling Yin's territory, the foundation is so solid. In the car, Ling Yin and Tang Meng sat side by side, making it easier for them to talk. Brother Yun, let's go back to the city at this hour, there may be traffic jams on the road. Don't worry, a traffic jam can block other people, but it can't block the two of us, we will get off the bus as soon as we reach the urban area. Ling Yin smiled, and said indifferently, he planned to take Tang Meng with him today, let this kid experience flying in the sky, open his eyes and practice his courage. According to the usual practice, it was naturally Tang Meng's time to report to Ling Yin on his work. He knew that Ling Yin was racing against time to practice, and there was not much time left for him. Tang Meng is now the chief executive officer of Ling Yin Group. Although he no longer needs to make decisions on the company's affairs in person, he needs to know all the major events in the group. Therefore, it is only relatively speaking that he is not busy, and he also sneaks in during his busy schedule. In Ling Yun Group, there is only one true hands-off shopkeeper, and that is Ling Yun. Brother Yun, Qingshui International Airport, our Ling Yun Group has invested about 5 billion yuan in advance, accounting for 30% of the shares, and signed a strategic cooperation agreement for the next 10 years. Great hand! Ling Yin couldn't help admiring Zhuang Meifeng's courage. At present, there is only one passenger airport in Qingshui City. Because the airport and aviation are related to national security, in Huaxia, it is often controlled by the state. Therefore, it is possible to get 30% of the shares in such a short period of time. This ratio, it is already extremely high. As for the future prospects, after Ling Yun's medical and pharmaceutical center in Linjiang district is established and becomes a holy place in the world's medical circles, Qingshui International Airport will definitely become one of the busiest airports in the world, which is beyond doubt. Brother Yun, you are wrong. Unexpectedly, Tang Meng shook his head, and said flatly, actually, Sister Zhuang said that she bought shares in this airport mainly to make it easier for you to go home. Ling Yun was stunned, thinking that Tang Meng's pretense caught him off guard. Zhuang Meifeng spent 5 billion, just to buy herself a convenient one? After being slightly startled, Ling Yan said calmly, in this case, the handwriting will be even bigger. Ha 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 ha. Then, the laughter of 3 people suddenly sounded in the car. Oh, Sarue, 2 respected bosses, you continue, maid, where did my car go? After Jester burst out laughing, he quickly raised his hands to apologize. Seeing this, Ling Yan wished he could kick him, and thought to himself that you were driving so fast with your hands raised, can the car not go sideways? Also, during the National Day, my master has already come to Qingshui to meet Sister Meifeng. The two have talked for a long time and have made a plan for the next development. Your master? My second uncle? Yes. Tang Meng couldn't hide his complacency. I've kowtowed and served tea to my master. I'm definitely the master's great disciple. Hee hee. You kid has earned it. Ling Yan shook his head after hearing this, and said with a smile, I hope you won't humiliate the teacher, and then? Tang Mei rolled his eyes to express dissatisfaction, and then said, because the capital is too busy, the master only stayed for a day, and rushed back by special plane that night, saying that Sister Meifeng should go as soon as possible after her work is over. A trip to the capital. Kindness. Ling Yan nodded, suddenly remembered something, and immediately asked, besides Meifeng, who else has my second uncle met? Master, before he left, he also visited Miracle Dr. Xue, and made a special trip to Pingfan Clinic, Lingyun Hospital, Villa No. 1 and Villa No. 9 in Qingshui Bay, and asked me to take him around. Ling Yan was speechless, and thought that the second uncle came to see Zhuang Meifeng. He obviously came to Qingshui City to inspect me. My father and Uncle Li heard that the master is coming, and wanted to meet him, but the master refused, because it is not suitable at present. Kindness. Ling Yan nodded again after hearing this. Wait a little longer, it's indeed a bit early, not to mention you and Meifeng are here in Qingshui City. Everything can be arranged calmly, there is no rush to meet. Tang Mei raised his thumb. Hey, Brother Yun is amazing, that's what the master told me. Brother Yun, you don't know, the secular energy of the Li family is really terrifying. Tang Meng suddenly stopped talking, and said excitedly, after our medical and drug center in Linjiang district was fully taken over by the Li family's construction group, they cooperated with the government. The perfect planning and construction speed are really amazing. By the way, there is also your outer house in the capital. The large area has also been completely demolished. The construction has started in full swing, and the foundation has begun. Thousands of people started working together. The scene was really, in full swing. Tang Meng thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of any better words. Ling Yan was not as excited as Tang Meng when he heard this, he just smiled lightly. This is an opportunity that the Li family has worked so hard for, and it is also the first time the two parties have cooperated. How could they not work hard? Hey, that's right. Tang Meng scratched his head and smiled, and suddenly remembered the scene where the Li family gave Ling Yun 3 big gifts, and immediately became less excited. Okay, I already know these things in general, let's not talk about them. I want to ask you a serious matter, that He Yuqiong, how is it now? Ling Yan's trip back to Qingshui was mainly about 2 things. One was to take Miracle Dr. Xue to Miaojiang, and the other was to take He Yuqiong to the special zone. For him, the matter was not too big, but he had to go there in person. He Yuqiong? Mentioning He Yuqiong, Tang Meng blushed slightly, and said, she is currently in Qingshui City, staying in the Triumph Hotel. She is very safe, and is waiting for your return. Ling Yan keenly caught Tang Meng's subtle reaction, and he smiled faintly, without revealing it. Tell her that I don't have time tonight, and I will go to the hotel tomorrow morning, you come with me. Okay. Tang Meng was excited and overjoyed, and the one who agreed was called a quick one. Boss, where are we going? Unknowingly, the car got off the airport expressway and started driving towards the city. Jester asked for the specific address so that he could plan the best route. This guy is now more familiar with Qingshui City than Ling Yun, and he doesn't even need navigation at all. Villa number 1 in Qingxi District. Ling Yun said without hesitation, now that he has returned to Qingshui City, the first person he wants to meet must of course be Jade Bird. After another 5 or 6 minutes, the car began to approach the urban area, and tall buildings on both sides came into view. Parking. Finding a section of the road where no one was around, Ling Yun asked Jester to stop, and after explaining to him, he took Tang Meng out of the car. Tang Meng looked confused. Brother Yun, why did we get out of the car here? You'll know later, come with me. Ling Yun grabbed Tang Meng's hand, and casually let go of an invisible xuanhuan Ichi shield to shield him from the strong wind, and then flew into the forest beside the road in a flash. Brush. Perform invisibility. Walk. After being invisible, Ling Yun didn't delay, and the next moment, he took Tang Meng directly to the sky. What? A cry of panic like killing a pig came from the sky above the dense forest, getting higher and higher, continuous, resounding through the sky. Considering Tang Meng's physical factors, Ling Yun Chongtian's speed was already considered very slow, but even so, he was frightened and fainted. Shame. Ling Yun was speechless, thinking that he had seen such a big scene before, and he was so frightened. Wake up. Accompanied by a stream of spiritual energy pouring into Tang Meng's body, Ling Yun released the dragon roar and drank lightly. Tang Meng woke up slowly, he suddenly looked down, and immediately began to roll his eyes again. If you faint again, I'll let go. Ling Yun said lightly. Brother Yun, ancestor, don't do it. Tang Meng's body was suspended in the air, he was so frightened that he forgot to cry, howling like killing a pig. Take you to fly once, you will learn a lot, your courage is far worse than Ninger. Ling Yun cursed with a smile, and then took Tang Meng to fly slowly towards Villa number 1. The scenery on the ground was retreating rapidly. Is there no traffic jam? After flying a certain distance, when Tang Meng got used to it, Ling Yun asked, with a smile. Well, there is really no traffic jam, there will never be a traffic jam. Tang Meng changed from panic to excitement, and what shocked him even more was that the original state of being completely suspended in the air at the beginning seemed to have a support under his feet at this moment, as if his feet were firmly on the ground. Hey, what's going on, Brother Yun? Why do I look like I'm standing on the ground? Hey, it's actually just a ball of stellar energy, you're stepping on it, it's alright, stop patronizing and yelling, and accompany me to appreciate our great river and mountains. The first update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. For mobile phone users, please visit m.reading for a better reading experience. Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness covered a radius of 10,000 meters, and he led Tang Meng to travel 1,000 meters above Qingshui City, and at the same time patrolled Qingshui again. Now, Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness is so condensed, all the scenery covered by his spiritual consciousness can be clearly seen, and it is 100 times clearer than seeing it with eyes up close. In his eyes, Qingshui City today is smaller than it was 10 days ago. Look, below is the headquarters of our Ling Yun group. Ling Yun was tall and straight, pointing to Jiangshan below. This is the real pointing Jiangshan. At the same time, he naturally saw Zhuang Meifeng, who was presiding over the meeting in the Ling Yun group, as well as Zhuang Tianda, Song Jingyang, Chen Jiantao, Qian Ruhai, and others, who were also there. The atmosphere in the meeting room was serious but harmonious, and everything was in order. Ling Yun smiled, and sent a voice transmission with his spiritual thoughts. Meifeng, I'm back. This voice came to her ears, making Zhuang Meifeng's delicate body tremble when she was listening to the work report. Her beautiful eyes immediately burst into joy, but her beautiful face remained calm. Everything is fine here, don't worry. Ling Yun continued to transmit the sound, I will take Tang Meng to other places for a walk, and then I will go back to Villa number 1. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun escaped, and under Tang Meng's begging, he soon came to the sky above Linjiang New City, and saw the medical and drug center under rapid construction. This medical and drug center was a big gift from Li Yifeng, who was astute as a torch, and personally gave Ling Yun. Although Ling Yun was a big shopkeeper, Li Yifeng devoted all his efforts, from the decision to the establishment of the project to the start of construction. It is a green light all the way, how could it be slow to build? Half a month ago, when Ling Yun was patrolling Qingshui in the air for the first time, the medical and pharmaceutical center on the ground had already taken shape, and 2 high-rise buildings had been built to 5 stories high. Magnificent, it will become a new landmark of Qingshui City. Now, the rich and powerful Li's family in the capital city has taken over again. Anyway, it is in the Linjiang district. They are not afraid of disturbing people. Thousands of workers work in shifts, rushing to work day and night. The speed is incredible. Tall buildings rise from the ground. It is indeed indescribable, in full swing. It's really good, the Li family is paying attention. Seeing this, Ling Yun praised, and at the same time said to Tang Meng, just as I said, it's not easy for these construction workers to rush to work. Treat them as well as possible. Tang Meng smiled and said, Brother Yun, don't worry, Master and Sister Mei Feng have specifically explained it. Well, that's good. Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction, then left again, and continued to lead Tang Meng to tour the entire Qingshui city, his own territory. I have to say that Ling Yun really likes this feeling, because he can't feel it anywhere else, but as soon as he returns to Qingshui, Ling Yun can feel the power of chanting in his body, which is unprecedentedly strong, and it is not even inferior to his own cultivation. I'm really angry. The power of chanting is not qi, but light, which is very pure and holy, filling Ling Yun's body acupoints, cluster after cluster, like dazzling little suns, illuminating his invisible acupoints very real. This is a very unique power. Ling Yun can feel that the originally independent acupoints in his body have begun to be strung together by these forces, like a big luminous net, each node is shining brightly, the divine brilliance was flowing, and they began to converge toward Ling Yun's head. Maid, it's too evil, it won't really form a circle of light? While traveling in the sky, Ling Yun also murmured secretly in his heart, but he had a vague feeling that this kind of vision would be of great help to his later stage of qi training. Refining qi to transform into gods. At the later stage of qi training, the practitioners mainly develop their own brains and brains. In the popular words of modern society, it is brain development, and therefore has a variety of magical abilities. For example, extraordinary discrimination, memory, comprehension, communication ability, calculation ability, thinking ability, action ability, etc., as well as the most mysterious sixth sense, will be further developed because they have reached the late stage of qi training. It is the basis for further practice. The human brain is conscious, which is the basis of life, otherwise, there would be no such thing as brain death. Everyone's intelligence and abilities are different, and the difference is in the brain. The brain determines all human behaviors, so, in the middle stage of qi training, the gods have enough mana. What are they used for except for necessary battles? The development of the brain domain is related to the ability obtained by building the foundation, and it also determines the greatest achievement that the cultivator can achieve in the future, and how far he can go on the road of comprehension. But for everyone, God is by no means fair. Some people are born with cerebral palsy, while others are born with extraordinary talents, such as Einstein, such as Tesla. For mortals, they are like gods. There are also people who have a super good memory and are born with a photographic memory. Some people have amazing calculation skills. If they just say an astronomical number, they will directly give you a dozen or so powers, and so on. Ling Yun reincarnated and rebuilt, rose against the sky, those massive, complicated and awkward exercises, can't you remember them? If you misremember a word, everything will be over, but even if you remember it, is your comprehension not enough? Neither. This is true for practicing skills, alchemy, refining tools, drawing symbols, arranging arrays, and so on. He can remember, understand, and practice directly, not because he is a god, but because he has a soul that has transcended the catastrophe. Although it is far from the real soul that has transcended the catastrophe, it is far superior to other geniuses. That's why it's so against the sky. Of course, Ling Yan's own talent, needless to say, before he practiced, he was already far superior to other geniuses. Therefore, according to each cultivator's talent, physique, comprehension, and cultivation method, there will be great differentiation in the later stage of qi training, and the various abilities obtained through the development of the brain domain are also different. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve the 3 flowers gathered to top the 5 qi, and it would be impossible to build a foundation. Legend has it that the Tathagata Buddha can see the whole world at a glance. If the brain power is not enough, wouldn't he be overwhelmed by the huge amount of information long ago? Of course, since cultivators can reach the late stage of qi training, they have already proved their aptitude, and their brain power is naturally sufficient. Therefore, in order to make themselves stronger, what they desire most at this stage is to infinitely strengthen their ability to act through the development of the brain domain. To use a random analogy, for example, Tianzutong, which everyone can understand, shrinks the ground to an inch, and takes 1,000 miles, faster than flying, but it is too difficult to develop, and it is difficult to find one among hundreds of millions. Ling Yan's phantom fish-and-dragon step, shapeshifting, is actually the most basic version of Tianzutong, which is reflected in ancient martial arts. Now that Ling Yan has reached the peak of the 6th level of qi training, as long as he settles down for a period of time and makes a further breakthrough, this is what he will face. But at this moment, the divine brilliance of the chanting power in his body has begun to flow to his brain, so he thought of this. I had never personally experienced this kind of wonderful experience when I was cultivating the great world. In short, as long as it is good for my cultivation. Ling Yan has already confirmed that these chanting powers are only good for him, so he is happy to do so, and waits patiently. Under Tang Meng's begging, Ling Yan took him around Qingshui City for a few more laps, flying faster and faster, which made him feel addicted to flying in the sky, and then flew to number 1 villa, back home. Yuner, why did you get home just now? Qing Yao knew about Ling Yan's flight, and had already prepared meals at home, waiting for him to come back to eat, who knew that he couldn't wait for him, he was already anxiously waiting. So Ling Yan explained the reason with a smile, and then began to eat dinner. Miao Xiao Miao, you still can't fly, right? Look at me, Brother Yan took me to fly in the sky several times, it felt really wonderful. Cyan Bird was in Villa number 1, and Miao Xiao Miao was naturally there too. Tang Meng couldn't help it, and he didn't even care about eating, so he rushed to show off to her. Stupid. Miao Xiao Miao looked at Tang Meng with an idiot-like look, and a word made him speechless. Tang Meng was furious. Miao Xiao Miao ignored him. Xiao Jin. Ahem, Aunt Qing's cooking tonight is really delicious, little Miao Beauty, please eat more. Tang Meng was scared at the time. During the dinner, apart from eating, there were some simple exchanges. After the meal, Jade Bird asked him about the specific details of the trip to Tianshan to save his mother. So Ling Yan told everyone what happened after he left Qingshui in detail in front of several people. Peak of the 6th level of qi training? Qing Yao nodded frequently, and when she heard that Ling Yan had reached the peak of the 6th level of qi training, she couldn't help standing up excitedly. Not only was she shocked by Ling Yan's terrifying cultivation speed, but also because she knew that Ling Yan would be able to rescue his mother, Yin Qingxian, in a short time. What a monster. Miao Xiao Miao was also shocked, there was a flash of light in her beautiful eyes, but she muttered something. Okay, let's not talk too much, it's not too late, let's prepare now, I will start alchemy tonight. Before setting off, Ling Yun once boasted to miracle Dr. Xue that just one pill could help Miao Fenghuang regain 40 years of youth. The top-grade panacea can only restore 20 years of youth. That requires Zhuyan pill of Baodan level. Now that he has reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, of course he can easily refine it. It is good. Qingmiao smiled when she heard this, and immediately agreed, because when Ling Yun refined Zhuyan pill and beauty pill last time, she helped in the whole process, so naturally there is no problem now. The last time Ling Yun retreated for alchemy, it took Ling Yun 3 full days, but at that time, he only had the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. This time, Ling Yun was confident that he could successfully refine the elixir in a few hours at most. Because he not only has enough realm, but also possesses the great Yin-Yang 5-element fire, and the domineering fire spirit phoenix. Set up the formation, prepare the main medicine and auxiliary medicine, take the cauldron, and then Ling Yun sacrificed his fire spirit phoenix. Qing Miao and Miao Xiaomiao, who were helping at the side, were stunned and shocked. Ling Yun smiled lightly, concentrated on controlling the heat, and started alchemy. Dan is done. After 5 hours passed, Ling Yun opened the cauldron to take the pills, and there were a total of 49 pairs of Zhuyan pills and beauty pills. They are all middle-grade pills. Hey, Zhongping Baodan can restore 50 years of youth. Ling Yun smiled with satisfaction. The second update. Restore 50 years of youth? Can make people 50 years younger? Among the 3 people present, Qing Miao was the first person to take Zhuyan pill. She knew the heaven-defying effect after taking Zhuyan pill, but it was only a top-grade panacea, which could only restore 20 years of youth. Now, after hearing that Ling Yun's newly refined Zhuyan pill can restore a person's youth for 50 years, she was shocked and stunned. Ling Yun nodded to confirm, yes, it can make people 50 years younger, so people who are around 70 years old take them, the effect is the best. Middle-grade treasure pills, although they are only middle-grade pills, their value lies in the word treasure. Although there is only one word difference, the effect far exceeds that of top-grade spirit pills. Compared with Lingdan, Baodan has crossed a big grade and has undergone a qualitative leap. As the saying goes, people reaching 70 have been rare since ancient times. Even though society is so developed now, there are still countless people whose natural life expectancy is less than 70. A person, at the age of 70, is considered very old, with gray hair, wrinkled face, loose teeth, loose skin, stooped back, and even various diseases. People at this age have a completely different life state from those of 40 or 50 years old, because their body cells lose their vitality and can only age day by day. However, as long as a medium-grade Baodan level Zhuyan pill can make them 50 years younger, they will return to the appearance of about 20 years old, the skin will be crystal clear and smooth again, the lost teeth will grow back, and the waist will be straight, all diseases disappear. Wait too much. Let me ask, how expensive is such a pill? Who wouldn't want such a pill? Let a person who is about 70 years old spend all his wealth and live a new life, will he change it? Of course, making people 50 years younger is only one of the functions of this elixir. At the same time, it can also make an old man disappear from all diseases, and his life is full of vitality. There will be earth-shaking changes. Ling Yin smiled, and explained the general function of Zhuyan Baodan. Awesome. Miao Xiaomiao is only 18 years old, which is the best age for a girl. She doesn't have a deep understanding of the horror of time, but when she thinks of the specific effects of the elixir that Ling Yun said, and the appearance of Miao Fenghuang after taking the elixir, also amazing. So this time, she didn't say Ling Yun is evil, but just said the 3 words really amazing, which is a sincere admiration from the bottom of my heart. Hey, Aunt Qing, would you like to try another Zhuyan pill? Stop coming. Qingmiao was really happy in her heart, and she smiled like a flower blooming on her face, but she refused without hesitation. I look as old as you now, and I still don't dare to go out to meet people. Still eating? Of course Ling Yin knew that the blue bird would definitely not eat it again, and there was really no need for that, but he still said with a smile, how about taking a beauty pill? This will definitely have an effect. Bluebird waved his hand. I don't even need it, but I don't care how you distribute these pills, but you must keep 3 to 5 pairs and give them to your mother when you see her. Aunt Qing, don't worry. Ling Yin quickly agreed with a smile. This is a middle-grade treasure pill. It is too heaven-defying. The top-grade spirit pill is far from comparable to it. Ling Yin will never give it away casually. Qingmiao immediately asked, by the way, Yuner, did the fire-breathing phoenix you released just now come from the cultivation in the Flame Mountain as you said? That's right, this fire spirit phoenix was obtained by me using the Red Emperor's fire phoenix transformation technique to condense the vast amount of fire spirit energy from the Flaming Mountain. It is much more convenient to use it for alchemy or weapon refining. Ling Yin took the elixir, put away the Shenong cauldron, and then removed the formation. Aunt Qing, at night, I want to go and see the 2 dragons. You have been busy with me for 5 hours, so you should rest early. Ling Yin had been away from Qingshui for nearly half a month, and of course he was thinking about De Hong and Xiao He. He wanted to go to the bottom of the Tianqing to see them. Go ahead, you should be busy, but you have to pay attention to rest after running around all day long. Qingmiao knew that Ling Yin wouldn't be able to stay in Qingshui City for long, and had a lot of things to deal with, so he left everything to him. And many more. Unexpectedly, when Ling Yin was about to leave, he was stopped by Miao Xiaomiao. Ling Yin stopped immediately. What's the matter? Miao Xiaomiao hesitated for a moment, her beautiful eyes blinked. Your yin-yang 5 elements fire, can you use it for my Xiao Jin? Oh, what about this? As soon as Ling Yin was amused, he deliberately drew a long tone, and then suddenly withdrew his smile. Let's talk about it later. Brush. Ling Yin used the invisibility technique, and his figure disappeared instantly. Master, look at him. When Miao Xiaomiao saw that Ling Yin had just run away, she stomped her feet angrily. Seeing this, Qingmiao smiled. Xiaomiao, why are you in a hurry? Yuner will go to Miaojiang with your grandfather next time. You must follow. Are you afraid that he will run away? I know this, but he is too annoying. Miao Xiaomiao gritted her teeth. The blue bird smiled without saying a word, with deep eyes. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yin had already arrived at the sky above the Tianqing. He let go of his consciousness and directly explored the situation in the deep water of the Tianqing. Well, it seems that the last time in the East China Sea, the deterrence of the Long family has worked, and they really didn't dare to attack me in Qingshui City. When Ling Yin was in the Qin family, he had already learned from Qin Chongqing that the Long family also quietly withdrew the forces that had planted themselves around Xi'an. There is no doubt that this is an attitude conveyed by the Long family. Ling Yin is too strong now, and the Long family dare not beat him. Brush. Ling Yin descended from the sky and plunged directly into the water of the Tianqing. At the same time as he entered the water, he sacrificed the water spirit beads. He didn't need to hold them with his hands, but controlled them with his spiritual thoughts, so that the water spirit beads never left. For this Tianqing, Ling Yin is very familiar with it now, and he is familiar with the road, so he quickly wandered around, but in the end, he only saw Xiao He, not De Hong. Owner. Xiao He didn't seem to have changed much. In front of Ling Yin, he didn't hide his body. It was more than 1 meter thick and tens of meters long. That's a kindness. Well, it seems that you live here very well, so I can rest assured. Ling Yin smiled and nodded, then asked again, where did Da Hong go? For Xiao He, Ling Yin is not worried, but for Da Hong, Ling Yin is really sweating. That guy's soul is actually a hell dragon, too fierce. Now he has a body, and the blood inheritance is recovering, Ling Yun was afraid that it would cause trouble. Big Red dislikes the small place here, it rarely stays here, and runs to the sea all day to play. I don't know where it is now. Xiaohei put the dragon's head in front of Ling Yun, and respectfully responded to him. After hearing this, Ling Yun sighed slightly. Really? A small pond can't raise a big dragon. The East China Sea is the Pacific Ocean, where is a small Tianqing, or what can be compared to a Poyang lake? Then does it come back often? This is what Ling Yun is most concerned about. Xiaohei replied, yes master, it comes back every 3 or 4 days, saying that it is afraid that the master will not find it after returning. That's good. Ling Yun was very satisfied when he heard that. The habitat of Tianqing was chosen by him, so naturally he is not afraid of Dahong entering the East China Sea, as long as he remembers his master. Then when you get along together, did Dahong bully you? Hearing this, Xiaohei blinked his eyes a few times, then lowered his faucet silently. The answer is obvious. Ling Yun was suddenly a little sullen. When it comes back, you tell it not to go anywhere, just wait for me at the bottom of this sinkhole, and I will settle accounts with it. Actually, it's not what the master thinks. Dahong just told me that among all kinds of dragons, it has the highest rank, so I want to listen to it. It farts. Ugh. Ling Yun cursed angrily first, thinking that Dahong had even learned how to brag, but after thinking about it, he could only admit that the rank of Hell Demon Dragon was indeed high enough, a real Hell Blood Demon Dragon, the strength to far surpass the real dragon. However, no matter how high the rank of the Hell Demon Dragon is, it cannot compare to the 5-clawed golden dragon bred in Ling Yun's Dantian. Thinking of this, Ling Yun smiled slightly, touched Xiaohei's head and said, Xiaohei, listen to me, don't be afraid of it, when you grow up, you may not lose to it in strength. While speaking, with a movement of Ling Yun's divine mind, he took out a pill bottle from Taishu's ring, and the inside was glittering with golden light. This is Yin Jiuyo's golden dragon pill. Considering that this might be a top-quality pill, Ling Yun's expression was very dignified. Under Xiaohei's expectant eyes, he was fully on guard, and suddenly opened the pill bottle. Whoosh! As soon as the bottle cap was opened, all the golden elixir inside suddenly glowed golden at the same time, and they were about to transform into 18 little golden dragons, scrambling to fly out. I'll go, it's really the best treasure pill. Ling Yun shot like lightning, grabbed the first pill that flew out, and immediately sealed the bottle cap without waiting for the other pills to rush out. The next moment, he quickly put the pill bottle into the Taishu ring, and then smiled and said to Xiaohei, open your mouth. Xiaohei had already felt the blazing dragon energy of the pill, and immediately opened his mouth wide. Go. Ling Yun couldn't help but punched that golden dragon pill into Xiaohei's belly. Boom. After swallowing the elixir, Xiaohei's body first burst into golden light, then turned into black golden light, and finally turned into jet black light, shining rapidly. OM. OM. The next moment, Xiaohei's huge body was violently rolling and stirring in the water, and the surrounding water was rolling, and it was rapidly transforming. First, the dragon's horn became thicker, and after a while, Ling Yun noticed that 4 places in Xiaohei's abdomen suddenly cracked, and limbs grew out. Very small, very immature, but there is no doubt that they are indeed limbs. I didn't expect this medicine to be so powerful. Ling Yun was shocked, and nodded with a smile. He kept guarding carefully until Xiaohei completely evolved and calmed down. Thank you, master. No, look up, drink some more of this. Ling Yun took out the magic gourd again, pointed it at Xiaohei's big mouth, and poured more than a dozen caddies of dragon saliva into it. Wait for that guy Big Red to come back, let him take a good look at it, my little black, I won't lose to it in the future. After finishing all this in one breath, Ling Yun twitched in his heart, and put away the magic gourd. Raising a dragon is not easy. The first update. Raising a dragon is certainly not easy, but once one develops it, Ling Yun looks forward to the feeling of traveling in space on a dragon. Xiao He drank more than a dozen caddies of dragon saliva, and the effect was immediate. The dragon energy emitted from his body became stronger. My heart aches, but Ling Yun is very willing, because there are nearly 2,000 caddies of dragon saliva in the magic gourd, which must be enough. Xiao He, thank you, master. Of course, Xiao He knows that Ling Yun is trying his best to cultivate it, and he is very grateful to Ling Yun, but it only talks about it. Although the words are few, the feelings are extremely sincere. Thank you for what I did. Back then you guarded these dragon saliva for so many years. They should have belonged to you in the first place, and now they are used on you. It can't be normal anymore. Ling Yun noticed that after Xiao He drank the dragon saliva, its limbs began to grow again, and became a lot thicker, so he said with a smile. Drinking dragon saliva for Jiaolong is of course 100 times more effective than drinking it for humans, but Ling Yun is naturally not included. Ling Yun drank the dragon saliva, and a 5-clawed golden dragon grew out of his dantian. That was the real heaven-defying. Okay, I just came to see you. From now on, you can practice here with peace of mind. When you want to do some activities, you can also go to the East China Sea to play. At this time, it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning, and Ling Yun had other things to do, so it was impossible for him to stay here all the time. When Xiao He saw that Ling Yun was about to leave, he couldn't give up immediately. It circled Ling Yun in the water and swung its head and tail vigorously. He didn't dare to say that he wouldn't let Ling Yun leave, but he expressed it with actions. Helpless, Ling Yun had no choice but to play with it under the Tianqing again, and took it to the place where the Yin-Yang formation I was located, and then left decisively under Xiao He's reluctant eyes. Sure enough, without a recovery period of 1 or 2 years, the Yin and Yang Qi gathered by the Yin and Yang Lock Dragon formation are no longer useful to me. Ling Yun entered the territory too fast, and the Yin and Yang energy required for promotion naturally increased, showing a geometric progression, but the speed at which the Yin and Yang Lock Dragon formation gathered the Yin and Yang energy was fixed, so in the short term, it is of no use to Ling Yun's cultivation. After leaving the Tianqing, Ling Yun went straight to the small courtyard near Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. He knew that Zhuang Meifeng must be waiting for him there. After seeing Zhuang Meifeng, the two couldn't help being tender again, telling each other what happened after they separated. But they only spent 2 hours together, because at 5:30 in the morning, Ling Yun left the bed, flew into the air incognito, and went to practice his great expansion gathering star secret art. What a cultivator! Zhuang Meifeng served Ling Yun to dress, and after seeing him disappear, she couldn't help stomping her feet and complaining. However, when thinking about the things Ling Yun told her, and thinking that he would have to face the mysterious and powerful Kunlun in the future, Zhuang Meifeng immediately felt relieved. At 7:30 in the morning, Ling Yun stopped practicing. He returned to the ground and had breakfast with Zhuang Meifeng. During this period, he said to her, Meifeng, the 2 things I have to solve next are small things for me. After I finish my work, I just need to make another breakthrough and go to the demon sect to rescue my mother, then it will not be so urgent in the future, and I will spend a good time with you by then. I know. Zhuang Meifeng stared at Ling Yun obsessively, and smiled softly. After eating, while Zhuang Meifeng was packing up the tableware, Tang Meng arrived. Yesterday Ling Yun said that today he would take him to meet He Yuqiong at the Kaixuan Hotel. Tang Meng was so angry that he didn't even sleep well all night, and he didn't even bother to eat breakfast, so he rushed here. Brother Yun, sister-in-law. Here I come. When Tang Meng got out of the car, he rushed into the courtyard door like a whirlwind, and started yelling loudly before entering the house. As soon as Ling Yun heard Tang Meng call Zhuang Meifeng, it was so natural, and he immediately knew that he must have called Zhuang Meifeng by that in the past few days. Hey, Tang Meng, you're here so early? Why haven't I seen you be so active in the group's high-level meetings? Zhuang Meifeng came out of the kitchen and teased him with a smile. Tang Meng blushed, scratched his head and said with a sneer, "Hey, isn't this Brother Yun coming back? I know he is very busy and will leave Qingshui at any time, so I want to spend more time with him." In fact, this explanation, what Tang Meng said, is correct. Now, these people around Ling Yun have already understood and adapted to Ling Yun's rhythm. Therefore, no matter what happens, they have to fully consider Ling Yun's time, otherwise, it will be very difficult. You may miss it, and the things you want to solve will also be suppressed. It's a pity that Zhuang Meifeng didn't buy it. She smiled and said, "I'm afraid it's not right. I see that you suddenly dressed up like this today. This outfit must cost tens of millions, right? Why do I look like I'm going on a blind date? Sister-in-law, my good sister-in-law. Brother Yun is watching here, can you stop making fun of me? Save face." Tang Meng looked at his explanation and found it was useless to Zhuang Meifeng, so he had to beg for mercy and ask Zhuang Meifeng to let him go. Seeing this, Ling Yun laughed out loud. What is Tang Meng's status now? But who should be assigned to it? Looking at the entire Qingshui city, there are really few people who dare to catch Tang Meng like this and chase him fiercely without showing any kindness. But there is no doubt that no matter how you count, Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng are undoubtedly two of them. Ling Yun was so happy that he didn't bother to care about it at all, he just watched the fun there. Zhuang Meifeng's smile faded, and she said seriously, "Tang Meng, let me tell you, if you just plan to have fun, that's fine, but if you're really attracted to other girls, don't hide it from you, Brother Yun. Just tuck it in, so that when the time comes, the girl is not looking for you." What the hell? After hearing xuanhuan, Ling Yun thought to himself, why is it all on my head? I watched it together for a long time. Zhuang Meifeng, this is Xiang Zhuang's sword dance aimed at Pei Gong. Ahem, Tang Meng, how did you come here? The weather is fine today, and it's getting late, let's go quickly. Ling Yun said a lot of nonsense, dragged Tang Meng, who was completely stunned, and rushed out of the yard without any explanation. Pfft. Behind her, Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yun's fleeing figure in a hurry, and couldn't help laughing so hard. That moment was absolutely beautiful. After going out, Ling Yun almost stuffed Tang Meng into the car, and then he directly sat in the driver's seat, drove the car himself, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out quickly. Brother Yun, After Tang Meng's thoughts were poked face to face by Zhuang Meifeng, he felt a little embarrassed. After he came to his senses, his first reaction was to explain to Ling Yun. Shut up. Don't talk. Ling Yun's spiritual thoughts transmitted sound, and then accelerated the drive. 2 minutes later, until Ling Yun confirmed that the car had driven out of the range of Zhuang Meifeng's consciousness, he relaxed and slowed down the driving speed. Ling Yun squinted at Tang Meng, did you see he Yuqiong? Tang Meng struggled in his heart, and suddenly nodded his head heavily. After speaking, he also gave it up, and then his face became excited, hey. This bitch is strong enough, and I like it very much. Okay, needless to say. Ling Yun smiled, recalling He Yuqiong's aura and performance, and felt that Tang Meng really matched, so he said with a smile, don't worry, as long as you like her, she won't be able to run away. It's time for Tang Meng to have a woman. Ling Yun's attitude was that as long as Tang Meng opened his mouth, he would help Tang Meng chase He Yuqiong no matter what, so he just took it all in. Does she know my real identity now? Tang Meng smiled wryly and said, Brother Yun, if you don't speak, who would dare to tell her? Apart from knowing that your name is Lin Tian, she doesn't know anything about you now. Today we can talk. Ling Yun smiled and said, at the beginning, I changed my name to Lin Tian, just to protect her safety, because I was leaving the capital, and she faced her uncle's power alone. I was afraid that she would not be able to handle it, and it would end up harming her instead. Now that Ling Yun has finished everything and is back, of course there is no need to worry about these anymore. When I go out this time I will go to Miaojiang first. After the matter of Miaojiang is over, I will go directly to Hong Kong and Macau to completely resolve the matter of her family. Ling Yun made no secret of his plan to Tang Meng, so, I will take you with me throughout this trip, and Wang Chongxiao and several blood clans will be responsible for protecting your safety during this trip. Real? Tang Meng was overjoyed when he heard that. Since the establishment of Ling Yun Group on August 8, Tang Meng has not worked with Ling Yun for 2 full months, and now he finally has another chance. Of course it's true. I'm telling you now just to let you prepare early, arrange all the things that should be arranged, and then go with me. Also, going out this time is not purely for you to pick up girls, let alone go out to play, but your sister-in-law said that we are going to start business in Hong Kong and Macau, and let you go with me to make a stop first. After Tang Meng listened, he nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. He was already happy. Of course, he knew Zhuang Meifeng's group strategy. Being able to pick up girls at work, and being able to wander around with Ling Yun, such a good thing, he naturally couldn't wait for it. My spring is here. Tang Meng roared excitedly in his heart. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the 2 brothers arrived at the Kaishan Hotel. Of course, the name of the place has been changed to Ling Yun Hotel. Ling Yun Hotel. Facing the brand new hotel name, Ling Yun once again praised Tang Meng. All the industries under my umbrella, you have done a good job in collectively changing the name. From now on, as long as it belongs to the industry under my name, regardless of whether it is domestic or foreign, it will be done like this. Tang Meng laughed and said, "All right, Brother Yun, don't worry. Park the car, enter the hotel lobby, and take the elevator to the 28th floor. He Yuqiong is very domineering. As soon as she moved in here, she reserved all the suites on the 28th floor. Meet Immortal Lin." After opening the door, He Yuqiong saw Ling Yun, and she hurriedly bowed down immediately. The second update. Excuse me, let's go inside and talk. With Ling Yun's empty pleading, He Yuqiong could no longer bow down. The 3 of them entered the room, and as soon as Tang Meng entered, he hastily closed the door of the suite. This is the most luxurious presidential suite in the entire Ling Yun Hotel, with an area of more than 200 square meters. The room is resplendent, with all the facilities that one would expect, and all of which are of the highest standard, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Of course, the price of the room is also far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, 98,888 a day. In fact, it wasn't that expensive at first, but after the hotel changed its name, the supply of hotel rooms began to fall short of demand. Tang Meng made the decision himself and raised the room price by 40,000 yuan to the current price. But things in the world are so miraculous. After the price of the room increased, the supply was even more in short supply. He Yuqiong was able to occupy this floor not because she was rich, but because Tang Meng waved his hand and used his power in the Ling Yun Group, personally approved, showing off his power in front of He Yuqiong. Tang Meng, don't embarrass me there. Ling Yun saw Tang Meng's frantic courtship after seeing He Yuqiong, and was immediately a little annoyed, and secretly said, "Anyway, you are also the CEO of my Ling Yun Group, and you should pay attention to your identity when picking up girls. Now it's her begging us, it's not us begging her." Tang Meng didn't expect that he had just entered the door, and before he could say anything, he was scolded by Ling Yun first, but he couldn't refute, so he could only be secretly depressed, saying to my heart, "Brother Yun, what you said is true wrong, but it is you who are begging, not me. Miss He, we met again. It's been exactly 1 month. I don't count as a missed appointment, right?" After scolding Tang Meng, Ling Yun started talking to He Yuqiong. He had nothing to say to the other party, so he went straight to the point. The day of the Yi family auction was the night of September 9th. When Ling Yun and He Yuqiong made the agreement, it was already midnight, that is, the early morning of September 10th. At the beginning, he had personally told He Yuqiong that he would come back to perform the contract at least half a month, at most 3 weeks, and at most no more than 1 month. Lin Xianren keeps his word, the little girl is really grateful. He Yuqiong had been staying in the capital all the time, no matter how her uncle at home asked her to go back, she always found reasons to refuse. It can be said that He Yuqiong cried with joy when she received the message. It felt like I was reborn. She accepted Elder Chui's arrangement without hesitation, and rushed to Qingshui City. In fact, for her status, such a decision is very dangerous, she is risking her life, but she really dares to bet. A drowning person, even if he is just holding on to a straw, will hold on tightly and will not let go. He Yuqiong hurriedly added, actually, as long as immortal Lin is willing to save me, no matter how long, the little girl is willing to wait. Can speak? Ling Yun listened to these words very well. He nodded and said with a smile, actually, my name is Ling Yun. Oh. He Yuqiong was completely obedient in front of Ling Yun, and she did what Ling Yun said. After hearing this, she subconsciously responded, but then her delicate body was shocked. What? Ling Yun? The shadow of a man's famous tree. Although the current Ling Yun is not well known abroad, it can be said that he is unknown, and even in the domestic secular world, except for Qingshui City, there are very few people who have actually seen him, and his popularity is not as good as a third-tier star. In other words, including the ancient martial arts world, only a small percentage of people have actually seen his real body. Shenlong sees the head but does not see the tail, only in the legend, the real body does not know where it is. This is Ling Yun's biggest impression on China's secular and ancient martial arts world. But He Yuqiong is different after all. Her status is there. No matter where she goes, she makes friends with local dignitaries. No matter how low-key Ling Yun is, no matter how unwilling to show himself, he can't stop his reputation from spreading. Those earth-shattering and world-shocking things that Ling Yun has done, those unbelievable miracles created, there are too many fairy miracles, as long as someone sees them, they will never forget them for life, and they can't even bury them in their hearts. Always take it out and brag to the people around you. Not to mention ordinary people in the world, Ling Yun's classmates from Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, even big shots like Li Yifeng, when they go out to solicit investment, they just need to say that Ling Yun is from Qingshui City, Jiangnan Province, and they can get it done in minutes. Just ask, who can stop this? 1 spreads to 10, 10 spreads to hundreds, and hundreds spreads to thousands. This is how reputation is spread. Moreover, this is the case when Ling Yun does not open the scarf and does not play live broadcasts. He does not have that time, let alone that leisurely time. After all, in order not to be harassed by various trivial matters, he even keeps the communicator and mobile phone in the Taishu ring. Rarely take it out. Although before the Xianrenling battle in Qingshui City, Ling Yun took the initiative to ask Su Lingfei to go on TV once and play magic in order to carry out the annihilation battle, but that video was only broadcast once, and then it was completely banned, especially when he became after arresting the great elder of Tianzhu. Jiangnan provincial TV station couldn't even keep the original video, and was taken away by Tianzhu. He Yuqiong is not blind and deaf, but she came to the capital only after accepting the Yi family's invitation. Before she came, she knew the situation and power distribution in the capital well. She knew the existence of the Ling family, and had heard of Ling Yun's reputation, especially during the 20 days in the capital. She often stayed with Zheng Yingying. How could she not have heard of Ling Yun's name? What's more, after arriving in Qingshui City, she can see the word Ling Yun almost everywhere, and she even lives in the Ling Yun Hotel. It's just that I didn't have the chance to see it, and it didn't match up at all. The most important thing is that Ling Yun once warned her that she is not allowed to inquire about any news about him. Don't even think about it, otherwise the agreement will be void. Therefore, after Ling Yun suddenly announced his real name to her, He Yuqiong was so shocked that he just stood there in a daze. Ling Yun? You are the one who won against Zheng Yingying in the casino. After being stunned for a while, He Yuqiong managed to come back to her senses. She was stunned and murmured. Well, it was really shocking. He Yuqiong couldn't tell Ling Yun's identities at all for a while. She was completely subconscious, and picked something related to her. That's right, it's me. Ling Yun had a good time, raised his eyes to look around, and said with a smile, the owner of this hotel, the owner of Ling Yun Group, and the owner of the Ling family are all me. After reporting his real name and other identities, Ling Yun knew that he couldn't hide them, so he simply told them all in one breath, saying that it was non-toxic, so as not to waste much time. Oh. I'm so confused. After hearing this, He Yuqiong suddenly trembled again. She suddenly looked at Tang Meng and then at Ling Yun. Ling Yun Group belongs to you, and it is Qingshui City that you asked me to come to, and the person who received me was President Tang Meng. I have been thinking about immortal Lin Tianlin in my heart, and I haven't thought about it at all. Not bad. Ling Yun made no secret of his approval. What he praised was that He Yuqiong was honest enough, that he had completely followed the agreement with him, and never considered his true identity. Otherwise, with He Yuqiong's shrewdness, she would have been able to guess Ling Yun's true identity in the past few days in Qingshui City. Because of the rise of Ling Yun in Qingshui City against the sky, it has become a matter for the head of the Ling family to go to the capital to recognize his ancestors and return to his ancestors. It is no secret in the high-level Chinese circles. My God! He Yuqiong exclaimed again, a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on her face, and she hurriedly bowed down again. Little girl He Yuqiong, pay homage to the patriarch of the Ling family. These are exempt. Ling Yun had no choice but to wave his hand again, supporting He Yuqiong's body, and then said with a smile, let's talk about business first. I'm here mainly to fulfill the agreement between us. Tell you about my next plan. I'm going to the south. Besides helping you with your family's affairs, I have one more thing to do, which is in Yunnan and Guizhou. Anyway, I'm going there, so I plan to solve it together, but my idea is to solve another matter first, wait for domestic affairs, and then go to Hong Kong and Macau. I don't know what you want. Ling Yun was trustworthy, although it was He Yuqiong who asked him for something, but since he had agreed with him for a month, now he had to solve the matter of Miracle Dr. Xue first, and of course he had to ask for the other party's opinion. Patriarch Ling was joking. At this time, He Yuqiong's brain was already running fast. After she knew Ling Yun's identity, she suddenly thought of a lot. You don't need to ask me for any advice at all. From now on, everything on my side will follow your arrangement. I will do my best to cooperate with you. For this answer, Ling Yun had expected it. He said with a smile, thank you. That's it. He turned to look at Tang Meng. Tang Meng is my brother. Tang Meng laughed happily at the side, thinking that although Brother Yun's introduction is simple, it is really valuable. This identity will completely crush all Tang Meng's other identities. From now on, your safety will be entrusted to him. Don't worry, it's definitely better than those bodyguards around you. Also, our next stop is to go to the capital of your province. At the latest, we will leave the day after tomorrow. I hope you can make arrangements early. The location of Yungue is already very close to eastern Guangdong province. With Ling Yun's current speed, he can go there in minutes. That's why he arranged these two things together, because he was on the way. It is good. When He Yuqiong heard that Ling Yun's next stop would be Guizhou province, she immediately understood Ling Yun's intention of making such an arrangement, so she immediately agreed. I have other things to deal with now, so I can't accompany you. My brother will discuss the rest with you. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun winked at Tang Meng, then resolutely said goodbye and left Ling Yun Hotel. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Brush. Ling Yun broke away from the invisible state, and his figure directly appeared in the courtyard of Miracle Dr. Shue's villa. Dr. Shue knows that Ling Yun is back, so he is naturally at home today, and is in the courtyard, helping Miao Xiaomiao take care of those elixir herbs. Grandpa Shue. After Ling Yun appeared, he greeted Miracle Dr. Shue directly. Seeing Miracle Dr. Shue's tall stature, he staggered suddenly. Yuner, why did you come back so soon? Shui Jingqi's face was a bit bitter, and he was obviously frowning, as if he was blaming Ling Yun for returning too early in his words. Of course Ling Yun knew exactly why Shui Jingqi was worried, so he didn't point it out, but floated to Shui Jingqi's side, and said softly, Grandpa Shui, your matter always needs to be resolved, and it's better to resolve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the forgetful heart-biting goo in your body, whether it is for you or for Grandma Miao, it is a bad thing, why bother? Shui Jingqi smiled bitterly and said, Yuner, I naturally understand the truths you said, but these days, when I think of really going to face her, this. Shui Jingqi felt guilty and did not have the courage to face Miao Fenghuang. Now that things are coming to an end, he is obviously terrified. Grandpa Shui, you actually made things complicated. To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of walking with me. I can assure you that as long as you come with me to Grandma Miao, you don't need to worry about everything else, give it all to me. Taking advantage of no one else, Ling Yun simply made the point clear. Miracle Dr. Shue's face was flushed, he was still thinking, hesitating, he didn't even realize that he pulled out a spiritual herb inadvertently, which showed his inner struggle at the moment. Ling Yun smiled secretly, but did not speak, but waited for Miracle Dr. Shui to make his own decision. If Shui Jingqi didn't have the courage to face Miao Fenghuang, even if Ling Yun forcibly dragged him to Miao Fenghuang, the matter would still not be resolved. Things are easy to solve, but the most rare thing about the relationship between two people is sincerity. Cough. In the end, Miracle Dr. Shui sighed deeply, his eyes gradually became firmer, and he turned to look at Ling Yun. Are you really going? Ling Yun nodded heavily. Confirmation, go for it. It is good. Divine Dr. Shui agreed, and he said with guilt on his face, although it is difficult to debate who was right and who was wrong about the matter between Miao Fenghuang and I, but after seeing Xiao Miao, I realized that it has never failed me in this life. I am sorry for her. The more Miracle Dr. Shui spoke, the firmer his eyes became, and the circles around his eyes were red. She has seen Ninger's grandma, but she didn't treat her badly, and she is willing to let us grow old together. For this alone, I have to go. After hearing this, Ling Yun was also moved, and said softly, Grandpa Shui, over the past few decades, Grandma Miao has been unwilling to take back her forgetfulness and biting heart goo. Cut off the only connection. Ling Yun's words are more effective than 10,000 words. Hearing this, Divine Dr. Shue's blood surged up, and tears rolled down his eyes. Yuner, in fact, I have already thought about everything I should think about during the few days you have been away, and I have prepared everything that should be prepared. Let's. When are you leaving? What Ling Yun was waiting for was Shui Jingqi's words. He struck while the iron was hot, and immediately said, Grandpa Shui, after I arrived in Qingshui last night, I finished all the important things at hand, so I came to see you now. Since you are ready, we can leave at any time. The key to Ling Yun's solution to Miracle Dr. Shue's emotional problems is actually 2 points. One is Miracle Shue's sincerity, and the other is his newly refined Zhuyan Baodan, and now both are prepared. You child is really. Divine Dr. Shui was very moved, and wanted to praise Ling Yun, but when the words came to his lips, he found that he couldn't find the words to express his feelings, so he had to shake his head and change his words. Then who are we taking with us this trip? This Ling Yun has already made up his mind. Miao Xiaomiao must go back, she is the key person. As for Ninger, don't bring it this time. As for the others, you don't have to worry about it, I will arrange it. Listen to you, take Xiaomiao back. Dr. Xue knew that it was really inappropriate to bring Ninger to see Miao Fenghuang this time, so he immediately agreed. But Ninger. Don't worry, Grandpa Xue. When Ninger comes home tonight, I'll explain it to her. She will definitely understand. Then us? Let's go tonight, first fly to the capital of Guizhou province to stay, and rush to Miaojiang tomorrow morning. Originally, Ling Yun was worried that Xue Jingqi would find it hard to make up his mind, and he planned to launch Miao Xiaomiao. Xue Mining came to persuade him to bomb, fearing that time would not be enough, so he set a departure date with He Yuqiong on the day after tomorrow at the latest, but now it seems that it's completely useless. Next, Ling Yun sat down with Xue Jingqi and chatted in detail for 2 hours. After thoroughly understanding the emotional entanglement between him and Miao Fenghuang, he got up to leave. Because it was a business to do, Ling Yun didn't have time to sit there peacefully and eat with Dr. Xue. Before leaving, both of them needed to arrange some things. At noon, Ling Yun returned to Villa No. 1, had lunch with Qing Miao, and at the same time explained his next arrangements in detail, and then asked Qing Miao if he would go to Miaojiang. Yunner, if I want to go back to Miaojiang now, I can go back at any time, but this time, what you have to solve is the relationship between Xiao Miao's grandparents. For this kind of thing, the fewer people present, the better. It would be embarrassing, so I won't go. Ling Yun was right when he thought about it. This is like a husband and wife quarreling. The more people present, the more fierce the quarrel will be, because they all take their own face into account and no one will give in to the other. On the contrary, when there is no one, the two of them calm down and you can make up by turning around. So he stopped being reluctant and decided to take Miao Xiaomiao back alone. After the meal, Ling Yun called Wang Chongxiao and Edward in front of him, told him about the upcoming itinerary, and then ordered, this time to Miaojiang, I will take Tang Meng and He Yuqiong with me. From now on, I will leave the safety of the two of you to you, and if there is any problem, I will ask you. Wang Chongxiao, who was at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, and 5 blood clans at the peak of the Grand Duke, were used to protect the safety of Tang Meng and He Yuqiong, absolutely foolproof. Please rest assured, young master. Follow the boss's orders. Wang Chongxiao and Edward took orders and left. After hearing that Ling Yun was going to Miaojiang that night, everyone was busy making preparations this afternoon. Of course, the most important ones were Tang Meng and He Yuqiong, and the other party was naturally Miracle Dr. Xue and Miao Xiaomiao. On the contrary, Ling Yun became the most leisurely one. All his belongings were in his Taishu ring, and he didn't need to make any preparations. So, throughout the afternoon, Ling Yun became a trapeze man. He haunted Qingshui City incognito, went to see Yao Rou from Pingfan Clinic, Liang Fingyi, and others from Lingyun Hospital, and even took time to visit Lingyun Group to harass Shuang Meifeng. At the same time, it was also to say goodbye to her briefly. The current Shuang Meifeng has been very calm about Ling Yun leaving Qingshui, because she clearly knows the range of Ling Yun's consciousness and flying speed. In the eyes of Ling Yun, the entire China is just like a big city in the eyes of ordinary people. There is not much difference. Although Huaxia is very big, the farthest distance in a straight line, no matter from east to west or from south to north, is only more than 5,000 kilometers. Ling Yun is now at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, and his fastest flying speed has reached 8 times the speed of sound, that is, 2.5 kilometers per second. If he does not hesitate to fly with all his strength, it will not exceed an hour. Ling Yun can travel thousands of miles in an hour, and he can go wherever he wants. It is no exaggeration to say that he is now roaring across Kyushu. In the evening, Ling Yun appeared incognito at the gate of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. After Xue Mining walked out of the school after school, he secretly sent a voice transmission, guiding Xue Mining to a nearby dense forest, and then appeared to meet each other. What are you doing? The little demon girl Xue Mining was furious all the way. When she saw Ling Yun appearing in front of her, she immediately asked fiercely. Obviously, xuanhuan knew that Ling Yun had come back last night, but because she had to go to class, she couldn't see him, so she was still bitter about it. Don't do anything, I'll take you flying to escape the sea, and wander around. Ling Yun chuckled, he has plenty of ways to deal with xuanhuan. As a result, they flew into the sky invisibly, took the water spirit beads to the bottom of the East China Sea, and the two frantically caught all kinds of seafood. After an hour, xuanhuan was all smiles, very happy. During this period, Ling Yun had already explained clearly to xuanhuan about going to Miaojiang. Well, for the sake of giving me the ring, I'll let you go this time. When parting, xuanhuan repeatedly played with the space ring in her hand. It was full of frozen seafood. However, I have a request. Xuanhuan stopped joking, looked straight at Ling Yun and said, you can't let my grandfather stay in Miaojiang forever, you have to let him come back safely. Ling Yun was speechless after hearing this, and said in his heart that he was indeed the granddaughter brought up by miracle Dr. Xue, and he immediately saw it at the critical moment. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ling Yun laughed loudly, and directly patted his chest to reassure. Then you go, tell you, after finishing your business, you have to come back as soon as possible. There are many boys chasing me in school now. Xuanhuan smiled at Ling Yun and made a face. Ling Yun smiled leisurely when he heard this, until xuanhuan stomped his feet and asked him, are you not in a hurry? Then he said indifferently, I'm only worried about those stupid boys' legs. How many legs were you discounted? Pooh. Xuanhuan couldn't hold it back any longer, and laughed like crazy. Of course it's all discounted, now no one in the school dares to confess to me anymore. This is my good Ninger. Ling Yun laughed loudly, and kissed xuanhuan a few times before giving up. After sending xuanhuan back to school, Ling Yun quickly returned to Villa No. 1. Ling Yun, really, why did you come back now? Afraid of traffic jams on the road, my grandfather and Tang Meng have already rushed to the airport. Miao Xiaomiao was still waiting for him in Villa No. 1, and when she saw Ling Yun's unhurried appearance, she immediately became angry. Ling Yun wrote lightly, what's the rush? They are flying, and we don't fly there. What? Miao Xiaomiao was dumbfounded, then how do we get there? Fly. Fly to Miaojiang. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ever since Ling Yun returned to Qingshui City from Qin's house by plane, as long as he was active on the land of China, he never wanted to fly again, it was too slow. The straight-line distance from Qingshui City to the provincial capital of Guizhou is 1,400 kilometers, and it takes at least 2.5 hours to fly there by plane. But at Ling Yun's speed, it only takes 10 minutes. Why does he still need to fly? What's more, Ling Yun's sea of consciousness between eyebrows has already been filled with 1.8 million drops of divine essence. At this moment, he is using the yin-yang and 5 elements fire in his body to further temper and condense. It was used by him to burn and convert it into mana, slowly expanding his sea of consciousness, washing his body, dantian and meridians, without stopping. This is the real cultivation, which is what Ling Yun said about precipitation. Now, the volume of Ling Yun's brow-centered sea of consciousness is constantly expanding, and he has begun to fully contact his brain. In other words, he can transform his brain cells and nerves into full-scale evolution by burning his divine essence and transforming it into mana. Develop brain domains. But even so, since Ling Yun can condense more than 200,000 drops of divine energy every day, the speed of condensing is far greater than the speed of consumption, and none of the excess divine energy is wasted. Because between Ling Yun's brows, there are 2 heaven-defying magic weapons, the Dragon Emperor's magic sword and the Human Emperor's brush. The divine essence that Ling Yun could not use up was absorbed by them. For these, Ling Yun felt very clearly, but he didn't care, because he knew that the Dragon Emperor's sword had just taken shape, and it could only be regarded as a sword embryo at present, which needed to grow and perfect. The human emperor's brush is borrowing Ling Yun's divine energy to repair itself. It occupied Ling Yun's eyebrows early on, obviously for this purpose, and is waiting for this day. So now, whether it is used for cultivation, flying, refining alchemy or drawing talismans, etc., Ling Yun doesn't feel sorry for consuming tens of thousands of drops of divine energy. Fly over? Thinking of the distance of more than 1,000 kilometers, Miao Xiaomiao suddenly felt her eyes darken, and said angrily, I know you can fly, what should I do? Ling Yun smirked, I'll take you to fly together, or you should use your lightness kung fu to rush to the airport now, should there be time? Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful eyes widened, and her scalp felt numb. Miao Xiaomiao hadn't experienced the feeling of flying in the sky when she went to the Fumo conference, but at that time, it was Ling Yun's blood servant who turned into a humanoid bird. He flew with her on his back. After the 5 blood races turned into humanoid birds, the wingspan was more than 10 meters, like a dark cloud. Miao Xiaomiao stepped on their backs, and it felt like they were down to earth, so after she got used to it for a short time, she didn't have to worry about it. But now, Ling Yun's 5 blood clansmen have followed Tang Meng and the others to the airport, and they must have boarded the plane at this point. Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help but make up the various scenes of Ling Yun flying with her, and felt cheated at the time. Holding her? Behind her back? Or did Ling Yun also transform into yin and yang wings, like the vampires, spread out the wings and fly with her on his back? I can't bear to look directly at every picture. At this time, Miao Xiaomiao saw that Ling Yun was taking out a 2-foot-long black gold demon silk, and pinched the 2 ends of the silk together with her fingers to form a ring, and then used a strange technique to put it on the wrist of her right hand. On the 5 fingers, with the continuous flexion and extension of his 5 fingers, the silk thread was also pulled into various shapes. It's very mysterious, as if a magician is doing magic tricks, and it's like dancing with fingers, but the speed is countless times faster. Even with Miao Xiaomiao's eyesight, he is dazzled. Miao Xiaomiao watched the ring-shaped silk thread wrapping around Ling Yun's finger, rapidly changing into all kinds of incredible shapes, some of which were flat and complex, and some of which were 3-dimensional, but they were never entangled to form a mess. Be attracted. Miao Xiaomiao asked, curiously, what are you doing? Practice Mudra. I haven't practiced it for a long time. I'm almost unfamiliar with it. Ling Yun raised his head, but his 5 slender fingers were still dancing and pulling on the thread. He calmed down and said to Miao Xiaomiao with a smile, at the same time, it's also training your brain so that it doesn't get rusty. Cut. Your brain will rust too. Miao Xiaomiao glared at Ling Yun, but she didn't have time to argue with Ling Yun anymore, so she recruited Xiao Jin to her side with a random move, then turned her head and left. I'm going to catch a plane. She didn't go crazy, she didn't dare to be so far away from Ling Yunfei even if she was killed. Miao Xiaomiao regrets it very much now. Originally, she wanted to go with Ling Yun so that Xiao Jin could use yin-yang and 5 elements fire to temper herself and speed up her evolution, but she didn't expect that Ling Yun would not take the plane. Wait. At this time, Qingmiao finally spoke. She gave Ling Yun a hard look, and then she said to Xiao Miao, don't worry, since Yun'er dares to say that, there must be a way to take you back, don't bother him. After keeping Miao Xiaomiao, Qingmiao turned to ask Ling Yun, really? Ling Yun smiled, and stopped teasing Miao Xiaomiao. He said nonchalantly, Aunt Qing said yes, then it must be. We don't need to worry, we promise to arrive before them. Ling Yun took a reassurance pill for Miao Xiaomiao, then straightened her expression, and asked her, Xiaomiao, I want to ask you something, based on your judgment, how close do you think your mother-in-law can be to resensing the feeling of forgetting love? The existence of heart goo, or can it be remanipulated? Although Ling Yun used the 5 elements intercepting pulse finger to completely seal the forgetfulness and heart-eating goo in Miracle Dr. Shue's body after his realm was improved, Miao Fenghuang could no longer use the forgetfulness and heart-biting goo to cause pain to Miracle Shui, but there is a big prerequisite for this. Distance. After all, Qingshui City is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Miao village in Miaojiang, and there are thousands of mountains and rivers in between. It is simply difficult for Miao Fenghuang to control the goo insects. But as long as the plane that Miracle Dr. Shui is taking takes off, he will be getting closer and closer to Miao Fenghuang, especially after he lands, and when he arrives at the provincial capital of your province, it will not be far from Miao village. Miao Fenghuang will control her natal goo, it is naturally much easier. So Ling Yun needs to confirm this. That depends on how strong the seal you set is. Miao Xiaomiao also knew that the question Ling Yun raised was very important, so she was also thinking about it seriously. It can't be too strong. Ling Yun said calmly, I just happened to suppress that goo worm so that it wouldn't cause trouble in Grandpa Shui's body. If the seal is too strong, you understand. Qing Miao and Miao Xiaomiao are 2 generations of saintesses from Miaojiang. They naturally understood Ling Yun's meaning. If the seal is too strong, the goo worms may die, and Miao Fenghuang will surely die. It was difficult for Miao Xiaomiao to answer this question, she could only look at the blue bird. Qing Miao's attainments in goo art have already surpassed Miao Fenghuang's. After listening to it, she thought for a while, and then spoke slowly. If it's a seal of this level, as soon as Divine Dr. Shui's plane lands, Aunt Miao will be able to sense the arrival of the natal goo, but at a distance of several hundred kilometers, if you want the goo to break through the seal you set, you will have to. It also takes a lot of work. Ling Yun nodded after hearing this, his fingers fluttered, his eyes flickered, he had already made a rough judgment in his heart, and then asked, Xiao Miao, do you think that Grandma Miao will not wait for him to arrive if she knows that Miracle Dr. Shui has gone? Miao village, just kill him? Solving the problem of Shui Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang was guaranteed by Ling Yun. Therefore, he must give full consideration to the safety of these 2 people. Absolutely not. Miao Xiaomiao shook her head resolutely. If my grandma really hated my grandpa to that extent, she would have taken action against my grandpa's relatives back then. It is impossible to wait until now. But I can't say. Speaking of this, Miao Xiaomiao's eyes dimmed and her eye circles turned red. She frowned and said, I have been in Qingshui City for half a year, especially since I met Grandpa, and I have never contacted Grandma again. I don't think she is still there. You know how angry you are with me. It's all your fault. Miao Xiaomiao gave Ling Yun a hard look. Ling Yun raised his hand to touch his forehead, and he looked at Qing Miao with a wry smile. Aunt Qing, look, this is a good intention that is not rewarded. When things come to an end, people will blame me. Qing Miao looked at Ling Yun fondly, and said angrily, Yuner, stop talking nonsense. Ling Yun laughed loudly, and then he stood up, flicked his fingers first, and shot out a ball of yin-yang and 5 elements fire, which enveloped the top-quality golden silkworm Gu Shaojin, and then said loudly, Don't worry, there are some twists and turns in this matter, but the ending must be happy. The other 2 people present knew that the twists and turns mentioned by Ling Yun meant that before seeing Miao Fenghuang, Miracle Dr. Shui would still suffer from heart-wrenching pain for a period of time. Aunt Qing, you 2 can talk for a while, I'll go out for a while, and we'll leave when we get back. Ah? Are you still leaving? When Miao Xiaomiao heard that Ling Yun wanted to go out at this time, she was speechless. They landed at about 9:30, and we will leave at 9 o'clock. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yun's figure had disappeared, and he went to the Tianqing again, only to find that Da Hong still hadn't returned, so he had to play with Xiao He, then flew out of the Tianqing, looking for a place to concentrate on cultivation. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yun appeared in the No. 1 villa courtyard on time. Aunt Qing, let's go then. Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao bid farewell to the blue bird. Well, don't worry, I will take care of it here. The next moment, Ling Yun reached out and grabbed Miao Xiaomiao's wrist unceremoniously, and then disappeared, soaring into the sky amidst the opponent's exclamation. The two soon reached an altitude of 6,000 meters. Ling Yun stopped rising. He took out the communicator and turned on the navigation for positioning. Boom! Suddenly, Ling Yun released the Yin-Yang 5-element fire, completely enveloping the two of them and Xiao Jin's body, then began to accelerate and flew towards the southwest. The speed was so fast that Miao Xiaomiao's spiritual consciousness covered 3 kilometers before she could just hear the sound of air bursting from behind. 10 minutes later, Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao came to the sky above the capital of your province. The Yunnan Guizhou Plateau, the 100,000 mountains in Miaojiang, are really extraordinary. With his hands behind his back, Ling Yun stared at the huge city between the mountains below, and said boldly, "Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets." Guizhou Province, also known as Guizhou Province, is located in the southwestern hinterland of China, with an average altitude of about 1,100 meters. The terrain is higher in the west and lower in the east. The province's landforms can be summed up as plateaus, mountains, hills, and basins, of which 93% of the area is mountains and hills. There are many mountains in the territory, with many mountains, stretching vertically and horizontally, with high mountains and deep valleys. Coupled with the two provinces of Sichuan and Yunnan with higher terrain in the west, this large area has been collectively called the Southern Xinjiang 100,000 Mountains since ancient times, which is not an exaggeration at all. Guinan City, the capital of Guizhou Province, is named because it is in the south of Guishan Mountain. It is also called Lincheng. Out of the urban area, there are mountains. It's a pity that these mountains are too fragmented to form a real big dragon vein. On the contrary, there are more water dragon veins. High in the sky, Ling Yun looked down, nodded from time to time, and commented on the terrain of the mountains below. It is completely different from Qinling. Due to precipitation and geological reasons, the mountains here have been eroded seriously. Although they are dense, they are fragmented. The formed landforms are peak clusters and dish-shaped depressions, funnels, underground currents, karst caves, and so on. Looking down from a high altitude, although the mountain peaks are densely packed, they are fragmented. It looks like a pile of big steamed buns just out of the pan, which is why Ling Yun said so. Lincheng is located in the watershed zone between the Yangtze River system and the Pearl River system, with abundant rainfall throughout the year, so there are many rivers with abundant water flow. Too fast. At this time, Miao Xiaomiao had just recovered from the extreme shock, her pretty face was pale, and she muttered to herself, this is too fast. She couldn't help but glanced at the time, and found that it was 10 minutes past 9 in the evening, only 10 minutes had passed. What is the concept of 10 minutes? If Miao Xiaomiao walked normally, it would take about 10 minutes from Ling Yun's number 1 villa to Shui's villa. However, within the same 10 minutes, Ling Yun took her from villa number 1 in Qingshui City to Lincheng, the capital of Guizhou Province. 10 minutes across China, more than 1,400 kilometers. The farther the faster. Until now, Miao Xiaomiao's ears are still filled with the sound of air explosions. No matter how calm Miao Xiaomiao is. At this moment, she couldn't hide her shock. She had never had such a deep understanding of the meaning of cultivation before. I also really understood why Ling Yun practiced so frantically day and night. Horrible. With such a speed, what are you still doing by plane? Moreover, to Miao Xiaomiao's surprise, she was neither carried by Ling Yun, nor came here with wings spread out, but carried by Ling Yun. Only at the beginning of accelerating from the air, Ling Yun clenched her wrist tightly, and when the speed stabilized, Ling Yun let go. At the same time, Miao Xiaomiao felt that she was stepping on something under her feet, which was no different from being down to earth. Ling Yun actually used his power to carry her so far. Xiao Jin naturally did the same. Hey, this is already slow, isn't it fun? Although there is a Hunyuan Qi shield to resist the strong wind and air currents, if Lingyun reaches 8 times the speed of sound as soon as it starts, Miao Xiaomiao's current state can't bear it at all, so when Lingyun starts and stops, there is a process of acceleration and deceleration, which happens to be it is within the tolerance range of Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao's chest heaved violently, and she avoided answering Lingyun's question. After a while, she suddenly said, Lingyun, if I reach your current level, will I still have the speed? Lingyun shook his head. No, even if you burn your soul to the limit, it's not bad if you can reach 5 times the speed of sound. Why? Miao Xiaomiao's expression changed immediately, and she asked in dissatisfaction. Lingyun smiled triumphantly, we are different. This is too hurtful. You. Miao Xiaomiao was furious immediately, and said angrily, can you speak human language? Lingyun didn't take up the fight at all. He took out a top-quality spiritual weapon, the flying sword, and gave it to Miao Xiaomiao, blood to recognize the master. Miao Xiaomiao, why? Lingyun smiled, extreme spiritual weapon, if you don't want it, just save it for me. Stop coming, idiots don't want it. Miao Xiaomiao gave Lingyun a blank look, and after finishing speaking, she bit the tip of her tongue, and quickly completed the recognition of the master with a drop of blood, followed by a strange feeling that she had established a connection with the flying sword and sword spirit. That feeling is similar to the mind connection between her and her natal Gu Shaojin. I only heard Lingyun grinning and said, the flying sword of Yujin, there is nothing mysterious about it, it is just stepping on the flying sword, and then using the divine mind to carry your own flying sword. If the flying sword is a top-grade spiritual weapon, of course it will be much easier. Miao Xiaomiao stared at Lingyun's expression, and the more she heard it, the more she felt something was wrong. She said suspiciously, what do you mean by that? Then she felt empty under her feet. Miao Xiaomiao's figure fell. What? She exclaimed directly. Hoo-hoo. The wind filled her ears, and amidst the exclamation, Miao Xiaomiao's figure accelerated to fall, her face turned pale with fright, and her hands and feet danced wildly. Lingyun, I will kill you. Haha, then you have to prevent yourself from falling to your death first, come on, beauty, I like you. Lingyun stood where he was, motionless, but his voice came to Miao Xiaomiao's ears very clearly. Put it to death and come back to life. He wasn't worried that Miao Xiaomiao would fall to her death, because the ground below was only 4 kilometers away. If Miao Xiaomiao really couldn't learn to fly with a sword before landing, Lingyun's Qingying Feijian would have caught her long ago. Most importantly, Lingyun fully believed in Miao Xiaomiao's understanding. Squeak. Squeak. Seeing that Miao Xiaomiao's life was in danger, Shaojin became impatient. It vibrated its golden wings violently and shuttled rapidly around Lingyun. The 2 small forelimbs that had just evolved were waving quickly, as if scratching its ears and cheeks, very humane. Why, you little guy still wants to attack me? Lingyun calmed down, looked at Shaojin scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously, felt cute, and said with a smile, don't worry, your master won't die. Miao Xiaomiao's body is still falling at an accelerated rate, like a meteor falling. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Brush. In Lingyun's consciousness, a touch of green quickly enlarged and turned into a huge green broadsword, which suddenly appeared at Miao Xiaomiao's feet. After Miao Xiaomiao stepped on the flying sword with both feet, her falling speed began to slow down immediately, and after falling more than 100 meters inertially, she suddenly stopped in the air. Well, yes, it's much faster than I thought. Lingyun nodded in satisfaction, knowing that Miao Xiaomiao had already learned to fly with a sword. Before he finished speaking, he saw Miao Xiaomiao stepping on the flying sword, soaring into the sky, and flew towards Lingyun at high speed. Little Jean, bite him. Miao Xiaomiao's face was pale, her long curved eyebrows were erected upside down, her beautiful eyes were burning with flames, and she directly ordered to Shaojin. Ordinarily, the top-grade golden silkworm goo is absolutely loyal to its master, but at this moment, after receiving Miao Xiaomiao's order, Xiao Jin was still scratching his head and fluttering his wings, but he just shuttled around Ling Yun and refused to bite. Ling Yun was overjoyed when he saw it. Haha, I didn't raise you for nothing. Xiao Jin, I will reward you later. Brush. After a few breaths, Miao Xiaomiao had already arrived in front of Ling Yun. She went crazy, gnashed her teeth, and punched and kicked Ling Yun. It's a pity that although Miao Xiaomiao had already used all her strength under the rage, for Ling Yun now, this kind of strength was just tickling. You don't need to be so ruthless, do you? Ling Yun stood still in the air, let Miao Xiaomiao vent on him, and said with a wry smile, I'm just teaching you to fly with a sword. Fart. Do you teach people like this? Miao Xiaomiao beat Ling Yun violently, feeling that she was almost out of anger. She stopped panting, and glared at Ling Yun angrily. Hey. Ling Yun shrugged, spread his hands and said, it's just a crash teaching method. Look, how effective is this? Natural selection. The eagle on the cliff, after the child's wings grow, will push the eaglet out of the nest. Before the eagle lands, if it can learn to fly, it will survive. If it can't learn, it will be thrown alive. Die. Grandma is a human being, not an eagle. Anyway, you didn't fall to your death, haha. Miao Xiaomiao was angry, and her chest heaved violently, but she really had no way to deal with Ling Yun, so she had to give up, and finally said sternly, Ling Yun, I will not finish this matter with you. We will see how my master will deal with you when the time comes. Ling Yun said disdainfully, children always want to complain to adults. You. Miao Xiaomiao was completely speechless. And Xiao Jin, you dare to betray me. I asked you to bite him just now, why didn't you bite him? Miao Xiaomiao had nothing to do with Ling Yun, so she turned around and angrily taught Xiao Jin a lesson. Squeak, squeak. Xiao Jin scratched his ears and scratched his cheeks, and kept screaming, as if desperately trying to explain. Pooh. In the end, Miao Xiaomiao chuckled, turned her head to look at Ling Yun again, and said seriously, Xiao Jin said that it knows that you are doing it for my own good, that it knows that I can't die, and that I don't really want it to bite you. Besides, I also know I can't bite you. Xiao Jin is now at least equivalent to the intelligence of a 5-year-old child. Look, how sensible is the child? Ling Yun smiled triumphantly, he raised his hand like lightning, grabbed Xiao Jin, and injected a golden fairy aura into it, and said immediately, when parents quarrel, it knows it's not appropriate to help anyone. Miao Xiaomiao's face turned red in an instant, and she said angrily, Ling Yun, if you dare to take advantage of me again, believe it or not, I will really turn against you. Regarding Miao Xiaomiao's threat, Ling Yun showed a completely indifferent expression. He looked at the time, stopped making trouble, and said directly, Tang Meng's plane should have landed. While talking, Ling Yun moved his mind, took out his mobile phone, and called Tang Meng directly. Tang Meng, which hotel did you book? The first update. Tang Meng booked Zhongtian Hotel. This is one of the most luxurious hotels in Lincheng. There are man-made springs and waterfalls in front of the hotel. The surrounding trees are shady, the lawns are neat, and the environment is excellent. Tang Meng was the one who booked the hotel, but He Yuqiong was the one who paid for it. Without any surprises, He Yuqiong still reserved the first floor of the hotel aggressively. Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao naturally arrived at the hotel early. After waiting in the lobby rest area for more than half an hour, they finally arrived with Tang Meng's team. He Yuqiong chose to have absolute trust in Ling Yun, so she didn't bring her bodyguards with her when she came to Guizhou province this time. Instead, she let them all stay in Qingshui City, but brought 2 capable assistants. It is He Yuqiong's style of doing things that the suspect does not need to be suspicious. Moreover, it doesn't matter if you don't believe in Ling Yun, she knows very well in her heart that if people like Ling Yun really want to harm her, she has no chance to resist, and it doesn't matter how many bodyguards she brings. As soon as he entered the hotel, two of He Yuqiong's assistants went to the front desk to check in. During this period, the rest of the people drank coffee in the hotel lounge area. Miss He, what I'm going to solve next has nothing to do with you, so for the next period of time, you can stay in this hotel with peace of mind and just wait. Ling Yun pointed at Wang Chongxiao and the 5 blood slaves. They are still responsible for protecting your safety. As I said, I promise nothing will go wrong. Patriarch Ling is bothering you. I have already said that I will follow all your arrangements. He Yuqiong bowed slightly, and said respectfully to Ling Yun. Ling Yun just smiled lightly. Everyone is smart, the same thing, there is no need to waste words over and over again, and he absolutely believes that Tang Meng has already told He Yuqiong what he should say. The large team of Ling Yun is definitely a big customer of the hotel, a VIP among the VIPs, so the check-in process is very fast. Everyone quickly went upstairs and checked in with their room cards. Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao went straight to Dr. Shue's room to discuss plans for tomorrow. Grandpa Shue, how do you feel now? After closing the door and taking a seat in the room, Ling Yun asked directly. Shui Jingqi's face was a little pale. At this moment, the goo worm in his body is ready to move, and he is trying his best to suppress it. Feng Huang already knows that I have come to Qian province, and she is trying to control the heart-biting goo. Shui Jingqi sat there, sighed deeply, and told Ling Yun nothing but the truth. Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao immediately looked at each other. This situation was exactly the same as what Jade Bird had judged before they set off. However, I'm already at the peak of the 4th level Xiantian, and with the addition of your 2 seals, Yuner, it will take a lot of effort for Feng Huang to control the heart-eating goo again. Divine Dr. Shui is well aware of the situation in his body, and made his own judgment. Regarding this point, Ling Yun is sure. He has already learned from Qingmiao that Miao Feng Huang will not exceed the peak of the 3rd innate level at most, and after all, it is still several hundred kilometers away from Miaojiang Miao village. But after he pondered for a while, he suddenly looked at Miracle Dr. Shui, his eyes flickered with divine light, and he spoke shockingly. Grandpa Shui, I have a suggestion, just listen to it and see if it works. What I mean is, from now on, you don't have to fight with Grandma Miao anymore, and don't use your true energy to suppress the goo worms in your body, and I remove the seal on the goo worms now, what do you think? After finishing speaking, Ling Yun didn't speak anymore, but waited for Divine Dr. Shui to make his own decision. What? Unexpectedly, when Miao Xiaomiao heard this, her complexion changed drastically, and she stood up abruptly. Ling Yun, are you crazy? Xiaomiao, shut up. Divine Dr. Shui waved his hand, stopped Miao Xiaomiao, sat there for a while, and suddenly smiled wryly, that's all. Since I'm here, my life is considered to be handed over to Feng Huang. It's up to her to decide whether to kill or cut. As he spoke, Miracle Dr. Shui nodded to Ling Yun with a smile, with approval in his eyes. He came here to reconcile with Miao Feng Huang and make up for the debts of this life. If he came to Guizhou province, he would have to fight with Miao Feng Huang across the air. He will do whatever it takes, and he may even come out of the Miao village, manipulate the natal goo at close range, and fight to the death with Divine Dr. Shui. That would only be a lose-lose outcome. If you want to resolve Miao Feng Huang's resentment, attitude is very important. If you really have to wait until tomorrow morning, when you arrive at the Miao village where Miao Feng Huang is, and walk in front of Miao Feng Huang, before you are willing to remove the seal and stop fighting, it will be like using power to overwhelm others. Ling Yun fully considered this point, that's why he made this suggestion, which is actually an advance in order to retreat. Yuner, do it. Divine Dr. Shui stood up on his own initiative and came in front of Ling Yun. At this time, he really stopped mobilizing his true energy and fought against the goo worms in his body. Ling Yun admired Miracle Dr. Shui's resoluteness very much. Before he took action, he secretly said to Miracle Dr. Shui, "Grandpa Shui, don't worry, with me here, that goo worm won't be able to cause much trouble, and you won't have any lives." Dangerous, just. When the seal is lifted and the goo worms regain their freedom, they will bite the heart of Divine Dr. Shui, and Divine Dr. Shui will suffer severe pain. Divine Dr. Shui smiled lightly, "It doesn't matter, I can handle it." Swipe, swipe, swipe. The next moment, Ling Yan's hand was like lightning, and his body flickered. He used the 5 elements to cut off the pulse, and pressed it on the back of Divine Dr. Shui's chest, and he sped up for a while. Boom! The seal is broken. Well. Immediately afterwards, he saw Miracle Dr. Shui's ruddy complexion turn extremely pale, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he let out a muffled snort. Beads of sweat oozed from Miracle Dr. Shui's forehead and kept rolling down. His face was contorted and his body shook violently, obviously suffering severe pain. Grandfather. Seeing this, Miao Xiaomiao came in front of Miracle Dr. Shui in a blink of an eye. Her eyes were red and she was about to cry. She stomped her feet and said, "Grandma is really..." After Ling Yan lifted the seal, he didn't move again, but his face was solemn at this moment, and he used his condensed spiritual thoughts to observe the goo worms in Divine Dr. Shui's body, concentrating on it, and being on guard carefully. "Wait and see," Ling Yan said to Miao Xiaomiao. Solving the matter is the matter of solving the matter, but the old man has listened to his suggestion and expressed his attitude with practical actions. If Miao Fenghuang is really unwilling to let go, Ling Yan doesn't mind making another move to completely seal the goo worm. Miao Fenghuang's goo worm has been suppressed for half a year, now it's okay to vent normally, but it's absolutely not okay to be shameless. It is true that Ling Yan did this with retreat as an advance, but he also had another purpose, which was to observe Miao Fenghuang's attitude towards Divine Dr. Shui, and then make a specific plan for tomorrow. This kind of relationship is a matter of both parties. It is meaningless to shave your head and pick your head. Moreover, after all, more than 40 years have passed, who knows what Miao Fenghuang is thinking in his heart now. At the junction of Yunnan and Guizhou, among the 100,000 mountains. At this moment, a figure was speeding rapidly in the darkness, over the mountains and ridges, and hurried to the east. The person was wearing a Miao costume, and as she leaped, all kinds of silver ornaments on her clothes were jingling. At the same time, her hands were flying in front of her, drawing mysterious tracks, and she was also chanting complex incantations. This person is none other than Miao Fenghuang, of course. In fact, Miao Fenghuang felt that the plane that Miracle Dr. Shui was traveling in flew halfway, and she re-established contact with her natal goo, and could clearly feel that the goo worm was getting closer and closer to her. Of course Miao Fenghuang knew what this meant. "Shui Jingqi, here we come." The moment she re-perceived her natal goo, Miao Fenghuang burst into tears. At that moment, no one knew what was going on in her heart. 47 years, Shui Jingqi, are you finally willing to take a step towards me? Shui Jingqi lived in seclusion in Qingshui City for 17 years, and he was actually particular about it. It was more than 1,700 kilometers away from Miaojiang Miao village. This distance was just enough for Miao Fenghuang to communicate with her natal goo, but she couldn't completely control it. His body took more serious damage. In other words, this is a position that keeps the balance of the two sides fighting. But in the past 20 years, Miracle Dr. Shui has never moved one step closer to the southwest of Qingshui City. It's not ruthless, this is the only way for Miracle Dr. Shui to protect his family, himself, and his married wife. But tonight, Shui Jingqi took a plane, headed straight to the southwest, and rushed towards the Xuanhuan Dashan where Miaojiang was located at an extremely fast speed. Humph, is this relying on the protection of an expert, to come to my Miaojiang, to demonstrate to me? Or to force me to take back the goo worms? Don't think about it. This was Miao Fenghuang's second reaction after he calmed down. Therefore, since re-establishing contact with his goo worms, Miao Fenghuang has been desperately manipulating the goo worms, trying to save the defeat. But Ling Yan's seal is not so easy to break. Miao Fenghuang tried hard for 3 hours, but failed. She was even more furious, thinking that the other party really came to force her to take back the goo worms. She couldn't help feeling sad from it, secretly hating Xuanhuan for being too ruthless. When Dr. Shue's plane landed and rushed to the hotel, Miao Fenghuang sensed that the position of the goo worm would no longer change. She rushed out of the Miao village recklessly, and rushed towards the place where her natal goo was at full speed. It's a pity that there are dozens of mountains between the two of them, Wang Shan ran to death. The straight-line distance of more than 300 kilometers, in fact, if you really want to run, it is at least 1,000 miles away. Miao Fenghuang spared no effort to control his natal goo, rushing left and right in divine Dr. Shue's body, trying to break through the seal. Xuanhuan, you cruel person. I didn't destroy your family back then. I promised your wife to let you grow old together. I lived alone all my life and waited for you for more than 40 years. Is this how you repay me? While running, Miao Fenghuang shed tears on 7 mountains. Her mood fluctuated too much, and she only picked up the barren mountains without villages to climb over, and tried her best to control the goo worms. Her true energy was gradually exhausted, and her footsteps began to be heavy, as if she was pouring lead, and she staggered. However, even if it was close to another 100 kilometers, Miao Fenghuang still couldn't let the natal goo break through Ling Yan's seal. But at this moment, Miao Fenghuang suddenly felt that the pressure on the goo worms became much smaller. Humph. Can't hold it anymore? In desperation and rage, Miao Fenghuang took this opportunity to activate the heart-biting goo with all his strength. Boom! The seal was broken, and the forces that were firmly blocking the goo worm's activities disappeared in an instant. Miao Fenghuang was overjoyed. In the past few decades, except for the time when she went to see Miracle Dr. Shue, she had never been able to perceive and control her forgetful heart-biting goo so clearly. After the goo worm broke through the restriction, it immediately began to bite in divine Dr. Shue's body. Xuanhuan, since you are ruthless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Miao Fenghuang stopped and let the goo worms bite and devour Xuanhuan's body, but even though she said that, 2 lines of blood and tears overflowed from her eyes. Huh? No. Because the distance is very close, Miao Fenghuang's control over the heart-forgetting goo has reached the point where she can send and receive freely. Through the heart-forgetting goo, she can naturally clearly perceive the flow of true energy in Xuanhuan's body, and everything is as usual. Obviously in good health, why did you give up suppression? Suddenly, Miao Fenghuang's tender body trembled, and she thought of something in an instant, and she suddenly thought, stop. The goo worms immediately stopped biting, and became quiet in divine Dr. Shue's body, without moving. Thump. A moment later, Miao Fenghuang swayed back and forth twice, and suddenly fell down in the grass in the mountain, crying loudly, mourning the whole field. Because the person she had been waiting for 47 years had finally come to her. Before the person arrives, the life has been paid. The second update. This chapter is not easy to write, please ask for some votes. At the same time, in Zhongtian Hotel, in Xuanhuan's room. After Ling Yan removed the seal, the goo worms of the forgetfulness and biting heart goo ravaged Miracle Dr. Shue's body, gnawing madly. In less than 2 minutes, Miracle Shue couldn't bear the pain anymore, his body trembled, and he was drenched in cold sweat. The back of the clothes was so painful that he couldn't stand up, and he slumped and sat on the ground. Rao is such a powerful person as Miracle Dr. Shue, he also groaned out of pain. It can be seen how overbearing the forgetful heart-biting goo is. Grandfather. Miao Xiaomiao squatted on the ground. She supported Miracle Dr. Shue's arm with both hands. Seeing Miracle Dr. Shue's painful appearance, she was already very anxious, and her eyes were already blurred by tears. Humph. Standing opposite the two of them, Ling Yun was already impatient, his eyes gradually turned cold, and he had already started counting the time silently in his heart. In half a minute, if Miao Fenghuang didn't stop, Ling Yun would definitely make a move. Heart-eating goo. It is a heart-eating insect. It is designed to bite the flesh and blood of people's heart. This is the real pain of heart-eating. Who can bear it? The heart of an adult is only the size of a person's fist. Even though Miracle Dr. Shui has become 20 years younger after taking Ling Yun's Zhuyan pill, how long can he suffer like this? 3 minutes is enough time for one person to vent their anger, and it is also enough for one person to react calmly. If Miao Fenghuang still refuses to let go when the 3 minutes are up, then Ling Yun will not hesitate to change the plan or even the purpose of this trip. He will crush Miao Zheng. With unparalleled strength, Miao Fenghuang was forced to bow his head, and then let Miracle Dr. Shui decide the rest. Regarding one matter, if Ling Yun is determined, even the genius Dr. Shui and Miao Xiaomiao, who are present, will have nothing to say. However, at this moment. Okay? Miracle Dr. Shui's body stopped trembling, and he suddenly stopped moving, because the biting goo insects in his body suddenly stopped. However, just now, after the goo worms gnawed in his body for such a long time, Miracle Dr. Shui's heart was shattered, and the pain continued, but this pain, compared to when the goo worms gnawed wildly, had already eased significantly. After a few breaths, Divine Dr. Shui slowly removed the palm covering his chest. He straightened up, first let out a long breath, with an unspeakable joy in his eyes, and said to Ling Yun, "The goo worm has calmed down. It's done." Now, Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness is so condensed, he knows the situation in Miracle Dr. Shui's body like the palm of his hand, so he grinned and said, "Grandpa Shui, congratulations." Frankly speaking, the time from when the seal was removed to when the goo worm stopped wreaking havoc was much shorter than Ling Yun imagined, but this is not the point. Come down and stay still. This can only explain one thing, that is Miao Fenghuang decisively ordered this goo worm to stop biting. Miao Xiaomiao finally burst into laughter. She didn't bother to wipe away her tears, she gently supported Divine Dr. Shui to stand up, and said with hazy eyes, "Grandma, she. One night couple, 100 days of grace." Ling Yun sighed silently in his heart, but of course it was impossible to say it out. There is no doubt that this is a fantastic start. "Grandpa Shui, don't move." Ling Yun greeted Miracle Dr. Shui, and a 7th-level healing talisman appeared in his hand. He stuck it on Miracle Shui's chest and heart, and called out. A white light suddenly flashed on Divine Dr. Shui's chest, and the next moment, the parts of his body that had been bitten by goo worms immediately returned to normal. Originally, when he was treating Miracle Dr. Shui, Ling Yun was still holding his heart and sweating, fearing that the goo worm would rebound and obstruct him, but soon he was relieved. The heart-biting goo was like falling asleep after eating, no response to this. Even if Ling Yun had the ability to reach the sky, he would never have imagined that Miao Fenghuang was lying on a rock and grass at this moment, crying heartbreakingly. It seems that Yun'er's genius mind is definitely not just on the way of cultivation. The goo worms in his body were no longer raging, and Miracle Dr. Shui had been cured by the healing talisman. Of course he was no longer in pain, so he suddenly smiled and gave Ling Yun another look of approval. He sighed and shook his head, and said with a wry smile, "This is the best way. You should do this when you get off the plane." "Why didn't I think of it? Grandpa Shui is absurd." Ling Yun scratched his head and said embarrassingly, "You are just a fan of the authorities. All you think about is what will happen after meeting along the way, so naturally you didn't think about these things. When the two soldiers are at war, attacking the heart is the most important thing." Although this trip, Ling Yun made peace with Divine Dr. Shui and Miao Fenghuang, but the two haven't seen each other for decades, even though one has affection in his heart and the other has guilt in his heart, but before they met, neither of them knew what the other was thinking of. This meeting was actually no less than a big confrontation. Miracle Dr. Xue was one of the parties involved, and even Miao Xiaomiao was considered half of the parties involved. Only Ling Yun, who stayed out of the matter, had the strength and vision to control the overall situation. He could afford to gamble, so he dared to use this psychological strategy. Ling Yun is gambling with the life of Miracle Dr. Xue, so the risk is naturally high, but even if he really loses, he still has the ability to calmly clean up the mess. It's just another way. But now, it turns out, his bet has won. The price was that Miracle Dr. Xue endured 2 minutes of pain. Dared to do this, only because Ling Yun firmly believed that in the past 40 years, Miao Fenghuang could not get close to Miracle Dr. Xue, and because of the existence of forgetfulness and biting heart goo, she could come to Miracle Dr. Xue at any time, and the two of them could talk face to face. Fight against the drum. To put it bluntly, if Miao Fenghuang was willing to let go of his figure, he would come to Miracle Dr. Xue's house and linger. So what could miraculous Dr. Xue do? Since Miao Fenghuang hadn't been willing to really hurt Miracle Dr. Xue for more than 40 years, now that Miracle Dr. Xue came to her on his own initiative, how could she kill Miracle Dr. Xue? As soon as the seal was removed, Miao Fenghuang's goo worms finally broke through the cage. Under the revenge and anger, they couldn't hold back their momentum for a short period of time, and couldn't react. This should be the reason why the goo worms were raging in Divine Dr. Xue's body. The three sat back on the sofa one after another. In this way, before we arrive at Miao Village tomorrow and meet Grandma Miao, there shouldn't be any other accidents, right? Ling Yun directly asked the two people on the opposite side. Divine Dr. Xue nodded. Don't worry, Yuner, it will definitely not happen. Although Fenghuang is proud and stubborn, and blames me in her heart, she is definitely not unreasonable. Now that she knows that I am coming, she has confirmed my attitude. They will definitely not obstruct us tonight. After Ling Yun listened, he smiled and nodded. Well, that's why I chose to retreat to advance, lest we go to Grandma Miao's territory and have our own family beat our own family, which will make the misunderstanding between the two sides deeper and the matter will be more troublesome to solve. There are some bad ideas out there. When Miao Xiaomiao thought of how her grandfather was in pain just now, she became very angry. She said hard at Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and asked back, Hey, if you scold me, you should also speak out of your conscience. Is it really a bad idea? Not bad. Miao Xiaomiao chuckled, her eyebrows curved like crescent moons. She could only tell the truth. Tomorrow, the three of us will go to the Miao village. Now, Grandpa Xue is naturally fine. Miao Xiaomiao, you are Grandma Miao's granddaughter, and even if she gets angry after seeing you, she will still have nothing to do with you. In this way, I will become the most hateful person in Grandma Miao's heart. Ling Yun analyzed seriously, but suddenly changed the topic. Xiaomiao, I will be in charge of my safety tomorrow. Miao Xiaomiao suppressed a smile. She gave Ling Yun a white look and said, I don't care. Those goo worms raised by my grandma tomorrow will bite you hard. Can they bite? Ling Yun was happy, and he got up suddenly. Grandpa Xue, it's getting late now. You should have a good rest tonight. Let's go straight to Miao village tomorrow. It is good. After this incident, Miracle Dr. Xue's confidence has obviously increased greatly, and he has gained a lot of confidence in his heart. Ling Yun bid farewell and left the rest of the time for Miracle Dr. Xue and Miao Xiaomiao. These are the father and grandson. Miracle Dr. Xue is going to Miao village tomorrow, so they naturally need to make some long-term plans. After leaving Miracle Dr. Xue's room, Ling Yun immediately went to Tang Meng's suite again, had a secret discussion with him for half an hour, then left the hotel, found a mountain with enough aura, and went to practice on his own. Nothing to say all night. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Ling Yun, Xue Jingqi, and Miao Xiaomiao left the hotel after having breakfast. Ling Yun took the two of them to find a dense forest with no one there, and immediately disappeared, and then the three of them soared into the sky and flew to Miaojiang Miao village at the junction of Yunnan and Guizhou. This time, because Ling Yunfei was with Miracle Dr. Xue, he was not fast, he only traveled 3 times the speed of sound. After all, it was only more than 300 kilometers, and it took about 5 minutes. It's here, it's there. 3,000 meters above the sky, Miao Xiaomiao suddenly pointed to a Miao village in front of him and said. Ling Yun slowed down slowly, stopped above the Miao village, and stood in the air. Boom! He let go of his consciousness and directly enveloped the entire Miao village, with a clear view of the scene there. Ling Yun was naturally looking for Miao Fenghuang. At the same time, in the remotest and highest village among the Miao villages, a beautiful woman who looked nearly 50 years old was dressed in a costume, sitting in the house, slowly raising her head, her beautiful eyes unbelievable looks. Miao Fenghuang. She clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Shuai, after more than 40 years, you are finally here? Shuai really came, but, completely different from what she had imagined, this time, the other party did not come over mountains and mountains, but came from the sky. Ling Yun, patriarch of the Ling family, accompanied divine physician Shui to see the holy maiden of Miaojiang. High in the sky, Ling Yun spoke, and the voice was like a roar of a tiger and a dragon's chant, resounding through the sky, rolling down, and sending it into Miao Fenghuang's ears without missing a word. Brush. The next moment, without waiting for Miao Fenghuang to leave the house, Ling Yun descended from the sky, and brought divine Dr. Shui, Miao Xiaomiao, to appear outside her door. I wish you all a happy new year. Genius website address. Mobile version reading URL, M. There was a long silence in the house. The moment Ling Yun brought Miracle Dr. Shui and Miao Xiaomiao to the ground, he had already used the invisibility technique, and all 3 of them escaped from the invisible state. The door of the room was ajar, but Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness shrouded it, and all the scenes in the room were clearly visible to his eyes. Although Miao Fenghuang is already 66 years old, she has a good face and looks only in her 50s. She is wearing a Miao dress and sitting cross-legged on a futon on the ground. Although she is trying her best to restrain herself, but it was still hard to hide her excitement, the knuckles of her clenched fists turned white, her body trembled slightly, and 2 hazy mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. Grandma, my grandpa. Of the 3 people outside the door, Ling Yun was naturally here for the first time, and divine Dr. Shui also came back for the first time in 47 years after leaving here. The 2 of them couldn't speak for a while, but Miao Xiaomiao grew up in the village since birth. She and Miao Fenghuang had only been separated for half a year. Now, her grandfather, Shuai Jingqi, has come to the Miao village, and there is only 1 door away from her grandmother. Miao Xiaomiao was so nervous that she couldn't help but be the first to call for the door. Miao Xiaomiao, shut up. You don't have a place to talk now. Through the door, Miao Fenghuang spoke suddenly, sternly yelled, interrupting Miao Xiaomiao's words. His eyes were extremely sharp. Miao Xiaomiao's delicate body shook, she could only shut up, she was very wronged, tears were already rolling in her eye sockets. Miao Xiaomiao, half a year ago, when I asked you to leave Xuanhuan Dashan and go to Qingshui City, how did I explain to you? Did I tell you to come back immediately after finishing your work? Have I ever told you that men outside don't have a good thing? But what about you? How did you do it? Not only did I fail to accomplish any of the things I told you, but you even recognized that heartless man as your grandfather, and now you bring men from outside to my Miao village, to show off with me? At the beginning, Ling Yun heard it okay, but at the end, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. But this is really not the occasion for laughing, he could only hold back, almost got internal injuries, and stood there gloating looking at the infinitely wronged Miao Xiaomiao. This was the 2nd time Ling Yun saw Miao Xiaomiao shed tears. The last time, of course, was when Ling Yun forcibly took her to meet divine Dr. Shui. Humph, you don't have to gloat over there. If you can't solve this problem today, let's see how I settle the score with you then. Miao Xiaomiao didn't dare to refute Miao Fenghuang, so she could only vent her anger on Ling Yun's head, but of course these words were said by voice transmission. Don't worry, I have everything. Look at the two of you, one of you has been away from Miaojiang for more than 40 years and has avoided seeing you, the other has taken on a task and gone out to do things but failed. Now you are finally here, and you are not allowed to vent, what about it? Ling Yun fully understood Miao Fenghuang's mood at this moment, he said with a smile. Go to hell. Miao Xiaomiao was even more annoyed. Sister Phoenix. Miracle Dr. Xue finally spoke, but he didn't expect that he would call Miao Fenghuang by this name. Ling Yin observed the words and expressions, and noticed that Miao Fenghuang's body swayed as soon as Miracle Dr. Xue called out his title. I only heard Divine Dr. Xue continue to say, you don't have to blame Xiaomiao. After all, it is a matter between the two of us. I am here. Xue Jingqi, shut up for me too. Miao Fenghuang spoke again, and interrupted Xue Jingqi's words. Miracle Dr. Xue's old face was embarrassing, but he suddenly became tongue-tied and froze on the spot. Inside and outside the door, there was silence once again. Now, there is only one door between him and Miao Fenghuang, just a few meters away, but this door seems to have become a moat between them. But Ling Yun wasn't in a hurry at all, and it was even less likely that he would break into the door, because on such an occasion, using such a method was really too inappropriate, and it was too low for him. Ling Yunqin said, spend it, let's spend time, let's see who can spend more. Through the past 6 months, especially in the past few days, Ling Yun's understanding of Miao Fenghuang, his biggest impression of Miao Fenghuang, is that Miao Fenghuang is loyal, tearful, proud, stubborn, and wants to save face. That's why he chose to retreat last night and attack his heart first, let Miracle Dr. Xue express his position in the air, and give Miao Fenghuang a night to let her vent her grievances, and at the same time calm down her mood. It seems that the effect has been far away, it exceeded expectations. He rushed to Miao Village so early in the morning, and sent Miracle Dr. Xue to Miao Fenghuang, just to continue to waste, and let the two of them face to face. Inside the door, Miao Fenghuang worked hard to calm down for 3 minutes before speaking again. Xue Jingqi, I have 2 things to ask you now, do you dare to answer them truthfully? Divine Dr. Xue immediately said seriously, little sister Fenghuang has some questions, I, Xue Jingqi, will answer truthfully. First, how do you answer the question I asked Xiaomiao to ask you? Xue Jingqi blushed suddenly, I don't want to hide it from my little sister, but I did. The 2 old people were playing charades there, and Ling Yun listened with gusto. He noticed that when Miao Fenghuang said that sentence, the expression on his face was unspeakably tense, and the nails of the 10 fingers clenched into a fist deeply sank into the flesh of the palm of his hand. Inside. And when she heard Xue Jingqi finished speaking, her eyes lit up and her face suddenly turned red. Hey, Miao Xiaomiao, what question did your grandma ask you to ask your grandpa? How come I never knew? Ling Yin suddenly started gossiping and asked Miao Xiaomiao. Don't gossip there, it has nothing to do with you. Miao Xiaomiao directly blushed and refused. Miao Fenghuang pondered for a while, then, what about now? Xue Jingqi said, it's still the same. Ling Yan looked up at the sky, and said to himself that these 2 old people are reminiscing about their old relationship in front of me, talking about love. Please restrain yourself, please? Inside the door, Miao Fenghuang's whole body trembled violently again, and her clenched hands, which were clenched into fists, also loosened. The nails of both hands were covered with blood, and she didn't realize it. Another half-hour passed. Asked inside the door, second thing, Xue Jingqi, why did you come this time? Ahem. Xue Jingqi's old face turned red again. I came here this time to ask for forgiveness from Miss Fenghuang, to make up for what I owed my sister for more than 40 years, and then. Regarding the latter words, Miracle Dr. Xue really couldn't say it in front of the 2 juniors. Miao Fenghuang leaned forward, waited for Miracle Dr. Xue for a long time, but there was no more words. She was a little annoyed, and she shouted in a deep voice, "Humph, let me explain it for you, and then let me take back the forgetful heart-biting goo. You will spend the rest of your life carefree from now on, right?" Divine Dr. Xue couldn't laugh or cry. Little sister Fenghuang misunderstood me. I am an old bone, and I will be 70 years old, so why do I care about goo worms and the rest of my life? The next moment, Miracle Dr. Xue gritted his teeth suddenly, broke his heart, and decided to go all out. Then, I, Xue Jingqi, am willing to spend the rest of my life with you. As long as my little sister doesn't dislike me, from now on, this old bone, I leave it up to you to dispose of it. What do you think? As soon as Ling Yun heard this, he immediately raised his thumb secretly, and said to himself, "Old man, you can be considered to have said this sentence. Why is it so embarrassing, really?" He only had to look at Miao Fenghuang's state after listening to it, and he knew how shockingly lethal these words of Miracle Dr. Xue were. However, things are far from being as simple as Ling Yun imagined. This time, Miao Fenghuang took a long time to calm down again. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and she said with a sneer, "Humph, Xue Jingqi, what you said is light. Let me ask you, since you were so sincere, why did you bring an outsider with you and fly from the sky?" This. Divine Dr. Xue was dumbfounded. Ahem. Ling Yun coughed, cleared his throat, and said to himself that it was finally my turn to play. Otherwise, he almost thought he had come for nothing. "Senior Miao, as for why we flew here, it's better for me to answer this question for you." Ling Yun said with a smile, "I didn't want to come at first, but Grandpa Xue really missed you so much and was eager to meet you, so he asked me to fly over with him, just to see you in the shortest possible time. You." "Humph, the kid is really eloquent." Miao Fenghuang blushed, but said with a sneer, "Whether Xue Jingqi misses me or not, I know it very well in my heart, so I don't need you to say it. I've never heard of the patriarch of the Ling family, but at such a young age, you can lead people to fly in the sky, and you dare to enter my Miao territory alone. I'm afraid Xue Jingqi brought you here just to let you protect him from being attacked by me. Hurt? Thinking of me, Miao Jiang, although I have been declining for thousands of years, the spiritual energy in the world has withered, and the inheritance of Gu art has been cut off, but as long as I, the saint of Miao Jiang, live for one day, I will not allow outsiders to come here whenever they want, and play wild here." Before he finished speaking, Miao Fenghuang raised his sleeve and swiped away. Boom! The door panel flew horizontally and smashed towards Ling Yun. Miracle Dr. Xue's expression changed drastically. "Phoenix." Miao Xiaomiao also stomped her feet suddenly. "Mother-in-law." "No problem." Unexpectedly, Ling Yun remained calm. He smiled and took a step forward, letting the flying door hit him. There was another bang, and the entire door panel was shattered inch by inch, turning into countless sawdust, which fell in front of Ling Yun one after another. This is Miao Fenghuang. If it were another person, the body that would turn into debris would be the other person's body. Ling Yun stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Miao Fenghuang inside the door, and said with a free and easy smile, "No matter how much anger and resentment Grandma Miao still has in her heart today, it's better to direct it at me, and I'm willing to accompany her to the end." Miao Fenghuang was shocked. You know, she used all her strength for the blow just now, but the opponent took it down lightly, and she was not injured at all. The head of the Ling family is indeed extraordinary. Miao Fenghuang still sat upright, not looking at Xue Jingqi and Miao Xiaomiao. She just stared at Ling Yun, and said calmly. Ling Yun giggled and said, "Grandma Miao praised me absurdly. Without this diamond, I wouldn't dare to take on this porcelain job. Boy, you are conceited enough. It seems that what I expected was really good. You should be the one who sealed my heart-biting goo back then, right? If it's fake, it's the younger generation." Ling Yun nodded and admitted, "Also, last night, I was the one who removed the seal from Grandpa Xue's body." Miao Fenghuang nodded, "Very good." Hiss, hiss. A 3-meter-long, colorful python with a jet-black crown on its head, spit out a scarlet core, and crawled out with its head held high. The first update. Phoenix is not allowed. Divine Dr. Xue saw that Miao Fenghuang was still refusing to forgive Ling Yun after all his moves failed, and his face turned pale with shock. Flying Dragon and Spirit Python, Grandma, don't. Miao Xiaomiao recognized that it was the Flying Dragon Spirit Python that Miao Fenghuang had raised for decades. She immediately exclaimed and stopped repeatedly. The Flying Dragon Spirit Python is the guardian spirit beast of Gu Miao Miao village. Not only is it extremely poisonous, it is powerful, its body is like electricity, and it has already been psychic. It can even fly short distances, and its speed is as fast as teleportation. Flying Dragon and Spirit Python? It's interesting. Ling Yun watched the boa constrictor crawl out from the door, staring at it with 2 blood-red eyes, spitting its core at him, but showing no sign of fear. It's just a boa constrictor. If it is badly raised, there is no hope of turning into a dragon. How could Ling Yun be afraid of a boa constrictor, not to mention that his current physical body is already a Wugo glass body, which is already invulnerable to all poisons, and more importantly, he is playing with dragons. There is a 5-clawed golden dragon bred in the Dantian, 2 flood dragons are raised in the Tianqing, and there is even a real dragon corpse in Taishu's ring. How could Ling Yun be afraid of a small spirit python? Shut up both of you. This kid has a sharp tongue and dares to be so arrogant in front of me. If I don't give him a little color, he will not be able to bully me in Miaojiang from now on. When the words fell, Miao Fenghuang's lips moved quickly, and she was reciting a mysterious spell. At the same time, she sat on the futon and flicked her fingers. Brush. The Flying Dragon and Spirit Python flew up like lightning, opened its terrifying snake mouth, exposed its sharp fangs, and spit out a mouthful of green saliva at Ling Yun. The liquid was extremely stinky and disgusting. Grandma Miao, you may use this little snake to deal with ordinary masters of supernatural powers. It may be somewhat useful, but it's really useless to me. Ling Yun talked and laughed freely, but he still stood with his hands behind his back, without moving, allowing the venom to spray on his throat. The throat is undoubtedly one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Since you plan to pretend to be aggressive, you have to pretend to be big. You. Miao Fenghuang obviously didn't expect Ling Yun to be so supportive. She didn't even hide, she watched Ling Yun's throat sprayed with venom from Filong Lingmang, and her expression changed drastically. Miao Fenghuang's attack on Ling Yun this time was not aimed at killing Ling Yun. She had already understood in her heart that Ling Yun accompanied Miracle Dr. Xue this time to help them make peace, because it was too obvious. For Miao Xiaomiao, Miao Fenghuang was angry at all, but she raised her own granddaughter, and she knew that if she was not someone absolutely trustworthy, no matter how reasonable Miao Xiaomiao was, she would never bring her to Miaojiang. And just now Ling Yun also admitted that he was the one who took the initiative to undo the seal of the Gu worm. Just because of this, Miao Fenghuang accepted Ling Yun's affection in his heart. Ling Yun is a peacemaker, able to gain the absolute trust of Miao Xiaomiao and Divine Dr. Xue, and take the initiative to lift the seal. With these 3 points, no matter how confused Miao Fenghuang is, how could he really kill Ling Yun? It's just a matter of not steaming the steamed buns. Although Ling Yun came from Yakong, his realm is extremely high, but poison is poison. Miao Fenghuang is very clear about the poisonousness of Flying Dragon and Spirit Python. Touching the body, because even if it does not die, it will be poisonous and cause the realm to fall. So Miao Fenghuang was shocked, annoyed, and in a hurry. He was ready to rescue him. That's good. Shrouded by Ling Yun's spiritual thoughts, carefully observing the changes in Miao Fenghuang's expression, he couldn't help nodding secretly, saying that Miao Fenghuang really had no evil intentions, and he didn't really want to kill him, he did it just to save face. Thinking of this, Ling Yun's face suddenly changed. Ah, ouch. Ling Yun suddenly raised his hand to cover his throat, his face was pale, his body staggered, and couldn't stand steadily. "Kid, don't move. Brush." Not to mention the remorse in Miao Fenghuang's heart, she flew up from the futon, rushed out of the door, and rushed towards Ling Yun. "Are you finally willing to go out?" Ling Yun secretly laughed in his heart. After he backed up a few steps, before Miao Fenghuang rushed to him, his feet suddenly took root, and he stood upright. "It's so sticky and smelly enough." Miao Fenghuang stopped her figure in an instant. Looking at Ling Yun's throat, she found that it was full of light. Not only was it not corroded by the venom, but even a single hair was not damaged. Miao Fenghuang was completely dumbfounded. "How can that be? How strong is this physical body? Boy, how dare you lie to me?" After Miao Fenghuang stayed for a while, she quickly realized that she pointed at Ling Yun and said angrily, "Boom." Then she saw that Ling Yun's hand suddenly burst into 7 colored flames, instantly burning up the venom he couldn't get rid of. "Hey, Grandma Miao, if I didn't lie to you, how could you come out and talk?" Ling Yun smiled, and pointed at the 3 people in front of him. "Look, Grandpa, Grandma, and a granddaughter who is as beautiful as a fairy, what a beautiful picture it is." Miao Fenghuang's face turned red, and it was only then that she realized that the place where she stopped happened to be standing next to Miracle Dr. Shui. "That's all, Shui Jingqi, I didn't expect you to find such an expert." Miao Fenghuang stomped his feet, shook his head, and said with a sigh. Just now she was eager to save people, and she had already exposed her heart, and it was meaningless to try to attack Ling Yun at this time. What's more important is that she knows that her realm is too far from Ling Yun's, and even the poison of the flying dragon and spirit python has no effect on others, and if she tries again, she will just bring herself to humiliate herself. Miao Fenghuang no longer looked at Ling Yun, she turned around and looked directly at Shui Jingqi for half a minute. Her eyes were very complicated. Half a minute later, Miao Fenghuang spoke quietly. "Jingqi, I am very grateful that you can still come this time. I also thank you for the words you said to me just now. With those few words, it is enough to prove that my hard work for so many years has not been in vain. Today, now, I am content." Miao Fenghuang smiled sadly, and immediately after, without waiting for Shui Jingqi to speak, she shot like lightning, causing pain in the chest of Miracle Dr. Shui, and at the same time her lips moved, chanting words. "Receive." Finally, Miao Fenghuang gave a coquettish cry, and then said to Divine Dr. Shui, "Open your mouth." There was a flash of red light, and with a whoosh sound, a blood-red, 3-centimeter-long, little finger-thin flesh worm flew out of Miracle Dr. Shui's mouth, burrowed into Miao Fenghuang's costume, and disappeared. This time, Miracle Dr. Shui didn't show any pain on his face, which shows the miraculousness of Miao Jiang's goo technique. After the forgetful heart-devouring goo was separated from the body, Miracle Dr. Shui obviously felt his whole body relax, and felt that his whole body was harmonious and unhindered since then, and his true energy flowed unimpeded. Boom boom boom. Dr. Shui didn't expect Miao Fenghuang to do this. Just as he was stupefied, his realms broke through one after another, and he reached the peak of the innate 5th level in an instant. Miao Fenghuang took the initiative to take back the forgetfulness and biting heart goo, so naturally she would not suffer any backlash. She also felt more relaxed than ever when she took back the goo worm, and her words softened. "Actually, what happened back then was my fault. You already told me clearly that you had a wife, but I loved you so much that I couldn't extricate myself, so I used tricks to trick you. Now, I have taken back the goo worm. As for the talk of accompanying the rest of my life, I will never mention it again." Miao Fenghuang's eyes were deep, unable to hide her infinite misery. She turned her heart and said indifferently, "Let's go." "Grandma." Miao Xiaomiao was in a hurry. "Little Phoenix, why are you doing this?" Shui Jingqi was also anxious, raised his arms to grab Miao Fenghuang's shoulders, and asked, loudly. However, Miao Fenghuang drifted back and avoided decisively. 47 years, I was only 19 years old at that time, but now, I am 66 years old, with many wrinkles and white hair. How can I dare to ask for your company? You and I, after all, in this life, there is no destiny. Your son and your daughter-in-law, that is, Xiao Miao's parents, will return to the village at noon today. If you want to see them, that's up to you. After speaking, Miao Fenghuang turned his head and was about to enter the house. Grandma. When Miao Xiaomiao saw Miao Fenghuang's appearance, she became anxious immediately. She stepped forward desperately, hugged Miao Fenghuang's arm, then turned to look at Ling Yun, and cursed fiercely, Ling Yun, if you pretend again, believe me. Don't you believe I'm fighting you hard? Ahem. Ling Yun smiled awkwardly. He spread his hands and said to Shui Jingqi with a smile, Look, Grandpa Shui, I have already said that you and Grandma Miao are out of business, right? You still insist on dragging me. What happened? Is it empty? Shui Jingqi was completely stupefied, thinking to himself, Brat, when did you say these bastard words to me? Brush. With a flash of Ling Yun's figure, he came to Shui Jingqi's body. He unhurriedly took out a medicine bottle, which contained a purple elixir. The purple light shines brightly, the precious pill that keeps the face. Ling Yun slowly opened the medicine bottle. Grandpa Shui, please open your mouth. When Shui Jingqi saw the pill, Ling Yun wanted to give it to him, and immediately became anxious. Stinky boy, isn't your pill, ah. Taking advantage of the time when Divine Dr. Shui was speaking, Ling Yun sent the Zhuyan Baodan directly into the abdomen of Divine Dr. Shui. Boom. The elixir enters the abdomen, and the power of the medicine dissolves instantly. Although Miracle Dr. Shui had already taken Zhuyan pill, it was only a top-grade panacea. The current Zhuyan Baodan can completely cover the effects of the original pill, making Miracle Dr. Shui look like he was 20 years old in the blink of an eye from 70 years old. Only this time, it took much longer, at least 10 minutes to complete all the changes. That's 50 years of reversal of the human body. This, how is it possible? For 10 minutes, Miracle Dr. Shui's appearance was changing every minute and every second. He was getting younger and younger, and he directly stunned Miao Fenghuang next to him. In the end, Miracle Dr. Shui turned back to his 20-year-old appearance, with pitch-black hair, piercing eyes, fair and smooth skin that can squeeze out water, shining crystal luster in the sun, and transformed into a handsome boy with red lips and white teeth. Standing together with Ling Yun, he is no different from two brothers. The 70-year-old man returns to youth, a miracle in the world. Grandpa, you. Miao Xiaomiao was so shocked that she was about to cry. She never dreamed that Ling Yun's elixir was really against the sky. Xiaomiao, me, what have I become? From the beginning to the end, Miracle Dr. Shui personally experienced all the changes in himself. He naturally felt the youthful vitality of his body, but it was still unbelievable. Hey, Grandpa Shui, you can just look at it for yourself. Hey, a young man insists on wearing such old-fashioned clothes. Are you sure you're not here to make a joke? Ling Yun teased Miracle Dr. Shui, calmly took out a large mirror, and handed it to Shui Jingqi, letting him take a picture by himself. Wow. As soon as Miracle Dr. Shui took the mirror in his hands, he only took a look at himself in the mirror, and the mirror fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. Not to mention Miao Fenghuang, Miracle Dr. Shui looked at himself in the mirror, and trembled with excitement. He was incoherent. This, how did this happen? How did it become like this? This is impossible. Grandpa Shui, please, we are also Chinese genius doctors. At least we should behave a little bit, okay? Calm down. After speaking to Shui Jingqi, Ling Yun glanced at Miao Fenghuang, who was still stunned, as if nothing had happened, and patted Miracle Dr. Shui on the shoulder. Let's go. Anyway, Grandma Miao doesn't want you anymore. The world of flowers outside is still waiting for you. A handsome guy, to go out and enjoy. At this moment, Miracle Dr. Xue still hadn't recovered from the shock, and was actually being pulled forward by Ling Yun. Brush. Wait. Miao Fenghuang suddenly dodges and blocks in front of the two of them. She grabs Divine Dr. Xue's arm first, but looks at Ling Yun, and asks eagerly, Ling Yun, your pill, what else is there? No? Grandma Miao, what do you mean? Didn't you say that you want to drive us away? Ling Yun pretended to be stupid and asked in doubt. Oh. Immediately afterwards, he pretended to suddenly understand, you mean this elixir? Such a miraculous elixir, of course there is only one. Do you think it is a Chinese cabbage on the side of the road? What? After Miao Fenghuang heard it, he almost collapsed on the ground. Miao Xiaomiao twisted her figure, and instantly appeared beside Miao Fenghuang. She glared at Ling Yun, if you pretend again, believe me or not. However, after thinking about it for a long time, Miao Xiaomiao didn't think of a way to deal with Ling Yun, and finally she didn't want to, she directly reached out, bring it. I really don't have any, I just brought one. Miao Xiaomiao, brows upside down, are you going to take it or not? Take. Ling Yun immediately confessed, and as if by magic, he took out a small medicine bottle, which contained a pair of precious pills. Miao Xiaomiao was not polite, she raised her hand and grabbed it. Ling Yun almost raised his hand to the sky, and said with a smile, hey, this pill is so heaven-defying, it can be given to Grandma Miao, but she has to promise me one condition first. Miao Fenghuang didn't know what the other elixir that was glowing with white light was, but she only needed to see the purple elixir that was exactly the same as the elixir that Divine Dr. Xue ate just now. Said, Ling. Benefactor, please tell me, no matter what conditions you propose, as long as I, Miao Fenghuang, can meet them, I will definitely agree. Miao Fenghuang didn't dare to call Ling Yun by his name anymore, she changed her words, and even used the honorific you to Ling Yun. Actually, my conditions are very simple. Ling Yun said lazily, Grandma Miao, as long as you promise, you will marry the handsome gentleman next to me immediately, and I promise to give you this elixir with both hands. Second update. Everyone, please remember to give monthly tickets and recommended tickets. Frankly speaking, no one really gave Ling Yun the step. Emotional problems between men and women, if they really love each other and there are no external factors interfering, they end up parting ways and miss each other. Often the biggest reason is that when there is a misunderstanding or quarrel between each other, or when there is a cold war, they are unwilling to take the lead. Admit your mistake and give the other party a step down. That's why Ling Yun came up with such a plan secretly after fully understanding Xue Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang's past and their emotional entanglements. He asked Miracle Dr. Xue to come to Miaojiang on his own initiative, but he showed weakness every step of the way until he completely broke Miao Fenghuang's defense, but then suddenly showed his strength. Of course he stood up to show his strength. He is an outsider. There are a few key points in this. Ling Yun did not disclose it to Xue Miracle and Miao Xiaomiao at all. One is that there are many things that require him to adapt to changes, and the other is that he also needs to observe the two of them. As long as during the whole process, once he confirms that there is no need for these two people to be together again, then Ling Yun will definitely give up this matter decisively. Because twisted melons are not sweet. Love is a matter between two people. If one of them feels tired and doesn't love each other, if they are forced to match each other, I'm afraid the final result will be just the beginning of another tragedy, and it will be counterproductive. Through the scenes just now, Ling Yun has now confirmed that one of these two people is affectionate and the other is intentional, so what else does he have to worry about? Since Miao Fenghuang wants to save face, it is enough to give you enough face. Because the process is not important, the result is important. However, like Ling Yun, while giving the other side enough face, he still has to pretend to be aggressive all the way, chopping wires with a kitchen knife, sparking sparks and lightning all the way, and indeed no other person can do it. That's because he has absolute strength and ability. What Miao Fenghuang can think of, Ling Yan can deal with it calmly, and the means of his play are all beyond Miao Fenghuang's imagination. He showed weakness all the way, only the last time he showed strength, that was because he had the biggest trump card in his hand, which was guaranteed to make Miao Fenghuang bow his head willingly. Stay Yan Bao Dan. Beauty Dan. In fact, for Miao Xiaomia's sake, Ling Yun would have no problem giving Miao Fenghuang a pair of pills for nothing, but now, this pair of pills has become his greatest magic weapon to make Miao Fenghuang submit obediently. Ling Yun didn't believe it. Shui Zhiyu was the first doctor. After swallowing the elixir, he abruptly returned to the age of 20. With a living example in front of him, Miao Fenghuang can still hold back. With a treasure that defies the sky, it depends on how to use it, and whether you can get the best effect. It is not Ling Yun's purpose to make the two reconcile. The purpose of his trip to match the two is to bring them directly to the bridal chamber. This is perfect. So, does Miao Fenghuang want this beauty pill? The answer is naturally want, and definitely want, no matter what the cost. Miao Fenghuang is a master of gu art, poison art, and medical skills, and now she has the cultivation base of the peak of the third level of innate. She is next to Miracle Dr. Shui. In the midst of horror, she saw the entire process of Miracle Shui's return to youth from beginning to end. After seeing it with her own eyes, that terrifying impact was enough to make her let go of all her face and reserve. The effect of Zhuyan Baodan is really amazing. Because what Miao Fenghuang saw was not only that Miracle Dr. Shui's appearance had returned to his 20-year-old appearance, this was younger than when she first saw Miracle Shui. More importantly, she could truly feel the vitality of Miracle Dr. Shui, the youthful aura exuding from his whole body, and the energy and spirit of his body. People. In addition, there is another point that is even more against the sky, that is, those previous blemishes on Miracle Dr. Shui's body have miraculously disappeared. To put it bluntly, Zhuyan Baodan, in addition to bringing people back to youth, also has the effect of a top-grade panacea-level beauty pill. Because the main medicine for refining the two kinds of elixirs is Baiyufeng honey, and even the auxiliary medicines are almost the same, the difference between the two lies in the difference in the effect. Of course, what Miao Fenghuang was thinking at the moment was far from this. What she thought was that as long as she took that purple pill, she would be able to live a new life and spend the rest of her life with Shui Jingqi. When Ling Yun told her that there was only one elixir of this kind, she believed it to be true. At that time all thoughts were lost, and she knew what that meant. If there is no second one, then even if Miracle Dr. Shui is very willing to accompany her to grow old, she will find it difficult to accept it. The two of them looked about the same age just now, and Miao Fenghuang even disliked her for being old, let alone Miracle Dr. Shui. After the pill. Then Ling Yun took out the second one, and the conditions he proposed were just right. To Miao Fenghuang's surprise, the conditions proposed by Ling Yun had nothing to do with him at all, it was just to match her and Shui Jingqi. Ling Yunqin said, I gave you this elixir comfortably, as calmly as you want, and as much as you want, it depends on whether you agree or not. Poor Miao Fenghuang, a 66-year-old woman who is a saint of Miaojiang, is blushing with embarrassment because of Ling Yun's words. Mr. Chao Lang, get married immediately. Miao Fenghuang didn't dare to answer what he said, he couldn't accept it. In fact, at this time, the answer was already the monk's head lice. It was obvious, if it wasn't for spending the rest of her life with Shui Jingqi, what would she want that elixir for? Another person in the Miao village deep in the 100,000 mountains, suffering for 50 years? But right now, in front of Miracle Dr. Shui and his own granddaughter Miao Xiaomiao, it was extremely difficult for Miao Fenghuang to say the word promise. But Ling Yun had already made up his mind at this time, if Miao Fenghuang did not agree to this matter, he would definitely not send the pill. Because he knew that it was very easy for the two to get back together, but for them to get married immediately and be together in a legitimate way in the future, There are too many things that they need to consider later. Let's not talk about the distance, just talk about Miao Xiaomiao's parents, and Shui Mining's parents who are far away in the capital, and even more importantly, Shui Jingqi's original wife, all kinds of past. It was the two of them that Ling Yun wanted to observe, so Ling Yun was very resolute at the moment, not giving them any time to think about it, and asked them to get married first, and after they got together, discuss those irrelevant things behind closed doors. At that time, the rest of the matter will be the responsibility of the husband and wife, and it will have nothing to do with Ling Yun. Good people do it to the end and send Buddha to the west. Ahem. At this time, Shui Jingqi finally stood up and spoke, Ling Yun, you bastard. He suddenly became 20 years old, and Shui Jingqi couldn't utter the word yuner that he used to call Ling Yun. He first deliberately scolded Ling Yun to ease Miao Fengguang's embarrassment, and then said, although your elixir is against the sky, you used this to force your grandma Miao to agree to this in front of you two juniors. Isn't this kind of thing too rude? Shui Jingqi, shut up. Unexpectedly, as soon as Shui Jingqi finished speaking, before Ling Yun could speak, Miao Fengguang slapped him hard again. Miao Fengguang no longer looked at the elixir in Ling Yun's hand, she turned her head suddenly, stared at Shui Jingqi for a full minute, her face turned red and then pale. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and asked him, I'm asking you, are you willing to marry me? Shui Jingqi threw up his hands at Miao Fengguang, without even a moment's hesitation, of course I am willing. The purpose of my trip is to marry you. From now on, we will stay together legitimately. This is actually a marriage proposal. Miao Fengguang's tender body trembled, her face flushed red, and she gave Shui Jingqi a hard look, I'm really shameless. But after she finished cursing, she immediately turned her head, looked at Ling Yun, nodded slightly, and said in a voice like a mosquito, I promise. Finally agreed. I don't know whether to agree to Ling Yun's conditions, or to Shui Jingqi's marriage proposal. Grandma Miao, what are you talking about? Your voice is too low, the mountain wind is too strong, I can't hear you. Ling Yun still held the elixir high so that Miao Xiaomiao couldn't reach it, so he pretended to be confused and asked. Shui Jingqi pretended to be annoyed, Ling Yun, you are going too far. Miao Xiaomiao was already overjoyed at this time, but seeing Ling Yun chattering there, she was also furious, her brows were erected, her beautiful eyes widened and she said, Ling Yun, you still have a lot to do. Hey, I didn't expect that your family would join forces to bully me, an outsider. I can't afford it. Ling Yun sighed, and slowly lowered his raised arms, seemingly helpless. Give it to me, you. Miao Xiaomiao shot directly, snatched the medicine bottle, and sent it to Shui Jingqi's hands in a flash. Brush. With a flash of Ling Yun's figure, he grabbed Miao Xiaomiao's wrist and turned into a stream of light, soaring into the sky. Grandpa Shui, those are treasure pills, remember to let Grandma Miao take them, don't let them fly away. Junior Ling Yun, I wish the two seniors a happy marriage for 100 years and grow old together. From a distance, his voice came over. The matter is resolved satisfactorily. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Call. Ling Yun dragged Miao Xiaomiao far away, and soon landed on the top of a mountain dozens of kilometers away from the Miao village. Today's weather is really good, the sun is shining brightly, and it is a bit dazzling. The dazzling sunlight shines on the two of them, as if covering them with a transparent veil, making them hazy and dreamy. Under the sun, Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao stood side by side, like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. But it is not. You can go by yourself if you want to go, why are you dragging me? Really? Miao Xiaomiao angrily withdrew her palm from Ling Yun's hand and said angrily to him. Ugh. Ling Yun shook his head and sighed, here is an old couple who reunited after a long absence and reunited with a broken mirror. They just want to tell each other their hearts and minds. When you stay there, don't you feel that you are brighter than it? While speaking, Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed to the sun in the sky. What's the meaning? Miao Xiaomiao didn't react for a moment. Ling Yun smiled and said, what else can you mean? You stay there, you are a big light bulb brighter than the sun. You. This time, Miao Xiaomiao understood. Her first reaction was to go back to Ling Yun, but after thinking about it, she suddenly felt that Ling Yun was still thoughtful, and she was speechless. Right, the key to this kind of thing is the heat. As long as the heat is reached, we have nothing to do. Ling Yun shook his head like a yuelao who had successfully tied the knot, and said triumphantly, at this time, let alone your eldest granddaughter, it is me, a super matchmaker who has turned decay into magic, standing there, and everyone thinks I am an eyesore. TCH, you can really put gold on your face. Miao Xiaomiao got angry and gave Ling Yun a blank look, curled her lips in disdain, but suddenly she came to her senses, her beautiful eyes glared, Ling Yun, you dare to take advantage of me. Ling Yun said seriously, little girl, you think too much, I'm not as old as your grandfather. Miao Xiaomiao, brows upside down, you still say? He was about to turn his face. All right. Ling Yun secretly laughed in his heart, raised his hands to acknowledge his cowardice, and never mentioned this matter again. Miao Xiaomiao turned around, facing the endless Rudai Mountains in the south. Her face gradually regained her composure, but soon the corners of her mouth curled up again, and she smiled inexplicably. Ling Yun, what you did in this matter was impeccable and perfect, thank you. Miao Xiaomiao said seriously with a serious face. It's just a trifle. Ling Yun smiled lightly and said, actually, the two of them were able to reunite. The most important thing is to rely on themselves. I just pushed them at the right time and shortened the process. Ling Yun didn't take credit for it. He turned his head to look at Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful side face, and said seriously, actually, even without me and Zhuyan Pil, just you and Ninger can make them come to this point. Miao Xiaomiao's delicate body trembled slightly. She was moved in her heart, and really wanted to say another word of gratitude to Ling Yun, but when the words came to her lips, she accidentally changed it to you still have a little self-knowledge. However, in that situation, you can still fully take care of my mother-in-law's face, let her fall into your trap unknowingly, and finally take the initiative to ask for the Zhuyan pill desperately. It's really amazing gone. Ahem. Miao Xiaomiao's sudden praise made Ling Yun blush a little. He pretended to wave his hands and said, it's just some tricks. Unexpectedly, Miao Xiaomiao suddenly changed the subject and stabbed the knife. So, the girls around you, Chao Shanshan, Sister Yarou, Long Wu, and Sister Xingchen, Sister Mei Feng, including Ninger, are all you. Did you use these tricks to trick you? Ling Yun was immediately dumbfounded. Miao Xiaomiao turned too hastily at this turn, completely caught off guard. True love, that's all true love, understand? After being embarrassed for a long time, Ling Yun hurriedly defended himself forcefully. Humph. Regarding Ling Yun's explanation, Miao Xiaomiao just hummed, and then stopped talking. Damn, what do you mean by that? Means nothing. What does nothing mean? You know. Brother Yun was beaten to pieces, suffered a critical blow, and lost 10,000 points of blood in an instant. But what kind of person Ling Yun is? He calmed down instantly, glanced left and right, and suddenly said with a smile, of course I understand, you are jealous. Miao Xiaomiao's pretty face burst into red. Look, did you hit me? Ling Yun spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, shook his head helplessly, and said, oh, an outstanding person like me is like a firefly in the dark, or a firefly in the night, you can't hide it no matter what, you will always be caught. All kinds of outstanding women stare at her, and then they rush forward like moths to a flame, they are indomitable, persevering, unstoppable. Of course, just like things in the world, there are always a few special ones, who obviously don't like it anymore, but still want to be tense, pretend to be reserved, and want to use the trick of playing hard to get, but their teeth are itching with hatred, so you can't eat grapes there and say the grapes are sour. This is a godlike response. Squeak, squeak. Even Xiao Jin in front couldn't stand listening anymore. It had already covered its eyes with its two small forelimbs, as if it couldn't bear to look directly, very humane, then violently flapped its wings and flew away into the sky. Ling Yun was still eloquent. Miao Xiaomiao heard Ling Yun's words getting more and more outrageous. She was so angry that her pretty face flushed, her chest heaved violently like a wave, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. She turned around and kicked Ling Yun. Ling Yun had been prepared for a long time. He teleported and hid in the distance, and said with a smile, "Look, there is an old saying, hitting is kissing, scolding is love. If you can't kiss, kick with your feet." Ling Yunqin said, "Dare to hate me, I can make you doubt life. Aren't you bored?" Miao Xiaomiao really couldn't do anything about Ling Yun, so she had to find a way to change the topic. "Not boring." Ling Yun smiled at the corner of his mouth, looked at Miao Xiaomiao, who was pretending to be calm from a distance, and continued to make up the knife. "You just say what I said, right? Don't worry, it's just us here. Tell your sincerity. It depends on you. For the sake of being so beautiful, I will definitely accept you." This time it was finally Miao Xiaomiao's turn to be speechless, thinking that what was wrong with him was to provoke such a shameless guy who had no bottom line. "I surrender." "Kindness." Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction, triumphantly, like a rooster that has won a fight. His eyebrows were beaming with joy and high spirits. "This is more or less the same. Seeing that you still dare to move and hate me in the future, if you don't show some cruelty to you, you don't even know that Lord Ma has 3 eyes. Seeing Ling Yun's appearance, Miao Xiaomiao gritted her teeth, but now she is alone, she really has no choice but to bear with Ling Yun. "Then what are your plans next?" "Fight back to fight, fight back to fight. After the fight is over, we still have to talk about business. As the saying goes, a good man will follow through to the end and send the Buddha to the west. As an excellent moon elder, I have to watch them worship the heavens and the earth and enter the bridal chamber with my own eyes before I can successfully complete the task." Ling Yun said seriously, but after a pause, he continued, "However, no matter what, we can't go back to Miao village today." "What nonsense!" Miao Xiaomiao frowned, and rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. "Who asked you this? I mean, what are your plans after the matter with my grandparents is over?" "Go to the special zone. He Yuqiong is waiting in Zhongtian Hotel now. It's not like you don't know." Ling Yun was a little surprised. "Oh." Miao Xiaomiao nodded. "Then what happens after the He family's business is done? Are you checking your account?" Ling Yun smiled and asked back, and then nodded as if suddenly realizing, "Or, are you caring about me?" Miao Xiaomiao almost blushed again, but curled her lips and said, "Pretend I didn't ask. Actually, it's okay to tell you. I have to go back to Yanjing first to deal with important family affairs, or I may go to Danyang first to bring back my Shenong Ding Ding guy. In short, it will be time to see the situation. Ling Yun needs to refine pills on a large scale now, and the most important treasure is the Shenong Ding. If the lid of the Shenong Ding is not brought back, he will feel unhappy for a day. If the cover of the Shenong Ding Ding is taken back and merged with the Shenong Ding, the Zhuyan pill refined this time will not be a middle-grade treasure pill, but at least a top-grade treasure pill." But obviously, Miao Xiaomiao didn't care about these things. She hesitated for a moment, and suddenly asked in a low voice, "When are you going to save Andine?" "Oh." Ling Yun suddenly realized, and thought that he wanted to ask this question. Wouldn't it be over if you just asked, and there was no need to beat around the bush? He straightened his waist, like Yuan Ting and Yu Ji, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in his eyes. "As soon as I enter the late stage of Qi training, the first thing I do is to save my mother." "Then how long will you have to enter the late stage of Qi training?" Ling Yun knew this question very well, so he opened his mouth and said, "It won't be long, maybe a month at most." "Well, no matter when you go, remember to count me in." Miao Xiaomiao bowed her head, not looking at Ling Yun, and whispered her plan. Although her voice was not high, Ling Yan could hear it, her firm tone was beyond doubt. Don't worry, I must take you with me. Ling Yan secretly smiled in his heart, understanding Miao Xiaomiao's intentions, but of course he wouldn't point it out. Let's go practice. At this moment, Miao Xiaomiao suddenly wanted to cultivate. So, on the following day, Ling Yan took Miao Xiaomiao to find a place with plenty of spiritual energy, and practiced for a whole day and night. In the early morning of the next day, Miao Xiaomiao received a message from Dr. Shui, telling them to return to Miao Village as soon as possible. Participate in the wedding of Miracle Dr. Shui and Miao Fenghuang. For Valentine's Day, you must write something festive. I wish all lovers in the world get married. That's really good news. When Ling Yan heard the news of Shui Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang's marriage, he nodded with satisfaction, sincerely happy for these two. I just didn't expect it to be so fast. The reunion was just yesterday, and the wedding is going to be held today. I don't want to delay it for a day. My grandma has been waiting for this day for 47 years. As if seeing what Ling Yan was thinking, Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help giving him a blank look, and argued. Ling Yan also sighed, yes, I have been waiting for 47 years. But he was secretly laughing in his heart, saying that there is really no need to be so anxious. They will spend at least 100 years together in this life, and they will have a lot of time to be together. Two innate masters, who ate Zhi and Baodan, if they don't encounter such an innocent disaster as killing and robbery, under normal circumstances, living another 100 years or so is just like playing. Let's go quickly, don't make grandparents wait in a hurry. Seeing Ling Yan's unhurried manner, Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help urging him immediately. Ling Yan smiled and said, there's nothing to worry about. It won't even take 2 minutes for us to rush back to your Miao village from here. You can't fly there. Miao Xiaomiao was horrified, she hurriedly said, today is my grandma's wedding, there will be people from more than a dozen villages around us. If we fly over from the sky, wouldn't it scare people to death? Miao Fenghuang is the saintess of Miaojiang. Her big wedding is definitely a great event for Miaojiang, and there will be many people who will come. You can rest assured. Ling Yan curled his lips, let's fly over incognito first, find an empty place near the village and show up, and then walk into your village. That's okay. Miao Xiaomiao agreed to Ling Yan's suggestion. Next, Ling Yan grabbed Miao Xiaomiao's hand again, disappeared into the air, and flew back to Miao village slowly. Is there any difference between your wedding in Miaojiang and our Han people? Or, is there anything that needs my special attention? On the way back to Miao village, Ling Yan murmured in his heart, and asked about Miao Xiaomiao. Frankly speaking, this was Ling Yan's first time participating in a wedding, and he did not expect it to be in the depths of Xuanhuan Dashan, the most primitive Miao village in Miaojiang. The marriage customs of our Miao nationality are generally similar to those of the Han nationality, but there are too many differences in the details. Miao Xiaomiao knew that Ling Yan attached great importance to it, and explained it to him seriously, but after a few simple words, she didn't bother to talk, and simply smiled and said, but you don't have to think about these things, you are the guest of honor today, who I dare not make it difficult for you. I know that. Ling Yan smiled slightly, yesterday, even Miao Fenghuang couldn't embarrass him, let alone today? What I meant just now is, do I need to prepare some gifts, so as not to be blinded by time? Miao Xiaomiao chuckled, no need. Hey, this scene is really big enough, so many people are here now? 3 minutes later, Ling Yan and Miao Xiaomiao came over a hill to the south of the stockade. He was not in a hurry to show up on the ground, but let go of his powerful divine sense, covering the entire stockade and the surrounding several kilometers. It was only 8:30 in the morning, and the entire Miao village was already crowded with people, and there were still many people rushing towards here on the several mountain roads leading to the village. Just looking at the situation in front of him, Ling Yan reckoned that at least 1,000 people would come to the wedding today. Regardless of men, women, young or old, everyone is dressed in bright and beautiful Miao costumes, with joyful and happy smiles on their faces, singing one after another inside and outside the village. Is this the antiphonal song of your Miao nationality? Lingyun's history and geography are all full marks. Of course, it is impossible to know nothing about the customs and habits of some ethnic minorities. Miao Xiaomiao smiled sweetly, yes. Then can you sing? Meeting. Miao Xiaomiao smiled shyly for no reason, it was so beautiful. Appreciating Miao Xiaomiao's expression and movements, Lingyun was slightly moved, and wanted to ask Miao Xiaomiao to sing a few words, but finally held back. At this time, he was in a good mood, but he didn't want to be bullied. Who are those two standing outside the stockade to pick up people? Lingyun raised his hand and pointed down. There was a relatively straight and wide mountain road. One could tell at a glance that this was the only right road leading to the village, and all the people who came from all directions came here from the side road first without exception. A road, and then into the stockade. At the moment, there was a large group of people standing by the side of the road, all dressed in costumes, headed by two middle-aged men and women, who were welcoming guests from all directions with smiles and enthusiasm. Are you asking knowingly? Miao Xiaomiao gave Lingyun an angry look, then her pretty face blushed again, and said in a low voice, "That's my father and mother." Miao Qing, Ren Hong. Lingyun smiled, he did ask knowingly, because the people outside the village didn't stand still, they were there to welcome the guests outside, and there were some older people inside, who would directly call their names and congratulate them. Those conversations entered Lingyun's ears verbatim, and he guessed it. Then what should I call them when I meet later? Whatever. Miao Xiaomiao blushed and said, "It's not that my father and mother have never seen the world, you can just call it like Ninger's parents call it, if you call it according to our place, just call." Forget it, it's too awkward, let's follow my habit, just call uncle, aunt. After hearing the two addresses that Miao Xiaomiao told him, Lingyun felt a headache and decided to follow his oral habits. Down below, Miao Qing and Ren Hong, while warmly receiving the guests from all parties, looked up from time to time, looking into the distance, with anxiety faintly between their brows. Let's go there. It seems that your parents should be thinking about you anxiously. Before the words were finished, Lingyun and Miao Xiaomiao rushed into a dense forest by the side of the mountain road in lightning speed, and then they quietly appeared on the road while there was no one around, and walked towards the village side by side. The two walked quickly, only turning a corner, and their figures entered the field of vision of Miao Qing and Ren Hong. Father, Eminem. After leaving the village for half a year, Miao Xiaomiao saw her parents again. She was filled with longing, her eyes were already red, she started to run, and rushed towards the group of people in front of her. Ah! Xiaomiao is back. It's Xiaomiao. As soon as Miao Xiaomiao appeared, before her parents could speak, the group of people beside them immediately shouted. Wow, who is that person next to Xiaomiao? He looks so handsome. Really, there is such a handsome elder brother outside. New Year's Eve. There is a fact that cannot be ignored, that is, the current Lingyun is indeed too handsome, he is naturally handsome. The peak of the 6th level of Qi training, the Wugo glazed body. Wugo means purity, Liuli means perfection. Today's Lingyun has a body of Wugo Liuli, his body is completely out of the ordinary, very perfect, his figure is slender, and the proportion of his figure is the golden section, every minute and every inch is just right. Lingyun has such a figure, half of which is due to his parents, Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian, who came from their inheritance, but the other more important half comes from Lingyun's cultivation, which is obtained through his persistent cultivation. It's just that the figure is so eye-catching, plus Lingyun's fascinating face, especially the pair of red phoenix eyes inherited from Yin Qingxian, with sword eyebrows flying slantingly, Gu Pan's eyes are staring at each other, and with a slight smile, the pimple on the left cheek dimples are clearly visible. With such a figure and appearance, Ling Yun is enough to attract attention even in the world of comprehension that doesn't pay much attention to appearance, let alone among ordinary people in the secular society. It really stands out from the crowd. There is no doubt that good-looking people, regardless of gender, and no matter where they go, can attract extra attention. This is a natural advantage that has existed since ancient times. When Ling Yun landed just now, he had restrained his powerful aura long ago, and he looked like an ordinary person, but his appearance could not be hidden, and of course there was no need to hide it, so when he appeared, he immediately aroused the attention of many people notice. Among the dozens of people standing around Miao Xiaomiao's parents, more than half of them are young girls around 19 years old. They were Miao Xiaomiao's childhood playmates, and they came to the door to greet Miao Xiaomiao. After seeing Ling Yun appearing, they couldn't look away, their eyes were shining brightly, staring at Ling Yun and yelling. Even Miao Xiaomiao walked in front of them, and forgot to say hello to her. But for Ling Yun, he has seen this kind of scene too much, he has long been numb, turned a blind eye to the eyes and amazement of the people around him, turned a deaf ear, and still walked towards Miao Xiaomiao's parents leisurely. In Ling Yun's eyes, Miao Xiaomiao's parents, Miao Qing and Ren Hong, were not much different from Xuanhuan's parents, and he treated them equally. Either you don't come, since you are here in Miaojiang, you have to do what you need to do well, this is Ling Yun's style. Father, I'm back. As soon as Miao Xiaomiao rushed in front of her parents. Like a milk swallow throwing itself into the forest, she threw herself directly into Ren Hong's arms. With red eyes, she greeted the two of them. Okay, just come back, you go out this time, and it will take more than half a year. Ren Hong hugged her daughter, patted Miao Xiaomiao on the back, smiled with tears, and kept comforting her. Girl, you two have something to talk about later, this is. Seeing that her daughter had returned safe and sound, Miao Qing was relieved. Seeing Ling Yun also coming in front of her at this time, she immediately remembered what Shui Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang had solemnly explained, so she hurriedly asked. Miao Xiaomiao immediately pulled her body away from her mother's arms, wiped her eyes indiscriminately, and said with a blushing face, Father, he is Ling Yun. Ling Yun stopped in his tracks, bowed slightly to Miao Qing and Ren Hong, and said with a smile, Junior Ling Yun, I have met my uncle and aunt. It seems that he did not expect Ling Yun to be so polite. Miao Qing was stunned for a while, then his face changed, and he looked at Ling Yun, as if he saw a god. He quickly turned sideways, avoiding Ling Yun's bow, and then walked forward. One step later, he held Ling Yun's palm with both hands, and said in shock, Ling Yun, you must not do this. Looking at our entire village, who can afford it? My father and mother have already explained to me that you are the most important guest in our village today, so I must treat you well. Let's go into the village and talk. As soon as Ling Yun heard these words, he knew that many things must have happened in the village in the past day and night. Shui Jingqi must have met Miao Qing. It was the first time for the father and son to talk about it after more than 40 years. When we met, the scene must have been extremely embarrassing and touching. But these are exactly the results Ling Yun wants to obtain during this trip. Since Shui Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang are back together, all of this is also a matter of course and a matter of course. However, Ling Yun still felt a little embarrassed by Miao Qing's grand reception. He shook his head and said, Thank you uncle, but I'm just a junior, and I've already been here yesterday, so I'm very familiar with the village. Don't worry about that, there are so many people here today, just do your own thing. Then how? Miao Qing held on to Ling Yun's hand tightly, seeing that Ling Yun would not go into the village with him, he became anxious and turned to look at his daughter beside him. Miao Xiaomiao was naturally very calm. Father, Ling Yun is right, today is my grandparents' big day, there are so many people here, you still have to entertain them, don't worry about Ling Yun. Yes, uncle and aunt, you can do your work here. As for this little elder brother, you can rest assured and leave it to us. We will take him into the village. At this moment, a young girl in a costume came up from behind Ren Hong and helped Miao Xiaomiao speak, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Ling Yun without blinking. Her name is Lian, she is 19 years old, and she is the most outstanding one in the whole village except for Miao Xiaomiao, in terms of appearance, singing, and gu skills. Alien, don't mess around with me. Miao Qing turned her head and scolded, her tone was a bit harsh, and she said immediately, "It's not like you don't know that Ling Yun is the most honored guest in our village. If you let some of you juniors bring him in like this, what would you say?" Alien blinked, curled her lips, and made a grimace, and immediately stopped talking. "Uncle, there's nothing outrageous about this." Ling Yun hurriedly smiled to save the siege. He calmly pulled his palm away, and then said, "I am also a junior, and I don't like to socialize, and I don't want to go to crowded places. I will go in later, and I have to talk to you first. Grandpa Shui will meet and talk for a while, so I won't go with you to meet other people in the village." Looking at the entire Miao village, except for Miao Xiaomiao's family, no matter what their identities or how important they are, they have nothing to do with Ling Yun, and he has no intention of making friends, so he doesn't want to waste time on these boring things. In order to get away as soon as possible, Ling Yun made his words very obvious. Miao Qing finally understood, but he couldn't make up his mind, so he looked at his daughter again. "Father, don't worry. No one else can move him to places he doesn't want to go, so you don't have to work hard." How well Miao Xiaomiao knew Ling Yun, she explained with a blushing face, then glared at Ling Yun, and secretly said, "Why don't you go quickly?" "Bye-bye." Ling Yun responded secretly, then spoke immediately, greeted Miao Qing Ren Hong, waved at everyone, and fled the scene directly. "I can't go anymore, just now, dozens of people have gathered around." Ling Yun rushed away from the crowd, quickened his pace, and after entering the stockade, he picked places where there were few people, and soon came to Shui Jingqi's temporary residence. According to the marriage customs of the Miao people, before a man and a woman get married, the two parties cannot meet each other. Even if they are in the same village, they need to stay in their own homes and wait for their marriage. The huge stockade was built on the hillside with dozens of households. It was very easy for Miao Fenghuang to find a temporary residence for Shui Jingqi. Ling Yun was shrouded in consciousness. He had already seen the place where Shui Jingqi lived. He quickly came to the door, suppressed a smile, and called for the door. "Grandpa Shui, I'm here to see the groom." "You stinky boy is back, why don't you hurry up and get out of here?" Inside the door, Miracle Dr. Shui's voice came out, very clear, but with a trace of anger. 2 updates will resume tomorrow. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Grandpa Shui, you look really good in your groom's official attire. Ling Yun entered the door, looked at Shui Jingqi, who was dressed in a new look, and said with a half-smile. It's still too early now. Before Ling Yun came, there was only Miracle Dr. Shui in this yard. At this moment, Miracle Dr. Shui was no longer dressed as he was before coming to the Miao village. He also put on the full Miao costume, just like Miao Qing, who was standing outside the village to welcome the guests, but this was obviously the groom's official clothes, which were brand new and colorful. To be more colorful and bright. That's why Ling Yun couldn't hold back his smile. However, the current Shui Jingqi looks very young, only about 20 years old. Judging from his appearance, he is not much older than Ling Yun. Even his eyes are dark and clear. Not to mention his age, this is already the essence of rejuvenation. But if we really want to talk about the difference, there are still some, that is, no matter Shui Jingqi's every move, there is a sense of vicissitudes of life, especially the temperament exuded by the whole person, which is absolutely not for a 20-year-old young man. Will have. Don't tell me, I'm ashamed to call you Grandpa Shui. Shui Jingqi waved his hand. Of course he knew why Ling Yun had that expression. In the past day and night, he had seen too much with Miao Fenghuang and his son and daughter-in-law. That's definitely embarrassingly capitalized. Embarrassment, entanglement, anger, helplessness, and confusion, and now they are all displayed on Miracle Dr. Shue's face at the same time. Even if Ling Yun was standing opposite him at the moment, Divine Dr. Shue didn't give him any good looks. "You can sit wherever you want." Perhaps it was because he hadn't gotten used to this set of Miao costumes yet. Shui Jingqi's movements were a little stiff. He didn't get up, let Ling Yun sit down first, and then said angrily, "Stinky boy, you gave me the medicine yesterday and then patted your ass and left. Do you know how I cope here alone? Do you know how I met my son Miao Qing at noon yesterday?" That scene was simply. Shui Jingqi was very excited, but it was obviously not because he was happy to be the groom's official. He was talking about his real age and identity, which was extremely inconsistent with his current appearance. Ling Yin sat upright, quietly listening to Miracle Dr. Shue pouring bitter water on him, but did not speak. For he knows well. A person who suddenly reverts to a child will inevitably face this situation, and no one can escape, unless he was born in the big world of cultivation, and he has been practicing since childhood, and everyone around him is like this. It doesn't matter about this kind of thing. Yesterday morning, after delivering the elixir and finishing what he should do, Ling Yin decisively took Miao Xiaomiao away, not only because he didn't want to be a light bulb, but also because of other factors. In the past day and night, for Miracle Dr. Shue, apart from the shock and joy of returning to his youth, all the things he faced afterwards were actually not very easy. It takes getting used to, and it takes a long time getting used to. Shui Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang got back together, and the next thing they had to do was to face their own son, but his appearance at that time, not to mention recognizing Miao Qing as his son, Miao Qing was more than enough to be his father, that style of painting. It's like the genius Dr. Shue can't continue speaking anymore, making it impossible for outsiders to believe it. "Stinky boy, tell me what to do now." Shui Jingqi could also see it, just looking at Ling Yun's calm expression. He knew that what he said just now, Ling Yun had already thought of it, so he didn't bother to say it anymore. It was really too embarrassing. "Anyway, I don't care, if you don't give me an explanation today, you don't want to go out of this door again." Ling Yun smiled and reminded, "Grandpa Shui, aren't you going to get married today? I'm afraid you can't do it without going out." Shui Jingqi's expression froze, his face flushed, and he said, "I'm talking about the future." "Grandpa Shui, you're being unkind." Ling Yun stood up, with his hands behind his back, and walked slowly in the room. Like composing a poem, he said slowly, "If you want to benefit from things in this world, you must bear the pain." He raised his hand and slantedly pointed to the high place where Miao Fenghuang lived, and said with a smile, "Look at Grandma Miao, she looks only 19 years old now, she is dressed in full clothes, smiling like a flower, and she is busy in the house, as if wearing a dress. She is like a butterfly, obviously she has long adapted to her appearance, you have to learn from her." "She?" When Shui Jingqi heard Ling Yun mention Miao Fenghuang, his face became even more depressed. "Ever since she took your elixir yesterday, the smile on her face has never stopped." "Yes." Ling Yun stopped, shrugged, and said calmly, "Isn't it supposed to be like this? What you told me was just because of returning to youth, and the sudden gap in appearance with my juniors was too big, so I couldn't face it psychologically for a while. It's actually a very small matter. Just get used to it for a few days, and everything will be how it is, or how it is." Miracle Dr. Shue was rendered speechless by Ling Yun's words. In fact, the shock and joy of suddenly turning back into a 20-year-old boy cannot be concealed at all, and it will not stop for a long time, because all kinds of magical feelings brought about by youth will continue to occur and affect all aspects of life cannot be ended until they are fully adapted. For example, the most real experience in terms of physiology, when Miracle Dr. Shue woke up this morning, he clearly felt it. As I said earlier, Zhuyan Baodan not only can make people return to youth, but also can change people's spirit. Miracle Dr. Shue is now looking for Ling Yun to pour out his bitterness. To put it bluntly, he is looking for someone who can talk and communicate, and speak out all the words that are penned up in his heart. Because among these 100,000 mountains surrounded, the only person who can talk to Divine Dr. Shui is Ling Yun. Who else can he look for? After all, besides Miao Xiaomiao, the only ones who came to Miaojiang this time were the two of them. What's more, the two of them look about the same age now. I understand what you said. Divine Dr. Shui also stood up. He frowned and said, but today there are so many people coming outside at once. What do you want me to do? Master. Ling Yun smiled at Shui Jingqi. Will you be pretending to be confused? As far as I know, on the day of being a bridegroom official, as long as you follow the procedures, let others manipulate you, and survive, the matter will be over. To put it bluntly, today is the day. That's all. Shui Jingqi's expression collapsed. Is it really hard? Boil. Ling Yun smiled and nodded, then pointed to the newly furnished bedroom next to him. If you stay in the bridal chamber, the task will be considered complete. Stop talking nonsense. Now Shui Jingqi is most afraid of Ling Yun teasing him. He pretends to kick him, and then motions Ling Yun to sit down. To tell you the truth, if you don't come, I will deal with this situation by myself. I feel a little panicked. You boy have to sit here with me for a while. Ling Yun spread his hands and said with a wry smile, I can't ask for it. There are people everywhere outside, and I have nowhere to go. Afterwards, the two chatted for more than 10 minutes. It has to be said that Ling Yun's company and reassurance were very effective for Divine Dr. Shui, and he gradually recovered his calm. Ling Yun, while there is still time, there are a few important things that I need to tell you. Miracle Dr. Shui suddenly changed the topic, with a serious expression, and said solemnly. Grandpa Shui just said it. Ling Yun nodded and listened attentively. This first one means phoenix. Shui Jingqi raised his hand and pointed to the high place, and then moved and said, your 2 pills are a world-changing world. After taking those 2 pills, Feng Huang felt the changes in her body. She told me, your reinvention, well, she can't repay her in this life, so as long as you open your mouth in the future, we will do whatever we want. Ling Yun said indifferently, Grandpa Shui, it's too vulgar to talk about it between us, so there's no need for it. Shui Jingqi shook his head, and said seriously, listen to me, Yuner, I am not confused, this is called 1 yard for 1 yard. Of course, Feng Huang will tell you what she said just now after today. It's just that it's not convenient for her to see you alone today, so after letting me see you, she must tell you this first. Ling Yun smiled, and could only nod his head, okay, I heard it. This is the second one. Divine Dr. Shui continued, according to Feng Huang, she hopes that after we get married, I can stay with her in Miaojiang for a year. 1 year? What about after that year? Divine Dr. Shui said with a smile, in this year, Phoenix is planning to handle all kinds of affairs of their Gu seedlings, and at the same time choose a new Miaojiang saint, and then wait for this matter. In this world, no matter where I go, she will accompany me. Hey, it seems that these 2 elixirs really worked. Grandma Miao's mind has completely changed. Ling Yun smiled and bowed his hands to Miracle Dr. Shui. This is a good thing, then I will congratulate Grandpa Shui in advance. Miracle Dr. Shui shyly shook his head and said, it's indeed a good thing, but since I'm going to stay here for a year, what about Qingshui City? Grandpa Shui, just rest assured. Ling Yun knew that Shui Jingqi was talking about Ling Yun Hospital, so he said seriously, I will make arrangements for Qingshui City, you don't need to worry. He turned his head to look at the emerald green hills outside the door. Compared with the bustling world outside, although this place is very primitive, it has beautiful mountains and clear waters, a pleasant climate, and few people disturb it, so it is a paradise. You have lived here for a year, so you can cultivate your body and mind, and practice with peace of mind. When you come out of the mountain in the future, at least you will be above the middle stage of Qi training. Besides, Grandma Miao has taken back the Gu worms. You no longer restrain each other, and your cultivation will definitely improve very quickly. Miracle Dr. Xue nodded with a smile. What Ling Yin said just now had touched his heart. So, next I have two plans. Divine Dr. Xue looked at Ling Yun. First, when your clinic opened, I already gave you a small part of the property in my hand, but from now on, all of my property will be given to you. Ling Yin was very speechless, thinking that Grandpa Xue is going to be the rhythm of the big shopkeeper. After a pause, Ling Yin frowned and said, Old man, you can't steal like this even if you're lazy. Xue Jingqi smiled triumphantly, and then said, Who said I'm going to be lazy? He stood up abruptly, and raised his finger to the door. Yuner, don't forget what I do. Look at the mountains, rivers, climate, and plenty of light here. If you can open up a spiritual field here. Whether it's planting elixir herbs, or vegetables, melons, and fruits, we've been planting them for 3 to 5 years to continuously supply your Lingyun group. What do you think it will be like? Miracle Dr. Xue's eyes were burning, filled with countless expectations. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. After hearing Xue Jingqi's real plan, Ling Yun was moved, and he couldn't help but be overwhelmed. Admired, old man, amazing. Ling Yun was very shocked. It has to be said that Xue Jingqi came up with a great idea. Relying on mountains to eat mountains, relying on water to eat water. Although it is said that there are 8 mountains, 1 water and 1 field in Guizhou province, this field is not barren, on the contrary, it is very fertile. Even, not only that subfield, but also the surrounding mountains are green and green all year round, with lush vegetation, and not a single mountain is bare. The Miao village here is surrounded by 100,000 mountains. It is a land deep in the mountains and is almost completely isolated from the prosperous world outside. It has not been polluted by any modern industry. There are mountains, waters, and forests here, the vegetation is full of aura, and the light is abundant all year round. If in such a place, transform the soil and create a spiritual field to grow elixir herbs, or even fruits and vegetables, then of course it would be great. So after Ling Yin listened to Xue Jingqi's suggestion, he made a decision without any hesitation at all. That's it. Then he turned his head and said to Xue Jingqi with a smile, Old man, it seems that you have changed a lot in the past 6 months. Ling Yin meant something. Xue Jingqi smiled. He lowered his head, looked at the brand new Miao Longfu on his body, and sighed, Of course it is very big. Half a year ago, I would never have dreamed that I would be wearing such a suit in this Miaojiang Miao village today. Clothes, married to little sister Fenghuang, and changed back to my 20-year-old appearance. Ling Yin is growing rapidly, and his rapid changes are naturally subtle, deeply affecting the people around him, constantly adjusting and changing themselves, because only in this way can they keep up with Ling Yun's footsteps. In order to be able to follow Ling Yun, Tai Xiaohu has been practicing desperately, even practicing martial arts in his sleep, not daring to delay even a moment. Tang Meng is no longer in Qingshui No. 1 middle school, where he was doing nothing. Although he did not practice martial arts, he was secretly and desperately studying business management and social etiquette. In short, learn all the affairs that he can come into contact with and use, and improve his various abilities and accomplishments, so as to conform to his current status and be able to deal with various big scenes alone without stage fright or embarrassment. Even they know how to work so hard. What's more, other people, such as Zhuang Meifeng, Yao Rou, all these people who followed Ling Yun closely, they worked very hard in the first place, needless to say now. Not to mention Miracle Dr. Xue, who is mature and refined. Half a year ago, when Ling Yun met Miracle Dr. Xue for the first time, he used the legendary acupuncture method, the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, to help him completely suppress the forgetfulness and biting heart goo in his body. At that time, Miracle Dr. Xue had already confirmed that Ling Yun's future achievements would be far away. If you surpass him, you will definitely become a shocking person. Less than half a month after that, Ling Yun went down to the Tianqing and came out of the Tianqing, and rushed back to celebrate Ninger's birthday. At the birthday party, he brought out rare elixir, and even the legendary dragon saliva. That time, the well-informed Xuanhuan was even more stunned. The so-called reciprocation, that's why Miracle Dr. Xue gave a shocking gift on the opening day of Ling Yun's ordinary clinic, and simply gave part of his property to Ling Yun, so he was completely tied to Ling Yun. In the next few months, he watched Ling Yun go against the sky and rise crazily. Xuanhuan kept silent, but he saw it all. It's active. This is not because he is very quiet and wants to move, but because Miracle Dr. Xue feels that he can no longer live in seclusion like that, and he should come out and do something. So Ling Yun established the Ling Yun Group on August 8, and after rushing to the capital, Miracle Dr. Xue decided to leave the mountain. He first chose the private hospital that Ling Yun bought to open a clinic. Until the Mid-Autumn Festival, the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, his son and daughter-in-law, that is, Xue Mining's parents, brought Ling Yun's pair of pills from the capital. After Miracle Dr. Xue took it, he immediately became convinced that Ling Yun was a god in the world, and he didn't want to be second person at all. Especially this time, he came to the 100,000 mountains again, from the bustling city. After taking Zhuyan Baodan yesterday, he suddenly returned to the age of 20. The incomparable impact made him suddenly feel countless ideas. I thought I was going to be old, but I didn't expect to be able to live a new life. Under such circumstances, no one would choose to muddle along and wait for life to die. Of course, Miracle Dr. Xue couldn't do it anymore. He came from the Valley of Miraculous Doctors, and he learned not only the Chinese medicine technique of hanging the pot to help the world, but also the ability to grow medicinal herbs. Moreover, this ability is not inferior to his medical skills at all, and even stronger. Otherwise, during Xuanhuan's seclusion in Qingshui City, it would be impossible for Xuanhuan to keep planting those elixir herbs in his own yard. Xuanhuan is worthy of the title of Sibionk. He really loves what he does, and loves what he does. He has always had his own obsessions and dreams. Now that he is young again, what he thinks of is definitely not to be a wild crane, but to prepare to show his fists, work hard. Therefore, the idea he proposed to Ling Yun just now was not a sudden idea after coming here, but a very safe, appropriate, and practical idea after Miracle Dr. Xue comprehensively considered all aspects of himself. Open up a spiritual field, plant spiritual herbs, and even spiritual vegetables and spiritual fruits. Does Ling Yun need it? He simply needs it so badly. Don't talk about the whole of Huaxia, nor the capital, just talk about Qingshui City, and only talk about Ling Yun Group. The most important industry at present is medicine. Ling Yun is cultivating, and so many people around him are cultivating crazily. He will soon need large-scale alchemy. Those basic elixir and spiritual herbs will be used in the future, even in tons of vehicles. These terrifying quantities of medicinal herbs, no matter the main medicine or the supplementary medicine, are definitely far from enough if we only rely on purchasing them from all over the country and relying on those scattered herbal pickers to search in the mountains and fields. If you can be self-sufficient, this is the best way. Of course, an idea can only be an idea. If it is to be realized, there must be a suitable person to lead the operation, and this person, without a doubt, Xuanhuan is the most suitable. First of all, he is a Chinese miracle doctor, and secondly, he is 70 years old, has lived a lifetime, and has lived in seclusion in Qingshui City for nearly 20 years, but now he has a 20-year-old body. Identity, industry, age, experience, all of the above, so that he does not need to live for money, fame and status, let alone covet the prosperous world outside, because he has everything he should have, and he has experienced everything he needs to experience. Now he just wants to do what he wants to do, purely and without distracting thoughts. Coupled with Xuanhuan's own energy, and the even more heaven-defying Ling Yun beside him, once such two people decide to do a big thing, why not transform this 100,000 mountains upside down? Ling Yun, from the point of view of a cultivator, it is true that you are a man destined for disaster. Divine Dr. Xue turned around, looked straight at Ling Yun, and said seriously, but from other aspects, I feel that you can start a great world. Start a great world. This is what Miracle Dr. Xue has never said to Ling Yun, but today, now, he is here, and he personally said it to Ling Yun. Ha ha. Ling Yun was taken aback for a moment, then he laughed, shook his head and said, Grandpa Xue, what you said is too flattering to me, I don't even know how to answer. You don't need to answer, I know you understand. Divine Dr. Xue only said one sentence, and stopped entangled in this topic. He changed the topic and said, I saw you in my yard that day, using yin-yang and 5 elements fire to create spiritual soil, which is a matter of minutes, so I think it's not difficult. As for the seeds of the elixir, as long as they are not too scarce in this world, we will not lack them. Moreover, after a period of experimentation, if it is really feasible, I plan to go to the Valley of Divine Doctors myself. In terms of planting, there are me, Feng Huang, and Xiaomiao. The 3 of us are here to take care of it. There will definitely be no problems. If we collect herbs and harvest in the future. Dr. Xue raised his hand and pointed to the crowded place outside, and said with a smile, as long as they are paid enough, I think those people will be very happy. Hearing this, Ling Yun couldn't help curling his lips secretly, thinking that Miracle Dr. Xue's abacus made such a crackling sound, it was watertight. Stinky boy, you don't need to look at me with that expression. Divine Dr. Xue seemed to see what Ling Yun was thinking, he glanced at Ling Yun and said, this goose seedling had very little contact with the outside world before, mainly because of some resistance from Phoenix, now her mind has completely changed, and we can't just let these tribesmen live a life of poverty like before. After finishing speaking, Miracle Dr. Xue raised his hand and pointed to the top of his head, look here, there is not even an electric light at night, this is too primitive. Ling Yun nodded, the Miao village of this goose seedling is indeed too out of touch with the outside world, there is no electricity at all, let alone lights, telephones, refrigerators, and color TVs. This place is 50 years behind the outside world. Phoenix owes them, and we both owe them. Of course, I have to pay these debts now. Miracle Dr. Xue spoke very seriously, with a look of guilt and apology in his eyes, but also a kind of divine brilliance. Ling Yun was moved again, he smiled at Xue Jingqi and said, the old man has a heart. Your idea really takes care of all aspects. One move is beneficial to everyone. Divine Dr. Xue shook his head, stared at Ling Yun and said, the idea is good, but if you don't act, even the best idea is useless. Boom. Ling Yun's yin-yang and 5-element fires were released, and the room suddenly burst into colorful rays of light. He enveloped the 2 of them at the same time, and said with a smile, old man, if you want to catch a strong man, just tell me directly, and you don't need to beat around the bush. After your wedding is over today, I'll stay for 2 more days and open up more than 10 acres of spiritual land for him. You can plant it first. The first update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. In a few words, Ling Yun and Master Xue made a final decision on opening up the spiritual field here. Compared with the vast majority of ordinary people in the world, these 2 people can be said to be standing at the pinnacle of the world, especially Ling Yun. What they have decided is that there is no reason to change it. Next, the 2 simply sat opposite each other in the house, and began to discuss the various details of opening up spiritual fields and planting spiritual herbs, including site selection, which spiritual herbs to plant in the first batch, how to store and transport after harvest, and so on. Question. These things are just trivial things to them, but there is no doubt that this matter will completely change the living conditions of the people around them. Of course, during this period, Ling Yun once asked Divine Dr. Xue if he wanted to inform Xue Mining and her parents about his wedding. If possible, Ling Yun would not mind going back and taking them all over. With Ling Yun's speed, all of this is naturally in time. In the end, Miracle Dr. Xue shook his head and refused, and frankly told him that he didn't need to tell his family over there about his marriage for the time being. Seeing that Miracle Dr. Xue still had concerns, Ling Yun agreed with the other party's thoughts and gave up this plan. The two chatted for almost an hour, until someone finally broke in at around 9:30 in the morning, and the discussion had to be interrupted. The first person to arrive was of course Miao Xiaomiao. "Grandpa, why are you two still hiding here and chatting? Are you still chatting so vigorously?" Miao Xiaomiao smiled like a peach blossom, and her beautiful eyes were like crescent moons in the sky, but she was expressing her dissatisfaction with these two people, complaining, "The important guests are almost here, and the wedding is about to begin. What should come is still here. Hey!" The expression of Miracle Dr. Xue changed from excited to depressed in an instant. He and Ling Yun looked at each other, and said with a wry smile, "I thought this time to reconcile with Feng Huang. As long as the family is together, it's just a simple meal. Who knows the old man, she is getting old, but she still wants to make the scene so big. This is necessary." Ling Yun held back his smile, obviously standing on Miao Xiaomiao's side. He said to himself, "Your old man is getting married for the second time, but it's the first time for Grandma Miao. At least she is the saint of Miaojiang. You made him lose face, now people are not allowed to get back this face? That doesn't make sense." "How? Grandpa, it's already this time, and you still don't want to?" Seeing Miracle Dr. Xue's expression, Miao Xiaomiao immediately widened her beautiful eyes, stomped her feet and said, "I'll tell my mother-in-law right now." While speaking, the posture is about to turn around. Divine Dr. Xue. Okay. At this time, Ling Yun had no choice but to stand up to smooth things over. He casually smiled and said, "It's not that Grandpa Xue doesn't want to, he just feels that he is embarrassed to go out to meet people with his current appearance." TCH, what's so embarrassing? Miao Xiaomiao Bingxue is smart, so naturally she has already thought of her grandfather's embarrassment. She straightened her waist and said proudly, "Who stipulates that 70 years old must be gray-haired and old?" She walked forward, stood in front of Divine Dr. Xue, looked him up and down carefully, and then said with a chuckle, "Well, this is the wedding dress that my mother-in-law made for you more than 40 years ago. I originally planned. I didn't expect that in the end, you actually put it on, it really looks so good." Miao Xiaomiao kept his mouth shut and didn't say what Miao Fenghuang was planning, but after hearing this, Ling Yun and Divine Dr. Xue were able to guess it. Obviously, Miao Fenghuang planned to let this dress accompany her to be buried after her death. Miracle Dr. Xue was stunned on the spot. Last night, when Miao Fenghuang took out this dress, his eyes were only a little red, but he didn't say this to him. Therefore, Miracle Dr. Xue didn't know the origin of this dress. Now, he knows. "Grandpa, just do what my grandma does this time. She has been waiting for you all these years really hard. 47 years. A woman is so affectionate, what more can a husband ask for? It is good." When Divine Dr. Xue thought of this, his eyes were wet with tears. He nodded heavily with red eye circles, choked up and said, "Xiao Miao, now, please tell Grandpa what specific things I should pay attention to in our Miao wedding." Miao Xiaomiao smiled sweetly, "That's right. Then you two can chat first, I'll go out and wander around." Ling Yun got up, intending to flee the room. Of course he had to attend Xue Jingqi's wedding, but his presence was enough, and he didn't care about the details of these Miao wedding customs, and didn't want to bother. "Stinky boy, sit still and listen carefully." Unexpectedly, this time, Xue Jingqi couldn't help Ling Yun, and resolutely refused to let him leave. He paused, but then secretly said, "Stinky boy, you can listen to me too, maybe in the future, you will also follow me same." Xue Jingqi gloated a little, and while transmitting the sound, he also glanced at Miao Xiaomiao on the opposite side. Miao Xiaomiao noticed something, and suddenly her pretty face flushed. "Oh. Ling Yan had no choice but to sit down again and listen honestly with Shuizhengqi. It's just pretending, but it doesn't delay the cultivation anyway. Near noon, Shuizhengqi and Miao Fenghuang's wedding ceremony was held on time, and the joyful atmosphere in the entire Miao village reached its peak, with a loud voice. As the most honored guest, the entire wedding process, from the reception of the bride, people sang and danced, took Miao Fenghuang from the residence on the mountain to the courtyard of divine Dr. Shui, and held the ceremony. Ling Yun participated in the whole process, and it was very lively. When the young Miao Fenghuang, dressed in a bridal attire, walked out of the residence high on the mountain and walked down the mountain road, all the people on both sides of the mountain road were shocked. Because they never dreamed that Miao Fenghuang didn't even look 20 years old. Then there was cheering all the way, and the sound resounded through the sky. After the ceremony is over, of course there will be a grand wedding banquet. It is a big scene with thousands of people. I don't know how Miao Qing and the others can prepare it in one day and one night, but it can be seen that Miao Fenghuang has a very high prestige among the Miao villages with a radius of hundreds of miles. She really deserves to be the saint of Miaojiang. When the grand wedding banquet was completely over, it was already dark, but less than half of the guests left, and more people stayed in the stockade. The houses in the stockade were not enough to live in, so they simply lit a bonfire, and everyone gathered around together, singing and dancing, lively and extraordinary. As for these things, Ling Yun naturally stopped participating. He secretly sent a voice transmission to divine Dr. Shui and Miao Xiaomiao, said hello, then found a dense forest with no one there, disappeared directly, soared into the sky, came to the sky, and looked down. The entire Miao village and its surroundings. He didn't have much time to stay in the Miao village, at most 2 days, and opening up spiritual fields was a big deal, so he had to watch the tide and have a good location. Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness was shrouded, and several places were quickly selected. There was also a low hill to the north of the village. The area was not small, and it could be used to open up spiritual fields. As for opening up the spiritual field, it is really not difficult for Ling Yun now. Yin Yang and 5 elements fire, Yellow Spring Earth Emperor Kung Fu, Supreme Green Emperor Art, Wanshui Immortal Art, plus Spirit Gathering Formation. As long as these methods are used, he can transform these places into spiritual soil, and change the world of this Miao village. After choosing the address of Ling Tian, Ling Yun left Yakong directly and left the Miao village. He found another mountain with plenty of spiritual energy and went to practice. The night is over. It wasn't until after 11 o'clock in the morning of the next day that Ling Yun returned from the sky and came to the sky above the stockade again. He checked his consciousness and found that Miracle Dr. Shui had already woken up, and most of the guests in the village yesterday had basically left, and the whole Miao village had regained its tranquility. Brush. Ling Yun floated down and landed outside the gate of divine Dr. Shui's hospital. He escaped from the invisible state and emerged. Grandpa Shui, Grandma Miao, I'm here to ask you for wedding candy. The second update. Thank you for your monthly tickets and recommended tickets. Even though Ling Yun flew down from the sky, and he had already confirmed that Miracle Dr. Shui and Miao Fenghuang were inside the house, he still didn't fly directly into the courtyard. Divine Dr. Shui and Miao Fenghuang are married, this is their home. Ling Yun did this out of due respect. The benefactor is here. Hearing the sound, Miracle Dr. Shui and Miao Fenghuang both came out from the house, but Miao Fenghuang rushed out faster. At this time, she didn't call Ling Yun according to her seniority, but directly called Ling Yun's benefactor. Please come in. The courtyard door was ajar, but Miao Fenghuang opened the door himself, first smiled at Ling Yun, and then stepped aside to invite him in. At this moment, Miao Fenghuang has changed too much. He looks only 2 years older than Miao Xiaomiao. Even a full suit can't hide his slender figure, but his whole body is full of the plumpness of a woman, with bright eyes and bright teeth. In addition to being gorgeous, it also reveals an extremely mature and seductive temperament. Grandma Meow, you are too polite, how can I take responsibility for this? Because of the pair of pills and the words of the benefactor, Ling Yun was indeed worthy of the name, but considering the seniority of the two parties, he still smiled and said politely, and then calmly stepped into the gate of the courtyard. You kid, why are you here now? Divine Dr. Shui also came to the courtyard, but stopped early. He supported his waist with one hand, but his tone of speech to Ling Yun was not so polite, he said reproachfully. Obviously hiding something. Ling Yun giggled, glanced at the direction of the bedroom on purpose, and said lightly, Grandpa Shui, if I came earlier, would your marriage bed be repaired in time? Divine Dr. Shui. Behind Ling Yun, Miao Fenghuang, who was walking back quickly, also froze suddenly when she heard this. Her face turned red with embarrassment. With Ling Yun's condensed spiritual sense, he had already seen when he was in the air that the wooden marriage bed in Miracle Dr. Shui's house had already collapsed, and now there were 6 more wooden sticks under the bed to support and fix it as a cover. You bastard! Miracle Dr. Shui's expression was extremely embarrassing. After he realized it, he couldn't care about anything else, but directly lifted his foot, took off a shoe, and chased Ling Yun to hit him. It's amazing to have divine consciousness, isn't it? No matter what you should see or not, you dare to look blindly? See if I don't beat you to death, you little bastard. Swipe swipe. How could Ling Yun not know what he said? It was because of the big taboo of Miracle Dr. Shui. He had been prepared for a long time, and used shape-shifting one after another to avoid Shui Jingqi's attack, while begging for mercy repeatedly. Grandpa Shui, I was wrong, take it easy, and be careful about your waist. However, this is not begging for mercy, it is simply adding fuel to the flames. Dr. Shui was so furious that he chased Ling Yun desperately, but in the end he couldn't catch up. Throw it away as a hidden weapon. It's just that it's impossible to hit. You little bastard. After throwing out the shoes, Divine Dr. Shui stopped. He bent over, supported his knee with one hand, pointed at Ling Yun with the other, and cursed out of breath, you dare to talk to me like that, I know I can't cure you, but someone can. When I'm done. I'm going to the capital, to find your father and your grandfather, to judge. Brush. Ling Yun stopped and stood far away from Shui Jingqi. He curled his lips and said with a playful smile, Grandpa Shui, I think, for things like this, let's just talk about it in this yard. If there is more trouble, I'm afraid it won't be good for you if it gets out in the capital, right? Shui Jingqi was dumbfounded, you. Pfft. Next to him, Miao Fenghuang, after being ashamed and shocked at the beginning, couldn't help but laugh when he saw the old and the young in front of him bickering without any scruples. Okay, what's the big deal? Ling Yun was just joking, it makes you angry. While speaking, Miao Fenghuang's figure fluttered, and he came to Shui Jingqi's side, gently helped him up, and said comfortingly with a blushing face. Ling Yun looked at it and nodded secretly, thinking that this is what a real couple should look like. Well, old man, I was just joking with you. He walked forward slowly and suppressed a smile. Grandpa Shui is growing stronger and stronger, which is a good thing. Since the bed is not firm, just change to a better bed in the future. While speaking, Ling Yun raised his hand, and with a thought, he heard a sputtering sound, and a large pile of wood appeared in front of him, neatly piled up, enough to cover a cubic meter. Shui Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang were stunned at the same time seeing Ling Yun playing such a trick. Because they could see that these logs were extremely heavy, and after they were stacked together, the ground actually sank slightly, and these logs gave off a faintly pleasant smell, and even an inexplicable aura exuded. These logs are of course the dragon's habitat that Ling Yun got from the Dragon Palace when he raided the Dragon Palace. This is... After being stunned for a while, Divine Dr. Shui asked in a murmur. He could vaguely guess it, but he wasn't sure, that's why he was like this. Dragon Roost. Ling Yan said the answer directly, and he continued to laugh. This is a wedding gift I gave to the two seniors. There were too many people yesterday, so I didn't take it out. The wood should be enough to make a marriage bed. What? Dr. Shui and Miao Fenghuang were shocked at the same time. They never expected that Ling Yun would take out such a precious piece of wood and give them to make a wedding bed. Yuner, this is absolutely not acceptable. This gift is too heavy and too extravagant. It's just a bed. Shui Jingqi's face was serious. He directly shook his head and refused, not daring to accept it. Miao Fenghuang also shook his head, bluntly saying that this is a rare treasure and they cannot accept it. Hey, Grandpa Shui, my joke is not for nothing. You are the groom's official. I just made you angry like that. I have to express it, right? I still have more here. If you can't use it up, you can take it at ease. Brush. Ling Yan sacrificed his own green shadow flying sword, and when he activated his divine sense, he had already started cutting the dragon's roost with the flying sword, and cut more than half of the dragon's roost into wooden boards, which were used to make bed boards. This kind of dragon roost wood is harder than fine iron, and ordinary knives and axes would break their blades when chopped on, but Ling Yan's Qingying Feijian is now a top-grade treasure, and cutting these dragon roost trees is like cutting tofu. The good man did it to the end. Ling Yan sent out the Longqi wood, so of course he didn't care about spending a little extra effort to cut the wood, so as to save the trouble of Master Shui in the future. Grandpa Shui, for the time being, I can only cut the wood into this shape for you. When you make a new bed, you can ask Xiao Miao for help. Xiao Miao has a flying sword. It is a top-grade spiritual weapon, and it can also be sharpened to move them. Shui Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang saw that Ling Yan had whittled these dragon roosts into planks in the blink of an eye, and they knew that they had no choice but to accept them, so they didn't refuse any more. Don't worry, with this new bed, if it still collapses by then, I will guarantee compensation. Unexpectedly, at the end, Ling Yan added with a smile. Stinky boy, are you finished yet? Shui Jingqi was irritated by Ling Yan again, blushing and about to take off the other shoe. Okay, let's go into the house and talk about business. Miao Fenghuang quickly pulled Shui Jingqi back, and she nodded to Ling Yan with a smile. Benefactor, let's go into the room and talk. A very lively episode. The plot of Miaojiang will end tomorrow. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ling Yan entered the room and took a seat. While chatting with Miracle Dr. Shui, Miao Fenghuang made tea and brought it to the table himself. Benefactor, try the Maojian tea grown in our village. Although it is not as famous as Duyun Maojian, the taste is definitely not bad. Miao Fenghuang stretched out his plain hand and poured tea for Ling Yan first. He did not hide his respect for Ling Yan on his brows, but he was also quite proud in his words. Guizhou province is a well-known tea-producing province in China. There are 10 famous teas in this province, and Duyun Maojian is one of the top 10 famous teas in China. Although Miao Fenghuang has not been out of Miaojiang for many years, her identity is there. When she was young, she patrolled the mountains to collect medicines, and almost traveled all over the mountains, so she is by no means an ignorant person. Moreover, Ling Yan knew that even though it was a goose seedling, this Miao village was completely out of touch with the prosperous world outside, but this village was actually not poor. Otherwise, when Ling Yan's ordinary clinic opened, it would be impossible for Miao Xiaomiao to give him 300 caddies of gold bricks as a gift. So far, those 6 gold bricks are still safely placed in Ling Yan's Taishu ring, and Ling Yan hasn't moved at all. Today is already the 3rd time Ling Yan has appeared in this Miao village. His spiritual sense is so powerful that he can cover the entire village and its surroundings, so he has already found out the situation of this village. On a low hill adjacent to the east of the stockade, the entire southern slope is planted with emerald green tea trees, which are lush and fragrant. Ling Yan actually drank this kind of tea at their wedding yesterday, It was really delicious, it was very fragrant, and it would still be sweet after drinking it. But obviously, because there were too many people yesterday, what he drank was only the top-grade tea here, but now, Miao Fenghuang served the tea himself, and what he served was the top-grade tea. The leaf quality is even, the buds and leaves are fresh and tender, and the tea soup is bright in color, especially the fragrance that is exuded, which is refreshing. Really good tea. Ling Yun picked up the teacup, put it in front of him and smelled it, then took a sip and said in admiration. Originally, Miao Fenghuang was holding a heart, but after hearing Ling Yun's praise, she immediately relaxed and sat down. Grandma Miao, actually, I don't know much about tea ceremony. In my eyes, tea is just good or bad. In our family, the one who really understands tea and likes drinking tea the most is my second uncle. Now, Miao Fenghuang and Dr. Shui have tied the knot. Moreover, Ling Yun could see clearly that there was no longer any barrier between the two of them, otherwise, the marriage bed would not have collapsed last night. Since they are a family, Ling Yun, of course, doesn't have to be too polite and doesn't talk about the two families up. Oh, that's how it is. Miao Fenghuang was overjoyed, and said happily, since that's the case, when the benefactor leaves, I will prepare some more for you, and then bring them home, so that the benefactor's family members can taste it. Then I will thank Grandma Miao first. Ling Yun smiled slightly, that's what he meant just now, of course, it's just that it's inconvenient to ask for it. But speaking of which, the tea mountain in the east of our Miao village, I think we can make a fuss about it. Ling Yun started to bring the topic to the point. He glanced at Xuanhuan next to him, and said with piercing eyes, the whole tea mountain will be transformed into a spiritual field, and we will plant spiritual tea in the future. What do you think, Grandpa Shui? Xuanhuan smiled and listened. After hearing Ling Yun's idea, he didn't even think about it, and nodded directly, just do as you say. A word from Ling Yun is considered to be a final decision. Grandma Miao, as for the mountain to the west of the stockade, I don't want to plant those grapes in the future. Why don't you harvest this crop as soon as possible, and then transform the soil? Let's plant some elixir herbs, and so on. What do you think? The suggestions Ling Yun is making now were actually already discussed when he and Xuanhuan were discussing yesterday, but after all, Miao Fenghuang had the final say in this Miao village, so he had to ask for the other party's consent in person. Unexpectedly, Miao Fenghuang smiled sweetly, she glanced at Xuanhuan tenderly, and then said, you guys can do whatever you want, and your benefactor doesn't need to consider my ideas. Seeing Miao Fenghuang's attitude, Ling Yun thought it was right. Miao Fenghuang is now obedient to Miracle Dr. Shui. Ling Yunqing said, it seems that last night, the old couple who had returned to their youth were not just busy breaking down the bed, they had a lot of serious conversations during the break. It's no wonder that Miracle Dr. Shui was still supporting his old waist until noon. This night, he really had a lot of work. Thinking of this, Ling Yun had a half-smile, couldn't help turning his head, and glanced at Miracle Dr. Shui again. Ahem. Xuanhuan blushed, and coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Stinky boy, you don't need to talk about what we discussed yesterday, Fenghuang has agreed to it. Since Grandma Miao knows about our plan and agrees with it, then this matter is settled. Ling Yun simply made a decision. The husband sings and the wife follows, why does Ling Yun need to waste his words? He also just saved a lot of trouble. Ling Yun took another sip of tea, and then he focused his eyes on Miao Fenghuang, and said in a deep thought, Grandma Miao, I have a little doubt here, I don't know if I should ask. Miao Fenghuang continued to pour tea for Ling Yun, she always put the teapot in front of her, never letting Ling Yun touch it. The benefactor has something to say, just ask. Ling Yun thought for a while, carefully considered his words, and said slowly, the morning before yesterday, I flew from the sky with Grandpa Shui and Xiao Miao, and landed directly in front of your door. Although I was disrespectful to you at the time, that it was a last resort, and I asked Grandma Miao to forgive me. When Miao Fenghuang heard this, he chuckled and said, "Senpai, don't mention this matter again. I can understand what you did at that time. It was all for our good." Ling Yan nodded, thinking that talking to a smart person is straightforward, so he no longer hesitated, but raised his own doubts. "Grandma Miao, what I'm puzzled about is that we flew from the sky, which is already shocking, but Grandma Miao doesn't seem to be shocked much. She seems to take it as normal, this. For the past 2 days, Ling Yan has left the Miao village at night and traveled across the 100,000 mountains in the Miao border, with a flight range of hundreds of kilometers. There are also other Gu art practitioners, but most of them are below the innate realm, and none of them surpassed Miao Fenghuang's realm. And Miao Fenghuang is currently only at the peak of the 3rd level of innate, but she is not surprised by the fact that Ling Yan flew across the sky, which of course made Ling Yan puzzled. So after talking about the business, Ling Yan decisively brought up this matter, which is very important to him. "Benefactor, even if you don't ask about this matter, I will tell you." After listening to Ling Yan's question, Miao Fenghuang suddenly changed her normal state, her face was solemn, and she looked at Ling Yan with deep eyes. "Benefactor, in fact, our Miao people, also known as San Miao, are descendants of the ancient Jiuli tribe. After repeated defeats, we migrated several times, before we came to settle in the southern 100,000 mountains." Miao Fenghuang spoke eloquently, but the opening chapter was too big, and it actually talked about the ancient Jiuli tribe as soon as it came up. "Our Miao people have had our own totem, our own ancient calendar, and our own way of offering sacrifices since ancient times." Speaking of this, Miao Fenghuang smiled shyly, and added an extra sentence, "Actually, Jingqi and I got married yesterday, not because of eagerness, but because the 6th day of the 9th month of the lunar calendar is the 1st day of this year in our ancient Miao calendar. It's an auspicious day, so." Ling Yan suddenly came to a sudden realization, thinking that it was so. Miao Fenghuang immediately returned to the main topic. "We Miao people have always had our own inheritance, especially our seedlings, Gu seedlings." While speaking, her eyes became hot and sacred, and her brows showed strong confidence and pride. "Since ancient times, men of our Miao people practice witchcraft and women practice Gu. Although in modern society, due to the increasingly scarce spiritual energy in the world, there are fewer and fewer people in the clan who practice witchcraft, but this inheritance has never happened. Broken. It is expected that the benefactor should be clear that the voodoo we practiced by Miaojiang girls is actually born out of voodoo. After all, it is just a small branch of voodoo." Miao Fenghuang's tone gradually became more serious. "The wording of witchcraft means that there are people between heaven and earth, or that people stand between heaven and earth, and witchcraft means that people can communicate and use the natural power of heaven and earth through cultivation. The higher the level of skill cultivation, the stronger the power of heaven and earth that can communicate. The real ancient sorcery has been practiced to the extreme. Not to mention flying into the sky, or even moving mountains to fill the sea, changing the world is just a common thing. For example, those ancient great witches of our Jiuli tribe." Speaking of this, Miao Fenghuang's eyes suddenly darkened, and she stopped talking. She was always observing the changes in Ling Yan's eyes, and the rest of her words were actually self-explanatory. "I have never eaten pork, and I have never even seen pigs running, but Miao Fenghuang is a saintess of Miaojiang after all. Because of the lack of spiritual energy in the world, although she is not good at cultivation, she also knows that her ancestors used to live here. What kind of realm has been reached between heaven and earth, and what kind of power is there? Compared with those people, being able to fly is really not too surprising, it's just that you can." "I see." Ling Yan's eyes and expression did not change in any way, but he accepted Miao Fenghuang's statement calmly, without any discomfort in his heart. The Jiuli tribe, an ancient great witch. What a dazzling and glorious existence it was once. The Huaxia people are not only called the descendants of the Yellow Emperor, but also the people of Li Min. The word Li for the people of Li comes from Jiuli. Benefactor. At this time, Miao Fenghuang's eyes suddenly became extremely hot, and she stopped sitting up straight, but stood up, looking at Ling Yun with infinite expectation. Ling Yun couldn't help being a little astonished, wondering why Miao Fenghuang had such an expression all of a sudden. Phoenix heard that you have a dark blood demon knife in your hand. I would like to ask, can you please bring it out so that I can take a look at it? Ling Yun was startled in the dark, and his heart said it was coming. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. The beautiful picture of Bai Xian'er's transformation has been posted on Laobu's WeChat official account. If you want to see it, you can add it by opening the historical news. During this meeting, Miao Fenghuang's address to Ling Yun was one mouthful one benefactor, which has hardly changed. Ling Yun felt something was wrong in his heart, because of the pair of pills and his help to reconcile the two. It was no problem for the other party to call him a benefactor once or twice, but Miao Fenghuang called him too often, and his attitude towards him was too respectful. Even this kind of respect obviously surpassed the seniority relationship between Ling Yun and Divine Dr. Shui. If it's full of calculations, it has been more than 2 days since Ling Yun saw Miao Fenghuang, and during this time, Dr. Shui and Miao Fenghuang almost stayed together. Apart from reminiscing about their old relationship and being in love with each other, they must have talked a lot about Ling Yun. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Miao Fenghuang to know Ling Yun so well, let alone know that he possesses the dark blood demon saber, that is, the blood-transforming divine saber. Now, Miao Fenghuang is not only extremely respectful to Ling Yun, but also has no scruples about Shui Jingqi who is beside him. He actually calls himself Fenghuang in front of Ling Yun, and even said that he will invite the blood-transforming sword, using the word please. For this, Ling Yun had vaguely guessed the reason, and the key was his blood-transforming sword. At this moment, Ling Yun first thought of the most likely first owner of the blood-transforming sword. Grandma Miao, don't get excited. Of course there is nothing wrong with showing you my knife, it's just... Facing Miao Fenghuang with fiery gaze and infinite anticipation, Ling Yun hesitated slightly. What's wrong? Miao Fenghuang was in a hurry. It's just that my knife is too powerful. This is the wedding room of you and Grandpa Shui. If you take it out, I'm afraid it will be offensive. Ling Yun gave the reason, not because he was hypocritical, but because of the out-and-out fact. The current blood-transforming magic knife absorbs too much blood, the blade glows with blood like a rising red flame, and the evil spirit it emits is as real as it is, making it impossible for ordinary people to get close to it. Don't talk about ordinary people, it is the general supernatural power master. Once you observe this sword at close range, as long as you are a little careless, you will be attacked by evil spirits, and the blood in your body will be suppressed. In severe cases, it can even affect your mood and cultivation. 4. This is no longer the same as the dark blood demon knife back then, it's a world of difference. This. After hearing Ling Yun's reasons, Miao Fenghuang couldn't help showing hesitation. There was a look of struggle in her beautiful eyes, but soon, the urgency to look at the knife gained the upper hand. She gritted her teeth suddenly, and said firmly, "It's okay." Ling Yun had no choice but to glance at Shui Jingqi first, but found that the other party's old god was there, with a look of indifference on his face, so he asked with a smile, "Do you really want to see it?" "You must look. It is good." Ling Yun got up, motioned to Divine Dr. Shui and Miao Fenghuang at the same time, telling them to back away, and then moved his divine sense. Brush. A blood-red light flashed, and a half-foot wide, nearly 4 foot long, crimson-red knife instantly appeared in Ling Yun's hand. With Ling Yun's blood-transforming sword in hand, the human sword is one. The crimson knife light completely enveloped his body, as if wrapped in a mass of flames. The boundless evil spirit centered on his body, released billowingly, filled the whole house in an instant, and rushed out of the house. What? Dazzling red light dazzles the eye, and at the same time was attacked by terrifying evil energy. Even though they had been reminded by Ling Yun and prepared for it, they were forced to retreat again and again until they reached the wall. There was no way to retreat. Backed away, and then he stabilized his figure. Frankly speaking, it was Ling Yun's deliberate effort to suppress the evil spirit on the knife, but for some reason, it was extremely difficult for him to control the knife here. Blood-transforming sword. This really is the blood-transforming sword. At this moment, Miracle Dr. Xue could no longer open her eyes, but Miao Fenghuang refused to close her eyes even though her eyes were weeping because of the evil spirit. Excited to murmur. This is the weapon used by the ancestor of Miaojiang, the entire Jiuli tribe in ancient times, who once commanded 9 tribes and a total of 81 clans. Dongyi Jiuli, the sword of the demon god Qiyu. Plop. The next moment, Miao Fenghuang faced Ling Yun, who was 3 feet away, or the blood-transforming magic knife in his hand, and knelt down on his knees. The descendants of the 3 seedlings, the little girl Miao Fenghuang, meet the ancestor chief. Ling Yun was stunned, thinking what he said. No matter how excited he was, he didn't need to kneel down for me, how could he bear it? With a flash of thought in his mind, his figure fluttered to avoid Miao Fenghuang's kneeling, and then resolutely put the blood-transforming sword back into the Taishu ring. Grandma Miao, please get up quickly. Fortunately, Ling Yun retracted the knife in time. What he didn't know was that the moment he took out the blood-transforming magic knife just now, the blazing red light and boundless evil spirit released from the knife rushed out of the room, and immediately turned invisible, and then rushed towards the surrounding temples used by more than a dozen Miao villages for worship. Among the temples used by the Miao people to worship, without exception, a tall statue is enshrined, either standing or sitting. Some are tall and sitting human figures, and some are incomparably mighty bull-headed human figures standing upright, like a demon god standing upright, lifelike. This is the statue of Qiyu. Those red evil spirits rushed into the temple like a river flowing into the sea, and directly penetrated into the bodies of those Qiyu statues, silently, but the dozens of temples seemed to vibrate. Immediately afterwards, from among the statues of Qiyu, there was a trace of black air rushing out. These air currents are invisible to ordinary people, and even Ling Yun's consciousness cannot detect them. Gathered an illusory figure, with the head of a cow. That phantom figure is too huge, mighty, and unparalleled, like a demon god standing in ancient times. In his hand, he faintly holds an equally huge long knife, the shape of which is in Ling Yun's hand. The blood-transforming sword is exactly the same. Hey, you little guy, you're really going to cause me trouble. Just when Ling Yun was trying to pull Miao Fenghuang up, an old sigh sounded in Ling Yun's sea of consciousness, and then, with a swish, the human emperor's brush turned into a little golden light, rushing out of Ling Yun's eyebrows. The next moment, already came to the altitude of 1,000 meters. Go back. The human emperor's pen didn't change in size, it was always just a little golden light the size of a needle point. It shuttled back and forth among the huge illusory figure, like teleporting, and soon hundreds of times back and forth, completely shattering the figure. The phantom figure was furious immediately, and after it was shattered, it shrunk and condensed like lightning, but this time, it only condensed into a clear face, slightly larger than a human face, with angry eyes wide open, extremely fierce, facing people. The golden light of Huangbi roared and roared. But the black air flow rushing out of the dozens of god statues is really too little, and the face that has been transformed now, no matter how clear it is still illusory, and only Ren Huangbi can see it. The catastrophe that my emperor infers has not yet arrived, and you are too impatient to want to be born now. The golden light stagnated in the air, facing the ferocious roaring face. He said calmly. In ancient times, the 3 emperors of heaven, earth and man could barely suppress this demon god with their joint efforts. Ren Huangbi knew that with his power, he could not stop all this at all, but there is no doubt that now that he has the upper hand, he can suppress it. Hearing the words of Ren Huangbi, that face stopped roaring immediately, and immediately calmed down. He stared at the golden light spot in front of him, and did not respond for a long time. Suddenly, he grinned at Ren Huangbi, and then exploded, turning into black air currents, scattered away, and rushed back to the statues of those temples in an instant. Hey, my master said he couldn't dodge it, but he really couldn't dodge it. The Renhuang brush was stagnant in the sky, overlooking the 100,000 mountains in the entire Miaojiang, looking at the temples worshipping ancestors in countless villages, and looking at the tall statues, he couldn't help sighing. Brush. The human emperor's pen returned in a flash, and penetrated into the center of Ling Yun's eyebrows in an instant. This time it turned into a human form, with a pair of eyes fixed on the Dragon Emperor's sword floating in the sea of consciousness between Ling Yun's eyebrows. His gaze was dignified, some anxious. "Senior, what's the matter?" Ling Yun asked in surprise. He didn't know anything about what happened just now. "It's none of your business, you kid, hurry up and practice." Ren Huangbi responded lightly. Chapter error, click here to report. None of my business? Ling Yun heard a feeling of indifference to him or annoyance from Ren Huang's clever tone, and couldn't help rolling his eyes immediately. It's a bit inexplicable. Ling Yun couldn't help but want to complain. He said in his heart that you live in my body, eat my food and drink mine. Oh no, you are using the divine energy that I have worked so hard to repair yourself. Why is there no me? What's the matter? Just now you rushed out in a hurry, although you said you came back in a short time, but I just asked you about the situation. Why did you have to hide with me? Not bright. The reason why he thinks this way is because Ling Yun knows that some ordinary little things can't disturb the spirit of Ren Huang's pen at all. He usually stays in Ling Yun's eyebrows and sleeps deeply, and does everything to the outside world and to Ling Yun. Everything is never indifferent. But as long as Ren Huangbi makes a move, it will definitely do things that will make Ling Yun dumbfounded. Not to mention the previous ones, such as the 9 Dragons bodyguard, helping Ling Yun fight against 9 Colors Jieyun on Daogui Island, but only recently, Ren Huangbi has made 3 shots. When Ling Yun visited the Forbidden City, he absorbed the Dragon Emperor's energy accumulated in the Forbidden City for nearly 600 years. Using shocking means to condense most of the Dragon Emperor's aura into a Dragon Emperor's magic sword. If the magic sword is 10%, it is the level of Quasi-Dao weapon. At the same time, with the help of those small parts of the Dragon Emperor's chi, Ling Yun's physical body has become a treasure body, and all the vertebrae on his back have turned into a red-gold color, which can be transformed into a golden dragon gun. When Ning Lingyu was crossing the catastrophe, the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book brazenly made a move to snatch the incomparably rich gifts from heaven, which made Ling Yun an upstart, and his realm improved by leaps and bounds. The last time Ren Huangbi made a move was when Yi Xingchen broke through the 4th level of Qi training. He rushed into Yi Xingchen's sea of consciousness between the brows and helped her light up 108 stars in the star vortex, and at the same time he also helped her cover up the secrets of the heavens and prevent the catastrophe from coming. Of course, Yi Xingchen told Ling Yun specifically after that day, otherwise, he wouldn't have known about it. Condensing the Dragon Emperor's magic sword, plundering gifts from the heavens, covering up the secrets of the heavens, and preventing the catastrophe from coming. Only such a crucial, such a heaven-defying matter, Ren Huangbi will take action. Your old man flew out in a hurry just now. That feeling was like facing an enemy. Now that I'm back, you don't even let me ask, and you just sent me away with a single sentence? Well, according to your usual style of doing things, even if you really don't want to say it, it's fine, but don't use such an indifferent tone, and get angry at me. Anyway, we have also completed the recognition of the master with a drop of blood. Anyway, I can be considered your master now, okay? Ling Yun had infinite resentment in his heart, and really wanted to have a good argument with Ren Huangbi about this matter, but when he thought of his terrifying strength, he became extremely entangled. The Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book will definitely not harm him. Ling Yun is absolutely convinced of this, But he also knows that a terrible event must have happened just now, and he is really unwilling to ask what happened. Damn, what happened to Renhuang Pen? I am your master. Thinking of this, Ling Yun shook his heart, and said this sentence in his mind, Senior Bai, it's a little unkind of you to do this. Since it's not my business, what do you want me to practice as soon as possible? At this moment, within Ling Yun's sea of consciousness between the eyebrows, the human emperor's pen tool spirit transformed into a very small old man in core raincoat, staring at the dragon emperor's magic sword in front of him in a trance. He and Ling Yun were almost in one body, and they stayed in the sea of consciousness, between Ling Yun's brows. He was actually very clear about the entangled thoughts and psychological changes in Ling Yun's mind just now, but he didn't care at all. Time, for the vast majority of ordinary people, 100 years is already a limit, but for fairy-level artifacts such as the Renhuang Pen and the Dihuang Book, they have lived for tens of thousands of years in the past. I don't even know how many thousands of years I can live. In the vicissitudes of life, they have seen too much. Thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years of human history, in the eyes of existences like Ren Huangbi and Dai Wanshu, are not worth mentioning at all. To put it bluntly, it is just the time of a long sleep. Now he is still annoyed, really annoyed, because Ling Yun showed Miao Fenghuan the blood-transforming sword, and with the help of the evil spirit of the blood-transforming sword, the phantom of the terrifying demon god was transformed into an illusion, although the condensed one demon god phantom, whose strength is less than 1/100th of a billionth that of Qiyu himself back then, even the current Ling Yun is no match for him, but after all, he is transformed into an illusion. This is very unusual, because it means that the seal that the three emperors of the past used their astonishing means to join forces to put Qiyu on has begun to loosen. Human Emperor's Pen and Earth Emperor's Book really know how terrifying Qiyu Demon God is, because they were injured by Qiyu Demon God's blood-transforming sword when the two sides were fighting. Of course, it was Qiyu who lost in the end, and the blood-transforming magic knife was also damaged in the past, and it was far more damaged than the Human Emperor's Pen and the Earth Emperor's Book. Now, this knife is also constantly recovering and growing in Ling Yan's hands. It can't be compared with the one in Qiyu's hand, but it has already shown a certain power. As for how terrifying this blood-transforming magic knife is after it is completely recovered, Ren Huangbi is very unwilling to think about it at the moment. Sometimes, he really can't help it, and wants to tell Ling Yun directly, don't use this sword again in the future knife. But impossible. It's not that he doesn't have this ability, but the original owner of Renhuang's pen, Renhuang, has given a special account. Who is the emperor? Fuxi. He is the patriarch of the study of yin and yang and 5 elements between heaven and earth, and the study of divination with hexagrams and hexagrams. It is impossible for him to be wrong in his calculations. It is even more impossible not to listen to his explanation. The Jiuli tribe is immortal, and the Qiyu demon god is immortal. These human emperors have told him before, and when they left, they even explained to him that after sensing the birth of the person who should be robbed, they can only follow and help, but they are resolute. Block and change any will of the person who should be robbed. Let him keep this in mind no matter what happens, and wait for the day when the catastrophe between heaven and earth comes. So now, Ren Huangbi really has nothing to do with Ling Yun's many practices, and can only let him go over and over again, always urging him to speed up his cultivation. But hearing Ling Yun calling him Senior Pen just now, Renhuang Pen couldn't help but explode. Tianxia Jifeng, is that what you call me? Don't think that I don't know what your plan is when you come here. In short, you can't stay here for long. Since you have finished your work, you should leave as soon as possible. Annoyed, Renhuang's pen tool spirit just stared at the Dragon Emperor's magic sword, muttered angrily, then his figure disappeared, and he simply fell asleep again, out of sight and out of mind. Ling Yun was speechless again. Just now Ling Yun took out the blood-transforming magic knife, saying it was unintentional, but in fact it was intentional. Because he wanted to confirm an idea in his heart, whether the real owner of this knife was what he thought in his heart. This is the real purpose of his coming here. But now, after seeing Miao Fenghuang's performance, Ling Yun already knew it well, and there was no need to ask any more. The first owner of the blood-transforming sword was indeed the weapon of Qiyu, the ancient demon god. It's just that Ling Yun himself has no clue how much trouble he has created just now. After withdrawing the saber, Ling Yun had already helped Miao Fenghuang up from the kneeling ground. It can be said that he used his spiritual thoughts to force her up, and then motioned for divine Dr. Xue to come and help her up, and then returned to his seat. Phoenix greets the master. However, Miao Fenghuang refused to sit down any longer. Her eyes were wild and her face was full of excitement. Although she couldn't kneel down, she showed 1,000 times more respect to Ling Yun than before. Divine Dr. Xue was dumbfounded again. Ling Yun was also like burning his butt. He stood up abruptly in fright. He helped Miao Fenghuang and said, "Grandma Miao, what are you doing? It really pissed me off." The blood-transforming magic knife in the master's hand has been confirmed to be the magic weapon of our Sanmiao ancestors, the great chief of the ancient Jiuli tribe. The blood-transforming magic knife has disappeared for thousands of years. The magic weapon recognizes its master. You can get it and use it. Naturally, you have been recognized by the great chief, who is the real master of US descendants of Jiuli. Ling Yunxin was right. He showed off his favorite weapon, and suddenly became the master of the descendants of Jiuli. This hat is really big. Who was the last one who was so particular about it? It seems to be the demon sect. According to the demon sect, whoever owns the dark blood demon sword will automatically be regarded as the current demon lord. And this saying is more widely spread, even those martial arts decent people think so. Ling Yun smiled wryly and said, "Grandma Miao, if we have something to say, sit down first." While speaking, he also glanced at Xue Jingqi next to him, asking him to help persuade him. "Sister Phoenix." Xue Jingqi smiled and was about to speak, but Miao Fenghuang turned his head and gave him a sharp look, so he had no choice but to shut up. "Brother Jingqi, we are now husband and wife, but this moment is the most important matter concerning my Miaojiang Miao people. This is a matter for my people, and it has far surpassed those who are particular about age and seniority. You don't have to avoid it, but please, you must not get involved." Miao Fenghuang still explained something to Xue Jingqi, and of course it was also for Ling Yun. Ahem. Seeing this, Ling Yun had to roll his eyes, and changed his approach. "Grandma Miao, I understand what you mean, but this kind of thing can't be rushed, and I can't understand it for a while, but I haven't eaten breakfast, and I'm hungry now." "Huh? Oh." When Miao Fenghuang heard this, he turned his head immediately, and found that the sun had already tilted. Obviously it was already past noon, so he immediately blamed himself with guilt, and hurriedly said, "Master, wait a moment, I will cook for you." Not caring about anything else, Miao Fenghuang directly started washing his hands and cooking to entertain Ling Yun. During the meal, Miao Fenghuang yelled to Ling Yun one by one, very respectful. Under her repeated begging, Ling Yun had no choice but to temporarily agree with her statement, but at the same time, he also made a request, saying that in the future everyone still gets along as before. Otherwise, he would do nothing and leave Miaojiang directly. Miao Fenghuang had no choice but to agree to Ling Yun's request. After lunch, according to the original discussion, Miao Fenghuang personally ordered and found an excuse to let everyone in the village leave the Miao village, and not return to the village before tomorrow evening. This was done, of course, to facilitate Ling Yun's creation of spiritual soil and spiritual fields. After the stockade was empty, Ling Yun took Miao Xiaomiao, accompanied by Xue Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang, and used shocking methods according to the selected places to change the world. Yin Yang and 5 elements fire, Yellow Spring Earth Emperor Kung Fu, Supreme Azure Emperor Art, Wanshui Immortal Art, Spirit Gathering Formation. Of course, this would consume a huge amount of mana. After a day and a night, Ling Yun spent 300,000 drops of divine energy to completely change the entire Miao village. On October 13th, the 8th day of the 9th lunar month, after lunch, Ling Yun bid farewell to everyone, left Miaojiang alone, and returned to Zhongtian Hotel in Lincheng. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. // Genius site address. Mobile version reading URL. Add bookmark for easy reading. Chapter error, click here to report. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the hilly tea mountain in the east of Miao village. After sending Ling Yun away, Miao Fenghuang came here directly. She walked among the green and dense rows of tea trees, and traveled all over the entire tea mountain. During this period, she would stop from time to time, bow her head, grab a handful of soil from the ground under her feet, and hold it up to her eyes to watch carefully. Her shocked, excited, joyful, and careful look seemed like what they are holding is not dirt, but rare treasures. The soil on the entire tea mountain has been completely transformed into a spiritual soil by Ling Yun, presenting irregular fine particles of different sizes, the average size of a millet grain, and the particles are bright and crystal clear, shining in colorful colors under the slanted sunlight. Light. Aura is compelling. This is just spiritual soil, even the most common spiritual soil, but in the eyes of Miao Fenghuang, it is like divine soil. Every particle of soil is not exchanged for gold. In the end, Miao Fenghuang passed through the tea mountain and came to the highest point of the hill, overlooking the entire green southern slope and the Miao village in the west that had lived for more than 60 years, and remained silent for a long time. Is the relationship between her and Xue Jingqi in this life fate or fate? Miao Fenghuang couldn't explain clearly, but she now knew that all of this was arranged by God. So far, she has no complaints in her heart, only endless gratitude. God finally lived up to her 47 years of waiting, let her wait for Xue Jingqi, and let her wait for that magical, world-defying character, the man who holds the blood-melting sword, the descendant of the Jiuli tribe, the co-lord of the three seedlings, Ling Yun. Renewing the relationship with Xue Jingqi, being able to live another life with him, and even this life, Miao Fenghuang can already foresee that they will live an infinitely wonderful life, and the years will be even longer. Those 47 years of waiting were worth it. In the past day and night, Ling Yun displayed his heaven-defying supernatural powers, and every method he used was a miracle. He changed the entire Miao village, and Miao Fenghuang was shocked to the point of numbness by what he did, because in her eyes, Ling Yun performed every kind of spell is no different from the ancient sorcery handed down by authentic Gu seedlings, at least in terms of effect, it is completely consistent. Miao Fenghuang used her gaze to patrol the surroundings of the entire Miao village. Every time her gaze landed on one place, she would stay there for a long, long time, unwilling to move away. Finally, her gaze landed on one place. That is the temple of the Miao village, the most important place for her and her people to worship, where the ancestors of San Miao are enshrined, and there is a statue of Yugong, Qiyu. Great ancestors. Your magic knife has really been born, so, will you really be resurrected? Unknowingly, the eyes of Miao Fenghuang, the saint of Miaojiang, became sacred and hot, and she was muttering to herself. Hiss, hiss. At some point, that colorful boa constrictor with a jet-black crown on its head, the flying dragon spirit python, appeared behind Miao Fenghuang, hissing out the snake letter, with cold and deep eyes. Now, on the back of the flying dragon and spirit python, a pair of fleshy wings had just grown, only the size of a baby's palm, crimson red, very tender, but this shape makes it even more weird. Brush. A touch of gold flew from the sky. It was Miao Xiaomiao's top-quality golden silkworm Gu Shaojin. Shaojin grew very fast, now it was 3 inches long, its whole body was golden, as if it could glow, and its pair of tiny forelimbs had also fully grown, measuring 1 centimeter in length on the left, right, and even on the back. A layer of fine golden scales appeared. In the past day and night, when Ling Yun used the yin-yang 5 elements fire to create the spirit field, he did not deliberately avoid the flying dragon, spirit python and Xiao Jin, allowing them to bathe in it, which greatly benefited them. Miao Xiaomiao appeared right after Xiao Jin. She was dressed in colorful costumes and did not hide her cultivation level at all. It was Yu Jian who flew over. "Grandma, why are you here again?" Miao Xiaomiao soon came to Miao Fenghuang's side, and she complained, "You haven't rested all day and night, and you should go to have a good rest. Anyway, these places Ling Yun have been remodeled, and you can't lose them. You can look at them every day in the future." Miao Fenghuang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Miao Xiaomiao with a smile. His eyes were full of kindness. Before building the Ling Tian, since tea mountain rape and other crops were planted in several places in the Miao village, Ling Yun did not get rid of them, but together with Miao Xiaomiao, performed the supreme Qingdi formula to ripen them all in a short time. It is uprooted after harvest. So in the past day and night, Miao Fenghuang also knew Miao Xiaomiao's strength. "Xiaomiao, you have grown up, and your current strength has far surpassed mine." Miao Fenghuang nodded, and said in a deep voice, "During the past 6 months you have been away, you have done very well." After complimenting Miao Xiaomiao first, Miao Fenghuang then asked, "Where's your grandfather?" Miao Xiaomiao curled her lips, made a grimace and said, As soon as Ling Yun left, he was busy going home to practice the supreme Qing Emperor art." "Well, it's time to start cultivating, and I have to hurry up to practice, otherwise, you alone will ripen such a large 5 spiritual fields, and you won't be able to keep busy at all, wasting these spiritual fields for nothing. Because in the future, the 5 spiritual fields in this Miao village will be handed over to Shui Jingqi's family, so Ling Yun did not hide his secrets. Phoenix, this is another big gift he gave to the couple. Mother-in-law, it can't be wasted. You forgot that Ling Yun also set up a large spirit gathering formation. From now on, the spirit energy outside will only gather here and will not dissipate. Miao Xiaomiao reminded with a smile. Then you have to hurry up and practice. Your grandfather has already learned the art of consonants, and his realm is even higher than mine. I can't be left behind by him. Miao Fenghuang's eyes flickered, but I have to learn the art of consonants first, which will be of great benefit to our Gu skills. Let's go. After finishing speaking, Miao Fenghuang looked at the sacrificial temple again, and then hurriedly took Miao Xiaomiao down the mountain and went home. At this time, Ling Yan had already returned to Zhongtian Hotel. He first greeted Tang Meng, He Yuqiong and others who had been waiting here for a long time, then went straight back to his suite, took a nice hot bath, scrubbed clean, and changed into casual urban clothes. Snow-white shirt, light blue jeans, casual sneakers. Then, Ling Yun lay down comfortably on the sofa in the living room, and with a movement of his mind, he took out his black gold demon silk thread and handed it to his right hand. Ling Yun's 5 fingers on his right hand changed like flying, making his eyes dazzled. In his left hand, he is also holding a cobblestone-sized Taishu stone for refining the gods, and he is doing the training for the gods. All of these are Ling Yun's natural movements. There is no need to do it deliberately, but it has a great effect on Ling Yun's refining qi and turning into a god. Ling Yun was deep in thought. The Jiuli tribe, the co-lord of the 3 seedlings, the blood-transforming sword, and the Qiyu demon god. That's right. The human emperor's brush, the earth emperor's book, and the blood-transforming sword, these should be treasures of the same level, but they are still missing one thing. The sacred artifacts of the ancient 3 emperors, the human emperor, and the earth emperor are all on him, so what about the other person? What is the inheritance of Xuanhuan Yellow Emperor? Where are you now? In Ling Yun's mind, he vaguely thought of a place. It's still too early to explore now. When you step into the late stage of qi training, you should be able to look for it. Ling Yun is very clear about how much he weighs. He is not greedy for merit, nor is he in a hurry. The next moment, Ling Yun took out his laptop, turned it on and directly connected to the internet, and began to quickly search for useful information. His divine sense is too strong now. With just one glance at the entire computer screen, all the content will be firmly engraved in his heart, and then quickly switch. This browsing speed is really amazing. An hour later, Ling Yun put away the computer and left the room. He found Tang Meng and He Yuqiong, straight to the point, and directly explained the purpose of his visit. I'm going back to the capital tonight. I'll stay in the capital for a day tomorrow. I'll come back early the next morning. Then we'll go directly to the special zone. Regarding Ling Yun's request, He Yuqiong didn't have any objections, because she had already waited for so long, and it was nothing to wait an extra day. Brother Yun, why are you returning to the capital suddenly? Is there something urgent? Tang Meng asked with concern. Ling Yun didn't hide anything, and said seriously, tomorrow, the 9th day of September, is my father's birthday, so I have to hurry back. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. // Genius site address. Mobile version reading URL. Add bookmark for easy reading. The 9th day of September is Ling Zhao's birthday. 9999th Festival. Ling Yun could remember this day not because it was too special, the reason was pure and simple, just because this day happened to be his father's birthday. No matter what day Ling Zhao's birthday is, and no matter how important Ling Yun is doing at that time, he will leave everything behind and rush back directly. Because this is the first time Ling Yun celebrates his father's birthday after he recognizes his ancestor and returns to his clan. In Ling Yun's eyes, it is more important than any festival or anything else. What's more, this day is too deep in Ling Yun's heart. In order to save Ling Xiao, Mo Wudao was able to calculate the secret and determine the approximate location of Ling Xiao through Ling Zhao's birth date. Speaking of which, since Ling Yun and Ling Xiao spent 2 days together at the Ling Family Martial Arts School on the 9th day of August, the father and son haven't seen each other for almost a month so far. After Ling Yun left the capital for a month, he didn't know anything about his family's situation, his father's level of cultivation, and what he was busy with every day, and he was very concerned about it. Huh? Tomorrow is Uncle Ling's birthday? Tang Meng was like waking up from a dream, and he suddenly realized, he thumped his head suddenly, I'm so confused, I actually forgot such an important day. After cursing himself severely, Tang Meng immediately said, Brother Yun, then I will go back with you too. The relationship between children is nothing, but Brother Yun's father's birthday is a big deal. Well, that's fine. Ling Yun knew that with his relationship with Tang Meng, it was only natural for Tang Meng to celebrate his father's birthday, so he didn't refuse. He turned his head and looked at He Yuqiong next to him. It's just, what about Miss He? Patriarch Ling, please don't be offended. I really didn't know that tomorrow is your father's birthday. He Yuqiong looked apologetic, and said immediately, however, since I have caught up, I will naturally go to the capital, first to give to your father. Oh, let's talk about it after Uncle Ling's birthday. He Yuqiong is very decisive, and her thinking is very clear. After getting along with Tang Meng day and night these few days, she has fully understood how thick Ling Yun's thigh is, so no matter what, she must hug it tightly. I heard the other party say this. Ling Yun felt a little embarrassed, and he also said apologetically, I'm really sorry, I actually counted the time before leaving, but I didn't expect that this trip to Guizhou province would be delayed by 2 days, so in the end, I still couldn't make it before tomorrow. Solve your family's affairs. He Yuqiong stood up, shook her head with a smile and said, Patriarch Ling, don't say that. The matter in my family is actually a serious illness. It is not a day's cold to freeze 3 feet. It is not a matter of a day or two to completely solve it. So it's not bad for a few days. Patriarch Ling really took time out of his busy schedule to solve our He family's affairs. I am very grateful for this. I'm sorry, so don't mention it again. As expected, He Yuqiong has seen big scenes. Every word she said to Ling Yun was very measured and just right, which made people feel very comfortable to listen to. Then let's make a deal like that. Tomorrow will be delayed for one more day, and we will go directly to the special zone in the morning of the day after tomorrow. Ling Yun made a decision, changed the itinerary, and made a new plan. However, Ms. He, we are all familiar with each other now. You have a bit of a reputation for being the master of the Ling family. I think we are all about the same age. If you don't mind, you can call me Ling in the future. Brother. While talking, Ling Yun casually glanced at Tang Meng, smiled and said, or just like Tang Meng, just call me Brother Yun, how about it? Brother Ling. He Yuqiong was overjoyed, and immediately blurted out, and then woke up and said, I'm really high. What a shrewd person she is. Ling Yun took the initiative to ask her to call her big brother. What it meant to her, she knew very well in her heart, of course she couldn't wish for it. At this time, if you want to care about the age of the two of you, you will be brain dead. At the same time, Ling Yun also noticed Tang Meng's expression, almost collapsed, and suddenly smiled secretly in his heart. He could see that Tang Meng's plan to pick up girls was not progressing as smoothly as he imagined. I'll be leaving in a while. As for how you two return to Beijing, I don't care. At this time, Ling Yun was already returning home. Although the distance of nearly 2,000 kilometers was only a matter of 10 minutes for him, homesickness was homesickness. So, after the three chatted briefly, Ling Yun left, went to Edward's room, and told the 5 blood clans to escort them back to Beijing safely, so he was relieved. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Yun left the Zhongtian Hotel alone, and immediately flew into the sky invisibly, and flew towards the capital. In the northern suburbs of the capital, outside the 6th Ring Road, in the Mongshan Mountains, near Xingqiang Temple. From Mang Mountain in the west to Daong Mountain in the east, it stretches 9 kilometers from east to west and 3 kilometers from north to south. This large area covers an entire 27 square kilometers. It all belonged to Ling Yun alone. Now, in this large area, the villagers of all the mountain villages have already been demolished, and they all moved away happily, because they never imagined that this place is at least 25 kilometers away from the downtown area of Beijing, and the demolition of the capital can still be demolished here come 80 billion demolition funds. After all, it is a mountainous area, and there are only dozens of villages. At most, there are no more than 40,000 people, which means that the per capita demolition fee for each person is at least 2 million or more. And as long as you move out, you will be paid in full immediately. This makes it possible for every household here to be demolished to buy a high-end house in downtown Beijing, and even enough money for decoration and furniture purchases. Faced with such generous demolition treatment, those villagers really had no reason not to move. After they got the money, they all moved out within a very short time. They were afraid that they would not demolish the house again. Joy. Of course, with so many people relocating collectively, there must be very few individuals, but such people do not need outsiders to intervene, and instantly become the public enemy of all the surrounding villagers. As a result, the land of nearly 30 square kilometers changed its appearance overnight. At this time, thousands of construction workers are busy on the construction site, building foundations and laying pipelines. Regardless of day or night, they worked in shifts day and night to build a house for Ling Yun. In the evening, on the top of Mongshan Mountain, under the afterglow of the setting sun, Ling Xiao stood at the highest point with his hands behind his back, looking down at the busy scene below. Hey, this busy scene really resembles your current Ling family. Beside Ling Xiao, there is still a person standing at the moment. It is Li Junhua from the Li family, who is now taking the initiative to be the chief manager of the construction of Ling Yun's house. Li Junhua's eyes were full of envy, but his emotion was sincere. Well, when you put it that way, it's a bit similar. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. Since Ling Yun left the capital on September 18, the capital has been very peaceful, so peaceful that people like Li Junhua feel a little unbelievable. In the current capital, although there are still a few real and unknown big families like the Liu family and the Han family who are trying to take over the throne, but after the Sun Chen alliance was uprooted by Ling Yun, the big families in name are still the old five. Long family, Yi family, Ling family, Chao family, Li family. At least for now, in the ranking of family strength, in the psychology of most people, it is still ranked like this. Of course, if you count the Qin family far away in the Qinling Mountains, the Qin family will be ranked fourth, behind the Ling family. At the same time, the senior management of Huaxia also unanimously recognized that the Ling family has regained the position of the three peak families in Huaxia. As for the specific ranking among the top three families, everyone has their own opinions. After all, everyone has a different understanding of each family and sees things from different angles, and each has his own opinion. Therefore, unless the Ling family has the heart and insists on confronting the Long family and the Yi family, whether it is a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk, compare it openly, and completely beat these two families to the ground, otherwise, China's number one peak the name of the family, it is difficult to really fall on the head of the Ling family. It's a pity that such a boring thing, with the characters of the Ling family, they wouldn't do it in the past, and they won't do it in the future, and they don't even bother to do it. Because no one knows their own strength better than them. If there is no Ling Yun, they know that their family will be ranked third at most, but as long as Ling Yun is there, the Ling family will be number one. And it is well-deserved first. Even, there is no need to wait for the future, the Ling family already has it now. For secular big families like Huaxia, the strength of the patriarch determines everything. Although it has been almost a month since Ling Yun left the capital and the Ling family, what did he do outside this month? In a meeting of subduing demons, Ling Yun alone disabled half of the ancient Chinese martial arts world, and at the same time, his terrifying strength also severely shocked the other half of the ancient Chinese martial arts world. In the Poyang Lake battle against Long Tianfeng, he even brought a 1v3, and crushed 3 uncles and nephews including Long Haoqian. His whereabouts are still unknown, and his life and death are unknown. Above the East China Sea, Ling Yun even succeeded in crossing the tribulation. With his own strength, he overwhelmed Long Ruoyu, who was going to find a place for the Long family. Long Zhaojiang and Long Zhaohai, as well as Daoist Lei Ting from the Shangqing Palace, Zhang Ruyan from the Celestial Master Mansion. After the 3 members of the Long family came back from the East China Sea, they didn't say a word, didn't say any cruel words like revenge, and the Long family was completely silent. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun went to Tianshan to rescue his mother. In just one night, he single-handedly defeated Tianjianzong and slaughtered all the important figures of the D family of Tianjianzong. Disciple, let them come and go. Those are the 4 major disciples of Kunlun, each of whom has a foundation-building realm. These things, the specific details, others don't know, but the core figures of the Ling family know it clearly. What kind of record is this? With Ling Yun here, the current Ling family is in the capital, in Huaxia. What is the strength of the family? Why should it be treated by outsiders? Why should it compete with outsiders? No need at all. If someone is really dissatisfied and dares to find fault with the Ling family, it's very simple, just fight. The real prestige is always obtained by fighting, not blowing it out. The Ling family was originally a warrior clan, and they were least afraid of fighting. Now that everyone's cultivation base has skyrocketed, they all have strong self-confidence, and their fighting spirit is soaring. They are in urgent need of a fight. Not to mention the core figures of the Ling family, but only the 36 dead soldiers of the Ling family, all of them are practicing with their lives. Compared with the strength of other dead soldiers, they can count as 10. At that time, all the vigor screamed. If it weren't for Ling Xiao and Cui Lao's pressure, Ling Yi Ling Qi and his gang would have walked sideways outside. Above all, everything is due to one person, the head of the Ling family, Ling Yun. Of course, some people still know how strong the Ling family is now. For example, the first person in China. For example, Zhao Xingwu, the leader of the Dragon Group, and Zhou Wenyi, the Great Elder of the Sky Group. For example, core figures such as Long Haoran from the Long family, Yi Qingxin, Yi Tianxue, Yi Tiandu from the Yi family. In it, there is natural trust. For example, the first person in China, the first time he knew Ling Yun, his attitude was, "Boy, I am optimistic about you." There are also those who have already been completely defeated through many battles with Ling Yun, such as the Long family, at least on the surface. There are even cold-eyed bystanders who know what they have seen and heard, such as Zhao Xingwu, Zhou Wenyi, and the Yi family. Anyone who knows Ling Yun's true strength can understand this, but the premise is that you have to be qualified to know the real situation. However, no matter how one ranks the family's strength, the Li family in the capital always ranks at the bottom. Of course, if it's just about financial resources, then that's another matter. The Li family is recognized as the god of wealth. Li Junhua is undoubtedly the future head of the Li family and Li Guangping's successor. His status in the Li family is equivalent to that of the Ling family's Ling Xiao and Ling Yu combined. After Li Guangping retired, the Li family has gradually lost the right to speak in the upper echelons of China. It is only because Li Guangping is still alive. Inertial thinking in the heart. Unlike the Lu family and the Han family, which came from behind but have no real names, in terms of overall strength, the Li family has long been a nameless family. In fact, at the ancient martial arts auction held by the Yi family a month ago, if Li Junhua hadn't met Ling Yun, and Ling Yun had made a decisive move, on that night, the Li family would have lost the name of the 8 major families in China. If Li Guangping doesn't make it through this year, the Li family will be completely expelled. It's a pity, after all, God favors, or the Li family's strength is still there. Li Junhua made a mistake, and managed to impress Ling Yun, attracting Ling Yun's hand, bringing their family back to life, and even survived. Needless to say, everything that followed, Mr. Li made a decisive decision, threw away all unrealistic ideas, put all his eggs in one basket, and clinging to Ling Yun as a life-saving straw. Let the Li family and the Ling family be bound together. Fortunately, in the past, under the leadership of the old man, the Li family never competed with other families. They just tried their best to protect their own family property and grow stronger. Therefore, there were not many substantial conflicts with the Ling family. That is to say, when the Ling family was at the bottom, the Li family and the Ling family had no grudges. Success in one fell swoop. After Ling Yun left the capital, Li Guangping was even more non-stop, shooting one after another, almost letting his most important son stay in the Ling family, letting him get infinitely close to Ling Yu and Ling Xiao. It is responsive. Li Junhua approached Ling Yu in order to let the Li family and the Ling family start multifaceted cooperation as soon as possible, and he approached Ling Xiao, of course, for only one thing, to win Ling Zhao's favor, and to get Ling Yun's favor. And Ling Xiao, now is the real shopkeeper of the Ling family. He can do whatever he wants, and no one cares about him. He can do everything according to his mood. Ling Xiao told Ling Yun that he will only do 2 things in the future. One is to build a foreign house for Ling Yun, the other is to train the 72 disciples for Ling Yun. In addition, as always, every day, I personally clean the ancestral hall of the Ling family, and help Elder Cui, and occasionally manage the 36 dead men of the Ling family who seem to be getting more and more arrogant. Relying on their young age and good aptitude, these guys now have enough cultivation resources, and their realms are slowly climbing upwards, especially Ling Yi and Ling Qi, who have now reached the peak of the 6th level of the Xiantian, and are about to enter the Xiantian realm. It's late. The other mortals have all reached above the Xiantian 4th level now, and they are all masters of the Xiantian middle stage. In particular, after these guys have been specially trained by the Killer Kings of the Heavenly Killing Organization for more than a month, everyone has mastered many strange and weird skills, and they are like ghosts who appear and disappear all day long. Of course, Elder Chui's order was the order of the Ling family, and the 36 dead soldiers would naturally listen, but their strength was getting closer and closer to Elder Chui's, and Elder Chui was gradually unable to manage them. This is an inevitable phenomenon, understandable. One's own children will have their own ideas when they grow up, and it doesn't matter what the parents say, let alone someone else. But that was when Ling Xiao didn't show up. As long as Ling Xiao appeared, no matter who the 36 dead men of the Ling family were, they would immediately become more honest one by one, and they didn't even dare to breathe in front of him. Not only because Ling Xiao is the real core of the Ling family, nor because he is now at the peak of the third level of supernatural powers, or at the peak of the third level of qi training, but because, apart from the thing that Ling Xiao combined with Yin Qingxian back then, except for the fact that the Ling family was almost exterminated, the rest of their actions were almost the same as those of a saint. No one would disapprove of such a character, and the 36 dead men of the Ling family had seen and kept it in their hearts since childhood. They absolutely admired Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts, and they were absolutely convinced. What's more, Ling Xiao is Ling Yun's father, the head of the Ling family, and Ling Yun's father. Ling Yong, now he has successfully broken through the innate stage. With him to manage and guide the 72 disciples in the Ling family martial arts school, it is already a sledgehammer. Ling Xiao only needs to go there every few days to supervise and guide them. Stare there. But Ling Yun's outer house is laying the foundation. As the saying goes, the foundation is the most important when a tall building starts on the ground. Therefore, after Ling Yun left, Ling Xiao spent most of his time here. He has spiritual sense. No matter where he goes, he can find problems with just a scan of his spiritual sense, so it is very convenient for construction to be done in every detail. This is of course the reason why Li Junhua appeared here. Brother. Every time Li Junhua calls Ling Xiao, he feels extremely embarrassed. Although he is indeed a few years older than Ling Xiao, the current Ling Xiao looks really young, not even 20 years old. Appearance. The two of them stood together in front of each other, like a young man who was out to play with a housekeeper. But Li Junhua couldn't think of a better address, so he could only keep calling him that. He was very serious. Brother, is today the 8th day of September? Ling Xiao nodded, N. Li Junhua solemnly said, I remember, the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, which is tomorrow, is your birthday? Ling Xiao smiled when he heard this, and said indifferently, Brother Junhua, why are you memorizing these boring things? I haven't celebrated my birthday in 19 years, and I've forgotten it long ago. Ling Xiao said it casually, but Li Junhua couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard it, and said to himself, Can you compare the past 19 years with this year? I mean. Li Junhua scratched his head, hesitantly asked, You celebrate your birthday, your son Ling Yun, will you come back tomorrow? Meeting. In the past half a month, because of the Chinese New Year, Lao Bu was really busy with a lot of things, and couldn't help it, so the update was not effective. However, the year has passed, and the state of the old step has gradually recovered. I will work hard to code, and will soon resume 2 or even 3 shifts. Please rest assured. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ling Zhao's answer was very simple, just a simple word will, and his voice was not high, but his tone was very firm and resolute. However, maybe Li Junhua wanted to see Ling Yun too urgently, so he became worried at this moment. He asked again, Did you call? No. It's already been said? Nor. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. He was a little funny, and turned to look at Li Junhua. Brother Junhua, are you so concerned about Yuner coming back to celebrate my birthday? Is something wrong? Li Junhua suddenly looked a little embarrassed. He scratched his head embarrassingly, and then pointed to the busy construction site below. Brother, it's been almost a month since we broke ground after demolition and relocation. For such a large-scale building, laying the foundation the most important thing is, even though the two of us are watching, this is always Ling Yun's mansion anyway, isn't it? But so far, Ling Yun hasn't come here to see it. If he doesn't come to take a look at such a large-scale building, I'm really not at ease in my heart. I'm afraid that things will be ruined. At that time, Ling Yun will be dissatisfied again. Aren't we just busying ourselves in vain? Li Junhua gave a very appropriate reason, but it was indeed true. After all, it was an area of 27 square kilometers, and the scale of the project was too large. Once the entire foundation was laid, Ling Yun would be dissatisfied, and it would cause great trouble. What you said is true. Ling Xiao listened and nodded, and he approached with a smile, but after all, it's just building the foundation and laying various underground pipelines. I really can't find more professional people to talk about this kind of thing, except for your Li family. Come. He first praised Li Junhua sincerely, paused, and then asked back, besides, the team of construction engineers you brought is all from China, Germany, the United Kingdom, and even Dongyang, etc. Engineers, I don't think there will be any problems with the foundations designed and built by them. As for the part on the ground, it's too early to say, but in terms of the overall architectural style, Yuner has also roughly told me that what he wants is a combination of the palace style of the Forbidden City and the southern Suzhou Garden. Generally speaking, Ling Yun needs not only a majestic palace, but also a fresh and elegant small bridge and flowing water, as well as the modern comfort and convenience of a super 6-star hotel. When Ling Xiao talked about his pride, he was also very high-spirited. He raised his hand and pointed downwards, pointing to 3 places in succession. Although this place is big, there are actually only 3 or 5 main buildings. The other peripheral places are just some matching scenery according to local conditions. That's all. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Li Junhua again. Brother Junhua, as long as we follow this way of thinking, we don't think there will be any problems. And these are the plans that we have discussed repeatedly before we started construction. Ling Xiao smiled again, but his gaze became serious. So, Brother Junhua, why are you looking forward to Yuner's return so much? It's okay to tell me this. Li Junhua knew very well that with Ling Xiao's talent, he couldn't hide what was on his mind from the other party. After being pointed out by the other party, he could only smile awkwardly and said embarrassedly, actually, it's not a big deal. It's not Ling Yun's hand. There is Zhu Yanpil. Brother, you know the current situation of our Li family. After all, the key lies in our old man, so. Li Junhua looked at Ling Xiao eagerly, looked at his young face, which was less than 20 years old, and gave Ling Xiao a "you understand" look. Of course Ling Xiao understood, and he had already seen it, but he didn't expect that the other party would hold back until today before opening his mouth to him. Before Ling Yun left Beijing, because it was on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, he used the name of Mid-Autumn Festival gifts to distribute the Zhuyan pill and beauty pill to his relatives, friends, and heavyweights from all walks of life. Not to mention everyone in the Ling family, but only Chao Juanxiong from the Chao family, Chao Xingcheng and his wife, Mr. Lin Hongjun, Lin Jinggang and his wife, Xue Qingye and his wife, even Zhou Wenyi, the elder of the Tianzu, and Zhao Xingwu, the leader of the Dragon Group. How important are these people? Although it is difficult for ordinary people to see these big people, they are not bored at home and do not go out. They must have their own things to do, need to pick up people and things, and need to go out for activities. In the entire capital city, so many heavyweights became 20 years younger at the same time, and their appearances also changed dramatically. The shocking effect this brought to those who saw them was like a nuclear bomb. In the upper circles of the capital, it is no exaggeration to say that it is earth-shattering. Even if you want to hide this kind of thing, you can't hide it. After the news came out, it spread like a mushroom cloud of a nuclear bomb explosion, starting from the highest circle in the capital and spreading outward. So far, It has begun to affect the ordinary elites in the capital. There are also some local rich bosses who are worth over 100 million, more or less able to contact high-level bosses, and there are many first-tier and second-tier entertainment stars. The entire capital was shaken, and everyone with a little qualifications was frantically asking where they could get such a god-defying pill so that they could buy one for themselves, especially those old people over 60 years old. There are first-line stars over 40 years old. For a xuanhuan pill or a beauty pill, they would not hesitate to go bankrupt. Li Junhua spends every day at Ling's house now. Of course, it's because the Li family has just established a line with the Ling family. Although the cooperation volume is huge, it's just the beginning. Ling Yun doesn't have that deep affection for them. Degree of recognition. So, the Chao family had it, the Lin family had it, the Shui family had it, and even the Qin family in Qinling had some, but when he left Beijing, he didn't give it to the Li family, not a single one. How could the Li family not be in a hurry? How could Li Junhua not be in a hurry? For Ling Yun's Yan pill, he hoped that Ling Yun would come back, he couldn't wait to see him. Brother Junhua, I understand your feelings. Ling Xiao knew that Li Junhua was the core figure of the Li family. He was in charge of the huge family property of the Li family and had real power. In fact, like Ling Yu, he had to deal with too many things every day. He is a character, but he is willing to abandon everything in his family and come here to be the general manager of this building in person. He is afraid that something will go wrong, and what is the reason for him? But the xuanhuan pill you mentioned was made by Yuner himself. As for how to distribute it, who he will give it to or not, I, as a father, don't want to talk too much. Ling Xiao fully understood his son's temper. He responded with apologetic expression, and said to Li Junhua. Li Junhua became anxious immediately, and he said urgently, "Brother, I am not asking you. I also know that the cooperation between our Li family and Ling family has just begun, and everyone's feelings have not yet reached the level, so I mean to buy one, just buy one for the old man. Besides, I heard from my second brother that the elixir refined by Ling Yun was originally intended to be sold at your auction. Anyway, it will be sold sooner or later. My Li family ordered one in advance, which is always wrong. Is it a problem?" This. Ling Xiao was speechless. Li Junhua had already said so much, how could he refuse? At the moment, I can only nod my head. If Yuner really plans to sell it in the future, then I promise. But at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped talking, his eyes narrowed, and then he looked at the sky above his head, the southern sky. How about father and son connecting hearts? At this moment, Ling Yun is still outside Ling Zhao's consciousness. Ling Xiao already sensed him coming. Boom boom boom. In the southern sky, at an altitude of 3,000 meters, a series of air explosions sounded from far away. Ling Yun flew towards him at several times the speed of sound, without fear in his invisible state. In fact, at this time, Ling Yun had already started to slow down. He flew more and more slowly, and when he saw Ling Zhao's figure, he dived directly. Brush. The airflow swept across, and Ling Yun appeared, steadily appearing in front of Ling Xiao, bowing his head to Ling Xiao. Father, I'm back. After seeing Ling Yun's figure appear, Ling Xiao only felt a warm current flowing from his heart, and the blood in his body was surging, and it was hard to hide his joy. Well, it's good to be back. He stepped forward, supported his son's shoulders with both hands, and pulled Ling Yun up. Get up quickly, I met you, Uncle Li. Hello, Uncle Li. Ling Yun turned around, cupped his fists at Li Junhua, and said hello. Li Junhua has long been fooled. Is this a big change? Ling Yun actually appeared out of thin air? However, when he thought of the miracles Ling Yun created in the past, those heaven-defying miracles, he felt instantly relieved, and hurriedly nodded cordially to Ling Yun, smiling hurriedly. Ling Yun is back. It's good to be back. Ha 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 ha, it's good to be back. Li Junhua was so excited that he was incoherent. thinking that this really meant Chow Chow and Chow Chow would arrive. I asked your father just now whether you will come back tomorrow, but you rushed back today. I'm homesick, so come back and have a look. I will celebrate my father's birthday tomorrow and leave early the morning after tomorrow. Ling Yun interrupted with a smile, and directly explained the purpose of coming back. What? Li Junhua was dumbfounded again when he heard that. He said in astonishment, "Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you stay in the capital for a few more days after finally coming back?" Well, there's something urgent and I haven't finished it, so I have to go back. Ling Yun said truthfully, and then he smiled slightly, "But Uncle Li, please rest assured, after my treatment, the old man's body will not have any problems within 10 years. As for the pills, it would be too outrageous to buy them. There is no need for them. After a while, I will refine a batch of pills and give them to your family." After Li Junhua listened to it, he was overjoyed, and at the same time he was dumbfounded for the third time. How did you hear my conversation with your father? Hey, I came in time, so I just heard a little bit. Ling Yun chuckled and didn't point it out, just laughed again. I don't know my answer. Are you satisfied? Satisfied and satisfied. Really satisfied. A big stone fell in Li Junhua's heart, and he thanked Ling Yun on the spot, and immediately wanted to tell Ling Yun about the outer house, but after thinking about it, he suddenly realized something. Ling Yun, although I really want to treat you to a meal, but you father and son reunited after a long absence, you must have a lot to say, so I won't bother you today, let's talk about it tomorrow. What a shrewd person Li Junhua is. After Ling Yun appeared, he agreed to his request without saying a few words, not because of generosity, but because he wanted him to leave as soon as possible. So, he bid farewell, exchanged a few words with the two father and son briefly, and hurried down the mountain. Yuner, Li Junhua has a very good reputation among the people of our generation from the big families in the capital. After Li Junhua left, Ling Xiao slowly said, in the past few years, the Li family has not made too many mistakes. Now that we have announced an alliance, the Li family will be the biggest help for the development of our Ling family in the secular world. You help him if you can. The child understands. Ling Yun nodded, then changed the subject immediately, and asked Ling Xiao, "Father, are you already at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training?" In the future, the update will be earlier and earlier. Lao Bu is also working hard to adjust his schedule, and he will try his best to put the update in the daytime in the future. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded, not at all surprised that Ling Yun was able to see through his realm. He smiled and said, "According to what you explained before leaving Beijing, our Ling family didn't hold any banquets on the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival. Let's have a simple reunion dinner together, and it's a holiday." That night, even your grandfather just drank a few ounces of wine to show off, and then dispersed the crowd, and we all went to practice the Dian Gathering Star's secret art. Although our Ling family, the cultivation method passed down by the family is the xuanhuan scripture, but the body training method you taught everyone is really teaching without distinction. As long as there is a foundation in cultivation, everyone can rely on it. This exercise is for body training, and the effect is really against the sky. Especially on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, I didn't practice at home, but came to a nearby peak. With the help of the moonlight, I devoted myself to practicing for a night. That night, I broke through the Great Yanju Star Treasure. Ju is the 2nd largest realm, and has reached the 6th minor realm of the 2nd largest realm in one fell swoop. Only. Speaking of this, Ling Xiao suddenly shook his head, and said helplessly, "As you said, this kind of excellent opportunity is indeed only once in a year. I worked hard day and night, but still failed to make a breakthrough." Although Ling Yun had already seen Ling Zhao's state of body training, after hearing Ling Zhao's narration, he was still speechless in secret, thinking that his father was worthy of being the person with the highest aptitude in the capital back then, and that the Dian Gathering Star's treasure, he could do it in one night. Being able to break through 6 realms in a row, this speed has almost caught up with him. You know, on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, he and Yi Xingchen only broke through from the peak of the 2nd largest realm to the 5th smaller realm of the 3rd largest realm in one fell swoop. There is a huge difference between the realm and the difficulty of raising the 2nd realm, but Ling Xiao practiced late after all, but he was able to break through 6 realms overnight. So Ling Yan said with a smile, "Father, although there is only one chance a year for the full moon night in Mid-Autumn Festival, there are 12 chances for this full moon night every year, and there is one full moon night every month. It's not like Mid-Autumn Festival, but it's much better than usual. I see that your current realm is hot. In just one more week, wait until the 15th day of the 9th lunar month. With the help of that full moon, you should be able to break through another realm and reach the peak of the 2nd largest realm." Ling Xiao nodded in agreement, and then looked up at the sky. After all, this is a mountainous area, the sky has already darkened, and the semicircular moon has come out. The most important thing is this body training treasure. Just wait for the next full moon, and then try to break through. Try to reach the harmless state as soon as possible. The body is a furnace for cultivation. Once you have reached the state of body cultivation, you can practice our Ling family's xuanhuan scriptures again. It was like breaking a bamboo. On the 3rd day after the Mid-Autumn Festival, I reached the peak of the 2nd level of the Qi training realm, and a week later, I broke through to the 3rd level of the Qi training realm. 10 days ago, I reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi training realm, and now the realm is very stable, Yuner can rest assured. Ling Xiao looked to the far south, looked at the Ling family's ancestral house, and sighed, speaking of which, the greatest credit for being able to enter the country as a father is still yours, the great spirit gathering formation you set up in our ancestral house, and you the ghost willow plant left at home, the aura it exudes day and night, is now continuous, and it has greatly helped our family's cultivation and advancement." Ling Yan laughed secretly when he heard this, but asked, "Father, where is the mountain where you usually practice? Take me there to have a look?" Regarding the hot construction site at the foot of the mountain, Ling Yan didn't inquire about it, because he had stood here for a long time, with his spiritual sense covering the surrounding ground, and he had already seen it thoroughly. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with everything, so there was no need to ask these questions. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, "Yuner, that's just an inconspicuous steep mountain among these mountains. What's there to see? It doesn't matter if you don't go." What Ling Xiao thought was that Ling Yan came back with great difficulty, and he only stayed in the capital for one day tomorrow. He didn't want Ling Yan to waste that time, and wanted him to go home as soon as possible and reunite with his family. Unexpectedly, Ling Yan was very persistent. He grabbed Ling Xiao's wrist. "It won't take much time, let's go, just show me the way." Anyway, it was already dark, and Ling Yan didn't even bother to use his invisibility, so he took Ling Xiao into the sky and flew towards the mountains to the north. "It's that mountain, that cliff. This is indeed a very inconspicuous mountain, with an altitude of less than 500 meters, but it is very steep. The forest on the peak is sparse, but weeds are overgrown. Well, this place is really good. If you practice here, you don't have to worry about ordinary people noticing it." After Ling Yan landed on the top of the peak, he casually glanced at the surrounding rolling mountains and nodded. "Father, tomorrow night, after celebrating your birthday, we will come here, and then you can go to Guandujia." Immediately afterwards, Ling Yan stated his purpose. It has been 10 days since Ling Xiao reached the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, and now his realm is stable, but he still refuses to make a breakthrough, because Ling Yan once specifically told him that when he hits the middle stage of Qi training, Ling Yan must be present. Crossing the pass and crossing the tribulation. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Is this too hasty? Obviously, Ling Xiao's worry was the same as Yi Xingchen's before. "Father, don't worry, I'm not in a hurry." While speaking, with a movement of Ling Yan's divine mind, he sacrificed the ghost willow and his dantian, and then directly inserted it into the rock. Boom! The ghost willow in Ling Yan's body has already grown to a state against the sky. It is connected with Ling Yan's mind, and it knows what Ling Yan is going to do as soon as it comes out. There are two father and son. Boom! Then there was another bang. Ling Yan sacrificed the yin-yang 5 elements fire, which enveloped Ling Xiao and him at the same time, and the colorful flames burned up, refining Ling Xiao's body and sea of consciousness again. Ling Xiao was shocked, but at this moment just now, he felt the mysterious and yellow zhenqi in his body flowing wildly, and the speed of condensing the divine essence also increased several times. Go straight to the pass. Seeing Ling Xiao's shocked expression, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Father, how do you feel now? This is really not hasty at all. If it wasn't for Ling Yan's preparations just now, he helped him stabilize the realm at that moment, and Ling Xiao had already completed the pass without knowing it, so what's the haste? Okay. Ling Xiao said 3 good words in a row, and said with a smile, then I will listen to you as a father. I will come here to break through tomorrow night. He looked down at himself and said in surprise, it's just this flame. Ling Yan smiled and said, Father, this is the yin-yang 5 elements fire that I got at the Yi family auction, and now I have nurtured it to perfection. This is the most precious treasure. As for his father, Ling Yan was not afraid, but he was speechless. He took advantage of the time to cleanse Ling Xiao's body thoroughly, and told him in detail the heaven-defying benefits of yin-yang and 5 elements fire, which made Ling Xiao shocked again and again. In this way, the father and son stayed on the unnamed peak for almost an hour. During this time, Ling Yan was not idle while listening to Ling Xiao's family details. He took the opportunity to take out the Taishu stone of refining God, and made 5 Taishu rings in one breath. Naturally, he gave one to Ling Xiao first, and then took out a lot of cultivation resources that Ling Xiao could just use, so that he put it away. In the end, Ling Yan took out a brand new top-grade spiritual weapon, the flying sword, and gave it to Ling Xiao, and watched him complete the recognition of the master with a drop of blood. You boy, it seems that this trip has really gained a lot of benefits. In such a short period of time, Ling Xiao received the presents almost softly, and they were all rare treasures in the world. As a father, he felt a little embarrassed in the end. Hey, this trip has indeed brought a lot of benefits. Ling Yan didn't hide it, he said with a smile, aside from other things, the meritorious value of the Tianzu alone is almost 200 million. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. What is the concept of 200 million merit points in the Sky Group? Even Ling Xiao has to think about it for a long time before he realizes what a terrifying amount of cultivation resources it is. Even if all the cultivators of the Ling family, even the 36 dead men of the Ling family, and the 72 disciples of the immortal doctor sect are counted, if they are open to consumption, it will take many years, right? After those few years, how terrifying will the Ling family grow in the future? Ling Xiao couldn't imagine it at all. At 6:30 in the evening, the sky was already dark, and Ling Xiao had already retrained his physical body through the yin-yang 5 elements fire, and his body had also been upgraded to become a precious body. Yuner, this physical body is really too heaven-defying. Ling Xiao looked inside and felt himself at the same time. Now he felt that every inch of skin on his body contained explosive power, the whole body was pure and flawless, and he murmured. There is no doubt that my son, returning from this trip, gave him the most perfect birthday present. Father, with your current strength, you can easily crush the top 6 masters of Qi training. Ling Yan was also very satisfied, he said with a smile. Zhou Wenyi, the elder of the Sky Group, and Zhao Xingwu, the leader of the Dragon Group, they are not your opponents now. Ling Xiao was shocked once again, he could no longer express his feelings in words. However, our opponents are not people like the capital, nor are they families like the Long family and the Yi family. The light in Ling Yunjuan's eyes flickered, and he said calmly but solemnly, our opponent is the demon sect who has trapped my mother for 19 years, and even the Kunlun who still doesn't know where he is. Speaking of those powerful enemies, Ling Yun was like a treasure. He called them all by name, and finally met Ling Zhao's eyes. So, father, you must become strong as soon as possible, and help the child sit in the Ling family, so that when I leave home in the future, I can feel at ease in my heart. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ling Zhao quickly learned to fly with the sword. He first tried to fly a short distance around the mountain peaks for a while, and after getting used to it for a while, he started to speed up. Brush. Ling Zhao flew back, suspended in the air, and smiled at Ling Yun with satisfaction. Yuner, this top-grade spiritual weapon is really miraculous. It only needs to burn a very small amount of divine energy to convert mana to activate it, and it can fly with the sword. Ling Yun also started to fly with the sword at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, but he is different from the current Ling Zhao, because at that time, his Qingying Feijian was only a low-grade spiritual weapon, and his kind of sword was at best used. Shentong carried the flying sword and carried himself forward. But now what he gave Ling Zhao was a top-grade spiritual weapon, the flying sword, a top-grade spiritual weapon that could be driven by divine thoughts, fly and kill enemies autonomously within the range of spiritual consciousness, and of course it could also fly with its master on its back. Like this situation, Miao Xiaomiao is like this, so is Ling Zhao. But in any case, the best spiritual weapon is not something that can be activated after a person casually recognizes the master with a drop of blood. It always needs a bottom line of realm, that is, the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, and the realm is slightly lower, it is too laborious and reluctant. Seeing his father stepping on a flying sword, Ling Yun's slender figure was as straight as a javelin, and his brows were full of confidence and arrogance. He smiled knowingly and nodded to Ling Zhao. The heroic, powerful, and confident man in front of him is the real image of the most talented father of Jinghua back then. Father, you can use this flying sword first. After you make a breakthrough and stabilize it for a period of time, I will refine a higher-grade flying sword for you to use. It is good. Ling Zhao is really not polite to this heaven-defying son now, he directly agreed. Yuner, now, shall we go directly to the ancestral house, or go to see your group of disciples? It's not even 7 o'clock, so let's go see those guys first. Speaking of the 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor sect, Ling Yun couldn't help smiling. He said to Ling Zhao, tomorrow is your birthday, and they all have to come. While speaking, the father and son set off to return, and quickly rushed out of the endless mountains, and flew straight to the martial arts school. Ling Family Martial Arts School. It is not far from the construction site here, only 10 kilometers at most. Soon, Ling Yun and Ling Zhao appeared 2,000 meters above the martial arts school, and then stopped. Those 6 guys have indeed reached the peak of the 8th level Hotian now, and none of them have fallen behind. Ling Yun didn't go straight down, he was shrouded in spiritual consciousness, and secretly observed his 72 disciples, and found that after a month's absence, all of these 72 disciples had broken through the acquired 7-level realm, the 6 with the best aptitude, seeing it's about to hit the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. Hee, the rich couple, this group of guys have everything, and Ling Yun drills them like crazy every day. If there is no effect, how can I explain to you as a father? Everyone in the Ling family knew that these 72 people were Ling Yun's personal disciples, and they would be Ling Yun's dead soldiers in the future. Therefore, even though Ling Yun was not around, the Ling family spared no resources to build them. With the full support of the Ling family behind them, these guys definitely have no shortage of money and cultivation resources. There are more than 70 people practicing together, and there is no shortage of companions. You chase after each other. As for practicing exercises, there is no lack of them. Ling Zhao has even started to prescribe the right medicine according to their individual physiques. When he came last time, Ling Yun even set up a large spirit gathering array here, allowing the surrounding spirit energy to continuously gather here for these guys to cultivate. This kind of cultivation environment is really too extravagant. If it is a little more extravagant, then simply soak them in spiritual liquid for cultivation. Ling Xiao once calculated that when the Ling family cultivated those 108 slain warriors, the cultivation resources consumed by Ling Yi Ling Qi and the others in a year were not as good as those 72 disciples consumed in a day. No exaggeration, the contrast is so strong. I have seriously told them that you are not allowed to rush for success, you are not allowed to be greedy for success, and you are not allowed to forcibly break through when you see others break through. Every level of theirs must be steady, and when things come naturally, they must break through naturally. Fine, otherwise, just drive them home. In the air, Ling Xiao talked eloquently, and he smiled. So, Yuner, each of them has a very solid foundation, otherwise, Luo Yuqing, Ma Qianjun, and Lu Wenlong would have arrived one by one. Half a step into the innate realm. Ling Yun bowed slightly. Thank you, Father, this is the best. For the group of disciples he hand-picked out, Ling Yun really paid too much attention to them. He was not afraid that their progress would be slow, but he was afraid that their cultivation would go astray. Go down and meet them. The two swooped down and landed directly on the big playground of the martial arts school. Luo Yuqing, Lu Wenlong, Meng Shuwei, Ma Qianjun, Su Shangdong, Wu Tingfei. After showing up, Ling Xiao immediately started roll call, and it was the group leader of the 6 groups who called, "Stop practicing, bring everyone from your group out, and see who is here." Swipe, swipe, swipe. Ling Xiao's voice caused the whole campus to explode. In an instant, dozens of figures jumped out from all directions of the playground, rushing towards the big playground. The fastest ones were, of course, Luo Yuqing and others with the best aptitude. They had the highest realm, so their reaction and speed were naturally the fastest. Ah, Master! Master is back! Come out, the Master is back! For the 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor sect, Ling Yun is like a belief in their hearts. The whole playground is like making dumplings, with people everywhere. Disciple Luo Yuqing pays homage to Master. Disciple Ma Qianjun pays homage to Master. Luo Yuqing, the 6 of them, was the first to rush to Ling Yun and his son. They all had excited faces and fiery eyes. After stopping, they fell to their knees and greeted Ling Yun. In an instant, on the playground, in front of Ling Yun, a large group of people fell to their knees. Very clearly, Ling Yun felt that in all the acupuncture points in his body, the power of chanting had grown a lot. That's okay? Ling Yun muttered in a low voice, and when all the 72 people arrived, he bowed his head and swept his hands slightly in the air. Get up, all of you. At this moment, among the 72 disciples, no matter those who want to get up or want to kneel for a while, without exception, they are firmly supported by an incomparably majestic and gentle force below them, and they stand firm. However, no one was surprised by Ling Yun's move, because in their eyes, even if Ling Yun flew directly into the sky to pick off the moon, they would take it for granted. Tomorrow, the 9th day of September, is my father's birthday, that is, your master's birthday, so I will make a special trip and come to see you as well. Ling Yun smiled, glanced over one by one, opened his mouth slowly, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "You have not let me down, everyone has made great progress, and the realm is also very stable, which is very good. Disciple, thank you, Master, for your cultivation." The 72 disciples spoke at the same time, like shouting chant, inexplicably uniform, and the momentum was overwhelming. Ling Yun was a little stunned, and said nothing else, just rushed to this aura, and pulled it out to face an ordinary hidden family or ancient martial arts sect, and it would shock the other party to the ground. Boom! As soon as Ling Yun thought about it, just as he was about to speak, he saw all the disciples in front of him knelt down on the ground at the same time, and said in unison, "Disciple wishes Master a happy birthday." This Ling Yan was quite shocked, but this group of guys worshipped Ling Xiao this time, so he had no choice but to let them go. Who let him say this himself just now? It is good. Ling Xiao accepted this obeisance with a smile. Today he was really happy and motioned everyone to get up and listen to Ling Yan. Brush. Ling Yan performed apparatus and appeared in the open space next to him. Everyone come here, stand around me according to the group you belong to, and practice your own exercises. Hurry up, I have limited time. Swipe swipe. Soon, the 72 disciples were divided into 6 groups and stood neatly around Ling Yan, surrounding him in the middle. Boom. The next moment, Ling Yan directly sacrificed yin-yang and 5 elements fire to help these disciples cleanse their tendons and marrow thoroughly again. Since Ling Yan can create a large area of spiritual fields, it is extremely easy for him to spread the yin-yang and 5 element fires in this small area. This time, the 72 disciples all received great benefits, all the impurities in their bodies were calcined, and they became extremely pure. Moreover, under Ling Yan's control, the yin-yang and 5 element flames penetrated everywhere. They also tempered and calcined these disciples' invisible dantians, meridians, and body acupoints for half an hour, helping them expand their dantians and meridians. This effect is really against the sky. After the physical body was tempered, these disciples unknowingly broke through the first level, especially Luo Yuqing and Lu Wenlong. They directly entered the 9th floor of Hotian Peak State. This is not to overthrow the seedlings, because in the acquired state, practitioners have to gradually expand the dantian and strengthen the meridians to improve the state. After this collective body tempering, Ling Yan's 72 disciples have all reached the acquired 8th level or above. Half an hour later, Ling Yan put away the yin-yang and 5 elements fire, and jumped out of the circle. He returned to Ling Zhao's side, patiently waiting for these disciples to wake up from the mysterious state of promotion. After they all woke up and lined up again, Ling Yan said with a smile, "Such good opportunities are actually not many. This year is just this one time. I hope you will cherish it. Tonight, all of you are trying to get a solid understanding of your new realm. I will give you half a day off tomorrow, and come to your house in the afternoon to celebrate your master's birthday. Do you hear me?" Heard it. All the disciples raised their arms and shouted like a tsunami. Ling Yan nodded, with playful eyes, and said with a smile, "It's good to hear it, but you are not allowed to come tomorrow empty-handed." All the disciples were dumbfounded. "Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. However, with so many of you, you don't need to give a gift to each of you. That's too troublesome. Just use the group as a unit, and a group can send a gift." Ling Yan smiled and added another sentence. After saying this, he and Ling Xiao disappeared in place and left the martial arts school, leaving only the group of 72 disciples who were completely bewildered and looked at each other on the playground. If Mo Wudao had seen the scene just now, he would definitely roll his eyes at Ling Yan and scorn him. As a master, it's really shameless to ask for gifts from your apprentice so blatantly. It's a pity that Mo Wudao is still sleeping in Qin's house, dreaming some kind of big dream. Birthday gift? What gift can we get for master? On the playground, Luo Yuqing, Lu Wenlong, and others did not regain their strength until this time. They all had gloomy expressions on their faces, some stared, some blinked, and some simply grinned and muttered to themselves. "Master's birthday, no matter whether we can get it or not, we have to give this gift." Meng Shui spoke first. He was very serious, and his expression was extremely solemn. "Yeah, master is really kind to us. It's his old man's birthday. If we go to eat and drink empty-handed, that's too ignorant. Don't you become a white-eyed wolf?" Su Xiangdong was usually reticent, but he also spoke at this time, echoing, "Cut." Lu Wenlong squatted on the ground carelessly, rolled his eyes at the 2 people who were talking, rubbed his teeth and said, send it, of course, you say it lightly, but the things we send, the old man can see. Is it good? Will you like it? As he spoke, Lu Wenlong jumped up and stretched his body at the same time. His tall figure spiraled upward in the night sky, and he stretched out his fingers to connect to the other 5 people below. You, and you. Tell me yourself, besides the 100 caddies on our body, what other things can make the master and other old people look up to? Lu Wenlong played a very handsome lightness kung fu, and as a result, 5 other people on the ground, or even 5 other groups of people, all stared blankly. Of course, except for the 11 brothers he was in charge of, because this guy was so fierce and domineering, the people in his group were a little afraid of him, afraid that he would be beaten up for no reason when he went back. Lu Wenlong, stop showing off there, act like none of us can do it, get out. Wu Tingfei looked disgusted, and almost flew up to chase Lu Wenlong and beat him. Also, with our weight of more than 100 caddies, the master may not be able to appreciate it now. Ma Qianjun made another stab at the right time. He is a master who only fears that the world will not be chaotic. Boom. After all, Lu Wenlong couldn't stay in the air. He landed with a bang, glared at Ma Qianjun and said, "You're defeated, Ma Juzi. You don't have to talk sarcastic to me. You think you have something worth selling? I will be defeated by your uncle." Ma Qianjuan's eyes lit up immediately, and he immediately began to roll up his sleeves. "Shut up, all of you." Luo Yuqing stopped shouting in a deep voice. He was the most handsome among the 6, with a slender figure, with sword-like eyebrows flying slantingly, heroic, standing awe-inspiring, with his own bearing. "Luo Yuqing, you don't pretend to be there, but you still learn from the master everywhere. You can learn it." This guy, Lu Wenlong, was really pissing off whoever he was, and he didn't give Luo Yu any face at all. Our master said before he left that the birthday presents of the master don't need to be given to each person, but to a group. We have 12 people in each group. It is actually not difficult to find a way to get a gift. Luo Yuqing didn't bother to talk to Lu Wenlong at all. His eyes flickered, and he analyzed calmly. Brush. Lu Wenlong came to Luo Yuqing in a blink of an eye, glanced at him first, raised his chin and said, "Then what do you say?" Luo Yuqing glanced at him with a smile, spread his hands lightly, and said slowly, "That's our team's business. Why tell you about this mountain cannon?" The air on the playground suddenly became quiet. Undoubtedly, Luo Yuqing was the calmest and smartest among them. He was the first to figure out what Ling Yun wanted. It doesn't really matter what gift you give to Shigong. This is not a big or small problem, but also a comprehensive competition and an assessment competition. Take groups as units. None of the guys were stupid, so the 6 of them would fight together all the time on weekdays, and in the group arena, they wanted to eat each other's guys, so they started to be wary of each other again, tacitly. Then what to give? Antique calligraphy and painting? Famous tea and good wine? By the way, Shigong, old man, what do you like most? After a long silence, it was Lu Wenlong who spoke first this time, but it was obvious that he was talking nonsense there in order to mislead others. The other 5 looked at him like idiots. Interesting, I never thought that my 6 apprentices would be so interesting. 2,000 meters above the sky, Ling Yun and Ling Xiao were invisible, standing side by side, looking down, watching his 6 proud disciples wrangling with each other, watching with relish. Although these 6 boys have their own personalities, they are really likable. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded beside him. He had been with Ling Yun's disciples for a long time, so he was naturally familiar with everyone. Yuner, these guys are practicing all day long, and all the food here are provided by our Ling family. They have empty hands, and their pockets are cleaner than their faces, but you asked them to give me birthday presents. Isn't that making things difficult for them on purpose? Of course Ling Xiao didn't really care what gifts these disciples would give him. What he asked was Ling Yun's purpose for doing so. Just to embarrass them. Ling Yun nodded with a smile, and said bluntly, "Father, our family doesn't lack anything now. It really doesn't matter what gift they give, but their attitude is very important, their thoughts, and how they behave are more important. After this thorough cleansing, these guys have all reached the 8th level of the acquired state, at most a few months, even before the spring festival. Even if they have the worst qualifications, they can easily enter the innate state. With the current training resources of our Ling family, it is enough to train them no matter what, but before that, I have to let them truly understand from their hearts who trained them and what they should do to be worthy of this training. Otherwise, I'm worried that after their realm comes up, their hearts will be flustered, and they will even forget their last name. Ling Xiao couldn't help but glanced at his son. His eyes were a little helpless. This precious son of mine is good anywhere, but he's a little too black-bellied, and a little too calculating. I don't think it's useful? Ling Xiao endured, and finally couldn't help it anymore. He said with a smile, in the hearts of these children, they have long regarded you as a god, and it is impossible to have other thoughts. This statement is no exaggeration. The 72 disciples admire and respect Ling Yun in their hearts, and he sees it every day. Actually, it's mainly for training. Ling Yun understood what his father meant, but he still expressed his true thoughts. They have nothing, but now they are all masters above the acquired 8th level. A group of 12 people, working together, if we can't even get a gift that satisfies them, wouldn't it be a waste of all our energy and resources? Then what use will I keep them in the future? What Ling Yin said was very straightforward, yet very serious, even though he was facing his father Ling Xiao. His world was created by him with one sword and one sword. It can even be said that he went against the sky and fought for it with his life. But it is far from enough. For Ling Yun, all of this is just the beginning. Ling Yun spared no effort to train these disciples, not to listen to them call master, to enjoy their kneeling and worshipping eyes, and he doesn't want such a mediocre person. No matter how good your talent is, no matter how fast you cultivate your realm, it's useless. Therefore, what Ling Yin wants is a tiger and wolf teacher who can follow him to conquer the world. A pack of wolves will eat meat wherever they go. You are right to do so. Ling Xiao could only agree with his son's point of view. He shook his head and said worriedly, just let out such a group of fearless thorns, and don't make any big troubles. Father, don't worry, I will let Ling Yi Ling Qi and the others send someone to secretly watch these boys, and I won't let them do anything wrong. Ling Xiao. As soon as these words came out, Ling Xiao was completely speechless. Well, if you send the dead men of the Ling family to stare at these guys, how can someone be fooled? Cut, I'm too lazy to discuss it with you guys, so I'm not holding back any good farts. On the playground on the ground, Lu Wenlong pinched his waist, squinted left and right, spit out a sentence in disdain, and then waved his hand. Everyone in the second group will follow me, Ma Da. One person will give me 3 ideas later. If anyone can't figure it out, I beat his shit out. Lu Wenlong and his group quickly left the playground, but instead of returning to their residence, they quietly went to a hidden corner of the martial arts school, sat in a circle on the spot, and discussed up. We're leaving too. When Ma Qianjun saw Lu Wenlong leaving, he immediately waved his hand and led his team straight to the front yard of the martial arts school. Immediately afterwards, Su Xiangdong, Wu Tingfei, and Meng Shuwei each took their people away. In the end, there were only 12 people like Luo Yuqing left on the playground, standing there alone, not going anywhere. Everyone else is gone, so they naturally don't need to go anymore. Hey, Dad, if you don't believe me, just look at it, the capital must be very lively tonight. In the air, Ling Yun's spiritual thoughts were shrouded, and he eavesdropped on the messy ideas of the 6 groups of disciples below, and laughed happily. This is such a mess, come home with me. Ling Xiao was shocked when he heard it. He never thought that these boys who respected him would have so many gossips in their stomachs. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he just grabbed Ling Yun and flew away from the martial arts school. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets.